Chapter 9:09. The filthy corpse energy quickly melted the power of luck on Guhai's body. Although it seemed extremely dangerous, it was not as scary to Guhai as the people outside thought. This was because Guhai had the Great Compassion poem of heaven and earth. Under the Great Compassion poem of heaven and earth, the corpse energy did not turn Guhai into a corpse. Instead, it became a tonic for Guhai's heavenly soul, increasing his cultivation rapidly. Rumble! The corpse energy was absorbed, and the evil spirits were purified. The corpse demons flew over. However, it was the same principle. The instant it came into contact with Guhai, it drained all its corpse energy and purified the corpse. The corpse bug seemed to have seen its predator. It commanded more corpse energy to rush toward Guhai in fear. The corpse energy, which had always been successful, could not harm Guhai today. This frightened the corpse bug. Guhai looked at the nearby corpse bug and sneered. Although I don't know what you are, you can't escape from the deaths of the people of Three Mountain City. You killed 200 million of my people. Don't think you can leave alive today. Screech! The corpse bug roared in anger. The small mouth on its tongue opened and let out a sharp screech. More and more corpse demons and evil spirits rushed toward Guhai. Boom! Too much corpse energy rushed over. Guhai could not handle it for a while. Black veins appeared on his face as the corpse energy entered his flesh. However, as the Great Compassion poem of heaven and earth absorbed more corpse energy, Guhai could handle more and more corpse energy. He could still hold on. Screech! Screech! The corpse bug screeched, but did not dare to come forward. Guhai did not care so much. He sent a strand of consciousness into the immortal dome of antiquity. Kong Xian, Shanghai Hen, Ao Shun, how are your injuries? Guhai asked. It's been 10 days. Your Majesty's miraculous medicine is really amazing. I've already recovered 80%. Solemnly, Kong Xian said to the emperor. Your Majesty, I have recovered half of it. Shang Wanhen nodded. Your Majesty, I have also recovered 70%. Ao Shun nodded. 1 day in the outside world was 10 years in the inner world. 10 days in the inner world was only as short while in the outside world. Since you've recovered half of your strength, I won't wait any longer. This is the longevity talisman the unborn man gave me. I'll let you out of the immortal dome of antiquity in a moment. When you're out, be careful of the surging corpse energy. Once you're out, activate it immediately and return to the limitless celestial capital to provide support and await the orders of the Hanqiu Army's commander-in-chief. Mo Yike, Guhai instructed. Yes, the three of them replied. With a thought from Guhai, the three of them instantly appeared beside him. Boom! Immediately, some of the corpse demons were sent flying. Corpse energy? The three of them suddenly changed their expressions. The surging corpse energy surged towards their bodies. The momentum of the corpse energy was too ferocious. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The three of them activated the longevity talisman at almost the same time. A blue light enveloped their bodies, making them feel better. Your Majesty, this is the corpse lair. If we leave, what will happen to you? Kong Xian's expression suddenly changed. Go. I still have a longevity talisman. There won't be any problems. Quickly returned to the limitless celestial capital. Guhai said, solemnly. Yes. Enveloped by the blue light, the three of them immediately flashed and disappeared like 3 streams of light shooting into the sky. Screech! The corpse bug roared and wanted to attack the three of them. However, the three of them had already disappeared. Whoosh! In an instant, the three of them appeared outside of the Three Mountain City. Boom! The battle between the unborn man and Chun Shinshou suddenly stopped and separated. Longevity talisman? Unborn man, you actually refined 3 yuan's shao to refine this useless thing? Chun Shinshou said in shock. Useless? Of course, it's useless to a selfish person like you. However, sometimes cultivating longevity is not for yourself. The unborn man said coldly, if it's not for yourself, why would you cultivate longevity? Ha ha ha, what a joke. This is the first time I've seen a longevity master strip away his own shao to give benefits to others. Do you know how difficult it is to cultivate 1 yuan's shao? Chun Shinshou was shocked. Where's His Majesty? The unborn man looked at the 3 of them. His Majesty still doesn't want to come out. Unborn man, thank you for your trouble. Shangguan Hen said solemnly, still doesn't want to come out? Why? This is a corpse grave longevity array. There might be corpse bugs inside. How dangerous is this? Why doesn't His Majesty come out? The unborn man said anxiously, I'm not sure. Unborn man, we have a mission from His Majesty. We won't stay any longer. Farewell. Kong Xian said solemnly. Oh, the unborn man's face darkened. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ao Shun, Kong Xian, and Shangguan Hen turned into 3 streams of light and flew toward the infinite celestial capital. The infinite celestial capital was extremely dangerous. They couldn't stay any longer. They immediately returned to the infinite celestial capital. Stop! Chun Shinshou shouted angrily. However, Chun Shinshou didn't dare to chase after them. A longevity master might not be powerful. In the longevity array, he had monstrous means. However, once out of the longevity array, he couldn't stop Kong Xian and the other 2 even if he summoned the experts of the netherworld. The 3 of them disappeared into the horizon. Kong Xian, Shangguan Hen, and Ao Shun escaped. Bai Mingshou, be careful. Chun Shinshou suddenly slapped the corpse grave longevity array and shouted, Bai Mingshou? The previous Bai Mingshou was killed by the Immortal of the 6 Paths less than 10 years ago. Another Bai Mingshou is born? The unborn man said coldly, Humph. Doesn't that mean His Majesty is in more danger inside? The unborn man's face suddenly darkened. While speaking, the unborn man waved his hand. Rumble! A huge black hole suddenly appeared in the void. A giant skeleton man emerged from the black hole. You can summon from the netherworld, but I can't. Unborn man, you're still not strong enough to break the corpse grave longevity array. Chun Shinshou said coldly. While speaking, Chun Shinshou waved his hand and opened the netherworld gate. A monster covered in flames crawled out from inside. In the corpse grave longevity array, Dragon Sheniying and Takashi Ryushin were looking at the Long Sanqian begging for mercy. Father, Uncle, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. I can help you wholeheartedly. You can even put a restriction on my soul. Father, I won't dare to do it again. The seriously injured Long Sanqian said pitifully, Kill him. Dragon Sheniying asked in a low voice. Takashi Ryushin narrowed his eyes. I want to kill him, but I can't bear to. What do you think? Do you need his ability? Dragon Sheniying frowned slightly. Indeed, soul exchange is a powerful double-edged sword. Although it may hurt you, it can hurt the enemy more. Dragon Sheniying was also very reluctant. Uncle, I will do whatever you ask me to do in the future. I won't dare to disobey you anymore. The Long Sanqian immediately begged for mercy. The Long brothers narrowed their eyes in silence. Uncle, father, I am a descendant of the Long family. Grandfather is the Long Zhanghua. We have the same blood. Although I took the wrong path, Please give me a chance. Just once is enough. The Long Sanqian said pitifully. The Long brothers hesitated for a moment. On the side, Bei Mingshou's face suddenly changed. Not good, Chen Xinshu sent news. Kong Xian and the others escaped. What? The Long brothers' faces suddenly changed. Where is Gu Hai? Takashi Ryushin asked coldly. Xiao, Dragon Sheniying, however, instantly flew towards the South Sea Dragon King. He no longer cared about the Long Sanqian's life. Is Gu Hai still there? Dragon Sheniying asked coldly. Yes. The South Sea Dragon King was puzzled. He turned his head and continued to talk to Gu Hai through the tooth of the corpse worm. In the corpse nest, rumble. Gu Hai quickly absorbed the rolling corpse chi when a voice suddenly sounded. Gu Hai, are you dead? Gu Hai suddenly opened his eyes. South Sea Dragon King? It's great that you can hear me. The South Sea Dragon King's cold voice sounded. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. South Sea Dragon King, you came with a mission from the spiritual mountain sacred ground, right? Tell me, what does the spiritual mountain sacred ground want from me? You still have the strength to speak. The corpse chi doesn't taste good, right? Gu Hai, I'll ask you a question now. The South Sea Dragon King said coldly. Oh, who? Zhengfa Ming. Where is he? In the infinite celestial capital, or in your immortal dome of the ancients? The South Sea Dragon King said in a low voice. Zhengfa Ming? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Gu Hai quickly recalled this name in his mind. Soon he remembered. Before the Thousand Saints Conference in heavenly courts, Gaochen and the people of Spiritual Mountain fought over the little beggar. He was a mute, and the only one who liked Gaochen's singing. At that time, Gu Hai played the Great Compassion Mantra and used the Guqin Dao to condense the Guanyin Bodhisattva in Gu Hai's memory on earth. As a result, the Guanyin Bodhisattva's Dharma image, along with the Great Compassion Mantra's Buddhist voice, rushed into Zhengfa Ming's forehead. At that moment, many people called him the Devouring Dao Physique. He was the person that the spiritual mountain's sacred ground desperately wanted. However, after that, the people of the spiritual mountain sacred ground didn't show any intention of seizing Zhengfa Ming. Gu Hai almost forgot. Devouring Dao Physique. But devouring some of the laws of heaven and earth was like devouring the laws of the Great Compassion Mantra. Some devouring Dao physiques had appeared in history, but they didn't care before. Why did the spiritual mountain care so much this time? That's right. Where is Zhengfa Ming? In your immortal dome of the ancients? Gu Hai, hand over Zhengfa Ming, and I can spare your life, said the South Sea Dragon King in a deep voice. The spiritual mountain's sacred ground spent so much effort just to find a little mute mortal beggar? Why? Asked Gu Hai. You don't need to know, said the South Sea Dragon King in a deep voice. Then forget it. I don't want you to spare me. Let's see who has the last laugh, said Gu Hai coldly. At this moment, Takashi Ryushin flew over and asked about Gu Hai's situation. The South Sea Dragon King naturally said that Gu Hai was still inside. Takashi Ryushin narrowed his eyes and glanced at Dragon God Ing from behind before flying over as well. Below, the Long Sanqian heaved a sigh of relief. The Dragon brothers had finally let go of their killing intent. He looked up at the Dragon brothers above with a sharp glint in his eyes. South Sea Dragon King, you're looking for that little beggar? What use does he have? Asked Dragon God Ing in a deep voice. Sorry, it's better if you don't know. The South Sea Dragon King shook his head. Looks like you're not here to avenge your daughter. Is Zhengfa Ming that important? Asked Takashi Ryushin in a deep voice. The South Sea Dragon King shook his head and did not explain. South Sea Dragon King, no matter what Gu Hai says, don't believe him. He just wants to escape. As long as Gu Hai is dead, we can get his immortal dome and slowly search," said Dragon God Ing in a deep voice. "Gu Hai is ignoring me. He would rather die than tell us Zhongfa Ming's whereabouts." The South Sea Dragon King shook his head. "Then let's have Bai Ming Shou activate the corpse nest and turn Gu Hai into a corpse demon as soon as possible. A long night means trouble," said Dragon God Ing in a deep voice. "All right." The South Sea Dragon King shook his head. "Let me do it. Activate the corpse worms. Quickly." Bai Ming Shou began to activate the corpse nest. Rumble. The corpse nest rumbled as the corpse worms inside unwillingly approached Gu Hai bit by bit. Sitting cross-legged in the corpse nest, Gu Hai had already adapted to the rolling corpse chi. Looking at the approaching corpse worms, not only was he not afraid, he even revealed a trace of viciousness. Chapter 9:10. Ah! Gu Hai seemed to have woken up from somewhere. However, he had forgotten about the past. He only knew that there was a great panic in his heart. His whole body was in extreme pain. It was dark all around, and he seemed to be in a cave. His body was covered with insects. The insects drilled into his skin and kept gnawing at Gu Hai's flesh. Ah! Gu Hai screamed. Some insects seemed to have eaten some of Gu Hai's flesh and crawled out from his eyes and mouth. It was disgusting. He looked down and saw that his chest had been eaten by countless insects, leaving only his skeleton. At the same time, when he looked at his chest, his right eyeball suddenly fell out and was covered with small insects. It was exceptionally disgusting and terrifying. Anyone who saw such a scene would be scared silly. However, Gu Hai only screamed twice before he calmed down and revealed a sinister smile. Dream? What a disgusting dream. Gu Hai smiled coldly. Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud noise in his body. The heaven suppression divine seal shook violently and shattered the entire dream. The entire cave world shattered like glass, shattering into countless pieces. Gu Hai suddenly woke up. "I cultivate the art of chess. Do you know how complicated and strict my logic is? Did the dream cover my consciousness? Oh, as long as there is a trace of my logic that is not covered, I can follow the logic and quickly restore the entire thought process. That's it." Gu Hai smiled coldly and woke up. He was still in the corpse nest. The dream created by the corpse nest only caused Gu Hai to lose his mind for a short moment. However, in this short moment, the corpse worm attacked. While Gu Hai was in a daze, it suddenly charged at Gu Hai's right hand, which was extending to grab it. Rip! In an instant, it bit through Gu Hai's right palm and drilled into Gu Hai's body. Gu Hai's body was already incomparably strong. The fact that the corpse bug could bite through Gu Hai's skin showed how sharp its teeth were. It drilled into Gu Hai's arm and surged into the depths of Gu Hai's body. It wanted to rush into Gu Hai's brain, eat it, and take control of Gu Hai's body. However, at this moment, Gu Hai woke up. The pain in his palm caused Gu Hai to look at his right hand. At this moment, his right arm had turned completely black. The corpse bug had entered his body, bringing with it a wave of corpse poison. Humph! Gu Hai snorted coldly. In Gu Hai's body, the bones formed a world of their own. Ka 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 ka. Immediately, countless bones strangely appeared to block the corpse worm in his body. Creak, creak, creak. The corpse bug gnawed at the bones one by one, but its speed eventually slowed down. Gu Hai's body was filled with countless small skeletons, and in the blink of an eye, they pounced on the corpse bug. Roar! The corpse bug roared at the countless small skeletons. However, the small skeletons were formed by the Life-Ender saber, and they quickly gnawed at the corpse bug. The corpse bug's body was tough, and it was difficult to bite through it immediately. However, there were too many small skeletons, and they kept gnawing at it. Gradually, the corpse bug could not take it anymore. Creak, 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 creak. The corpse bug cried out in pain. This time, the corpse bug was clearly in trouble. On Gu Hai's right shoulder, a fist-shaped bone slowly emerged from his skin. The bone was surrounded by black fog. Small skeletons kept coming out of the bone and entering it. The bone slowly opened from the middle like a blooming flower. The corpse bug was on its last breath. Surrounded by black fog, countless small skeletons gnawed at it desperately. Gu Hai pinched the corpse bug with his left hand. He sneered coldly. Creak, creak, creak. The corpse bug was still grimacing in pain. Phew! The bone on Gu Hai's shoulder slowly returned to its original state and returned to Gu Hai's body. At the same time, the corpse poison on his right shoulder was absorbed by the great compassion poem of heaven and earth in the blink of an eye and turned into a supplement for Gu Hai. Little thing, you want to eat my brain? Humph! Gu Hai's eyes turned cold, as if he was going to pinch it to death. However, the corpse bug's nest suddenly trembled. Oh, you're the source of the longevity array? You're the one who controls the corpse chi? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. If he pinched it to death, the liquid corpse chi around him would collapse. Then his supplement would be gone. I'll let you live a little longer. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. Creak, creak, creak. The corpse bug struggled. Gu Hai pinched it tightly. At the same time, he used countless small skeletons to exhaust its strength. At the same time, he controlled the great compassion poem of heaven and earth to absorb the corpse chi. In the outside world, Baiming Shou, how is it? Is Gu Hai dead? Takashi Ryushin asked. Baiming Shou frowned slightly. He kept chanting strange notes to activate the corpse bug's nest. What's wrong? Dragon Shennying asked. I don't know. The corpse bug is still there, but I can't command it. Baiming Shou frowned. Can't command it? Why? I'm not sure. But don't worry, Gu Hai is dead for sure. He can't stand the corpse chi. Now, the power of providence on the surface of his body is almost depleted. He should be turning into a corpse demon soon. Baiming Shou said immediately. I hope so. Dragon Shennying said. Did Gu Hai hide in the immortal dome of the ancients? The South Sea Dragon King asked. No, the corpse bug's nest is the corpse bug's territory. As long as there's a living person, the corpse bug will be angry. As long as the living person is gone, the corpse bug will be satisfied, and the corpse bug will slowly calm down. Baiming Shou explained. How troublesome, the South Sea Dragon King said. Everyone was waiting gloomily, waiting for Gu Hai to turn into a corpse demon. The spiritual mountain sacred ground is really ruthless. Originally, this emperor thought that it was just an ordinary longevity array to deal with Gu Hai. Who would have thought that you would kill all the people in the city? In order to achieve your goal, you're unscrupulous. Dragon Shennying sneered. Didn't you want to kill Gu Hai too? What's the point of saying all this now? The South Sea Dragon King said coldly. Humph! Dragon Shennying snorted. At the side, Ao Sheng ate some pills and recovered a little from his injuries. He suddenly frowned and said, Something's not right. Everyone looked at Ao Sheng with puzzlement. Did you notice that the corpse bug's nest is shrinking? Ao Sheng said blankly. Shrinking? Everyone turned to look at the corpse bug. The corpse bug's nest was as big as the sea. When they were close to it, they couldn't see the changes, but when they looked at the big picture, they could see it. That's right, it's shrinking. Takashi Ryushin's eyes widened. What's going on, Baiming Shou? Dragon Shennying looked at Baiming Shou. I don't know, why is it shrinking? Baiming Shou was at a loss. Could it be that Gu Hai absorbed the liquid corpse chi inside the corpse bug's nest into his ancient immortal dome? The South Sea Dragon King asked doubtfully. Impossible. This liquid corpse chi is condensed from the corpse bug. Once it leaves the corpse bug's nest, it will immediately disperse. If such a large amount of corpse chi is absorbed into the ancient immortal dome. Then the dome will be ruined. All the living beings inside will die, turning into corpse demons. How could Guhai do that? Bai Ming's show frowned. But why is the corpse bug's nest shrinking? It's shrinking so fast. The South Sea Dragon King was worried. Not sure, let's wait and see. Bai Ming's show frowned. Dragon Sheniying's face was gloomy. He suddenly had a bad premonition. The corpse bug's nest was indeed shrinking. Everyone felt uneasy, but they didn't know what was going on. Wait. 2 hours, 4 hours later, the corpse bug's nest was reduced to 1/100th of its original size, but it was shrinking faster and faster. Boom! In just a short while, the corpse bug's corpse chi was quickly replenished, but it was still too late. The corpse bug's corpse chi in the city continued to decrease. The evil spirit's corpse chi was suddenly sucked out, and their souls regained consciousness. The 200 million corpse demons in the city also gradually stopped gnawing at each other. Their corpse chi was slowly sucked out, and they fell to the ground, turning into ordinary corpses. Something's wrong. This corpse chi, what's going on? The South Sea Dragon King's face changed drastically. Transcendence. Why does it seem like these evil spirits and corpse demons are being transcended? Their corpse chi has been sucked out. This is impossible. Bai Ming Shou's expression changed. Outside the corpse mound longevity array, the battle between the unborn man and Chun Shinshou stopped abruptly. Outside the three-mountain city, the black fog slowly turned white again. Those roaring evil spirits were strangely transcended, turning into souls looking around blankly. What's going on? Bai Ming Shou, what's going on? Why is the corpse mound life array unstable? Chun Shinshou roared. Rumble! Sure enough, the white fog outside the three-mountain city slowly swayed, and a loud boom resounded. Boom! It was as if a huge airflow had exploded, and the rolling fog exploded in an instant. The corpse mound life array is broken. The unborn man was stunned. Chun Shinshou was also confused. How can this be? The fog dispersed, revealing the 200 million corpses in the city. The unborn man's face changed, but he suppressed the anger in his heart and turned to look at a high platform in the city. Dragon God Ing, Takashi Ryushin, South Sea Dragon King, Bai Ming Shou, and Ao Sheng were on high alert. They looked at the one-zhang wide corpse bug's nest. Boom! As the life array exploded, all the corpse chi gathered in the corpse bug's nest. Then, the corpse bug's nest strangely shrank, and like a whale sucking in water, it rushed into the body of a person in the center. It was Guhai, who had absorbed all the corpse chi. Zhi. The corpse bug in Guhai's hand screeched in despair. Guhai's closed eyes suddenly opened. Boom! With Guhai as the center, a huge air current swept out in all directions. Another corpse chi core appeared in the heavenly eye, the third layer of the heavenly palace. Guhai's eyes lit up in excitement. Other than a shaman chi core, another corpse chi core appeared. At the same time, a large amount of corpse chi entered the heavenly eye. Guhai felt that the heavenly eye's power had increased. The third layer of the heavenly palace. His cultivation broke through again. Guhai, you're not dead. Dragon God Ying's face changed. Corpse chi? He absorbed all the corpse chi? How is that possible? Who can use corpse chi to cultivate? This corpse mound life array has become a wedding dress for Guhai's cultivation. Bai Ming Shou was at a loss. Chapter 911. The instant all the corpse energy was absorbed by Guhai, his cultivation broke through to the third layer of heavenly palace. Without the corpse nest, the corpse worm struggled in Guhai's hand. Zhi. The corpse worm's struggle woke everyone up. Your Majesty, the unborn man rushed over in shock. Due to Chun Shinshou's interference, The unborn man didn't have much time to break the corpse tomb longevity formation. Who would have thought that Gu-hai would be the one to break the formation, and the corpse energy was actually absorbed by Gu-hai? In the city, the countless corpse demons reverted to their original form, turning into ordinary corpses. However, their souls were faintly discernible as they bowed to Gu-hai. "Many thanks, Your Majesty." Many streams of gratitude turned into beneficence. In the end, boundless luck enveloped Gu-hai's body. "I failed to ensure your safety, and this is my dereliction of duty. However, I will definitely avenge you," Gu-hai said with a ferocious expression. "Avenge? Humph, Gu-hai, do you think you can escape today?" Takashi Ryushin said with a cold gaze. "Oh, you are Takashi Ryushin?" Gu-hai instantly recognized Takashi Ryushin's eyes and temperament. "Chun Shinsho, Baiming Shou, stop the unborn man." Dragon God Ing ordered coldly. "Yes." The two longevity masters immediately pounced on the unborn man Dragon God Ing, Takashi Ryushin, the South Sea Dragon King, and Ao Shung surrounded Gu-hai. "Gu-hai, you're quite capable. You're still alive? But now, you don't have any providence protecting you. Let's see who can save you." Dragon Godding said coldly. "Dragon Godding, you don't have any providence protecting you?" Gu-hai sneered. "Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand." Dragon Godding said coldly. "Killing me is as easy as flipping your hand." Longzhongwa's son? He probably didn't expect that there would be a day when all of you would become my enemy. Gu-hai narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Humph, don't mention Holy Father. Even though Holy Father didn't die because of you, he was killed by you in the end." Dragon Shenying's eyes turned cold. He was the first to rush forward. "I killed Longzhongwa? Forget it. I'll send you to see Longzhongwa. Let him deal with you." Gu-hai said coldly. After placing the corpse bug into the immortal dome of the ancients, the life entrapment blade suddenly appeared in Gu-hai's left hand. Boom! A large number of magic treasures instantly exploded in all directions. Activating the life entrapment saber, High Void started to set up the formation. "Don't talk to me about Holy Father." "Ha ha ha! You killed Holy Father, and now you want to kill us?" Takashi Ryushin glared and pounced forward. Dragon Shenying was also angered by Gu-hai's words, and his speed increased. The life entrapment blade instantly emitted billions of green lights. Bang! The Go array was completed. As Dragon Shenying pounced, a massive black hole suddenly appeared in front of him. This black hole was the passage to the immortal dome of the 30th Immortal. Last time, he had wanted to send the Tongtian sect master over, but unfortunately, the Tongtian sect master had struggled too fiercely. Gu-hai was worried that the black hole wouldn't be able to handle it, so he sent the Tongtian sect master back. Dragon Shenying, Takashi Ryushin, South Sea Dragon King, and Ao Shung did not have the power of providence, so they were a bit weaker than the Tongtian sect master, so they should be able to handle it. As soon as the black hole appeared, everyone's expression changed. Their bodies swayed, and they came to a stop. The battle between Gu-hai and the Tongtian sect master had already spread throughout the world, so these people immediately recognized this black hole. This was a black hole array that could trap even the Tongtian sect master. They could not be caught in it. Boom! Dragon Shenying and Takashi Ryushin barely managed to stop in front of the black hole, their faces paling. That was a close call. They were nearly trapped by Gu-hai's array. Roar! Dragon Shenying roared, and a pair of gigantic skeletal wings suddenly sprouted from his back. He flapped his wings in an attempt to change direction and go around the black hole to charge at Gu-hai. Just as Dragon Shenying was about to leave the black hole, something strange happened. Boom! Behind him, Takashi Ryushin suddenly slapped Dragon Shenying's back and shoved him into the black hole. Dragon Sheniying had not been on guard against Takashi Ryushin. So how could he have expected Takashi Ryushin to betray him at this moment? Third brother, you dare? Dragon Sheniying paled, but it was already too late. He was instantly sucked into the black hole. Takashi Ryushin, what are you doing? The South Sea Dragon King asked, his face paling. Why would Takashi Ryushin attack Dragon Sheniying at this moment? Takashi Ryushin watched as Dragon Sheniying disappeared into the black hole. Big brother, don't blame me. I don't want to submit to you. Humph. You. The South Sea Dragon King's face paled. Ha ha ha, really stupid. You saved me a lot of trouble. Do you think you can escape by yourself? Guhai revealed a cold smile. Rumble. The black hole suddenly expanded. In an instant, it was more than 100 times bigger. Takashi Ryushin, who was leaning against the black hole, was enveloped by the black hole in the blink of an eye. What? No. Takashi Ryushin screamed in fear as he tried to escape. However, the black hole expanded too quickly. There was no time to escape, and he was swallowed by the black hole in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, the Dragon Clan brothers were nowhere to be seen. Let me out! The Dragon Clan brothers' roars came from inside the black hole. Rumble! Suddenly, the black hole trembled. In the past, the black hole could not trap the Tongtian sect master because the Tongtian sect master was too strong. Now, the Dragon Clan brothers had turned into zombies. Although they were not as strong as the Tongtian sect master, the difference was not too big. For a moment, the black hole trembled as the two of them fought from inside. Third brother, you idiot! Dragon Sheniying roared in the black hole. Humph, who asked you to force me? Let's get out first. Takashi Ryushin roared. Rumble. Suddenly, the black hole churned. Guhai struggled to hold the array. At this moment, the South Sea Dragon King and Ao Shung did not know that Guhai was struggling to hold the array. Quick, kill Guhai, and they can come out. Ao Shung was about to pounce on Guhai. Guhai's eyes turned cold. He took out the life-extinguishing saber and slashed at Ao Shung. Zhoutian 7. Boom. Purple light soared into the sky. With a loud bang, Ao Shun spat out a mouthful of blood and was blown away. Ao Shun was already severely injured and had not recovered. How could he withstand the power of the saber? His vision turned black, and he almost fainted. The South Sea Dragon King caught Ao Shun. Puff! After being caught by the South Sea Dragon King, Ao Shun spat out another mouthful of blood and completely lost the ability to fight. On the other side, Bai Mingshou and Chun Shinshou stopped fighting and looked at the sudden change in shock. In the blink of an eye, the only one who could fight Guhai was the South Sea Dragon King. Could the South Sea Dragon King defeat Guhai? The two longevity masters felt a chill in their hearts. The Long brothers were so powerful, but they were defeated in an instant. How long could the South Sea Dragon King last? Besides, Guhai had just broken the Corpse Mound longevity array. They were only strong in longevity, but their cultivation was not the best. Once the two shivered and waved their hands in the air. Wung! The two rushed into the netherworld at almost the same time and escaped. Halt! The unborn man extended his hand and commanded a group of skeletons to charge forward. Wung! The gate of the netherworld slammed shut. The unborn man wanted to give chase, but he stopped after thinking about it. After all, Guhai was here. Turning his head, the unborn man looked in Guhai's direction. The South Sea Dragon King's expression changed. I'm the only one left. The South Sea Dragon King panicked. He instinctively felt guilty towards Guhai. Guhai, just you wait. The Buddha will not let you go. The South Sea Dragon King was furious. He grabbed Ao Shang and shot into the distance. Escaped? The South Sea Dragon King escaped. Guhai was stunned. He was just thinking about how to deal with the South Sea Dragon King. Now, it seemed that he was overthinking. He did have the courage to fight with them, but he might not win. And he was already prepared for a terrible fight. After all, Dragon God Ing, Takashi Ryushin, and the South Sea Dragon King were too strong. Even if he broke through one level, he was still a little weaker. Moreover, there were 3 of them. Even if he had to set up 2 passages to the Immortal Dome, Guhai was prepared to fight with his wits. But who would have thought that the Dragon Brothers would betray him and give him an advantage? That South Sea Dragon King was even more cowardly. He was scared away. "Your Majesty, are you okay?" The unborn man flew closer. "I'm fine. It's just that the Dragon Brothers are really surprising." Guhai smiled coldly. "Your Majesty's array is really powerful," the unborn man exclaimed. Not far away, Guhai's array of spirit stones and magic treasures were quickly being depleted. The black hole trembled. The Dragon Brothers seemed to be breaking free at any time. "No, we can't send both of them over at the same time. We have to send at least one." Guhai had a thought. "Unborn man, protect me," Guhai said in a low voice. Yes, the unborn man guarded the surroundings. Inside the black hole, the Dragon Brothers saw a bright light in the distance. There was a suction force pulling the 2 of them. They naturally thought that it was dangerous and did not want to go over. They wanted to break the barrier of darkness around them. But at this time, the suction force on Takashi Ryushin suddenly doubled. Whoosh! In an instant, Takashi Ryushin was sucked into the other side of the passage. "Not good. Big brother, save me." Takashi Ryushin's expression changed and shouted. Dragon Sheniying's expression changed and quickly rushed over. Dragon Sheniying understood that it would be difficult for the 2 of them to tear open the black hole. If he was alone, it would be even more difficult. "Pa!" Dragon Sheniying grabbed Takashi Ryushin's hand. "Big brother, pull me back, pull me back. Don't let go." Takashi Ryushin said anxiously. Just as he was about to exit from the other end of the cave, Long Shenwu instinctively felt a sense of danger. As long as he was sucked in, would he be finished? "Humph, if not for you, how could the 2 of us be in such a passive situation?" Dragon Sheniying said gloomily. If not for Takashi Ryushin kicking him in, they would not be in such a dangerous situation. Dragon Sheniying's heart was filled with anger when he thought that they would definitely win this battle. "Big brother, I also did not expect this," Takashi Ryushin said bitterly as he held on tightly to Dragon Sheniying. Dragon Sheniying slowly pulled him away from the exit. "Big brother, it seems like the suction force has decreased by half," Takashi Ryushin said as he was pulled back. "When you were sucked in, the suction force on me was completely gone. Now that you are back, I feel it again." Dragon Sheniying said blankly, "That is to say, this hole can only suck in one person?" Takashi Ryushin's expression changed. "One person?" Dragon Sheniying narrowed his eyes. At this time, Takashi Ryushin suddenly exerted force, wanting to push Dragon Sheniying into the hole. Boom! "Bastard, old third, you want to do it again?" Dragon Sheniying pushed away Takashi Ryushin. This time, Dragon Sheniying was clearly on guard. "Big brother, it seems like Guhai's formation can only allow one person to go out." "Sorry," Takashi Ryushin said coldly as he prepared to attack again. Boom! Suddenly, a foot appeared and kicked Takashi Ryushin into the other side of the hole. At this time, Guhai also entered the hole and saw Takashi Ryushin's shamelessness and kicked him into the hole. "Takashi Ryushin? Really two-faced, ah," Guhai said coldly. "Guhai?" Dragon, Shenying looked at Guhai with a gloomy face. Don't worry, he won't die. He went to see the Long Zhangwa, Guhai said coldly. What? Dragon, Shenying asked blankly. Suddenly, a light barrier appeared at the entrance, seemingly isolating the Six Paths Immortal Dome. The suction force on Dragon, Shenying's body, suddenly disappeared. Rumble! Inside the black hole, the pressure seemed to want to crush Guhai into pieces, but Guhai's body was strong enough to withstand it. This place is really not a place for people to stay. Wearing down my 3 spiritual souls, Guhai's face sank. Guhai wanted to go out. However, he endured the grinding sensation of being in the black hole and looked at the entrance. Long Zhangwa, can you hear me? Hurry up if something happens outside. I can't go back, even if I want to. Guhai roared at the hole. What are you shouting for? Dragon, Shenying looked at Guhai blankly. At this time, the sound of leather shoes hitting the ground came from the other side of the hole, and a pair of shiny leather shoes could be vaguely seen. Then, a man in a black trench coat and a bow tie appeared at the other end of the cave, giving off a businesslike aura. It was the appearance of the Dragon Warring States. Guhai, you sent Shenwu here? Long Zhangwa asked with a frown. Dragon Shenying's mouth fell open. Impossible! Impossible! Dragon Shenying roared with wide eyes. Zombie? Shenying, I told you before, you can cultivate Jiang Chen's body, but don't become a zombie descendant. This corpse energy is not from your own cultivation. Do you want to become Jiang Chen's puppet? Long Zhangwa said coldly. Dragon Shenying trembled. Chapter 9:12. Earth, Celestial Realm. Outside a tall building, a large number of people were rushing in and out. Most of them were holding various blueprints in their hands. At the same time, they were discussing. The chairman's orders are of the utmost importance. The design of the machine chamber's circulatory system in space without oxygen must be given to me by this month. The design of the positron city-breaking cannon is complete, ready for testing. The GN particle involves the upgrade of the ion cannon. It must be solved as soon as possible. The Qian Group's monthly salary is not for you to take a vacation. Work overtime tonight. The chairman said that Robot 101 will be given a ginseng fruit as a reward after the last 10 difficulties are solved. Fellow Zhang, you must work hard. One by one, the researchers rushed in and out with a sense of urgency. In countless buildings, countless researchers were breaking down research problems one after another. At the front of these buildings was a reception hall. Outside the hall, the words De Qian Group were written. At the same time, the words Heavenly Court Building were written. At the front desk of Heavenly Court Tower were 2 extremely beautiful women. Their every frown and smile was enough to captivate countless men. Almost all of the researchers who were at the front desk could not help but take a look at them. Even the white-haired, old men felt much better just by looking at the 2 women. However, everyone knew that no matter who it was, they could not mess around in De Qian Group. Previously, a man called Marshal Tian Peng tried to flirt with the 2 receptionists. In the end, his legs were broken and he was thrown out. In the end, many immortals came to help him apologize and compensate him with a large number of artifacts. Only then did the matter pass. The 2 receptionists smiled as they served their customers for a while. Then they were slightly free. Our company's chairman is really amazing. This De Qian Group has only been around for a short time, and they're already developing cosmic technology, said one of the receptionists. Yeah, in the past, this was all black technology on Earth. The chairman poached many people. He's rich, capable, powerful, and has a wide network. Other than not being handsome enough, the chairman is almost perfect. What's the use of being handsome? When I look at those celebrities now, I feel like vomiting. Compared to the chairman, they're just a bunch of idiots. Look at the chairman. That's what a real man looks like. Every time I walk past him, I feel like all the men in the world added up can't even compare to one of his fingers. Yeah, it would be great if she could marry the chairman. The two women swallowed their saliva with longing in their eyes. Stop dreaming and do your job properly. Do you think you can dream of becoming the chairman? At this moment, an even more beautiful woman came over. Ah, Secretary Wang. The two women immediately panicked. It was the chairman's secretary. He looked at the two women and found it funny. How could he not want to have sex with the two women? In fact, Secretary Wang even hoped that the chairman would take a fancy to the two women. If he did, it would at least mean that the chairman was interested in women, and he would have a chance. Unfortunately, the chairman was always busy with his career and had never thought about relationships. This made Secretary Wang both depressed and in awe. Has anyone or immortals come to cause trouble recently? Secretary Wang asked. How is that possible? Last time, the canopy marshal was beaten up like that. Who else would dare? A receptionist said with a smile. Just as the three women were chatting, an angry roar suddenly came from outside the Heavenly Court building. No, a black hole suddenly appeared outside the Heavenly Court building. A monster that looked neither human nor ghost flew out and crashed into the Heavenly Court building. Rumble! The Heavenly Court building shook. Who's there? How dare you? How dare you cause trouble in the Day Chien group? Security, security! Immediately, chaos broke out outside the Heavenly Court building. A large number of security guards rushed over. Get lost, get lost. Where is this? I want to go back. The monster outside roared. Ah. However, they saw the security guards being sent flying one by one. Get the head of security, pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li. Get the head of Team 1, Third Prince Neza. Get the head of Team 3, Perfected Lord Erlang. It was chaos outside the Heavenly Court building. The monster arrived and sent the security guards flying one by one. Secretary Wang, this is bad. Third Prince Neza was sent flying too. What should we do? A security guard rushed over. Secretary Wang, what should we do? The two receptionists asked nervously. They had never seen such a powerful monster before. Secretary Wang looked outside. That monster seemed to be very obsessed with the black hole. It kept crashing into it, but could not enter. It was extremely anxious. The security guards could not stop it at all. Many of them were injured. Should we report this to the chairman? One of the receptionists asked worriedly. No need. The chairman is very busy every day. He doesn't have time for this brute. Secretary Wang said anxiously. What should we do then? The receptionists asked anxiously. Yeah, this monster is too powerful. Ah, look, even Erlang was sent flying by it with one punch. What should we do? Another receptionist said anxiously. However, at this time, an elevator stopped on the first floor. Ding! The elevator door opened with a crisp sound. Chairman! 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 The people who were in a hurry were pleasantly surprised. They bowed respectfully. It was Long Zhonghua. He was wearing a suit, a bow tie, and a black windbreaker. He walked out of the elevator slowly, with a few subordinates following behind him. All of them looked serious. Secretary Wang's eyes lit up. He went up to him and said, Chairman, a space-time tunnel appeared outside Heavenly Court building. A monster flew out. It should be a zombie, but its level is too high. The security guards can't stop it at all. Long Zhonghua nodded and walked out slowly. From the moment Long Zhonghua appeared, everyone stopped panicking. That was confidence. They did not know where it came from, but it was as long as Long Zhanghua appeared, all problems would be solved. The lobby quietened down, other than the battle outside. Only the sound of Long Zhanghua's leather shoes could be heard inside. So handsome. One of the receptionist's eyes was glowing. Yeah, the chairman is the most handsome. It'd be great if I could be his lover. Another receptionist was already wet. Secretary Wang followed closely behind Long Zhanghua and slowly walked out of the lobby. Chairman! Everyone who saw Long Zhanghua bowed respectfully. In the distance, pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li used a pagoda to suppress the monster. Go away! The monster punched and sent the pagoda flying. The huge impact sent pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li flying toward Long Zhanghua. Ah! Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li screamed, thinking that the lobby was going to be destroyed. Bam! A group of subordinates in black suits behind Long Zhanghua rushed into the sky and caught Heavenly King Li. Chairman! This monster is ferocious. Heavenly King Li smiled bitterly. He was obviously no match for it. Long Zhanghua nodded and looked at the monster in the sky. Everyone quietened down, waiting for Long Zhanghua to speak. Whoever dares to stop me again, I will kill all of you. Kill! The monster roared, and a huge aura came out of its body. The surrounding people's expressions changed. Long Zhanghua asked indifferently, Who do you want to kill? The monster was Takashi Ryushin, who was kicked out of the 2 Immortal Vault passages by Guhai. He originally wanted to push Dragon Godding over, but he did not expect to be ambushed. Although he did not know where this place was, he instinctively wanted to go back. A group of weak people wanted to stop him. Takashi Ryushin showed anger on his face. He would kill whoever dared to stop him. Indeed, there was still one fearless person who dared to ask, Who do you want to kill? Takashi Ryushin was holding back his anger. He turned his head with a strong murderous aura. Boom! The murderous aura rushed toward Long Zhanghua. Protect the chairman! The subordinates immediately shouted. Long Zhanghua waved his hand and looked at Takashi Ryushin nervously. Takashi Ryushin looked at the person who provoked him. He instinctively felt that the voice was familiar. Why did it sound so familiar? He instinctively felt fear. He took a closer look. Buzz! Takashi Ryushin trembled. The murderous aura disappeared in an instant. He widened his eyes and looked at Long Zhanghua, who was not far away, in horror. No, that's impossible. Long Shenwu's face was filled with fear. Secretary Wang and the others looked at the monster in shock. The chairman is so powerful. Even the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li could not stop the monster. He almost peed when he saw the chairman. A receptionist said in surprise, The chairman is so powerful. I must give birth to a son for him. Another receptionist said excitedly. Long Zhanghua took a step forward. Shenwu, did Guhai send you here? Long Zhanghua said in a low voice, Look at what you have done when I was not here. Zombie descendant, you are neither human nor ghost. In the end, you are just Jiang Chen's puppet. You have become so hot-tempered. Long Zhanghua said in a low voice, No, impossible, you are not. Takashi Ryushin stared blankly. He wanted to deny it, but this was his father's aura. There was no doubt about it. It was his father. Why did you fly so high? Look at what you have done. You have made a mess. Long Zhanghua frowned and said coldly, Long Shenwu's heart was pounding as he slowly descended and transformed back into his human form. Everyone stared at him with wide eyes. He listened to the chairman with just a few words. Long Zhanghua walked forward step by step. Chairman, be careful. A group of men in black rushed forward. All right, it's fine. Long Zhanghua said calmly. The men in black were still worried. They continued to guard Long Zhonghua. However, Long Zhonghua did not take them seriously. He walked slowly to Takashi Ryushin. Takashi Ryushin's eyes were filled with uncertainty. There was ecstasy, fear, shock, and fear. Long Zhonghua looked at Takashi Ryushin and frowned slightly. I told Guhai before, but you were still sent here. It seems that you have done something wrong. All right, follow me from now on. Takashi Ryushin saw the concern in Long Zhonghua's eyes. Suddenly, he felt a lump in his throat. That's right. That's right. It's really Long Zhonghua. Dom. Takashi Ryushin suddenly knelt down with red eyes. He knelt down. Everyone's eyes widened. Neza rubbed his wound and looked at Erlang. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? He knelt down. Who is this monster? Father, your son is unfilial. Takashi Ryushin knelt down. Father? Chairman's son? Chairman has a son? Everyone exclaimed, especially the two receptionists and Secretary Wang. Their mouths formed an attractive O shape. Long Zhonghua looked at Takashi Ryushin and did not say anything. Instead, he walked slowly to the passageway. He walked step by step. The passageway seemed to be covered by a transparent membrane, separating the inside from the outside. However, two figures could be seen through the membrane. One was Guhai, and the other was Dragon Godding, who had turned into a zombie. Guhai, you sent Shenwu here? Long Zhonghua frowned. Impossible. Impossible. Dragon Shenning roared with wide eyes. Zombie? Godding, I told you that you can cultivate Jiang Chen's body, but don't become a zombie descendant. You didn't cultivate this corpse energy yourself. Do you want to become Jiang Chen's puppet? Long Zhonghua said coldly. Dragon God Ing trembled. Chapter 9:13. The Qian Group, square in front of Heavenly Court Tower. The surroundings were quiet. Everyone was looking at the dragon warring state in the black hole. No one could see what was inside the black hole, but Long Zhonghua could see Guhai and Dragon shennying clearly. Long Zhonghua, this is a passage opened by your aura. Only you can see us clearly. This passage can't be maintained for long, so we have to go back immediately. Takashi Ryushin has already sent it to you. You can ask Takashi Ryushin about what happened these days. This is Dragon shennying. Ha! My Dahan and Da Ing have already fought. Next, there are some things I want you to know. Guhai said in a low voice. You. Dragon Shenning looked at Long Zhonghua in shock. Father wasn't dead. Not dead. How could that be? Where was this? Shunning, where did the zombie blood on your body come from? Long Zhan asked with a trace of worry. Dragon Shenning looked at Long Zhonghua, and his eyelids twitched. Father had only told him what Long Zhonghua had said before. Could this really be Father? Didn't I tell you not to be obsessed with zombies at any time? The 4 bloodlines of zombies cultivate the spirit, not the blood. You'll always be someone else's chess piece. Long Zhonghua said in disappointment. Only his father had said these words before. Father, Holy Father. Dragon Shennying suddenly knelt down in surprise. Dragon Shennying was the most filial of the Long brothers. When he saw that his father was alive and well, his eyes filled with tears and excitement. Guhai said that your Da-Ing, Emperor, Dynasty, Da-Ing and Dahan fighting each other. So, you were the one who provoked Guhai? Long Zhonghua said coldly. Guhai mentioned to me before that as long as you don't provoke him first, he won't take the initiative to target you. How did you provoke him? Long Zhonghua said coldly. Dragon Shenning suddenly felt bitter. At this moment, he finally understood why Guhai had never sent troops to the Great Ing Empire in the past when he fought with the Great Wu Empire, and even deliberately neglected the Great Ing Empire. It wasn't because he was afraid of him, but because of his promise to his father. I am unfilial, colluding with the holy lands of the spiritual mountain. Dragon God Ying's eyes were red. Long Zhongguo narrowed his eyes. Spiritual mountain, holy land. How many times have I told you that Jiang Rulai harbors evil intentions? You're still conspiring with them? Long Zhongguo looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai looked at Long Zhongguo. What about your Han dynasty? Long Zhongguo asked solemnly. The Han Imperial dynasty. Zhou Wujin is the enemy, Gu Hai said solemnly. Oh, Long Zhongguo raised an eyebrow. Imperial dynasty? Zhou Wujin meant that the surrounding imperial dynasties were all inferior to the Han imperial dynasty. Long Zhongguo knew Gu Hai's character. If he wasn't confident, he wouldn't say such words. Usually, he would even conceal his strength. After a moment of silence, Long Zhongguo said, "Then I will make the decision now. Dragon Shenying will lead the great Ying Empire into the Han imperial dynasty as a subject. What do you think?" "Father," Dragon Shenying's eyes widened in shock. "What? How can you compare to Gu Hai?" Long Zhongguo glared. Shenying, it is not that this emperor does not think highly of you. You are indeed capable. As a general or a commander, you can open up borders and be conferred the title of king. However, you are not suited to be emperor. Long Zhongguo said. "Why?" Dragon Shenying asked anxiously. "For a ruler, strength is just one aspect. The most important thing is knowing how to use people. As your father, I am not sure about the current situation of your two dynasties. Tell me, comparing the officials of your two dynasties, who are Gu Hai's subordinates, and who are yours? I don't need to guess to know that you are far inferior to him in terms of subordinates." Long Zhongguo said. "Me." Dragon Shenying opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Gu Hai's advisors were Gao Xianji, Mo Yike, and Sima Chongkong. His sworn subordinates were Chen Tianshan, Montez, and Gu Qin. His martial subordinates were Kong Xian, Shangguan Hen, Ao Shun, and Mosquito Daoran. Indeed, Dragon Shenying felt that he was not inferior to any of these people. However, what about them? Those were just Gu Hai's subordinates. What about his own subordinates? Compared to Gu Hai and his subordinates, Wang Chong's subordinates were far inferior. He could only compare to Gu Hai's subordinates. Dragon Shenying showed a bitter expression. When Long Zhongguo saw Dragon Shenying lower his head, he said coldly, "If this emperor is right, you are not qualified to enter the Han imperial dynasty, if not for me." "Sage father," Dragon Shenying said, somewhat unconvinced. Indeed, not far away, Gu Hai frowned, not showing any joy. "Gu Hai, what do you think of what I said just now?" Long Zhongguo looked at Gu Hai. Dragon Shenying. Gu Hai hesitated slightly. "I know you understand what I mean. I will let you help Dragon Shenying solve the problem of the zombie descendant. Using Dragon Shenying in exchange for you becoming enemies with Jiang Chen is indeed a losing deal. However, from what you said just now, if I'm not wrong, you are going to compete with the spiritual mountain sacred ground, right?" Long Zhongguo said, with a smile. "Oh." Gu Hai looked at Long Zhongguo with a slightly changed expression. Long Zhongguo's ability was indeed extraordinary. He could guess so much from just a few words. The spiritual mountain sacred ground is not as simple as you think. In addition to the forces in the world of the living, it also has forces in the world of the dead. What is exposed is only the tip of the iceberg. In the past, among the three great sects in the world, except for Yuanshi Tianzuan of the Wanshou Taoism, spiritual mountain is the most powerful. In fact, in my heart, it would be easy for spiritual mountain to swallow the Wanshou Taoism and Solar God Palace. Long Zhongguo said in a low voice. "Easy." Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. "With Shenying here, he can at least help you. Moreover, he has a certain understanding of the spiritual mountain's sacred ground. What you lack most now is time. What you need most is speed, 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 speed. Long Zhonghua looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai looked at Dragon Sheniying and nodded. Forget it. If he is willing, I can make an exception. Han Imperial Dynasty, 8th Army General. Oh, Long Zhonghua's expression changed. Satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Army General. Long Zhonghua had studied the ranks of Han. This position was definitely Gu Hai's most trusted aide. All right. Long Zhonghua nodded. Long Zhonghua turned to Dragon Sheniying. Sheniying, do you remember my words? But, Father, Dragon Sheniying said anxiously, no buts. If you acknowledge me, then agree immediately. Humph. Long Zhonghua snorted coldly. Dragon Sheniying's face was bitter. Give up his imperial dynasty? Become a subject of Han? How could he do that? Oh no, this tunnel can't be maintained. Long Zhonghua, let's end it here. I have to get out now. Gu Hai shouted. Long Zhonghua stared at Dragon Sheniying. Dragon Sheniying gritted his teeth and said nothing. Rumble. The entire tunnel shook. Long Zhonghua looked at Dragon Sheniying and sighed, forget it. Do as you wish. Boom. With a loud bang, the black hole in front of Heavenly Court building disappeared. With the black hole gone, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Takashi Ryushin knelt at the side, not daring to say a word. Chairman, is everything all right? Secretary Wang stepped forward. It's all right, Secretary Wang. Settle this, Long Zhonghua said. Yes, Secretary Wang replied. Long Zhonghua looked at Takashi Ryushin. Follow me. Yes, Takashi Ryushin nodded and got up from the ground respectfully. He followed Long Zhonghua into Heavenly Court building. Under everyone's gaze, they entered the elevator. Ding! The elevator closed, and the two went upstairs. The moment Long Zhonghua left, there was an uproar. Chairman's son is so powerful. You just said that he's a monster. Who said that? I didn't say that. Don't make me up. That's the Crown Prince. Countless people were gossiping. The two receptionists were crying. Why does Chairman have a son? Doesn't that mean he has a wife? Am I going to be the second wife? The two girls were depressed. All right, return to your posts and protect the section chief. Check everyone's injuries and treat them immediately, Secretary Wang ordered. 3 Mountain City. Gu Hai entered the black hole. Outside, the unborn man was guarding. In the city below, the Long Sanqian coughed up blood. He endured his injuries and hid in a corner, staring at the sky. He saw that all the Dharma treasures and spirit stones used to set up the array were depleted. There was a loud sound. Boom. The black hole seemed to be torn apart and then disappeared. Gu Hai and Dragon Sheniying were exposed. Gu Hai grabbed the life trap blade and put it away. Dragon Sheniying? The unborn man was on guard. I'm fine. Gu Hai stopped the unborn man. At this moment, Dragon Sheniying looked at Gu Hai with a complicated gaze. At this moment, the two looked at each other quietly. The Long Sanqian was also shocked. How could this be? Aren't they going to fight to the death? Gu Hai, is that true? Is that true? Dragon Sheniying asked anxiously. There was surprise, fear, depression, and excitement. Dragon Sheniying didn't know how to feel. It's enough that you saw it. Remember, this matter is only between you and me. Don't let a third person know, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Don't worry, I won't say it, Dragon Sheniying said in a deep voice. I know that you can't accept what he said just now. The dignified Great Ing Empire has more territory than the Han. How can you just give it to someone else? Submit to someone else? You can't accept it. If it were me, I wouldn't accept it either. Everyone has their own ambitions. I won't force you, but remember, I can let bygones be bygones for his sake. In the future, if you provoke me again, don't blame me for being ruthless, Guhai said in a deep voice. Dragon Shenning looked at Guhai, and his eyelids twitched. Become a minister of the Dahan? Dragon Shenning was unwilling in his heart. Dragon Shenning also saw Guhai's disdain, but that was his father's order. Dragon Shenning was conflicted. Wait, what's on your shoulder? Guhai's expression suddenly tensed up. My skin was scratched when I caught the long Sanqian. Dragon Shenning's expression changed, and he turned his head to look at Huang Xiaolong. No, it's not a scratch, it's a zither tattoo. You mean it was left by the long Sanqian? Guhai's expression changed. Sure enough, there was a zither tattoo on the scratch. Exchange. A loud shout came from the city. Boom. Suddenly, a blue light rushed into Dragon Shenning's body. Dragon Shenning's expression changed. Evil creature, you're courting death. Dragon Shenning shouted. Suddenly, his body trembled, and a blue light came out of his body. In the next moment, a furious roar came from a corner of Three Mountain City. Long Sanqian, you're courting death. Cough, cough, cough. Guhai's expression changed, and he immediately took out the life-ending saber. Dragon Shenning suddenly smiled, coldly. Guhai, I'll be back. Ha ha ha. Boom. Dragon Shenning took a step and shot into the distance, disappearing into the horizon. Guhai's expression darkened. Exchange souls. He lowered his head and saw the long Sanqian roaring furiously in the distance. At the same time, he was coughing up blood. He was severely injured. Whoosh! Guhai instantly arrived in front of the long Sanqian. Cough, cough, cough. Ha ha ha. Guhai, you must think this is ridiculous. Ha ha ha. The long Sanqian said bitterly. He had thought that he was the emperor of the imperial dynasty, high and mighty. Now he had fallen to rock bottom. Ridiculous, extremely ridiculous. Dragon Shenning, from today onwards, you're the 8th Army Commander of the Dahan Empire. I'll help you get your body back. Guhai said. What? The long Sanqian looked at Guhai in shock. The long Zhonghua has invited me. If you had the ability to refuse, I wouldn't have forced you. But now, you don't have the ability to refuse, so you have no right to speak. This matter is settled, Guhai said firmly. Chapter 9:14. Long Zhonghua invited me. If you had the ability to refuse, I wouldn't force you. But now, you don't have the ability to refuse, so you don't have the right to speak. This matter is settled, Guhai said firmly. Long Sanqian was slightly angry, but in the end, he could only feel bitterness. At this moment, he finally felt the feeling of having a new body. In the past, Takashi Ryushin could ask him for help, but who could trust him? Of course, there were people he could trust, but could they help him get back his body? It was impossible. Could he only continue to regret? He had fallen into the abyss, but Guhai was still willing to let him be the commander of the 8th Army? This was a gift. After all, even if Guhai had the ability to take Dragon Godying's body, he had no obligation to give it to him. He could give Dragon Godying's body to another one of his trusted subordinates. Gift? It was ridiculous, but also rare. Yes, Your Majesty. Long Sanqian said bitterly. Guhai nodded. He took out a batch of pills and gave them to Long Sanqian. At the same time, he waved his hand and kept them in the Immortal Dome. Heal your wounds first. Guhai said. Yes. Long Sanqian took the pills and ate them. Guhai reached out and took the corpse bug out of the Immortal Dome. Squeak, 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 squeak. The corpse bug was still struggling with all its might, as if it was unwilling to give up. Your Majesty, this is the corpse bug. It can cause hallucinations, and at the same time, invade the human body, eat the brain, and control the corpse. How did you subdue it? Unborn Man asked in surprise. Can you use it? Guhai looked at Unborn Man. To master show, this is a good thing that is hard to come by. The Unborn Man nodded. Then I'll give it to you. Guhai reached out and handed it to him. Ah, you're the chief of the Dahan Longevity Temple. It's nothing for me to bestow you a corpse bug, Guhai said with a smile. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty, the Unborn Man said gratefully. Reaching out, the Unborn Man took out a jade box. Inside the jade box, there was a large number of restrictions, and a bone-piercing cold air was emitting from it. Your Majesty, just put it in, the Unborn Man said. Guhai placed the corpse bug inside. TSS, 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 TSS. A series of sizzling noise was heard, followed by a series of painful buzzing noises. Pa! The Unborn Man immediately closed the lid. Keep it carefully. This thing is too dangerous, Guhai said in a low voice. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Once it's in the hands of Master Sho, it won't be able to escape. The Unborn Man nodded. Guhai nodded. Then he looked at the city. Countless souls were faintly discernible, floating in the air. There were also a large number of corpses in the city. Your Majesty, their souls were once tainted by the corpse aura. Although Your Majesty helped them ascend, their souls are different now. That's why we can faintly see them. The Unborn Man explained. My people, I will avenge you. However, as time passes, your souls will be worn down. If you don't mind, enter my immortal dome, and I will help you reincarnate. Of course, if you don't want to, I won't force you. Guhai looked at the countless souls. We will follow Your Majesty's arrangement. All the souls nodded with a bitter expression and thanked Guhai. Come in. Guhai waved his hand, and a huge hole appeared in the void. Rumble! The souls surged into the immortal dome. After the 200 million souls entered, the entire immortal dome of antiquity was suddenly filled with a lifelike energy. Guhai was slightly surprised. Under Guhai's control, most of the 200 million souls were taken by the immortal dome to be reincarnated. Only a small number of them were still hesitating. Guhai reached into the immortal dome. Your Majesty, what should we do with these corpses? The Unborn Man frowned. Their corpses? Soon, the Dahan soldiers will come to collect the corpses. Don't touch them for now. Guhai shook his head and sighed. Yes. The Unborn Man nodded. Let's go. It's time to return to the court. Guhai took a deep breath. Your Majesty, those dragons, bodhisattvas, arhats, and Buddhas are still alive. The Unborn Man suddenly stopped Guhai. Oh. Guhai lowered his head and looked. Indeed, the dragon whose cultivation was sealed by Shengguan Hen earlier had not died yet. It was just that it could not move. However, some of the bodhisattvas, arhats, and Buddhas were severely injured and could not move. Shengguan Hen did not kill them at that time. Humph. Guhai waved his hand, and all the arhats, Buddhas, and bodhisattvas were sucked into the immortal dome. Unborn Man, these North Sea dragons are possessed by the ancient dragon soul. Can you remove it? Guhai looked at the Unborn Man. The Unborn Man reached out to check. It's a little troublesome, but it should be possible. It's just that they have to endure some pain. The Unborn Man said in a low voice, That's good. When we return to the infinite celestial capital, help them remove the dragon soul. Guhai ordered. Yes. The Unborn Man answered. Whoosh. He reached out to collect all the dragons. Guhai stepped forward with the Unborn Man. Then his figure flashed as he quickly shot towards the boundless celestial capital. An hour later, the two arrived at the outskirts of the infinite celestial capital. The Long Santian possessed Dragon Godding. Although he felt that his body was full of energy, he did not dare to fight with Gu Hai. He quickly rushed toward God's city. Tri-Mountain City, this dead end, was actually solved by Gu Hai? That was really dangerous. Fortunately, I'm smart enough. Humph. So what if the Great Emperor dynasty is gone? I still have a stronger Great Emperor dynasty. Gu Hai, just you wait. I'll show you, roar. Dragon Godding roared with a ferocious expression. Boom! Dragon Godding soon arrived at God's city. Great Emperor Dynasty. Martial Sky City. After Takashi Ryushin was kicked into the 30 Immortal Dome by Gu Hai, there was no Takashi Ryushin in the entire 6 Immortal Dome. Martial Sky City's fate could no longer sense Takashi Ryushin. Boom! With a loud sound, the fate of the Great Emperor Dynasty collapsed and scattered. Your Majesty, countless officials in the city knelt down in fear. The Great Emperor Dynasty had more than 100 cities left. The citizens' hearts tightened as if they had lost something. His Majesty died. No, the Great Emperor Dynasty is over. Your Majesty, countless citizens were grieving. Of course, it was only a minority. Most people were just panicking and wondering what to do next. The Great Emperor Dynasty had officially collapsed. The South Sea Dragon King flew quickly with the dying Ao Sheng. The two did not dare to go to the infinite celestial capital. They headed straight for the South Sea. How did this happen? It's all Takashi Ryushin's fault. He's an idiot, an idiot. If it weren't for him, we could have killed Gu Hai even without the corpse mound longevity array. He's an idiot. The South Sea Dragon King cursed along the way. You could have made a move then. Cough, cough. Ao Sheng looked at the South Sea Dragon King. The South Sea Dragon King's face twitched. If he had made a move, he could have won. However, the battle at 3 Mountain City made the South Sea Dragon King realize how evil Gu Hai was. The Long brothers had already fallen. He did not want to fall there too. If you had made a move, you could have killed Gu Hai. Your injuries were not serious. Why didn't you make a move? Ao Sheng complained. Ao Sheng, you should know that I saved your life. The South Sea Dragon King said in a deep voice. Ao Sheng sighed softly and said, Never mind. Let me return. Return where? Martial Sky City. Wait for His Majesty's return. Cough, cough, Ao Sheng said as he coughed blood. The Great Wu Dynasty no longer has a future. If Gu Hai doesn't die, the Great Wu Dynasty will be destroyed. What's the point of returning? Return to the Southern Sea with me. The South Sea Dragon King said. No. Unless the Great Wu Dynasty is destroyed, Takashi Ryushin persisted as he coughed blood. However, halfway through his sentence, his expression suddenly froze. His heart skipped a beat as he sensed that the Great Wu Dynasty's luck had just collapsed. No, that's impossible. How could this be? How could this be? Cough, cough, cough. Ao Sheng said in horror as he coughed blood. What's wrong? His Majesty died. Gu Hai, Gu Hai. Ao Sheng roared with a ferocious expression. Takashi Ryushin is dead. Since he's dead, why are you still persisting? Your North Sea Dragon Palace is almost empty. Return to the Southern Sea with me. I'll protect you. You'll be under me and above all dragons. The South Sea Dragon King said. Ao Sheng looked at the South Sea Dragon King and finally smiled bitterly. All right, I'll go with you. Whoosh. The two instantly turned into streams of light and disappeared into the horizon. Outside the limitless celestial capital, Gu Hai originally thought that Kong Xian and the others would have already settled the war in the limitless celestial capital after they returned. However, at this moment, the limitless celestial capital was still in chaos. Sand and stones were flying and black gas was rolling. The The limitless celestial capital was in chaos. The closest were Mosquito Dauran and Ao Shun, who were fighting Sakra and Brahma. It was 2 against 2, and they had a slight advantage. In the distance, black gas was rolling. Kong Xian was fighting Vishnu, and he also had a slight advantage. On the other side, Shangguan Hen was shining brightly. He was fighting Shiva, and he was also suppressing him. Where's Qi? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Wang. He saw that above the starry sky, a green light suddenly shone in all directions. Gu Hai suddenly raised his head and looked at the starry sky. In an instant, 2 huge sword auras crossed each other. In an instant, a large number of stars were shattered by the sword auras. Qi turned into a white shadow and was in a deadlock with a black shadow sword cultivator. That sword cultivator was extremely powerful, and even Qi couldn't suppress him. Seeing that black shadow, Gu Hai's pupils suddenly shrank. The black shadow's appearance couldn't be seen clearly, but Gu Hai recognized the sword in his hand. Sacred sword. How can that be? Gu Hai exclaimed in shock. 800,000 years ago, Rokudo Shinkuan, who had seen the water god body, used this sacred sword. Gu Hai had a deep impression of the sacred sword's appearance, exclaiming that it was unrivaled. Even the Tongtian sect master was not a match for it. How could the spiritual mountain's holy land use someone with such a sword? Gu Hai's heart sank. However, he was no longer in the mood to look at the sky. Instead, he looked in the direction of the infinite celestial capital. Not far away, the past Buddha made his move. The world-illuminating azure lamp released a dazzling green light. The green fire burned the sky with vast might, even stronger than Brahma and the others. However, a monk wearing a kasaya blocked in front. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The world-illuminating azure lamp immediately made that monk vomit a mouthful of blood. Bodhisattva Lian Sheng, are you still indulging in wishful thinking and that unrealistic dream? Wake up! The past Buddha said coldly. Bodhisattva Lian Sheng? Why is he here? Gu Hai revealed some shock. Wasn't Bodhisattva Lian Sheng who took away my second son, Guhan, in the West? Was this a coincidence? Or did something happen to Guhan? Ha! You stole my world-illuminating azure lamp. Past Buddha, you won't be able to jump around for long. Bodhisattva Lian Sheng said as he wiped the blood off his lips. Won't be able to jump around for long? Humph! Gu Hai should have died in 3 Mountain City by now. What are you counting on? The past Buddha said coldly. Bodhisattva Lian Sheng ignored the past Buddha. He extended his hand and took out his kasaya. The kasaya immediately gave off a bright golden light, blocking the world-illuminating azure lamp. Future Buddha, hurry up, the past Buddha shouted. Hurry up, the future Buddha shouted. Gu Hai's face suddenly sank. The future Buddha's voice came from within the infinite celestial capital, which was shrouded in fog. Something happened. Gu Hai's face sank. Gu Hai increased his speed, instantly charging into the fog-shrouded infinite celestial capital. Chapter 9:15. Boundless celestial capital was shrouded in fog. Gu Hai's eyes burned with anger the moment he entered. Swastika runes filled the fog. The runes were chanted along with a sutra, and the sound spread throughout the entire boundless celestial capital. Countless citizens covered their ears in pain. Some citizens suddenly put their palms together as if they were already devoted to Buddha. The eyes of those who were devoted to Buddha turned hollow. Sutra of the future, forcefully purifying the citizens of the boundless celestial capital. The unborn man was shocked and angry. Not long ago, Gu Hai purified the corpse demons in Tri-Mountain City. That was done out of goodwill, to wake them up. But now, the future Buddha was purifying them maliciously. He wanted to brainwash and assimilate everyone. Kill, kill, kill. In the plaza of the soaring palace hall, the army of 100,000 demons roared continuously. They used their powerful killing cries to clash with the Sutra of the Future's Sutra. A group of bodhisattvas, arhats, and Buddhas followed behind the future Buddha. They were chanting sutras with all their might to purify the Dahan officials at the entrance of the soaring palace hall. A transparent ball of light enveloped the palace. Even when the future Buddha's giant palm struck the transparent ball of light, it only caused the plaza of the soaring palace hall to tremble. The officials were unaffected. Chaos Essence Pearl? Humph, you may be able to block my palm, but you can't block my sutra. Let's see how long you can last. The future Buddha said coldly. As he spoke, his chanting grew louder. Although the laws of the Book Tao had been taken away by the heavens, the Book Tao sutras that existed in the world could still be used. For a moment, the entire city was filled with Buddhist sutras. Large amounts of black smoke came out of Chongming's body as if he was being forcibly purified by the sutra. He was in great pain. Chongming wrapped the Chaos Essence Pearl around the palace, but he sacrificed the opportunity to protect himself. The sutra seemed to have a great restraining effect on the blood tribe. Chongming was in great pain. Not only Chongming, but countless Dahan officials were covering their ears. They didn't want the sutra to enter their heads and purify them. Divine Scepter of Wisdom, Green Light Magic Barrier. Mo Yike shouted. Suddenly, the Divine Scepter of Wisdom that Qin Zibai activated released countless green lights that rushed toward the ministers of the Dahan, stimulating the ministers of the Dahan dynasty so that they would not be brainwashed and controlled. But even so, they still could not block the Buddhist voice. Divine Scepter of Intelligence. This is the treasure of Spirited Mountain. It's time to take it back. The future Buddha said coldly, Future Buddha, you barged into my infinite celestial capital today and killed the subjects of the Dahan. Have you thought about the consequences? Mo Yike said with a sinister expression. And, humph, are you counting on Guhai? Now, he can't even protect himself, and his death is certain. Think about yourselves. Give up resistance, and let me search the limitless celestial capital, and I can spare your lives. The future Buddha said coldly. Immediately, some of the officials looked at Mo Yike with pleading eyes. Obviously, they couldn't bear the ferment, and their hearts were wavering. Give up resistance. Do you think we are all stupid? We can resist now, and you can't kill us. If we give up resistance, then we will be at your mercy. Mo Yike said coldly. The expressions of those officials who were still hesitating immediately changed, and they turned their heads away. You don't believe me? I said, I'll spare your lives. So, I'll spare your lives. The future Buddha shouted. I don't believe you. Mo Yike said coldly. Bastard. The future Buddha was incomparably angry. Trusting the enemy is being cruel to yourself. Do you think I'm that stupid? You're only negotiating with us because you can't do anything to us. If you can hurt us, why are you wasting time with us? Humph, future Buddha, Kong Xian, and the others have already returned, which means that His Majesty will be back soon. When His Majesty returns, none of you can think of leaving. Mo Yike roared. Mo Yike's roar startled all of the officials. That's right, His Majesty will be back soon. What's there to worry about? When His Majesty returns, He will definitely return today's disaster 100-fold. The Chaos Essence Pearl protected the surroundings of the Imperial Palace and prevented this Buddha from searching. Do you think this Buddha can't do anything? I can't hurt you? Don't you still have hundreds of millions of civilians? The future Buddha threatened again. You dare. Mo Yike's expression suddenly changed. Why wouldn't I dare? Humph, it's just 300 million civilians. They don't have the Chaos Essence Pearl to protect them. If I want to crush them, it'll be as easy as crushing an ant. You believe me? The future Buddha sneered. What? To think that I used to yearn for the holy land of Spiritual Mountain, you murderous demon. The future Buddha is a demon. Countless Dahan citizens shivered and glared at the future Buddha with resentment. When the future Buddha saw that Mo Yike was enraged, he thought that his idea was correct. He continued to sneer, "Give up resistance immediately. Otherwise, I will kill the people of the infinite celestial capital in the next moment. I will count to 3. Mo Yike's expression changed. My lord, what should we do? Your Highness, say something. King of Tianshan, what should we do? Guqin and Chen Tianshan's expressions were extremely ugly as they hesitated. Mo Yike's expression was also extremely ugly. 1. The future Buddha said coldly. As he spoke, he extended his right hand as if he was about to attack. My lord, countless citizens in the city said anxiously. This was because they could already feel the threat of death looming over them. 2. The future Buddha continued coldly. The future Buddha's palm strike was completed. All the citizens in the city felt as if a heavenly blade was hanging over their heads. They were inexplicably terrified. My lord, save me. Don't kill me. Countless citizens were terrified. Mo Yike, Guqin, and the others all looked anxious. 3. The future Buddha's expression turned cold as he prepared to attack. Wait! Mo Yike roared. The future Buddha's hand paused. Chongming, remove the Chaos Essence Pearl's protection. Mo Yike shouted. My lord, you can't. Montez immediately said, anxiously. Once the protection was removed, they would be captured. At this moment, Mo Yike had no choice but to do so. He did not want to see the Dahan citizens die tragically. However, this was not the main reason. After all, Mo Yike commanded the army. News of how many soldiers died on the battlefield every day kept coming. How could Mo Yike be merciful? At this moment, if he did not save the Dahan citizens, he would be breaking his promise to the world. If he watched the citizens of limitless celestial capital die today and did nothing, the citizens of the Dahan imperial dynasty would become disillusioned in the future. On the other hand, if he gave up resisting for the sake of the Dahan citizens, he might die. However, after today, the citizens of the world would strongly acknowledge the Dahan imperial dynasty. The future Buddha did not think so deeply, but Mo Yike did. At this moment, the future Buddha threatened the Dahan officials with the lives of the citizens of Dahan. Although it seemed that Mo Yike and the other Dahan officials were extremely foolish, it was precisely because of this foolishness that the hearts of the people were as firm as steel. At the same time, it was also a huge disaster for the Spiritual Mountain sacred ground. My lord, you can't, some officials also shouted. Remove the Chaos Essence Pearl. Mo Yike roared. Your Highness. Countless officials looked at Guqin. Guqin looked at Mo Yike. Although he also knew that it was dangerous, Guqin trusted Mo Yike. Remove the Chaos Essence Pearl. Guqin also shouted, King of Tianshan. Many officials looked at Chen Tianshan. Remove the Chaos Essence Pearl. Chen Tianshan gritted his teeth. Boom. Chongming immediately removed the barrier of the Chaos Essence Pearl. Instantly, all the officials were exposed in front of the future Buddha. Mo Yike, I thought that you were cruel and merciless because you were in charge of the 3 armies. Who would have thought that you are also soft-hearted? Ha 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 ha. The future Buddha laughed proudly. At this moment, the citizens of the infinite celestial capital suddenly trembled. The pressure on their bodies suddenly disappeared. Countless people suddenly bowed toward the palace in the distance. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, your highness. Countless people were deeply moved. They bowed again and again. Not only His Majesty, but even the Crown Prince and the officials put these worthless lives in front of them. What reason did they have to not support such a country? I won't kill the people. Now it's your turn. Give me the Wisdom Communication Divine Staff and the Chaos Essence Pearl. Otherwise, the future Buddha said with a sinister expression. Or else what? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. Otherwise, I won't let any of you live. The future Buddha said coldly. However, just as he finished speaking, the future Buddha suddenly shivered. No, this voice. Why does this voice sound so familiar? Your Majesty. Welcome back, Your Majesty. Your Majesty is back. That's great. All the people in the city immediately cheered wildly. The people of the infinite celestial capital had a deep impression of Gu Hai's voice. That's right, it was His Majesty's voice. All the officials were also delighted. Welcome back, Your Majesty. Mo Yike, Guqin, Montez, and Chongming all let out a long sigh. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky above the soaring palace hall, shielding all the officials behind him. Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared in midair, the officials immediately felt relieved. That imposing figure seemed to be able to block all dangers in the world. Gu Hai? Impossible. Why are you back? The future Buddha's expression suddenly changed. The expressions of the Bodhisattvas, Buddhas, and Arhats behind him also changed drastically. You haven't answered me. Otherwise, what will you do? Gu Hai's gaze was cold and murderous. Run! The future Buddha cried out without hesitation. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? Gu Hai's gaze turned cold. He extended his life extinguisher saber and slashed at the future Buddha. Bam! The life extinguisher saber appeared, and purple light instantly filled the sky. A huge purple saber gleam suddenly appeared in front of the future Buddha. The Sutra of Future. The future Buddha's expression changed, and he extended his hand to tear the Sutra of Future. Slash! Gu Hai glared, and the energy saber in his hand moved even faster. Rip! The Sutra of Future tore open, and a huge amount of golden energy was about to enter the future Buddha's body. However, at this moment, the life extinguisher saber arrived. Hung! With a loud sound, the energy from the Sutra of Future was cut in half by the life extinguisher saber and exploded. The energy saber weakened slightly, but it still charged toward the future Buddha. Impossible! The future Buddha's expression changed, and he extended his hand to block. Boom! A cut appeared between the future Buddha's eyebrows, and blood spurted everywhere. The skin on his arms was lacerated. The future Buddha's expression changed drastically. Has Gu Hai become stronger again? How did this happen? Run! Run! The future Buddha cried out. The Bodhisattvas, Arhats, and Buddhas immediately turned tail and fled. Is the boundless celestial capital a place where you can come and go as you please? Treasure, please turn around. A immortal slaying gourd suddenly appeared in Gu Hai's hand. He tapped the gourd. Suddenly, a beam of golden light shot out of the immortal slaying gourd. Chapter 9:16. Is the boundless celestial capital a place where you can come and go as you please? Treasure, please turn around. The immortal slaying gourd suddenly appeared in Gu Hai's hand. He tapped the gourd. Suddenly, a beam of golden light shot out of the immortal slaying gourd's mouth. Run! The expressions of the Arhats changed drastically. Gu Hai, how dare you? The future Buddha suddenly exclaimed. The future Buddha intercepted the immortal slaying flying saber to save the Bodhisattvas. However, at that moment, Gu Hai's life-extinguishing saber slashed at him again. 7 cycles. Boom! A massive saber energy shot toward the future Buddha. The The future Buddha's expression changed drastically. He hastily took off his kasaya and flung it at Gu Hai. The kasaya transformed into a golden mountain that descended from the sky and suppressed the future Buddha. Boom! The cycle saber technique was too ferocious. With a loud bang, the golden mountain was split in half and instantly exploded in all directions. Although the saber energy was weakened, it still reached the future Buddha. Boom! The future Buddha was sent flying with blood splattering everywhere. The future Buddha did not manage to save the bodhisattvas in time. The immortal slaying flying saber did not turn back until it saw the heads. In an instant, all the arhats, bodhisattvas, and Buddha's heads were sent flying. They did not even have time to scream. The immortal slaying flying saber could unleash greater power as Gu Hai's cultivation base increased. Currently, when Gu Hai used it, it was no weaker than when Luya used it in the past. Even those who had just entered the heavenly palace were beheaded in an instant by the immortal slaying flying saber. Screech! The immortal slaying flying saber beheaded countless heads, which immediately flew back to the immortal slaying gourd. His Majesty is invincible. The crowd immediately shouted with resentment. In the past, they might have felt pity for these monks. However, just now, the future Buddha wanted to kill all the people. Kill them? Who would pity them now? The people in the city wished they could kill them with their own hands. The people cheered. The future Buddha's expression changed drastically. As he ran, he shouted, "Gu Hai is back! Save me! Save me!" The future Buddha rushed into the fog of the infinite celestial capital with heavy injuries. However, just as he rushed into the fog, 3 powerful skeletons suddenly appeared in front of him and attacked the future Buddha at almost the same time. What? The future Buddha's expression changed. Boom! The 3 palms merged into one and instantly sent the heavily injured future Buddha flying back to the soaring palace plaza. It was the experts of the underworld summoned by the unborn man. They instantly made their move. Please, treasure, bind. Gu Hai switched to the vine world gourd in his hand. Boom! Countless vines shot into the sky from the mouth of the gourd. In an instant, they bound the future Buddha, who had been sent flying backward while vomiting blood. No! The future Buddha cried out in alarm. In an instant, the future Buddha was pulled in front of Gu Hai. The future Buddha was restrained. His Majesty is invincible. The officials shouted excitedly. Just a moment ago, they had been pushed to the brink of death by the future Buddha. Now that His Majesty had returned, he had killed all of them in the blink of an eye and captured the culprit. Gu Hai, you want to make an enemy out of the holy lands of the spiritual mountain? The Buddha will not let you go. The future Buddha roared with a ferocious expression. Gu Hai smiled coldly. Why didn't you think of that before you attacked? You don't think that. The future Buddha roared gloomily. Either open your eyes or shut your mouth. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. The future Buddha paused. Open my eyes. The closed eyes whirled cleansing Zen. Open them. This was a secret technique to perish together with the enemy. If he opened them, he would be finished. Gu Hai ignored the future Buddha and looked at Changming. At this moment, Changming's body was full of wounds. Although the Chaos Essence Pearl had entered his body, he had used it to protect the palace. His body was purified by the Buddha's voice, as if it was burning. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A large number of bats rushed out and rushed to the bodhisattvas, Buddhas, and arhats who had been beheaded by the immortal slaying flying knife. They immediately sucked blood, and in the blink of an eye, those corpses turned into a pile of dried corpses. The bats returned to Changming's body, and Changming's body immediately felt better. Their blood can heal you? Gu Hai asked. Yes, Your Majesty. Although the Buddha's light is the bane of the blood race, the Buddha's blood is the blood race's tonic. Changming nodded. I'll give him to you. Just keep him alive. Guhai tossed the Vine World gourd to Changming. He gave the future Buddha to Changming. Guhai, what are you doing? The future Buddha's expression suddenly changed. Thank you, Your Majesty. Changming immediately caught it. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Immediately, a large number of bats appeared and surrounded the future Buddha, sucking his blood by force. No, don't. Guhai, you'll die a horrible death. The future Buddha roared in despair. However, there were too many vines and bats around, so no one could see what was going on inside. Of course, even if they saw, no one would stop them. At this moment, everyone wished that they could kill the future Buddha immediately. After the unborn man sent the 3 skeletons back to the netherworld, he flew to the soaring palace hall's plaza. Boom! Just at this moment, a loud sound rang out like a strong wind blowing through the entire endless celestial capital. The fog around the endless celestial capital shook, and a figure shot out of the soaring palace hall like a cannonball. The unborn man waved his hand, and a black energy immediately surged into the sky. Rumble! The figure immediately slowed down and slowly stopped in front of Guhai. Blarg! That figure landed on the ground and vomited a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as paper. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng, are you all right? Guhai looked at the person the unborn man saved. I won't die. Ha ha. Cough. Cough. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng coughed out blood and showed a bitter, sorrowful, and indignant smile. Whoosh! Guhai placed the life entrapment saber into the void formation origin. Then he controlled the endless celestial capital's ritual array and waved his hand. Boom! The fog instantly scattered. Loud sounds rang out in the outside world. Boom! 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 The surrounding battles suddenly stopped. Aside from the black figure fighting the hoe in the starry heavens, everyone else stopped. The expressions of Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, and Indra all changed as they quickly flew towards the past Buddha. The past Buddha held an azure lamp as he looked coldly at the soaring palace hall plaza. Guhai, what did you do to the future Buddha? The past Buddha demanded angrily. Everyone had heard the future Buddha's shout as he fled earlier. Unfortunately, each of them had a difficult opponent. The battles of Kongxian, Shangguanhen, Ao Shun, and Mosquito Darren also came to an end. Everyone understood that it was impossible to end the battles quickly. Everyone quickly flew towards Guhai. Roar! A ray of golden light shot up into the sky from Guhai's body. It was a golden dragon of luck that had already turned illusory. As soon as the golden dragon of luck entered the sea of luck, a torrent of luck surged in and filled up the missing parts of the golden dragon of luck. After a short while, the golden dragon of luck expanded again and turned into a gigantic dragon. It looked at the enemies outside the infinite celestial capital with a ferocious expression. Release the future Buddha. Indra glared and said coldly. Guhai looked at Indra with a cold smile and ignored him. Instead, he looked at the past Buddha again. You actually came back alive. The past Buddha's face darkened. Although he was worried about the future Buddha, he didn't reveal too much. Instead, he looked coldly at Guhai, with disbelief in his eyes. Takeshi Ryushin, Dragon God Ing, Ao Sheng, South Sea Dragon King, Chun Shin Shou, Baiming Shou, and the corpse worm given by the Buddha couldn't do anything to Guhai, and he came back alive. Guhai was too lucky. The sacred ground of the spiritual mountain killed 200 million of my people, and even wanted to exterminate 300 million of my people. They treated the people of the Dahan like dirt. I will remember this. I will return the grudge of your spiritual mountain 100 times, 1,000 times over. Guhai said coldly. Humph, Guhai, Don't forget that Tanget's soul is in my hands. Release the future Buddha now. Otherwise, I will consign Tanget's soul to eternal damnation. The past Buddha said coldly. Guhai narrowed his eyes. The crowd of officials and commoners were at a loss. Tanggu Town? Who is Tangut? Guchin's expression changed. Father. Tangut. Oh, right. His name is Gu Tang, right? But your son hid outside for you. Now, only his soul is left. Don't tell me you don't want him anymore? The past Buddha said coldly. What? His Majesty's son? The spiritual mountain is so despicable. How dare they threaten him with His Majesty's son? Gu Tang? Is he really His Majesty's son? Countless people started to talk about it. Guhai clenched his fists in his sleeves. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Gu Tang? Not many people in this world knew his identity. The White Emperor knew, but Guhai guessed that the White Emperor couldn't have explained so much to the spiritual mountain after what happened last time. There was only one possibility. The spiritual mountain had already tortured him to extort a confession. Gu Tang was a stubborn brat. He was excessively tight-lipped. Trying to dig out information from his mouth was practically impossible. However, the past Buddha knew, who knew how much inhumane torture Gu Tang had suffered. Ha 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 ha! Guhai suddenly laughed coldly. Release the future Buddha now. The past Buddha shouted again. Chongming, gouge out the future Buddha's eyes. Guhai shouted coldly. Yes, Chongming answered. How dare you? The past Buddha glared. Surround them. None of you can leave here today. Guhai shouted coldly. Yes, Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, Ao Shun, and Shangwan Hen shouted. Rumble. In an instant, everyone was surrounded. The past Buddha's expression changed. Guhai wasn't threatened by him. Guhai, if you dare to be presumptuous again, Gu Tang's soul will be destroyed, and he will be consigned to eternal damnation. Do you believe me? The past Buddha glared and roared. Guhai ignored him. He reached out his hand and activated the life entrapment saber. Rumble! The life entrapment saber activated the array. Boundless sword chi surged out, enveloping the entire limitless celestial capital. Everyone understood that Guhai was truly enraged this time. None of the outstanding talents who came here should think of leaving. All of them had to stay. Ah! Not far away, the future Buddha screamed. Chongming immediately gouged out 2 of his eyeballs. Eyes closing world-cleansing Zen. If you don't dare to open it, then don't ever open it. Chongming said viciously amid the countless bats. How dare you? The past Buddha glared, showing some panic on his face. Bodhisattva Liansheng, who had just been saved, was also stunned. Was Guhai really going to keep all of them here? Of course, there were spies from various factions around the limitless celestial capital. When they saw Guhai's ferocious expression, they all trembled. The spiritual mountain's holy land. It seemed like all the experts, except the present Buddha, were here. Guhai wanted to keep all of them here. Is this for real? Chapter 9:17. How dare you? The past Buddha's eyes widened in panic. However, Guhai used the life entrapment saber to form the fairy-slaying sword formation and controlled the boundless sword aura to surround everyone's escape route. Rumble! There were swords everywhere, and it was unusually fierce. The past Buddha's expression changed drastically. Although Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva had defeated the fairy-slaying sword formation in the past, there was Kong Xian, Shangwan Hen, and Mosquito Daoran. With the 3 of them working together, they were able to hold him back. For a moment, the situation was tense. Guhai looked fierce and was about to attack. The murderous aura on him made even the spies of the other forces in the city feel a chill in their hearts. The unborn man, Ao Shun, and Chongming all looked fierce. There were many invaders from the spirited mountain, and there were many experts in Dahan. No one was afraid of each other. Amateus Buddha. Suddenly, a loud Buddha name was heard from the void. As soon as the Buddha name was heard, the sword aura of the fairy-slaying sword formation exploded instantly. Hung! The sword aura exploded, revealing a 10,000 feet tall golden illusory figure in the south. It was the present Buddha, Gautama Buddha. The past Buddha and the others were stunned, as if they were surprised. Present Buddha? Jiang Rulai? Gautama Buddha? There was an anxious shout in the city. However, the present Buddha wasn't a physical body, but an illusory figure. Even though it was an illusory figure, its aura suppressed the boundless heaven and made it tremble. Guhai, Gautama Buddha is here. Your death date is here. Sakura suddenly said coldly. Guhai looked at Sakura with murderous aura, which made Sakura feel a chill in his heart. He didn't dare to say anything. Great Emperor of Dahan, Guhai, the illusory figure of the present Buddha, put his palms together. Oh, present Buddha? Why don't you come with your real body? Guhai said coldly. Today, I'm here to resolve a grudge. There's no need for my original body to come. The Dharma form of the present Buddha said calmly, resolve grudges? You don't want me to release them, do you? Guhai said coldly. The past Buddha's face darkened. Guhai, the Buddha is here personally. How dare you be so presumptuous, impudent? So what if you're a Buddha? This is the Dahan imperial dynasty. This is my limitless celestial capital. Do you think you can run away? Guhai's eyes turned cold. He waved his hand. Boom. The life entrapment saber was activated, and a black hole suddenly appeared in the void. Looking at the black hole, the present Buddha raised his eyebrows. This black hole is very familiar. Did another Tongtian sect master walk out from it in the past? Could it be that Guhai could simulate another one? With the current passageway, it was indeed possible to send people over from the 30 immortal heavens. Sending Takashi, Ryushin, over could be considered as making up for a share. This way, they could invite another expert from Earth's immortal world. Now that the Dharma form of the Buddha was here, Guhai did not dare to be careless. He was someone that even Long Zhangwa had to be careful of. Even the Dharma form had to be careful. Guhai, I said that I'm here to resolve grudges. Do you want this soul? The present Buddha waved his hand, and a soul appeared in his palm. The soul was in a daze. Then it quivered, and its eyes suddenly lit up. Father, I've troubled you. The soul suddenly knelt down with a sorrowful expression. Gutang? It's Gutang? Guqin exclaimed. Guhai's heart trembled, but he did not speak. How about this soul in exchange for the body of the future Buddha? The present Buddha smiled. Oh, how do I know that it's the real Gutang? Guhai asked in a low voice. Guhai did not say much, but in his heart he was extremely worried about his son. He just did not want to show it. I believe in your character. I'll let you examine it first. The present Buddha said lightly. As he spoke, he threw Gutang's soul. Whoosh! The unborn man reached out and grabbed Gutang's soul. Father! Gutang's soul came close and knelt down. The soul was burned by the Buddhist fire, but fortunately it can be repaired. The 3 souls are still there. The unborn man said immediately, Gutang, it's you? Guqin immediately went forward to examine. Big brother, it's great that you can come back safely. Gutang said with a bitter smile, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have become like this. Guqin said guiltily. Guhai looked at Gutang's soul and reached out to touch it as if he was examining it. After a while, his expression was complicated. Guhai, how is it? The present Buddha asked again. Guhai ignored him and looked up at the starry sky. Above the starry sky, Ho and the Black Shadow Sword Cultivator were still fighting fiercely. Countless stars were shattered. Let the future Buddha go, Guhai shouted. Yes. Changming waved his hand. The future Buddha was immediately thrown out. The past Buddha waved his hand and summoned the future Buddha to him. However, he saw that the future Buddha had already become a withered and shriveled body. He was on his last breath. Many, many thanks, Buddha. The future Buddha said with difficulty, Buddha, we have failed in our duty. Please take charge of the situation. The past Buddha immediately bowed to the present Buddha. The present Buddha looked at Guhai and finally shook his head. That's all for today. Let's go. Go. The present Buddha said solemnly. Yes, everyone answered. In midair, Kong Xian and the others looked at Guhai and waited for Guhai's order. Guhai narrowed his eyes. Let them go. Yes, everyone answered. Boom. The group of people from Spirited Mountain instantly shot into the distance and disappeared into the sky. Boom. High in the sky, a loud sound was heard. The Black Shadow Sword Cultivator seemed to have received a signal. After a huge collision, he immediately turned around and shot into the distance, leaving quickly with the present Buddha and the others. Guhai waved his sleeves, and the two immortal vault passages immediately closed up. We stopped in the sky and was silent for a moment before flying down. Boom! In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the square of the Soaring Palace Hall. Guhai, I'm very sorry. I'm entangled, Hui said with a frown. No, you've done very well. Thank you for today. Wait for a moment. I'll look for you later, Guhai said. All right. Hui nodded, frowning heavily. It seemed like he had something to say to Guhai. Bodhisattva Liansheng, Guhai is very grateful for your help today. Guhai looked at the weak Bodhisattva Liansheng. Cough, cough, cough. My help? That's because I need your help. Guhan, he was captured by Spirited Mountain's holy land. Bodhisattva Liansheng said anxiously. Oh. Guhai's face sank. However, Jiang Rulai can only suppress him at most, and not kill him. However, Bodhisattva Liansheng said bitterly, I got it. Rest first. We'll talk about it another day, Guhai said solemnly. Bodhisattva Liansheng looked at Guhai in slight shock. Guhai brushed it off with just one sentence. Is he not going to ask about the situation? All right. Bodhisattva Liansheng nodded bitterly. Montez, bring Bodhisattva Liansheng away to rest, Guhai instructed. Yes, Montez answered. Guhai looked at the endless celestial capital, which had already calmed down. Citizens of the Dahan, today I sacrificed my personal interests for the sake of public duty. To save my son, I let those evil people go. However, I guarantee that in the future, I will make those evil people return the favor 100-fold. Guhai said loudly, Your Majesty, there is no need to blame yourself. It is what we should do to save the Crown Prince. We believe in Your Majesty. Many thanks, Your Majesty, for saving us. The citizens in the city immediately bowed in the direction of the imperial palace. They understood why Guhai had let Gu Tang go. Little Tang, you suffered on Spirited Mountain. Guhai looked at Gu Tang's soul. This child is incompetent. This bit of suffering is nothing. I have troubled father. Gu Tang immediately said bitterly, Unborn man, I'll have to trouble you to help Gu Tang heal his soul. After he fully recovers, you can help him recover his body. Gu Qin, you will help as well. Guhai instructed. Yes, Gu Qin and the unborn man answered. Mosquito Daoran, Kong Xian, Shangguan Hen, Ao Shun, and Changming, you have all worked hard. Treat your injuries first. We will talk about this later. Guhai looked at the four. Yes, Your Majesty. The five answered. Gu Hai made some arrangements for the officials. Then he led Ho into the upper study. Amo Yike, Chun Tianshan, and the new 7th Army commander, Sima Chongkong, followed. Inside the upper study, Gu Hai looked at Ho. Ho also frowned. There are no outsiders here. You can speak, Gu Hai said solemnly. Chun Tianshan, Mo Yike, and Sima Chongkong were slightly confused. The person who fought with me just now seemed to be, Ho said with a frown. Who? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Rokudo Shinkuan, the golden god body, Ho said with a frown. Rokudo Shinkuan? Impossible. Mo Yike's expression suddenly changed. Ho did not speak. How could Rokudo Shinkuan, the golden god body, listen to the orders of the holy mountain? That was the body of the sage of the 6 paths. Moreover, Rokudo Shinkuan's golden god body had been destroyed in the past. This is also the reason why I stopped fighting with the holy mountain just now. Gu Hai's expression was gloomy. You also saw something? Ho asked in confusion. That Gu Tang's soul just now was fake. Gu Hai said in a low voice. What? Chun Tianshan's expression changed. Fake? Wasn't that Gu Tang? Then why did His Majesty exchange it for the future Buddha? It is the same as Lil Tang's soul. It even has memories, but it has no emotions. Lil Tang has been obsessed with his mother all these years, but he did not mention a word about her just now. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. Then this is... Everyone was confused. I agreed to it to stabilize the holy mountain. Ha! They left this soul behind to monitor us. This is good. The real Lil Tang's soul will suffer less. Gu Hai sighed softly. You mean that the one I fought just now was the real Rokudo Shinkuan, the golden god body? Ho suddenly raised his eyelids in surprise. How do you think he compares to the golden god body? Gu Hai looked at Ho. His strength is extraordinarily great, and his sword Dao is extraordinarily formidable, but he lacks that invincible heart of looking down upon the world and killing everyone before him. That's why I'm in a deadlock with him. She frowned. Your Majesty, what do you think? Mo Yike frowned. I don't know, but I have a guess. Gu Hai said worriedly. What guess? The holy mountain, or rather, Jiang Rulai, has a special ability. He may be able to replicate genes. No, souls as well. If that's the case, then it's not just genes, it's replication. Does that mean he can replicate all the strong people in the world, including the Rokudo Shinkuan from 800,000 years ago? Gu Hai frowned. What? Everyone's expression changed. Even Ho's eyes narrowed. Replication? Replicating all the strong people in the world. How terrifying would that be? I'm not sure yet. It's just a guess based on the golden god body and Lil Tang's replication. Long Zhangwa told me that what the holy mountain has shown is only the tip of the iceberg. Could it be that the true iceberg is the true one? Gu Hai said with a gloomy expression. In the upper study, everyone's heart trembled. Chapter 9:18. Everyone in the study immediately felt their hearts tremble. Duplicate? Could it be the same as His Majesty's Go ritual array? Chun Tianshan asked with a frown. Gu Hai shook his head. The cloud beast that I materialized with the ritual array is different from this. Every expert needs a boundless amount of spirit stones to materialize. Reaching the level of Rokudo Shinkuan's metal divine body is impossible. If he duplicates one of the 6 paths, will he duplicate the other 6? Xiao asked with a frown. Xiao, how strong are you compared to the Tongtian sect master now? Gu Hai asked seriously. Many thanks for the sword Dao you gave me. I should be no weaker than the sect master now, right? Xiao said solemnly. Then, wouldn't the spiritual mountain's strength be? Sima Chongkong said with an unsightly expression. Perhaps this is just my guess. The spiritual mountain's holy land did not make a move. so they definitely have their concerns. We need to find out what they are worried about. Everyone has a weakness. Take it slow, Guhai said seriously. Yes, everyone nodded. Chun Tianshan, the people of Three Mountain City, are in trouble. Immediately send people to collect the corpses. Bury the people of Three Mountain City with the sovereign king's funeral. We will personally pay our respects. Guhai said, Sovereign king's funeral? Your Majesty, Chun Tianshan's expression changed. We want to let the world know that the people in the Dahan imperial dynasty value the people above the sovereign. We want to let the world know that the spiritual mountain's holy land is as evil as the demons. Guhai said seriously. Everyone's expression turned grave. Yes, Chun Tianshan answered. Xiao, many thanks for your help today. Otherwise, the infinite heavenly capital would be in dire straits. Guhai said gratefully. Xiao looked at Guhai and remained silent for a while before asking, what exactly is the spiritual mountain's holy land looking for? Everyone looked at Guhai curiously. After thinking for a while, Guhai did not hide anything. He said seriously, Zhengfa Ming. Zhengfa Ming? Everyone felt slightly stunned. That little beggar? Everyone had an impression of this. This was the first time Guhai made an enemy of the spiritual mountain's holy land. That little beggar? What was so special about it? Why does the spiritual mountain holy land care so much about it? Fu asked curiously. If I'm not wrong, it shouldn't be because the Buddha wants to be enlightened. Guhai frowned. Oh, it should be the Southern Sea Purple Bamboo Forest. The Southern Sea Purple Bamboo Forest requested the help of the spiritual mountain holy land. Guhai said solemnly. Why? Cheng asked curiously. The Southern Dragon Maiden and the Southern Sea Dragon King are both from the Purple Bamboo Forest and have come for the righteous Dharmakaya. The holy land of the Spirited Mountain is only cooperating. If the holy land of the Spirited Mountain was determined to win, Jiang Rulai could have come personally. Even if he was delayed by something, why didn't he come personally when he showed up in the past? He should have been invited by the Southern Sea Purple Bamboo Forest. Guhai said with a frown. The Southern Sea's Purple Bamboo Forest rarely sets foot on the divine continent. They only have a certain connection with the spiritual mountain holy land. That southern dragon, Lady Bodhisattva, came from the Purple Bamboo Forest. However, when she came to the spiritual mountain holy land, she became an honored guest. Mo Yike frowned. This little beggar's identity is not simple, Chung said with a frown. He is still in seclusion. I will confirm with him. However, the spiritual mountain, holy land, actually sent so many people this time. It shows how important the Purple Bamboo Forest is in the spiritual mountain holy land. Chung, your Wancho Taoism is also near the Southern Sea. I will have to trouble you with one more thing. Help me investigate. Guhai looked at Chung and requested. Even if you didn't ask, I would have gone to take a look. Chung narrowed his eyes and nodded. Find out the reason and share the information. Guhai said solemnly. Guhai was in charge of Zhengfa Ming's inquiry. Chung would go to the Purple Bamboo Forest to investigate and share the information. All right, then I won't delay. Goodbye, Chung solemnly said to Guhai. Guhai nodded and sent Chung out of the upper study. Whoosh! Chung turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the horizon. There were still a few people left in the upper study. All of them had grave expressions. Mo Yike, don't pay too much attention to the spiritual mountain, holy land for now. Hanshio army, take down the remaining 100 cities of the great emperor dynasty as quickly as possible. Be quick in case there are any changes. Guhai instructed. Yes, Mo Yike replied. Without Takashi Ryushin, The great Emperor dynasty was like a sheet of loose sand. The Dahan Imperial dynasty's divine demon army would definitely take them down quickly. Mo Yike was not worried. Sima Chongkong. Guhai looked at Sima Chongkong. Yes, Your Majesty. Sima Chongkong said respectfully. I want to tell you that Takashi Ryushin is not dead, Guhai said in a deep voice. Oh, Sima Chongkong was slightly stunned. How was that possible? The great Emperor dynasty's providence had already collapsed. How could Takashi Ryushin not be dead? Didn't the Dahan Imperial dynasty's providence disappear twice? Guhai said indifferently. Sima Chongkong's expression turned solemn as thoughts flashed through his mind. He looked at Guhai and understood what Guhai meant. Although he had joined the Dahan, he still felt a trace of guilt toward Takashi Ryushin. Now that Guhai said that Takashi Ryushin was not dead, he was telling him that Guhai had spared Takashi Ryushin because of him. Thank you, Your Majesty. Your subject is now a subject of the Dahan and does not care about anything else. Sima Chongkong solemnly bowed. Clearly, Sima Chongkong owed Guhai this favor. I do not need you to interfere in the great Emperor dynasty's territory. I have another matter for you to handle, Guhai solemnly said. Your Majesty, please give me your orders, Sima Chongkong solemnly said. Whoosh! Guhai waved his hand and suddenly summoned a figure from the immortal dome of ancients. Long Sanqian, Qin Tianshan's expression darkened. Your Majesty, is he possessed by Takashi Ryushin, or? Mo Yike looked at Guhai with a frown. Your subject, Dragon Godding, greets Your Majesty. Long Sanqian suddenly bowed, respectfully. During his time in the immortal dome of ancients, his injuries had mostly healed. Dragon Godding? Everyone was shocked. Dragon Godding, I have sent Sima Chongkong, Shangguan Hen, Mosquito Dowren, and Yun Mo to help you take back your body. Is there anything else you need? Guhai solemnly said. Yun Mo knew Mr. Silvermoon very well. Shangguan Hen could transform. Sima Chongkong was very intelligent, and Mosquito Dowren was very strong. They were a very powerful combination. Long Sanqian may have taken over my body, but he is not familiar with the Great Ing dynasty. He does not know about my intelligence network and secret forces, let alone mobilize them. Although he has taken over the magpie's nest, he is like a blind man searching for clues in God City. Your Majesty has sent all of you to help me, and that is enough for now. Thank you, Your Majesty. Long Sanqian said gratefully, Mr. Sima, do you hear me? Guhai looked at Sima Chongkong. Sima Chongkong looked at Long Sanqian in shock. Dragon Godding? He actually submitted to the Dahan dynasty? Was this real? However, judging from Dragon God Ying's attitude, Takashi Ryushin was probably still alive. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will not disappoint you. Sima Chongkong immediately answered. Guhai nodded. After making arrangements, Guhai summoned some of his other subjects. Your Majesty. Montez bowed respectfully to Guhai, who was sitting behind the desk. Montez, from now on, the embroidered uniform guards will increase the surveillance of Spiritual Mountain. Also, send people to the Southern Sea Purple Bamboo Forest to gather information. If there is any news, report it immediately. Guhai said in a deep voice, Yes, Your Majesty. Montez answered, Also, check if there are any movements from the nearby forces. Guhai said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, you have repelled almost all the experts of Spiritual Mountain in the infinite celestial capital. The nearby forces shouldn't dare to offend you, right? Montez said with a smile, Go and check, just in case. Guhai said in a deep voice, Yes, Your Majesty. Montez's expression turned serious. After Montez left, Guhai summoned Changming again. Changming, how are your injuries? Guhai looked at Changming. They are much better. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Changming said with a smile. The blood race is a relatively dark creature. There are many of them in the netherworld. The unborn man has returned and can travel between the netherworld and the netherworld. I need you to send a group of blood-robed guards to the netherworld to gather information on the various forces there. Focus on the western forces of the netherworld. Guhai said in a deep voice, the western part of the netherworld. Changming's expression turned serious. Guhai nodded. I suspect that Spiritual Mountain also has a lot of forces in the netherworld. Since Spiritual Mountain is located in the western part of the netherworld, it is most convenient to develop forces in the netherworld in the west so that we can help each other. Yes, Your Majesty, rest assured, Changming answered. All right, do you know the origin of your Chaos Element Pearl? Guhai asked in a deep voice. I don't know. In the past, I was saved by a barbarian by chance. He passed on a cultivation technique to me and made me acknowledge him as my master. He gave me the Chaos Element Pearl and said that he had gone to reincarnate. In the past, he was imprisoned in that valley by Mosquito Dauren for 1,000 years. Changming said solemnly. Guhai frowned slightly. I need to find some time to ask Mosquito Dauren. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. Changming's expression changed as he said gratefully. Changming also wanted to know, but because of Mosquito Dauren's extreme desire for the Chaos Element Pearl, he didn't have the opportunity to ask. Now that His Majesty wanted to ask, it couldn't be better. After sending off Changming, Guhai met with the unborn man and Guqin. Father, you said that Lil Tang is fake? Guqin said in surprise. Guhai nodded and looked at the unborn man. The unborn man was silent for a while. He is now recuperating. If Your Majesty didn't say so, I wouldn't have been able to tell. But now that Your Majesty mentioned it, I remember something. Oh, legend has it that in ancient times, the witch tribe had 5 main bloodlines. They were the 4 great zombies, Devour the Heavens and Earth, and Divine Blood Replication. I don't know about the other 2, but legend has it that there were 5 main bloodlines. The unborn man explained. Oh, the 4 great zombies are Jiangchen, Hamba, Hoqing, and Ingo. Guhai's expression changed slightly. Yes, and Devour the Heavens and Earth should be the technique that Chiyu and his 81 brothers cultivated in the past. Devour the heavens and earth. It eats everything and is indestructible. The unborn man explained. Guhai's expression changed. He immediately recalled that he had met Chiyu not long ago, and it was indeed so. The 3rd type that I know of, Divine Blood Replication, may be the ability that the Holy Land of Mount Numinous possesses. The unborn man frowned. Divine Blood Replication? Guhai raised his eyebrows slightly. Yes, but I don't know the specifics. But in general, as long as they collect other people's flesh and blood or divine soul fragments, they can replicate an identical opponent. Moreover, this opponent will be controlled by them. No matter who it is, they can replicate it. The unborn man explained. Rokudo Shinkuin's fragments. Jiang Rulai can't be replicating the 9 Rokudo Shinkuin clones of the past, right? Guhai's expression darkened. The witch tribe is too terrifying. Divine blood replication? If they could succeed in the past, wouldn't they have dominated the world long ago? Guqin said in surprise. I'm not sure. Anyway, in ancient times, the leader of the witch tribe was Jiang Chun. The divine blood replication did not shine brightly. The unborn man said, shaking his head. The divine Tao, I underestimated it in the past. Guhai's expression turned sullen. Father, are you worried that the Bodhisattva Lian Sheng from before was also a fake, so you were not too enthusiastic? Guqin asked. Guhai nodded. I already informed him. Later, when he comes, let's take a look together. Chapter 919. The news of the Great Han Dynasty forcing back. Almost all the powerhouses of the spiritual mountain spread like wildfire, spreading to all corners of the world. Especially with the Qin figurines, the infinite celestial capital had countless spies. The entire battle was broadcasted live. Soon, the news of the battle in the infinite celestial capital was placed on the most eye-catching table in the study of countless emperors and sect masters. One battle to become famous. That was the sacred ground of Spiritual Mountain. Other than the present Buddha, all the peerless experts of Spiritual Mountain couldn't do anything to Guhai. No, some people still had a rough description of the battle in Three Mountain City. It was the news from the spies who had witnessed the battle outside Three Mountain City. In this battle, the South Sea Dragon King, Dragon Goding, Takashi Ryushin, Ao Sheng, Baiming Shou, Chun Shinsho, the future Buddha, the past Buddha, Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, Indra, and the nameless peerless sword cultivator had been deployed. Even the present Buddha's Dharma form. These 14 names were all famous experts. However, when these 14 experts worked together to attack Guhai, the final result was the Han royal dynasty's victory. It was an unbelievable battle. This wasn't something an imperial dynasty could have. It was almost as strong as the Celestial Dynasty. This group of 14 experts was not something any imperial dynasty or middle-level sect could stop. However, Guhai did it. He can stop the experts of Spiritual Mountain. The Dahan has become so strong. The infinite celestial capital is flying to the north of the divine continent. Is the Dahan going to take the name of the divine continent and ascend to the celestial dynasty? Dahan? How long has it been? And it has already developed into a giant. The Dahan imperial dynasty's rising momentum is unstoppable. Countless heroes frowned. Most were shocked by the Dahan imperial dynasty. But at the same time, a small group started to plot. The factions under the Dahan, the emperors and sect masters, suddenly contacted each other through the Qin figurines. The Dahan is strong. What do you think? Dahan? What the hell is he? I used to crush him like an ant. We can't let him grow any stronger. If he grows any stronger, we won't be able to make a name for ourselves. Although the Dahan has become famous in one battle, he has countless enemies. Let's take this opportunity to destroy the Dahan. Let's take advantage of the fact that he hasn't matured and join forces to suppress him. What do you think? Good, good. In the vicinity of the Dahan imperial dynasty, there were 3 imperial empires and 3 great sections. They were colluding to annihilate the Dahan imperial dynasty. Three Mountain City, a large number of soldiers quickly rushed over from the surrounding cities. Along with them were countless friends and relatives of the citizens of Three Mountain City who had rushed back from all directions after receiving the news. As soon as they entered Three Mountain City, everyone was shocked. The entire city was filled with corpses. Not a single one was left alive. Both humans and animals were killed. Their deaths were extremely tragic. The stench of a corpse assaulted his nostrils. Father, I'm late. Daughter, where are you? Grandpa, Grandma. Countless people who rushed back found the corpses of their loved ones and cried bitterly. Three Mountain City immediately fell into a sorrowful atmosphere. Immediately collect the corpses of all the citizens and bury them in gold-threaded cedar coffins. His Majesty said that he will repay the hatred of Spiritual Mountain 100-fold in the future. 10 days later, boundless celestial capital will fly here. His Majesty will pay tribute to the dead citizens here. Quickly do it! A general shouted. Yes. Countless soldiers split into small groups and quickly collected the corpses of the citizens of Three Mountain City. The more they collected the corpses, the more grief and anger they felt toward the spiritual mountain Holy Land. The news spread to all the cities of Dahan in an extremely short time. For a moment, all the citizens of the Dahan imperial dynasty were enraged. If the enemy did not involve the innocent, they would not blame the citizens. Today, Three Mountain City was so cruelly destroyed by the spiritual mountain Holy Land. Would their own cities be cruelly destroyed in the future? Although the cultivation of commoners was low, did that mean that commoners' lives were not lives? The spiritual mountain Holy Land is not a Buddhist holy land. It's a demonic land. Human lives are worthless. Are you still praying to the spiritual mountain Buddha? Today, Three Mountain City will be yours tomorrow. I also heard that the boundless celestial capital was the same. Back then, the future Buddha wanted to kill all the citizens of the city and use them to force the officials to give up resistance. He used the lives of the citizens to threaten Lord Mo, the king of Tianshan, and the crown prince. In the end, the crown prince was willing to give up resistance to save the citizens of the city. His Majesty loves the citizens like his own children. Lords, you would rather die to save the citizens. It is our blessing to be born in the Dahan. The demons of Spiritual Mountain will all die a horrible death. The citizens of the Dahan imperial dynasty were united like never before. Even some of the citizens of the Dahan imperial dynasty that had just been reclaimed suddenly felt that being able to live in the Dahan was an extremely good thing. At the very least, the emperor and officials of the Dahan imperial dynasty loved the citizens like their own children and would rather die to protect the citizens. That was how the hearts of the people were. Sometimes one thing could move the citizens and gain their approval. For a moment, the people's confidence in the Dahan rapidly transformed into waves of fate that surged into the sky above the boundless celestial capital. The Dahan's fate was increasing madly. Similarly, the deeds of the Dahan imperial dynasty were rapidly spreading to the neighboring countries, neighboring sects, and even to the world beyond. Father, the Dahan imperial dynasty has an imperial examination every year. I want to go to the Dahan imperial dynasty to take the imperial examination. Master, the Dahan imperial dynasty prioritizes benevolence and righteousness. It has the hearts of the people and the will of the heavenly Tao. I want to go to the Dahan imperial dynasty to take a look. Senior brother, I want to enter the Dahan imperial dynasty. The good name of the Dahan imperial dynasty quickly spread throughout the world with the help of the evil reputation of the spiritual mountain Holy Land. Countless talents placed a yearning label on the Dahan imperial dynasty in their hearts. Perhaps it wouldn't show much effect in the short term, but as time passed, the Dahan imperial dynasty would attract more and more talents. Boundless celestial capital. Upper study. Montez said respectfully, Your Majesty has seen through everything. There are indeed 6 major forces who are restless. They want to make a move in 10 days' time when Your Majesty holds a memorial ceremony for the dead in the Tri-Mountain City. Oh, I heard that the 3 imperial dynasties and 3 intermediate sects have even sent people to the Great Ing imperial dynasty and the spiritual mountain Holy Land to seek more help. Montez said solemnly. Only 3 imperial dynasties and 3 intermediate sects. Guhai looked at Montez and asked, Yes, the embroidered uniform guards have captured the sect master's favorite grandson. That grandson is also an idiot. After he was captured, he spilled everything. Montez said with a smile. A motley crew. There's nothing to fear. Gu Hai shook his head and said indifferently, I'll continue to monitor them. Once there's news, I'll immediately report to Your Majesty. Montez said respectfully, Gu Hai nodded. How's the promotion of the embroidered uniform guards? I've already notified all the embroidered uniform guards in the world. When news of the killings in the Tri-Mountain City and the boundless celestial capital spread, we'll definitely add fuel to the fire. We'll make the hearts of the people lean towards the Dahan imperial dynasty and turn our backs on the spiritual mountain, Holy Land. Montez said with a hint of excitement. Although Montez wasn't as smart as Mo Yike and the others, he wasn't stupid. From Gu Hai's arrangements, Montez could see that Gu Hai was promoting the Dahan imperial dynasty to the world. His ambition was to take over the entire divine continent. Just this thought made Montez excited. The hearts of the people in the world lean towards the Dahan imperial dynasty. That's impossible. It's enough to make the people have a good impression of the Dahan imperial dynasty, the reputation that Mo Yike, Guqin, Chen Tianshan, and the others earned with their lives can't be buried just like that. We'll use the spiritual mountain Holy Land as the hottest topic to spread the name of the Dahan imperial dynasty to the hearts of the people. Gu Hai said, solemnly, yes, the people of any sect or country are all mixed together. The spiritual mountain Holy Land has virtuous monks, but there are also some immoral deeds. The embroidered uniform guards should have many such records, right? Let's spread it along with the direction of the news. Gu Hai said, solemnly. Yes, Meng Tai answered with a solemn expression. You may leave. Gu Hai said mildly. Montez left the upper study respectfully. Gu Hai walked slowly to the wall of the upper study. There was a map hanging on it. On the map, the words Spiritual Mountain, Holy Land were written. Spiritual Mountain, Holy Land. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Then let's start by destroying this tip of the iceberg. Gu Hai's expression was gloomy. Gu Hai slowly fell into deep thought. In the past, he didn't have the ability and didn't dare to think about how to shake the spiritual mountain, Holy Land. Now, the Dahan imperial dynasty had a certain foundation and could order the world around. Similarly, with the Dahan imperial dynasty as a fulcrum, Gu Hai could use the entire spiritual mountain Holy Land and start thinking about how to compete with it. With the enmity between the Dahan imperial dynasty and the spiritual mountain Holy Land, only one could exist. Reporting to your majesty. A guard's voice suddenly came from outside the upper study. Gu Hai's thoughts were interrupted. He frowned and looked outside the upper study. Mr. Gaochen's disciple, Zheng Fa Ming, has come out of seclusion. The guard said respectfully. Oh. Gu Hai's eyes suddenly lit up. Zheng Fa Ming? Gu Hai immediately stepped out of the upper study and headed for a forest not far from the imperial palace. At the same time, a group of people who knew about Zheng Fa Ming also rushed over after receiving the news. When they saw Gu Hai along the way, they all greeted respectfully, Your Majesty. Gu Hai. However, at this moment, a figure blocked Gu Hai's path. Bodhisattva Lian Sheng? Gu Hai said with a frown. Gu Hai, what did you mean that day? Do you not believe me? Or do you not care about Guhan's life and death? Bodhisattva Lian Sheng asked anxiously. Guqin's and the unborn man's faces sank. That day, Gu Hai brought the two to meet Bodhisattva Lian Sheng. However, he could not be sure if Bodhisattva Lian Sheng was real or not. Gu Hai managed to pacify Bodhisattva Lian Sheng for now. Unexpectedly, Bodhisattva Lian Sheng kept waiting outside the imperial palace, unwilling to give up. Bodhisattva Lian Sheng? Very well, come with me, then. Gu Hai nodded. Father. Guqin's expression changed. There were still doubts about Bodhisattva Lian Sheng's identity. How could Gu Hai bring him to meet Zheng Fa Ming? Only Bodhisattva Lian Sheng himself would care so much about my son, Guhan, and be so persistent. I believe that Bodhisattva Lian Sheng is real. Gu Hai shook his head. Oh, Guqin's and the unborn man's expressions froze, but they did not stop Gu Hai. What? You thought that I was fake all along? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng's expression changed in anger. However, Gu Hai bowed, slightly. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng, I'm very sorry. There were many misunderstandings earlier. However, this involves my son's safety, so I do not dare to be careless. Oh, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng frowned slightly. That day, you said that a few disciples betrayed Nalanda Temple. Jiang Rulai broke into Nalanda Temple, resulting in my son's capture. I believe that those disciples were impostors sent by the spiritual mountain's holy land. Gu Hai explained. That's impossible. Impostors? They are. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng immediately shook his head. They are fanatics of the good Rulai. How could they betray you so easily? Have you heard of the divine blood duplication? Gu Hai asked. Divine blood duplication? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng's pupils suddenly constricted. Gu Han is the good Rulai's reincarnation, coexisting with Jiang Rulai. Hence, I am not worried about him dying for now. Don't worry. Once I deal with the matters at hand, I will be able to deal with the spiritual mountain's holy land soon. At that time, I will definitely rescue Gu Han. I will still need Bodhisattva Lien Sheng's help, Gu Hai said, solemnly. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng's expression changed. Eventually, he let out a long breath and bowed to Gu Hai solemnly. Many thanks, ancient emperor. I should be the one thanking you for showing so much concern for my son. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng, that Nalanda Temple has a long history, dating back to the ancient era. There should be countless records of the Tao-devouring body. Come, let's go and see the righteous Dharmakaya, Gu Hai said solemnly. The righteous Dharmakaya? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng felt slightly stunned. You will know when we get there. This way, please, Gu Hai invited. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng nodded. Chapter 9:20, Boundless Heavenly Capital. There was a huge valley filled with fog. A large number of soldiers were standing guard in the surroundings. However, there was a large formation that completely covered the inside of the valley. Nothing could be seen clearly. Gu Hai's group entered the ritual array. Your Majesty, there were already many guards and officials inside. At this moment, they bowed respectfully to Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai did not have time to care, as this ritual array gave off a bright light. It seemed like billions of Buddhist lights poured out. Many golden lotuses appeared in the surrounding space. Buddhist chants rang out, and Buddhist lights shone everywhere. Some of the guards even slowly pressed their palms together, seeming to feel great benevolence. The moment Gu Hai entered, he immediately saw a bald, white-clad young monk walking out of a cave not far away. This was the little beggar of the past, Zheng Fa Ming. However, at this moment, Zheng Fa Ming no longer looked like a beggar. He seemed to have transcended mortality. His body gave off a surging Buddhist light, and a sandalwood fragrance lingered in the surroundings. Golden lotuses seemed to appear out of nowhere as Zheng Fa Ming stepped forward. This is, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide. Zheng Fa Ming looked around, seeming confused. Gradually, he saw Gu Hai. Yes. Zheng Fa Ming pressed his palms together and bowed slightly. With just this bow, Gu Hai immediately had an indescribable feeling. It was as though this bow had completely erased all his sins. The Buddhist light coming from Zheng Fa Ming is very strange. It seems like it can purify one's soul with just one look. The unborn man exclaimed in shock. This is not the Buddhist light, but the immeasurable light? That's impossible. How can there be immeasurable light? That is just a legend. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng exclaimed. Immeasurable light? What do you mean? Guhai asked, feeling confused. Legend has it that the ancestor of Buddhism, the immeasurable light Buddha, is also known as the immeasurable longevity Buddha. He enlightened the world and passed down the Buddhist Tao, becoming the ancestor of all Buddhas in the world. However, that is just a legend. My Nalanda temple is also a legend. If they don't exist in this world, how can they pass down Buddhism? Guhai was puzzled. It's true. My Nalanda temple and the former Vajra temple are both ancient temples. There are records of him appearing out of thin air, only an image, not a real person. He seemed to appear out of thin air and pass down the Buddhist Tao. Then he disappeared, never to reappear for generations. Until now, all the Buddhist cultivators in the world have been chanting his name, hoping that he will reappear one day, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said in shock. An illusory figure that appeared out of thin air and passed down the way of Buddhism. All the Buddhists in the world recite his name. Guhai asked in amazement. Amateus Buddha. His Buddhist name is Amateus Buddha. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng exclaimed in shock. Amateus Buddha. The surrounding people looked at Bodhisattva Lien Sheng in surprise. At this moment, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng also felt uncertain. The Amateus Buddha, whom all the Buddhas in the world yearned for, suddenly appeared in the infinite celestial capital. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng felt like he was dreaming. He wondered if all this was real. Mr. Good, many thanks for imparting the Buddhist Tao to me. Zheng Fa Ming suddenly said, You are not a mute anymore? You can speak now? Guhai asked in surprise. Yes, I received Mr. Good's Buddhist Tao. During my closed-door cultivation, I opened my mouth acupoint and can speak now. Zheng Fa Ming said solemnly. Are you the Amateus Buddha? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng asked anxiously. Back then, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng felt that his Nalanda temple was ancient. However, if the person before him was the Amateus Buddha, his Nalanda temple was nothing. I don't know. I only feel that countless Buddhist names woke me up from the boundless void. Zheng Fa Ming shook his head. Countless Buddhist names? Is it the Amateus Buddha? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng asked anxiously. There are two. Zheng Fa Ming shook his head. Oh, one is the Amateus Buddha, and the other is the Amitabha Buddha. Zheng Fa Ming recalled. Amitabha Buddha? What's that? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng asked, feeling confused. Amitabha Buddha? Guhai gaped in shock. That's not right. Amitabha Buddha, isn't that the Buddhist name on earth in the past? I should say that I reincarnated more than once. However, I could not comprehend it. Then Mr. Good's great compassion mantra enlightened me greatly, Zheng Fa Ming said with a frown. Reincarnated more than once? Could it be the Tao-devouring physique that appeared several times in history? The unborn man's expression changed. It should be. After reincarnating several times, the body has a strong desire for the world's laws and can consume some of them. Unfortunately, one's lifespan is only 100 years. After 100 years, the body dies, and the world's laws return to the world, Zheng Fa Ming explained. Then what's going on? Why can you consume the world's laws? Guhai asked, feeling confused. I'm not sure either. Perhaps those world's laws are not my own in the end. I need my own laws, the laws that I created myself. However, your great compassion mantra is extremely compatible with me, Zheng Fa Ming explained. Your own laws. Guhai felt slightly stunned. If you were the Amitabha Buddha, logically speaking, all the Buddhist doctrines in the world could be passed to you. You could take them all for yourself. Why is it only the ancient emperor's great compassion mantra? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng asked, feeling confused. Zhongfa Ming shook his head, indicating that he did not know either. Gu Hai's expression changed slightly, as though he thought of something. Everyone withdraw. Gu Hai ordered. Yes. The soldiers of the Great Han Dynasty all retreated. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng, can I trouble you to withdraw as well? Gu Hai looked at Bodhisattva Lien Sheng. Ancient Emperor, what are you doing? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng asked, feeling confused. I would like to speak with Zhongfa Ming alone. Gu Hai said, but Bodhisattva Lien Sheng felt somewhat reluctant. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng, please. Gu Qin invited from the side. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng's eyes flickered. In the end, he nodded and slowly withdrew from the ritual array with reluctance. In the blink of an eye, only Gu Hai and Zhongfa Ming remained in the ritual array. Mr. Good, you want to speak privately with me? I'm not sure about myself either. After this enlightenment, I've only recovered a few memories of my reincarnation. There's nothing else. However, if you still have that Buddhist Dharma of yours, it might be useful to me, Zhongfa Ming said with a smile. No, I want to invite someone over. I just want to send them away. Gu Hai shook his head. Oh, Zhongfa Ming said, feeling confused. However, he saw Gu Hai wave his hand, and the soaring palace hall's life entrapment saber immediately charged towards the valley Gu Hai was in. Gu Hai extended his hand and activated it. Rumble! A black hole suddenly appeared in the air. It was the passageway between the two immortal dominions. Let's invite Shakyamuni Buddha in. Gu Hai called out to the black hole. Shakyamuni Buddha? Zhongfa Ming felt slightly confused. However, no one came out of the black hole. Gu Hai frowned slightly and immediately understood. Those immortals could come to Earth's immortal world, but Laozi, Shakyamuni, and the other founders were not willing to leave the 30 immortal dominions. With them around, Earth's immortal world could barely defend itself. Once they left, and the 30 immortal dominions discovered it, they would launch a full-scale attack. Earth's immortal world would be in danger. Hence, Shakyamuni Buddha was unwilling to come over. However, Gu Hai still spoke again. Shakyamuni Buddha, I am Gu Hai. I know that you are like Laozi, unwilling to leave the 30 immortal dominions. However, this matter is no small matter. I met a reincarnated eccentric here. Perhaps he has the Buddhist name of Amitabha. After Gu Hai spoke, buzz! Suddenly, a Buddhist light came out of the black hole. The Buddhist light that surged out was somewhat similar to the light on Zhongfa Ming's body. Zhongfa Ming showed a hint of confusion. Gu Hai, if you bully me, I will control the Buddhist veins and ignore you forever. A dignified voice rang out. Then he saw a barefooted burly monk slowly walking out from the inside. The monk slowly stepped out with a hint of confusion. Greetings, Shakyamuni Buddha. Gu Hai bowed, slightly. It was Shakyamuni from Earth. Gu Hai had known him for a while on Earth. Shakyamuni slowly stepped out of the black hole, but the moment he stepped out of the black hole, he ignored Gu Hai and looked at Zhongfa Ming. Zhongfa Ming also looked at Shakyamuni and frowned slightly. Why do I find you a little familiar? Shakyamuni was slightly startled. Then a trace of joy appeared on his face. He reached out to grab Zhongfa Ming. Zhongfa Ming wanted to escape, but Shakyamuni's hand was too fast. He grabbed his arm in an instant, and a Buddhist light entered Zhongfa Ming's body. Zhongfa Ming's body trembled. He felt extremely comfortable when the Buddhist light entered his body. Then he looked at Shakyamuni in confusion. Is it Amitabha? Gu Hai asked curiously. Shakyamuni immediately let go of his hand and put his palms together. He bowed respectfully to Zhongfa Ming. Shakyamuni, the reincarnated body, greets Master. Zhongfa Ming. Amitabha. Master? Guhai said in shock. I'm your master? Zheng Fa Ming asked in surprise. In my previous life, I was known as the Great Compassion Bodhisattva. In the Nirvana world, I was under the tutelage of my teacher, the righteous Buddha Ming Tathagata. I was taught and enlightened by my teacher. Later, I was taught by Dipankara Tathagata and became a Buddha. After my teacher disappeared, the 10,000 Buddhas died out, and the 30 wanderers traveled the world. Almost all Buddhas were annihilated. Oh, Zheng Fa Ming looked confused. Master, you don't remember the cause? Shakyamuni asked. Zheng Fa Ming shook his head. I was enlightened a little by Mr. Good's Great Compassion Mantra. The Great Compassion Mantra was written by Guan Yin Bodhisattva. Guan Yin Bodhisattva was one of Master's reincarnations. The Great Compassion Mantra is naturally Master's own law of self. That's why you were enlightened. Master, although Nirvana was destroyed by the 30 sayings, Master's records are still there. Master, come back with me. I'll help you recover your memories. Shakyamuni said excitedly. You have a lot of Buddhist teachings that I can use. Zheng Fa Ming asked in confusion. Yes. How about I pass on the Amitabha Sutra to Master? Shakyamuni said, happily. While Zheng Fa Ming was confused, Shakyamuni pointed at Zheng Fa Ming's glabella. Buzz. Zheng Fa Ming instantly closed his eyes. It was as if he was comprehending waves of mysterious laws. As Zheng Fa Ming comprehended, more and more lotuses appeared around him. There were golden lotuses, purple lotuses, white lotuses, and black lotuses. There was no end to them. I look forward to seeing Master open Nirvana. Shakyamuni looked at Zheng Fa Ming expectantly. Chapter 921. The Amitabha Sutra allowed Zheng Fa Ming to comprehend more than the Great Compassion Mantra. In an instant, Zheng Fa Ming was surrounded by thousands of lights, and the sound of Buddha resounded. Waves of great conversion aura spread out. The huge Buddha light seemed to be about to break through the array around him. Shakyamuni's expression changed as he waved his hand. Boom! All of the Buddha's aura was suppressed. Shakyamuni's expression suddenly changed as he reached out to grab it. Whoosh! In an instant, a Buddha bead appeared in his palm. There seemed to be an eye on the Buddha bead, looking around. What is this? Guhai asked, puzzled. You are being watched. It's a Buddhist technique. Shakyamuni said with a frown. Watched. Guhai's expression darkened as he reached out to take the Buddha bead from Shakyamuni's hand. It should be someone with extremely high attainments in Buddhism. Moreover, it should not have been watched for long. There are not many memories inside. Shakyamuni said in a low voice. It should be Zheng Fa Ming. Guhai said, Oh, Zheng Fa Ming has reincarnated several times in this world, but he has never been able to find a way to become the devouring Tao physique. Although the large sects care about him, they don't pay too much attention to him because he has never lived past 100 years. However, this time is different. The Spirit Mountain Sacred Ground and the Southern Sea Purple Bamboo Forest seem to be very interested in him. Guhai said with a frown. The Southern Sea Purple Bamboo Forest? Shakyamuni's expression sank. What's wrong? On Earth, the Southern Sea Purple Bamboo Forest is the Taoist field of Guan Yin Bodhisattva. Guan Yin Bodhisattva is the reincarnation of a trace of Zheng Fa Ming's will. Unfortunately, he is already gone. Another one has appeared in this world. He came with ill intentions. Shakyamuni said, Oh, I don't know the specifics of your world, and I don't intend to know for now. Although Master has reincarnated in your immortal dome, this place is too dangerous. I will bring him back to our immortal dome and help him recover his memories. Shakyamuni looked at Guhai. Yes, you can. However, since he came from the 30th celestial firmament. Why did he reincarnate here? Oh, right. I heard from a bodhisattva that the 6 Tao celestial vault and the Buddhist Tao of the past all originated from a phantom called Amateus Buddha. That's why I suspect that he's the reincarnation of Amateus Buddha. Guhai recalled. Shakyamuni nodded. That's right. Oh, our immortal dome and the Buddhist Tao were also passed down by Amitabha. He created the Pure Land and was the greatest Buddha in the Buddhist Tao. Later on, when he passed away, the Pure Land also collapsed. Actually, only I know that he disappeared back then. I once asked Master where he was going. He said that there was a new world and he needed to promote the Buddhist Tao and save all living beings. A new world. At that time, Amitabha discovered the 6 Tao celestial vault. Guhai asked solemnly, "That should be right. And if I'm not wrong, he should have entered the void and found the 6 Tao celestial vault from there. He used a great technique to pass down the Buddhist Tao to this place. Unfortunately, when he arrived at the 6 Tao celestial vault, he might have reached his limit. Everything was consumed by the void. Only 2 Buddhist disciples of the Immortal Dome kept chanting his name and awakening him to reincarnate here." Shakyamuni explained. "Apart from my current method, it's not easy to cross 2 immortal dominions." Guhai sighed slightly. "Yes, apart from here, it's impossible for the 2 immortal dominions to be connected. It's quite strange." Shakyamuni exclaimed. "No. 30 has already discovered this place, and his consciousness has already invaded, but it was blocked by Fushi from my world." Guhai's expression changed. "What?" Shakyamuni's expression suddenly changed. Then Guhai told Shakyamuni what he knew 800,000 years ago. Shakyamuni's pupils constricted. I understand. No wonder 30 on Earth is so abnormal." "Is this news useful to you?" Guhai asked. It's more than useful. Thank you for your reminder. Otherwise, we would have been unaware of the disaster." Shakyamuni's expression changed. "Since Zheng Feiming is the reincarnation of Amitabha, he should be extremely important to you and me. It's indeed not safe to stay here. If it weren't for you, the surveillance of the Buddhist beads might have been exposed today. You can take him back, but you know the rules of this passage. 1 person for the other, and the difference between the 2 can't be too big. Otherwise, Zheng Feiming can't take it." Guhai shook his head. "It's fine. I have a golden kasaya here. Let him wear it later. It can block the pressure in the passage. Thank you for your generosity this time. I'll send you an assistant later. He will do his best to help you. Don't worry," Shakyamuni said solemnly. "Okay." Guhai nodded. Shakyamuni took out a kasaya and gave it to Guhai. Then he put his palms together and slowly stepped into the passage of the 2 immortal firmament domains. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Shakyamuni returned. When Shakyamuni returned, he wanted to send another person back. He wanted to use that person as a replacement for the righteous Dharma Ming shuttling between the 2 celestial skies. It was just like how, when the Jiasex Tongtian came over, he had to send a person over before he could use the passageway again. At that time, the person sent over was Long Shenwu. Only now could the passageway be used again. Guhai waited patiently. On the other side, countless Buddhist sounds, Buddhist light, and Buddhist aura were quickly converging into Zheng Feiming's body. It was as if Zheng Feiming had already comprehended the Amitabha Sutra. At this moment, a golden light suddenly appeared in the passage of the 2 immortal firmament domains. Buzz! The golden light instantly illuminated the surroundings. Guhai immediately turned his head and looked at the entrance of the passage. A man with golden light slowly walked out. That man looked somewhat similar to Shakyamuni. However, Shakyamuni was more reserved, while the man before Guhai radiated sharpness. He exuded a lofty might and prestige that made even Guhai's heart sink. Great Thunderclap Temple, Vairocana? Guhai raised his eyebrows and said in surprise. He was the Tathagata Buddha of the Great Thunderclap Temple in the Western Celestial World. He was also the Vairocana who had suppressed Sun Wukong under the Five-Finger Mountain. He was one of the top overlords in the celestial world on Earth. Under the orders of Shakyamuni, Vairocana is here to help Mr. Good. Vairocana bowed respectfully to Guhai. Oh, Shakyamuni asked you to come? Are you a Buddha created by Shakyamuni, just like my three pure ones? Guhai asked curiously. Shakyamuni is the master of all Buddhas, the Buddha of the Saha world, and I am the Dharmakaya of Shakyamuni, also known as Vairocana Buddha. I preside over the Saha world for Shakyamuni. You can also see me as a Buddha created by Shakyamuni. Solemnly, Vairocana bowed. Greetings, Vairocana Buddha. Next, I'll have to trouble Vairocana Buddha. Guhai was very happy. Mr. Good, you don't have to be so polite. I will do my best. I also want to thank you for helping me find Amitabha, the source of my Buddha. Solemnly, Vairocana Buddha said, Good. With your help, my Han royal dynasty will be like a tiger that has grown wings. Guhai said, as a trace of joy flashed in his eyes. Vairocana Buddha nodded and turned to look at Zhengfa Ming. Buzz. Zheng Faming retracted his aura and opened his eyes. A beam of Buddhist light appeared in his eyes. Just by looking at it, one would be able to sense boundless wisdom. Shakyamuni Dharmakaya Buddha, Vairocana Buddha. Greetings, Amitabha. Vairocana Buddha bowed, slightly. Oh, Zhengfa Ming was slightly surprised. Zhengfa Ming, I've thought about it. Now, the sacred ground of Ling Mountain and the Southern Sea Purple Bamboo Forest are looking for you. It's extremely dangerous. I want to place you at Shakyamuni's place. He will help you find your lost memories and help you recover. It will be very safe there. Solemnly, Guhai said. Zhengfa Ming looked at Guhai and nodded. Mr. Good, I'll listen to you. Good. Please put on this kasaya and enter this passage. You will see Shakyamuni again. Guhai handed over the kasaya. Okay. Zhengfa Ming nodded. He put on the kasaya. Buzz. A golden light appeared from the kasaya and immediately merged into Zhengfa Ming's body. Please. Guhai invited. Zhengfa Ming nodded and slowly walked to the entrance of the passage. Before he stepped into the Immortal Dome, Zhengfa Ming suddenly paused. There's something I need to tell Mr. Good, Zhengfa Ming said. Oh, Guhai looked at Zhengfa Ming in confusion. Thank Master Gaochen for me, Zhengfa Ming solemnly said. Don't worry, I will tell him. Guhai nodded. Also, perhaps everyone has mistaken Master for Gaochen. His songs aren't that bad, Zhengfa Ming said with a frown. Oh, Guhai was slightly puzzled. He must have accidentally obtained the origin of the Guqin laws. Zhengfa Ming explained. The origin of the Guqin laws. Guhai was puzzled. Yes, you heard that his songs are bad. It's not that they're bad, but that ordinary people can't bear it. If you can bear the discomfort, when you pass a critical point, you'll realize that his songs are the most beautiful sounds in the world, and those who listen to them will be bestowed with the laws and baptized by their souls. Zhengfa Ming explained. Guhai was slightly stunned. Is this for real? After saying that, Zhengfa Ming nodded and stepped into the passageway. After a while, when he was sure that Zhengfa Ming had reached the 30th Immortal Dome, Guhai reached out and closed the passage between the two worlds. Origin of the laws. Guhai frowned slightly. Although he had countless doubts in his heart, he suppressed them and looked at Mahavairakana. Mahavairakana Buddha, I'll have to trouble you to stay in the limitless celestial capital for now. Soon, the Dahan imperial dynasty will compete with the Spirit Mountain holy land of this realm. There may be great danger, and we need you to take it by surprise. Guhai said solemnly. The aura around Mahavairakana Buddha immediately withdrew. In the blink of an eye, he turned into an ordinary-looking burly man. I'll listen to Mr. Good's arrangements. Mahavairakana nodded. Many thanks, Guhai said gratefully. Mahavairakana pressed his palms together and smiled. Guhai waved his hand. Boom! The ritual array around the valley suddenly scattered. The instant it did, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng charged over again. Ancient Emperor, was that the Amateus Buddha? Where is he? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng asked anxiously. However, Zheng Fa Ming was nowhere to be seen. Instead, there was a burly man in a golden monk's robe. Chapter 9:22. Aside from Guhai and this stout monk, the valley was empty. Where is he? Ancient Emperor, where is righteous Fanming? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng asked anxiously. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng, calm down, Guhai said with a frown. However, the others looked at Vairocana curiously, wondering who he was. The spiritual mountains holy land and the southern sea purple bamboo forest both want to snatch righteous Fanming. I already sent him to a safe place. As for where he is, please forgive me, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng, Guhai said solemnly. But Bodhisattva Lien Sheng felt anxious. Righteous Fanming is righteous Fanming in the end. We should consider rescuing Guhan first, Guhai urged again. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng thought for a while and smiled bitterly. All right. Although Bodhisattva Lien Sheng stopped pestering righteous Fanming, he still brooded. However, Jiang Rulai is suppressing Guhan. I don't even know where he is. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said bitterly. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng, please return to the palace with me. Tell me what happened in detail, Guhai said solemnly. Oh, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng nodded, feeling confused. Guqin. Guhai looked at Guqin. Your son is here. Guqin nodded. Tidy up an A-class courtyard on the west side of the palace. Guhai said solemnly. Yes. However, how should we name the new A-class courtyard? Guqin asked, feeling confused. Guhai looked at Vairocana. Just give me a hall. The hall's name is Mahavira Hall. Vairocana nodded. Mahavira Hall? Guqin and Bodhisattva Lien Sheng showed confused expressions. Wasn't Mahavira Hall Jiang Rulai's Dao venue? Do as instructed. Guhai said, yes. Guqin immediately led the group away. Guhai, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng, and Vairocana flew back to the palace. When they reached the soaring palace hall's plaza, they saw Vairocana grabbing at the air. Walala! Suddenly, 17 purple Buddha beads appeared out of thin air and landed in Mahavairakana's palm. There seemed to be an eye on each of these Buddha beads. This is Jiang Rulai's light stealing Buddha beads. It was hidden within Sumeru, used for surveillance purposes. There wasn't the slightest bit of magical power fluctuations. Apart from himself, no one could possibly find it. How did you? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng exclaimed in shock. However, Mahavairakana reached out his hand and crushed the prayer beads into pieces. It's just a small trick. Mahavairakana shook his head. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng looked at Mahavairakana in confusion, unable to see through him. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng, say it again. Don't miss out on any details, Guhai said. All right. Guhan is the reincarnation of the virtuous Rulai. You know, the ancient emperor. After he and I rebuilt Nalanda Temple, we recruited some disciples to serve Guhan. They were extremely devoted to Guhan and could be said to be fanatics. However, for some reason, they all changed after returning from begging for alms. They tricked me into opening the small illusionary realm of Sumeru, where Nalanda Temple is. Immediately, Jiang Rulai led a large number of people from the Spirit Mountain in. Aside from me, no one managed to escape. No, back then, Guhan nearly escaped. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng frowned slightly. Oh. At that time, Guhan chanted a strange 6-syllable incantation. Instantly, light shone everywhere like countless Buddhas appeared. The Buddhist light illuminated the place, and there were countless bodhisattvas and Buddhas. Even Jiang Rulai could not tell which one was Guhan. Guhan nearly used the chaos to escape. However, in the end, he was unlucky and got caught. As for me, I used this 6-syllable incantation to escape using the light of the countless Buddhas. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said bitterly, the 6-syllable incantation. Guhai's expression changed. Yes, Guhan created it himself. I think it's called Oemma, and I can't remember the other 3. When the incantation appeared, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng recalled, Oemma and I Padme Hum. Guhai said, his expression changing. That's right. That's it. This 6-syllable incantation contains countless Buddhist principles. Only a Buddhist Tao powerhouse can comprehend it. Ancient Emperor, how did you know? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said in shock. I imparted it to him, Guhai said indifferently. Huh. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng's expression froze. Guhai imparted it to him? How can that be? Guhai also cultivates Buddhism. However, Guhai looked at Mahavarakana, the 6-syllable great clarity incantation, Oemma and I Padme Hum. It can bring the support of all bodhisattvas' compassion. In that case, Guhan's cultivation should be too weak. Even with the 6-syllable great clarity incantation, he could not hide from Jiang Rulai, Mahavarakana said with a frown. Perhaps. Do you have a way to find him? Guhai looked at Mahavarakana. He used the 6-syllable great clarity incantation to support him. He definitely has the will of Bodhisattva. I'll try and see if I can sense him, Mahavarakana said solemnly. All right. No one will disturb you in the Great Strength Hall. Guhai said solemnly. Mahavarakana nodded. Guhai's group brought Mahavarakana to the Great Strength Hall that Guchin had just tidied up. Mahavarakana entered. Creak. The doors to the hall slammed shut, and Mahavarakana entered closed-door cultivation alone. At the side, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng showed a confused expression. Logically speaking, his Nalanda temple was the oldest Buddhist monastery with a long history. Why did he feel like he was so ignorant about Buddhism before that person? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng, rest for now. We will find Guhan soon. Guhai consoled. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng looked at Guhai with a complicated expression before nodding in the end. Great Dynasty, in God City. In a small courtyard, Long Sanqian, Yin Mo, Sima Changkong, Shangguan Hen, and Mosquito Darren listened to the embroidered uniform guard's report. Dragon God Ing dismissed Crown Prince Long Outyin. Mosquito Darren frowned as he looked at the embroidered uniform guard in front of him. Yes, it seems that Long Outyin contradicted Dragon God Ing. In a fit of anger, Dragon God Ing dismissed him and sent him to the border. As for where he went, this lowly one is still investigating, that embroidered uniform guard said, solemnly. Humph. The one who discovered his weakness the easiest was Outyin. This is great. He already dealt with Long Outyin. Although this Mr. Silver Moon is short-sighted, he is quite clever. Long Sanqian said with a cold expression. Furthermore, there has been a lot of movement in the imperial court recently. Many officials find this strange, that embroidered uniform guard said. Long Sanqian nodded and said, "That's right. He knows nothing about the imperial court. He needs to constantly mobilize people to figure out the situation in the imperial court. This is not the great martial emperor dynasty. It is not that easy to grasp. Ancestor is not stupid. Sometimes he just does not see far enough." Yun Emo smiled bitterly. Was someone who could comprehend the zither, Tao, to such an extent really useless? You are saying that the 3 great imperial dynasties and 3 large sects at the Dahan border all sent envoys to meet Dragon Godding? Mosquito Dauren asked with a frown. That's right. We have not found out what they talked about. That embroidered uniform guard smiled bitterly. You don't have to ask around to know. 8 days later, His Majesty will be holding a memorial ceremony in 3 Mountain City. They want to target the Great Han Empire again and invite the Great Ing Empire to help. They will definitely invite the people from the spiritual mountain holy grounds to help. Long Sanqian said with a dark expression. Shangguan Hen frowned and said, "That is why we need to settle everything within 8 days. Long Sanqian narrowed his eyes and said, "If my guess is correct, the 3 great imperial dynasties, 3 large sects, and even the emperors or sect masters might have personally come to persuade Mr. Silvermoon." That's right. A sect master came just now, that embroidered uniform guard said respectfully. Everyone fell silent. Long Sanqian said, "If we settle everything within 8 days, we can beat them at their own game." Oh, everyone looked at Long Sanqian. Long Sanqian narrowed his eyes and said, "Shangguan Jizun can disguise himself as an emissary of Soul Mountain and invite Mr. Silvermoon to Soul Mountain for a discussion. He can also mingle with the people from the 6 great factions and invite Mr. Silvermoon to come out. As long as he leaves in God's City and loses the protection of fate, we can ambush him. We just need to injure him severely, just like when I forced him to switch bodies with Third Brother." Shangguan Hen nodded and said, "That's a good idea." "That's right. Although it will be troublesome to fight him, we can give it a try." Mosquito Doran's eyes lit up. Sima Chongkong suddenly shook his head and said with a smile, "Don't bother." Oh, everyone looked at Sima Chongkong in confusion. Sima Chongkong smiled and said, "I remember His Majesty said that Shangguan Hen is cultivating the 8 and 9 mysterious arts, so Mr. Silvermoon can't switch souls with you." "That's right." Shangguan Hen nodded. Mosquito Dauren smiled and said, "That's even less troublesome. Shangguan Jizun alone is enough." "Me alone?" Shangguan Hen was slightly stunned. "That's right. You just need to turn into a mosquito." Sima Chongkong smiled. "Turn into a mosquito? Mr. Sima, what do you mean? Do you need Shangguan Jizun to transform?" Mosquito Dauren frowned. He was a mosquito demon. Why would he need Shangguan Hen to transform? "No, you're different. I want Shangguan Jizun to be trapped by Mr. Silvermoon. If you're trapped, he can switch souls with you. But Shangguan Hen is different." Sima Chongkong smiled. "Huh, Mosquito Dauren, you just need to cooperate with Shangguan Hen. As for the rest of us, you don't have to do anything." Sima Chongkong smiled. Oh, everyone's expression changed. In the evening, Dragon Shenning once again held a banquet in the palace to entertain the envoys of the 6 superpowers. "Ha ha ha, as long as you can convince the holy lands of the spiritual mountain, I agree." Dragon Shenning looked at the envoys and laughed. "Thank you, Emperor Ing." The envoys of the 6 superpowers immediately raised their glasses and said, happily. Dragon Shenning raised his huge wine bottle as if to toast an alliance. But at this moment, a small mosquito had already sneaked into Dragon Shenning's wine bottle. Dragon Sheniying raised his wine bottle and laughed heartily. He didn't notice the mosquito in the wine bottle. Gulp, gulp. Immediately, Long Sheniying drank all of the wine in his wine cup. Even the mosquito in the wine bottle was swallowed. Dragon Sheniying's stomach had an extremely powerful digestive system, not to mention wine. Even if he swallowed a demon from the lower celestial palace, it would be quickly digested. But what he swallowed was not just the lower celestial palace, but Shangguan Hen, who had the invincible Vajra body. Shangguan Hen turned into a mosquito and was swallowed by Dragon Sheniying. Dragon Sheniying's stomach was not like Kong Xian's, which could swallow the heavens and devour the earth. It was just a slightly stronger stomach. Shangguan Hen entered Dragon Sheniying's stomach and immediately began to revert to his original form. A powerful tearing force rushed into Dragon Sheniying's internal organs. Crash! Dragon Sheniying staggered in pain and kicked the table in front of him to the ground. Bastard! Dragon Sheniying roared in shock and anger. The entire hall shook. Chapter 9:23. Bastard! Dragon Sheniying roared furiously, causing the entire hall to shake. Indeed, what's wrong? A sect master standing at the side asked. The 6 envoys were also at a loss. Boom! A loud sound came from Dragon Sheniying's body. It sounded like his organs were being torn apart. Pooh! Dragon Sheniying immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Indeed, the sect master was about to rush over. Dragon Sheniying's expression changed. Humph! Who? Long Sheniying rushed out of the hall, completely ignoring the sect master. When his stomach suddenly swelled, Dragon Sheniying didn't think about Guhai. At this moment, he didn't trust anyone. Even the people in the hall had a murderous look on their faces. Because they couldn't be sure who was the culprit, everyone was suspicious. Your Majesty! A group of guards saw Dragon Sheniying rushing out and shouted worriedly. No one is allowed to come over. Dragon Sheniying roared. Boom! Dragon Sheniying quickly flew to his training hall. The 6 envoys in the banquet hall were at a loss. However, Dragon Sheniying didn't allow them to participate, so they didn't interfere. Dragon Sheniying entered the training hall and immediately sat down cross-legged to deal with the pain in his body. He sank his consciousness into his body as if he wanted to see what was inside. Stomach rupture. Shangguan Hen shrunk, but his strength remained the same. Boom! A punch landed, and Dragon Sheniying's stomach exploded. Pooh! What? Dragon Sheniying spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was filled with shock. Liver rupture. Shangguan Hen punched again. Boom! Dragon Sheniying's liver ruptured. At this moment, the gods in his dantian saw the tiny person inside his body. Shangguan Hen. Dragon Sheniying's expression changed. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of attacks, Dragon Sheniying's internal organs shattered. No, I have the Ying Empire's destiny. Dragon Sheniying shouted in fear. Boom! Shangguan Hen punched Dragon Deity Ying's throat. Dragon Deity Ying immediately found it difficult to speak. Jiang Chen's blood, internal fire furnace. Dragon God Ying immediately formed a strange hand seal with both hands. Boom! In the blink of an eye, a raging fire erupted from Dragon Sheniying's body, as if it wanted to burn Shangguan Hen to death. However, Shangguan Hen cultivated the 8 and 9 Mysteries Arcane Art, so he couldn't be burned to death. The immense pain made Dragon Sheniying almost lose all of his strength. People of Great Ying, lend me... Dragon God Ying began to ask for help from the people. The golden dragon of destiny suddenly roared, as if it was trying to send a message to all the people in the world. It wanted to borrow their strength to deal with Shangguan Hen in its body. If Shangguan Hen was outside Dragon Shenning would not be afraid of him. However, Shanghai Hen was in his stomach, and he could not use his full strength. Using Jiang Chen's blood to refine Shanghai Hen was still not enough. Now, he was almost out of strength. Shangguan Hen was destroying his palace of all gods, and his body was getting more and more numb. What should he do? Although Xiao Chen's zombie body could trap Shangguan Hen in it, what was the point of doing so? He had to borrow the strength of the people in the world to restrain Shangguan Hen, just as he was about to borrow strength. Buzz. Suddenly, a large number of mosquitoes appeared on Dragon Shenning's body. Mosquitoes? Mosquito Darren? Dragon Shenning's expression changed. A large number of mosquitoes rushed into Dragon Shenning's sleeves, rolled up the exhausted Dragon Shenning, and rushed out of the hall. Boom! The door of the hall suddenly opened, and Dragon Shenning immediately turned into a ray of light and shot into the distance. Your Majesty? The guards were confused, but Dragon Shenning didn't have time to shout. The mosquitoes were in Dragon Shenning's robes, and everyone thought that Dragon Shenning went out by himself. In fact, Shangguan Hen even used his fist to grab Dragon Shenning's throat from within his body, making it difficult for him to speak. Dragon Shenning was shocked, and he couldn't speak. How could this be? How could he be restrained like this? The golden dragon of luck roared, and Dragon Shenning's voice was heard. The people of the great Ing dynasty were confused. What does your Majesty need? I don't know. Your Majesty stopped halfway. Could it be that another enemy has come? The commoners were at a loss, but Dragon God Ing had a terrified expression on his face. In just a short while, Dragon Shenning had flown out of Ingod City, and the connection between him and the golden dragon of luck was rapidly weakening. Whoosh! He was very fast, and he was getting farther and farther away. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the sky. No, Dragon Shenning could only let out a trace of despair. At this moment, he couldn't sense the golden dragon of luck at all. He was the emperor of the great Ing dynasty, and he was planning to work together to deal with Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai sent someone to deal with him, and with such a method, who would have thought that Shangguan Hen would be in his stomach? This shouldn't be. This shouldn't be. Dragon Shenning's internal organs were being destroyed, and his strength was weakening. His face was also becoming more and more frightened. Was he going to be a fish on the chopping block? No, no, no. Dragon Shenning cried out in alarm. However, he was losing strength, and the pain from the inside out made him convulse and tremble. I'm being restrained? No, no, I'm Mr. Silvermoon. At #yen% and asterisk, Dragon Shenning made a strange sound. Exchange. Suddenly, there was a loud shout. Dragon Shenning wanted to exchange with Shangguan Hen in his body. Shangguan Hen was trapped in his stomach, and he couldn't resist. Exchange, soul exchange. Buzz. Suddenly, Dragon Shenning trembled. His soul returned to his body. What? Impossible. This is impossible. Why can't I exchange for Shangguan Hen's soul? Why? Dragon Shenning screamed. Boom. As if they had arrived at the destination, Dragon Shenning was suddenly thrown into a huge valley, creating a huge pit. Buzz. The mosquitoes in his sleeve flew out and turned into Mosquito Doran's appearance. Mosquito Doran. Dragon Shenning collapsed on the ground and shouted in shock and anger. Mosquito Doran's eyelids twitched when he saw Dragon Shenning being restrained. Mosquito Doran turned around and looked at Sima Chongkong, who was not far away. Mr. Sima, your trick is really powerful. Dragon Shenning was more than powerful. Even Mosquito Doran wouldn't be able to win against him head-on. In Ingod City, he was protected by luck, so he was no match for him. But now, Dragon Shenning was lying there like a pile of dead meat. he was at the mercy of others? Mosquito Darren looked at Sima Chongkong with fear in his eyes. No wonder His Majesty valued counselors so much. Sima Chongkong, Mo Yike, and Gao Xianji were very weak, but Gu Hai valued them more than Kong Xian, Mosquito Darren, and Shangguan Hen. Indeed, counselors killed without spilling blood. They were 100 times better than brute force. They thought it would take a lot of effort to deal with dragon shennying, but now it was enough with a little trick. Sima Chongkong walked over slowly, followed by Long Sanqian. As for Yun Mo, he didn't come. After all, he was an ancestor and didn't want to see this scene. Sima Chongkong, you traitor, you traitor! Dragon shennying roared. Sima Chongkong used to be a subject of Great Emperor Dynasty, and Mr. Silvermoon was the reincarnated crown prince of Great Emperor Dynasty. Relatively speaking, Sima Chongkong used to be Mr. Silvermoon's subject. But now, traitor? Ha! Long Sanqian, I gave you a chance. Long Sanqian said coldly. It's you. Dragon Shennying's face changed. I hate you, I hate you. I left in a hurry. If I had... Dragon Shennying was filled with regret. Back in Three Mountain City, Dragon Shennying, who had recovered, had the chance to kill Long Sanqian before leaving. However, he was frightened by Gu Hai and fled on the spot. Ha! Kill this body of mine. So what? You can't escape. Long Sanqian said coldly. Mr. Silvermoon, I'm sure you know our purpose, which is to exchange back Dragon Shennying's body. Sima Chongkong said coldly. Dragon Shennying fell to the ground, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Exchange back. This was worse than the last time. Last time, he was in charge of Great Emperor Dynasty for a while. This time, he had yet to familiarize himself with Great Emperor Dynasty, and now he was going to be swapped back. What? You want to die together with me? Humph, I don't have a body. At most, I'll cultivate again. It'll take some time. If you want to die, I'll tell Shangguan Hen directly. Long Sanqian said coldly. Are you exchanging or not? Sima Chongkong's eyes turned cold. Dragon Shennying's eyes changed, but he nodded in the end. Yes, yes. You were sent by Gu Hai, right? I'm willing to submit to the Han Imperial Dynasty. Cut the crap. Hurry up. Long Sanqian walked closer. Dragon Shennying's face turned ugly, but he nodded in the end. Strange syllables came out of his mouth, and he shouted, Exchange! A blue light rushed towards Long Sanqian, and Long Sanqian also rushed towards Dragon Shennying. Rumble! Immediately, the two of them trembled violently. Then the blue light disappeared, and the two of them separated. Mosquito Darren stepped forward and pressed down. He grabbed Long Sanqian. Don't kill me. I want to see Gu Hai. I want to see Gu Hai. Long Sanqian panicked. Wong. Dragon Shennying shook his head and seemed to wake up. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough. Shangguan Jizun, you really hit hard. Dragon Shennying said with a bitter smile. Sima Chongkong looked at the two carefully, took a deep breath, and said, Shangguan Jizun, you can come out now. Wong, wong, wong. Shangguan Hen turned into a mosquito, flew out slowly, and turned into his human form. Lord Long, I'm sorry. I had no choice. Shangguan Hen said with a bitter smile. No need to be sorry. I have to thank you. Otherwise, I don't know when I would be able to change my body back. Dragon Shennying said with a bitter smile. Let's go. We will return to see His Majesty immediately. Sima Chongkong's eyes lit up. Everyone looked at Long Sanqian and nodded. Swish, with Shangguan Hen and Mosquito Darren leading, the group turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the limitless celestial capital. After a short while, they arrived at the limitless celestial capital. Whoosh! Everyone landed on the palace plaza, and a guard went to report to Gu Hai. Soon, the guard returned. His Majesty has ordered everyone to head to the upper study room. That guard said respectfully. Everyone nodded. Chapter 924. Infinite Celestial Capital. Upper Study. Gu Hai, Sima Chongkong, Shangguan Hen, Dragon Goding, and Mosquito Daoran were all looking at the sealed Long Sanqian. Ancient Emperor, I've thought it through. I'm willing to join the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. I can be your army general and help you expand your territory. With my soul exchange ability and the Ancient Emperor's flawless calculations, we can definitely sweep the world. The Long Sanqian looked at Gu Hai expectantly. Oh, Gu Hai narrowed his eyes at the Long Sanqian. Your Majesty, you can't. This person's temperament is unstable and two-faced. He only compromised because he has no one to rely on. Once he recovers, he will definitely bite back like a venomous snake. Last time, I was bitten by a venomous snake. Dragon God Ing said malevolently, Uncle, I know I was wrong. However, I didn't submit to you because you didn't have the ability to convince me. Now, I submit to the Ancient Emperor wholeheartedly. I'm willing to be at the Ancient Emperor's beck and call. The Long Sanqian said immediately. The Long Sanqian explained the reason and flattered Gu Hai at the same time. However, how could Gu Hai be swayed by a few words? Gu Hai didn't speak. Instead, he quietly sized up the Long Sanqian as though he was sizing up a prey. For a moment, the upper study was extremely quiet. The Long Sanqian couldn't guess what Gu Hai was thinking. He was also anxious and turned to Sima Chongkong. Mr. Sima, you and I have worked together. Do you still remember how we worked together to deal with the infinite celestial capital? My ability will definitely bring countless surprises to the Dahan. We will definitely annihilate all external enemies. The Long Sanqian wanted Sima Chongkong to plead on his behalf. Sima Chongkong had worked with Long Sanqian before. Speaking of which, he was also one of Long Sanqian's old officials. He also had a good understanding of the Long Sanqian. Sima Chongkong ignored Long Sanqian and looked at Gu Hai. Your Majesty, do you still remember Takashi Ryushin and Dragon Goding? In the past, the Long Sanqian was willing to follow them, but in the end, Sima Chongkong's words went without saying. The Long Sanqian brothers were tricked by the Long Sanqian. The only reason why the Long Sanqian surrendered was to swap his soul with Gu Hai. After hearing Sima Chongkong's words, Gu Hai seemed to have made up his mind. He nodded. The soul swap technique is indeed unique in the world, but I don't need him. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and looked at the Long Sanqian, which made the Long Sanqian's expression change. At this moment, the Long Sanqian realized that Gu Hai didn't care about him anymore, and his expression turned ferocious. Ha ha ha! Good, good, good. Gu Hai, Sima Chongkong? It's fine if you don't want to accept me. Humph! The Long Sanqian's expression turned ferocious. You are already a prisoner. What are you so proud of? The Mosquito Daoran sneered. Humph! You think I can't escape? I still have a descendant, Yun Mo. His mark is branded in the depths of the bloodline. Soul swap. The Long Sanqian glared and shouted. Wang! The Long Sanqian's body suddenly emitted a blue light and rushed out. Not good. Long Sheniying's expression changed. Sima Chongkong, Shanghai Guanhen, and the Mosquito Daoran's expression changed. They wanted to stop it, but it was too late. The blue light had already shot out. Boom! At this moment, a red net suddenly appeared in the upper study room. The net seemed to have appeared out of thin air and knocked the blue light back. Wang! The blue light returned to the Long Sanqian's body. How can this be? How can this be? Soul swap? Go. The Long Sanqian's expression changed, and the blue light rushed out again. Wang. In an instant, it was bounced back by the big net in the upper study room. The Long Sanqian's soul couldn't escape. What's going on? What kind of array is this upper study room of yours? The Long Sanqian exclaimed. The soul-locking longevity array, set by the unborn man. Guhai said in a deep voice. Soul-locking longevity array? Your hesitation just now was fake. You deliberately tricked me into your upper study room? You know that I still have a way to escape? The Long Sanqian suddenly panicked. Sima Chongkong and the others were overjoyed. And then they looked at Gu Hai in surprise. Gu Hai looked coldly at the Long Sanqian. You've escaped once. How can I not study you? How can I let you escape a second time? Yun Mo said that you have a great use for keeping his bloodline, so I guessed that you should be able to swap souls with him. Also, if I'm not wrong, other than Yun Mo, you should have prepared a few other substitutes in the great Ing Empire that can swap souls, right? How did you know? The Long Sanqian stared at him in surprise. The more treacherous a person is, the more timid he is, and the more he will leave himself a way out. Previously, you narrowly escaped death twice, so you must be more careful. Do you think I can't guess it? Guhai said in a deep voice. You know my intention? The Long Sanqian was stunned. You are just a musician after all. Your acting is too exaggerated. Guhai said lightly. The Long Sanqian. Exaggerated? My acting is exaggerated? The Long Sanqian still can't forget about your Majesty's body. He wants to use the same trick again. Sima Chongkong sneered. Your Majesty, you beat him at his own game and forced him into the study so that he has no chance to escape. Long Shening looked at Gu Hai and smiled bitterly. Just now, I did consider subduing you and even gave you a chance. Unfortunately, your intention was not pure from the beginning. Mr. Sima is right, your heart is too evil, and you are too evil. The Dahan Empire does not need someone like you. Gu Hai said coldly. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a hole appeared in the void. It was the ancient celestial dome. The Long Sanqian's expression changed drastically. At first, he wanted to beg for mercy, but gradually he became irritable and ferocious. Kill me? Go ahead. As long as you give me a chance. I will leave and make the Dahan never have a day of peace. The Long Sanqian said with a ferocious expression. Gu Hai raised his hand and slashed with the life termination saber. Boom! The Long Sanqian was slashed into the ancient celestial dome and then exploded. The moment he was struck, Long Sanqian revealed a complacent sneer. I can't be killed. Even if you kill me now, my soul will be reincarnated soon. I am the best Guqin player in the world. My Guqin path has trained my soul to be one with the laws of heaven and earth. As long as my Guqin path is not destroyed, I will not die. Ha ha ha. The Long Sanqian said with hatred in his heart. Buzz. The moment his body exploded, the Long Sanqian's soul trembled and strangely appeared in Gu Hai's dantian. Why am I here? The Long Sanqian's soul's expression changed drastically. That shouldn't be. Shouldn't he have reincarnated? Shouldn't he have reincarnated? However, at that moment, the Long Sanqian suddenly turned around and saw the spiritual Mother Divine King in Gu Hai's dantian. Gu Hai, this is your dantian? The Long Sanqian said in shock. I left your soul for a while to tell you that no one can save the people I kill, no matter who they are. The spiritual Mother Divine King said solemnly. As she spoke, the Long Sanqian's soul was sucked into the spiritual Mother Divine King's right eye, the eye of death. The eye of death's pupil was the transformation pool. It wanted to convert the Long Sanqian's soul into heaven-mending energy. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, the Long Sanqian's soul was being converted. Perhaps it was because he had committed too many sins. Although the Long Sanqian only had one soul, the amount of heaven-mending energy being converted into the heaven-mending pool was much greater. During the conversion process, the Long Sanqian suddenly realized that even his Guqin path was useless. Even though his soul had merged with the laws, it was useless. He was about to die. No, no. Long Sanqian's voice was filled with regret at the moment of his final death. Rumble! The Long Sanqian was completely gone. There was no more Mr. Silvermoon in this world. The strange method of exchanging souls had come to an end. Outside, Gu Hai put away the immortal dome of the ancients. Your Majesty, what about the Long Sanqian? Dragon Shenning asked, worriedly. His body and soul have been destroyed. Don't worry. Gu Hai said indifferently. Yes. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. During this time, the Long Sanqian's appearance was a huge shock to everyone. Dragon Shenning, your injuries aren't light, right? Gu Hai looked at Dragon Shenning. My insides are shattered. It will take a long time to recover. Dragon Shenning nodded and smiled bitterly. Drink this. It will speed up your recovery. Gu Hai handed over a small bottle of heaven-mending energy. Dragon Shenning was slightly confused, but he still drank it. Buzz! Under the heaven-mending energy, Dragon Shenning's internal organs healed at a visible speed. This! Dragon Shenning exclaimed. He knew that Gu Hai had a healing panacea, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. In just a short while, his internal organs had already recovered, although they were still a little weak. However, he would be able to recover in a few days at most. Recovered? Gu Hai smiled. Yes. Dragon Shenning's expression turned solemn. Shangguan Hen and Mosquito Darren smiled. They knew that it was heaven-mending energy and its powerful effects. Since that's the case, I won't keep you. When you came back, I don't think anyone saw your face, right? Gu Hai asked. Yes, I used a spell to cover it. Dragon Shenning nodded. That's good. You can return to Ingod City now. Later, I'll ask Sima Chongkong to contact you and let the Great Ing Empire join the Dahan Empire. Gu Hai looked at Dragon Shenning. Mosquito Darren and Shangguan Hen frowned. They were still worried. After all, now that Dragon Shenning had recovered, would he still be willing to let the Great Ing Empire join the Dahan Empire? That was a huge country that was not inferior to the Great Han Empire's national fortune. Rest assured, Your Majesty. I won't disappoint Your Majesty. Dragon Shenning bowed respectfully. Dragon Shenning didn't turn hostile. After everything that had happened, Dragon Shenning understood that he was much weaker than Gu Hai. His father was right. He could be a general, but he couldn't be an emperor. Moreover, he had met the Long Zhanghua not long ago. Dragon Shenning's mentality had changed. Also, these are the letters that the Long Zhanghua helped me write. They were written to some of the old officials of the Deqian Empire. Mo Yike has used some of the letters in the former Deqian Empire's territory. These are for you, in case any of the old officials are unwilling. Gu Hai handed over a stack of letters. Yes, Your Majesty. Rest assured, there won't be any problems. Dragon Shenning took the letters. Gu Hai nodded. After bidding farewell, to Gu Hai, Dragon Shenning stepped out of the study. Wrapped in a layer of black fog, he soared into the sky and flew toward Ingod City. Not long after, Dragon Shenning flew back to Ingod City. Boom! Dragon Shenning landed outside the hall where the banquet was held. Your Majesty! The surrounding guards greeted respectfully. Your Majesty! You were in such a hurry. Did something happen? An official asked worriedly. Don't worry, I'm fine. Are the envoys of the 6 major powers still here? Dragon Shennying asked. Yes, they're still here. They're waiting for your majesty's return. The official answered immediately. Chapter 9:25. Boundless Celestial Capital. Upper Study. At this moment, only Gu Hai and Gu Qin were in the upper study. Father, Dragon Godding has sent news that he has contacted Sima Chongkong and is now cooperating with the 6 great powers. Gu Qin said with a smile. Dragon Godding has seen through the situation. Gu Hai nodded in satisfaction. Gu Qin took a deep breath and said, That's right. 7 days later, Father will lead the officials to pay tribute to the dead people of 3 Mountain City. We can't make any mistakes. Gu Hai nodded. Qin, what do you think the Dahan imperial dynasty will do next? Gu Hai looked at Gu Qin and asked solemnly. Gu Qin was slightly taken aback. Why did Father ask him this? Lord Mo has sent news that the Hanqiu army has been victorious all the way. The cities of the former Dao dynasty are now unobstructed. On the day of the tribute to the dead of 3 Mountain City, they should be able to enter Dahan. Dragon Godding is also cooperating fully. The Dahan imperial dynasty will conquer the world and stabilize the north of the divine continent. I think that the next step will be to deal with the spiritual mountain, Holy Land. Gu Qin said solemnly. Gu Hai looked at Gu Qin. Second brother Gu Han and third brother Gu Tang are both in the hands of the spiritual mountain, Holy Land. Father will definitely not leave them be. The White Emperor has Mother's earthly spirit and is also in the spiritual mountain, Holy Land. Father must go. The spiritual mountain, Holy Land, has targeted the Dahan many times, and their grudges are settled. Secondly, Father must give the world an explanation for the deaths of the dead people of 3 Mountain City. Gu Qin said solemnly, Your analysis is not bad. 7 days later, officially declare war on the spiritual mountain, Holy Land. Gu Hai said solemnly, Yes. Gu Qin nodded worriedly. I know you are worried, and so are many officials. They are worried that the Dahan imperial dynasty has just settled in the north of the divine continent, and its foundation is not stable yet. Isn't it too early to make an all-out enemy of the spiritual mountain Holy Land? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes, I'm also a little worried. Gu Qin said with a frown. There are some things that should be done sooner rather than later. Since we've already shed all pretenses of cordiality, why hide it? The Holy Land of the Soul Mountain had a heritage of 800,000 years, a solid foundation. We can't drag it on just because we have a strong foundation. Gu Hai snorted. Father, do you have a plan? Gu Qin's eyes lit up. That's right. The spiritual mountain's influence on the surface is only the tip of the iceberg. In the past, it was the spiritual mountain that judged the world and ordered the Dahan imperial dynasty around. Now, we'll eliminate this iceberg first. Let's see where the other icebergs can hide. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and said solemnly, The most dangerous thing in spiritual mountain should be the present Buddha, especially with his surging destiny. The spiritual mountain Holy Land is the mother sect, and there are millions of temples under it. There are countless monks, and the number of cities under their control is close to 2,000. They are a huge force with surging destiny. If the present Buddha uses this destiny, it will be difficult for him to find a match. Gu Qin said with a frown, I called you here so that you can destroy the destiny of the spiritual mountain Holy Land. Gu Hai said solemnly. Gu Qin said in surprise. These days, I've organized a destiny destruction plan. First, we'll cut off the present Buddha's arm. Gu Hai handed over a stack of papers slowly. Gu Qin was slightly taken aback. He immediately stepped forward and took it. The stack of papers was bound, and the words Destiny Destruction Plan were written on it. Plan? This was a plan that Guqin had not seen written by Gu Hai in a long time. Back when he was immortal, Gu Hai had written a Song Annihilation plan. With the Shangdo Nation, he had destroyed the giant Song Nation in a short time. Now, he had a plan. Guqin flipped through it impatiently. Gu Hai was not in a hurry. He drank his tea and waited patiently. After a few minutes, Guqin had roughly finished reading. Father, you want to use business to overthrow the spiritual mountain, Holy Land. Guqin's eyelids twitched. Gu Hai nodded. Only by using business can we silently invade. Only then can we topple the spiritual mountain, Holy Land, in the shortest time possible. Yes, Father. Speaking of which, I'm slightly less intelligent than Mo Yike and Sima Chongkong. Father, you won't give me such a plan, right? I'm worried that I'm not up to the task. Guqin smiled bitterly. Gu Hai shook his head. Mo Yike and Sima Chongkong are indeed smart, but you've been with me the longest. There are some things that they can't compare to. Sometimes the operation of business doesn't just rely on intelligence. It also requires endless experience and talent. I've personally taught you how to do business, and you're no worse than anyone else. As long as you have a good plan, you can execute it better than anyone else. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, Guqin said solemnly. The Dahan's embroidered uniform guards and blood-robed guards have already set up many strongholds around the spiritual mountain, Holy Land. We'll cooperate with you in everything, Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, but this time, what name should I use to start laying the foundation? Guqin asked. In order to not leave any traces, the first investment in a wealth management company. No, the first investment in a wealth management shop will be called Immeasurable Wealth. Gu Hai said solemnly. Immeasurable Wealth. The first investment in a wealth management shop. Guqin said after some thought. That's right. Of course, there can't be only one investment shop. There must be many of them. Starting from the first one, countless others will sprout up like bamboo shoots after the rain. For example, Arhat Wealth, Bodhisattva Wealth, God of Fortune Wealth, and so on. I've taught you the methods of business promotion before. You need to grasp the direction of public opinion as quickly as possible. You need to quickly accept a theory from the 2,000 people in the cities controlled by the spiritual mountain, Holy Land. Gu Hai said solemnly. Oh, money ignores you if you don't manage money. Gu Hai said solemnly. Money ignores you if you don't manage money? Guqin frowned slightly. Let the people know that money is not saved, but born. Money breeds money. Only then can there be more wealth. Don't be afraid of spending money. Know how to spend money. Decorate the shop of immeasurable wealth luxuriously. The more luxurious it is, the greater the visual impact on the people. It must make people feel ashamed of themselves at first glance. Only then will they be willing to spend money. This is our shop, Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, Guqin nodded. Spend a lot of money to buy some spirit stone mines in the territories of the spiritual mountain, Holy Land. Even if we lose money, we must make our appearance of immeasurable wealth look like a big financial group. Let them think that we don't lack money, that we have plenty of spirit stones, and that there are many spirit stone mines. We must take our customers to visit them and impress them with our wealth. Let them help us promote it, Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, but what do you think of the ratio? Guqin frowned. Solemnly, Gu Hai said, 5% monthly profit and unlimited wealth. We will provide all kinds of wealth management products. We must let them know that we are borrowing their money to make more money. If they invest in our shops and buy our wealth management products, they will get huge returns. Gu Hai said solemnly, 5% of the monthly salary? Wouldn't that be an annual interest rate of 60%? In less than 2 years, you can double your assets. Guqin was surprised. Yes, 2 years? No, it won't take that long. Guhai shook his head and narrowed his eyes. Guqin's eyelids twitched as he said, "That's right. This interest is just like a loan shark. It's addictive." Guhai said, "Solemnly, buy visible properties. Try your best to buy the properties of the spiritual mountain Holy Land branch temples. Let them have a share of the profits. This way, they will be on the same side as us. If someone comes out to question us, they can even become our accomplices and help us explain. They might even help us do that inside thing." Guqin nodded. "Father, I will do my best to tie our wealth management shops together with the various temples and cities of the spiritual mountain Holy Land." Guqin nodded. "When the wealth management shops continue to expand, we must constantly add new people and gradually remove our people. It's best to use the relatives of the spiritual mountain Holy Land disciples. The treatment must be very, very good. Let everyone be happy and addicted to the treatment." Guhai instructed. "Yes, the moment Father takes action, all the wealth management shops will no longer have the shadow of the Dahan imperial dynasty." Guqin said, solemnly. Guhai nodded. "They are thinking about the interest from the wealth management shops, but they don't know that the wealth management shops are thinking about the capital they send. Father, I just realized that this method of accumulating wealth is too brilliant. It's so brilliant that it's faster than robbing money. It's shocking. Father, did you just think of this? Or?" Guqin said in shock. Guhai shook his head. "This method is too harmful to the harmony of the heavens. It will cause the people to live in poverty and bring suffering to the people. If it wasn't to deal with the spiritual mountain Holy Land, I would never have come up with this method. Yes. Moreover, this money is only temporarily taken. Record the losses of each customer. When the spiritual mountain Holy Land is destroyed in the future, we will compensate these people one by one." Guhai said, solemnly, "Father, they are not the people of the Dahan. Why do we have to be so kind to them? When they recite the scriptures of the spiritual mountain, Holy Land, every day, many of them are silently cursing the Dahan imperial dynasty, especially when the spiritual mountain Holy Land attacked, and you fought back fiercely. None of the 2,000 people in the city said anything good about us." Guqin said with a frown. Guhai shook his head. "Perhaps one day they will also become the people of the Dahan. The people's hearts are not to be bullied. This time, we are borrowing their money to mess with their hearts and destroy the spiritual mountain Holy Land. When everything is over, we must compensate them. We will not disgrace the heavens and the people's hearts. Yes." Guqin took a deep breath and nodded. "There are too many secrets in the spiritual mountain Holy Land. Not long ago, Montez sent news that the future Buddha's injuries were all healed. Even the eyes that were gouged out by Chongming were restored. When you go this time, you have to be very careful. Do not take any risks. Remember, this time, you are only going to seek wealth. When the time is right, you can make a move. When a financial management shop is just starting out, there will definitely be all sorts of difficulties. Once everything is on track, the officials of the Spirit Mountain's Holy Land and the various cities, as well as ordinary customers, will protect you. Father, don't worry. You have already explained it to me so thoroughly. With this book, I will definitely do a good job." Guqin said with a smile. Guhai looked at Guqin and nodded. Chapter 9:26. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty's memorial ceremony for the dead citizens of Three Mountain City was known by the entire nation. It had even spread throughout the world. It was the first time in the world that the emperor and ministers of the imperial dynasty had personally come to pay tribute to the dead citizens of a city. It seemed that the small nations and sects of the past had suffered greatly from the destruction of a city. That was why they had reluctantly come to pay tribute and appease the people. For an imperial dynasty with more than 100 cities, it was almost impossible for the entire nation to pay tribute to a city. At most, they would seek revenge for the city and gain the support of the people. However, at this moment, the Dahan imperial dynasty had nearly 800 cities. It was such a huge entity. However, the destruction of a city had risen to the level of a national strategy. Not only did the entire nation attach importance to it, but they also invited some sects and countries nearby to come. At this moment, the various peaks in the surroundings were already filled with people. There were the leaders of the 4 factions who were invited, the citizens of the Dahan, and countless experts from all over the world who had come because of the reputation. These experts had also heard of the entire nation paying tribute to the dead citizens of a city for the first time, so they all came. After all, the citizens of this city were said to have been killed by the spiritual mountain's holy land. Paying tribute now seemed to be a signal. This included the leaders of the 3 imperial dynasties and 3 sects who were preparing to deal with the Dahan. The experts of the 6 factions were invited. They stood at the peak of a mountain outside 3 Mountain City and looked at the city that was already filled with chrysanthemums in the distance. One of the emperors revealed a cold smile as he looked into the distance. Guhai, he really doesn't know what's good for him. Yeah, he actually invited us to watch the ceremony. Ha ha ha. Is he going to send the Dahan into the abyss of destruction? Another emperor sneered. Everything is ready. We are only waiting for Guhai to show up. A third emperor said coldly. What did Dragon Godding and the spiritual mountain say? A sect leader at the side asked in a deep voice. Dragon deity Ing agreed. 3 Mountain City is the border between the Great Ing Empire and the Dahan Empire. When the boundless celestial capital arrives, dragon deity Ing will mobilize the entire Great Ing Empire. His strength is comparable to that of the Tongtian sect master. He'll make a move then, said a sect leader. There aren't many people coming from Mystical Mountain this time. However, there are also quite a few. Sakra, Brahma, Shiva, Vishnu, and even the South Sea Dragon King will be coming. Perhaps they have already arrived. Another sect leader sneered. Sakra, Brahma, Shiva, Vishnu, South Sea Dragon King, Dragon Godding, and the 6 of us. Today is the day of Dahan's destruction. An emperor said coldly. The leaders of the 6 forces sneered as they looked at the large number of soldiers guarding the 3 Mountains city. Halfway up another mountain, there was a group of people in black. The 2 in the lead were quietly looking at the 3 Mountain city. If Guhai was here, he would definitely recognize one of them. It was the Great Yellow Dynasty's Emperor Kong. He had once represented the Great Yellow Dynasty in the Thousand Saints Conference. He was Empress Ji's trusted aide, Emperor Kong. The man beside Emperor Kong was an extremely handsome young man. The young man looked at the 3 Mountain city in the distance and narrowed his eyes. Emperor Kong, His Holiness wants us to go to the Netherworld. Why did you bring me here? To watch a funeral? Emperor Kong smiled. Mr. Wuxing, don't you think the 3 Mountain city's public funeral is very interesting? Oh, Mr. Wuxing was puzzled. It has only been 20 years. Have you seen a dynasty rise so quickly? This Guhai is too dangerous. Emperor Kong frowned. Mr. Wuxing frowned slightly and nodded. That's right. Guhai always surprises people, and his methods are outstanding. In a short time, he destroyed the Great Emperor Dynasty. Oh, today, all the cities of the Great Emperor Dynasty should have fallen into the hands of the Dahan imperial dynasty, right? That's right. The news just came. The 500 cities of the Great Emperor dynasty all belong to the Dahan imperial dynasty. Now, Guhai has 800 cities. You should know that the Long Zhangguas de Qian celestial dynasty only had 1,500 cities. Emperor Kong said with a gloomy expression, half of the celestial dynasty's cities. However, the difference between a celestial dynasty and an imperial dynasty is not determined by the number of cities. Back then, Qiu's 9 Li imperial dynasty had more cities than this, but it still didn't become an imperial dynasty, right? Mr. Wu Xing sneered. Emperor Kong shook his head. Mr. Wu Xing, you've only been in the Great Yellow Dynasty for a short time, so you don't know much about the Battle of Zhuelu 3,000 years ago. Qi was qualified to become a celestial dynasty at that time, but because he was entangled with Jiang Lianshan. So? Oh. Mr. Wu Xing looked at Emperor Kong. Forget it. Let's not talk about what happened back then. Look, Guhai and the others are here. Emperor Kong suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked at a fleet of huge flying boats in the distance. Welcome, Your Majesty. In the south of the three-mountain city, countless officials suddenly bowed, respectfully. Guhai had arrived, so the limitless celestial capital should be near. Everyone looked toward the south. Indeed, from afar, a huge city slowly flew over from the horizon. It was the limitless celestial capital. The limitless celestial capital was still moving slowly, but Guhai had already arrived with a group of officials in 10 flying boats. On the flying boat, Guhai held onto the railing and looked outside the three-mountain city. Countless people had already gathered in all directions to offer sacrifices, as well as countless experts from all over the world. Around the three-mountain city, the Immortal demon army had returned and was stationed outside the city. Only top experts could get close. In the south of the city, Mo Yike, Gao Xianji, and Chun Tianshan had already been waiting there for a long time. As Guhai's flying boat approached, they all bowed respectfully toward the sky. In the city, all the buildings had already been repaired, as if they had never been damaged before. However, the entire city had sunk. It was as if the entire city had sunk into a deep pit. In the deep pit, there were a total of 200 million coffins, which naturally contained the corpses of the people of the three-mountain city. Around the coffins, there were chrysanthemums scattered, as if they were remembering their fallen comrades. As the three armies respectfully welcomed Guhai's arrival, the surroundings of the three-mountain city became quiet. Everyone looked at the leading flying boat. The flying boat slowly landed in the plaza outside the three-mountain city. Guhai led all the officials off the flying boat and slowly walked toward the entrance of the three-mountain city. Not far from where the leaders of the 6 factions were, an emperor sneered. Guhai really dared to come. He actually brought all the officials of the imperial court. Kong Xian, Shangguan Hen, Mosquito Daoren, Ao Shun, Guqin, and Montez, they're all here? In that case, the limitless celestial capital has already become an empty city? Another emperor narrowed his eyes. The Spirit Mountain Sacred Ground, Dragon Sheniying, and the others are in charge of destroying the limitless celestial capital first before joining us. Ha! We'll catch Guhai right here and now. A sect master sneered. In the middle of the crowd, Guhai didn't pay attention to anything else. Instead, he slowly led all the officials to the entrance of the three-mountain city. Woo, 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 woo. The people from the Ministry of Rites slowly blew the mournful and grand horn of a bull. The national memorial ceremony had officially begun. The 3 armies all stood in formation. Guhai had used the military training methods he'd passed down when he'd founded the nation. The scene of all the soldiers standing in formation immediately appeared. All the soldiers stood in line after line, adding a sense of might and majesty to the already solemn occasion. This sense of might and majesty seemed to carry a powerful influence that made the faces of the countless spectators turn solemn. "This army's appearance is really impressive," Emperor Kong said with an ugly expression. "Yeah, this is the first time I've seen such a neat formation. There aren't many in this world, right?" Mr. Wuxing frowned. "It's not that there aren't many, it's that there aren't any. Haha, looking at the army of the Dahan Empire and looking at the armies of other nations, I feel that the others are all unorthodox, including the Great Yellow Dynasty," Emperor Kong said with a solemn and bitter smile. "An army can't be formed just by standing in formation." Mr. Wuxing shook his head. "But in the end, their spirits are higher, and they make people feel a sense of might." Emperor Kong frowned. On the other side, a hint of jealousy flashed in the eyes of the people from the 6 factions. "Humph, what's the use of standing in formation? We have to win the war." "That's right. Humph, if they want to train to stand in formation, we can do it too. We won't be any worse than them." "What's the use of these unorthodox methods?" The leaders of the 6 factions were jealous. However, no matter what the 6 factions thought, the people who came to watch the ceremony all showed stunned expressions. When they felt this might, their confidence in the Han imperial dynasty unknowingly increased by leaps and bounds. Everyone stared at the center. After the officials stood respectfully behind Gu Hai, Gu Hai walked to the front and stood in front of a huge table. There was a large amount of wine and delicacies on the table, but at this moment, no one would have an appetite because these were all sacrifices. Slowly, Gu Hai picked up a cup of wine. At this moment, the attendants walked in, and the civil and military officials immediately took a cup of wine. "Golden Dragon of Luck, Dahan Empire, the emperor and officials will sacrifice to the people of Three Mountain City and announce to the world." Gu Hai shouted. Roar. In the distance, the Golden Dragon of Luck sensed Gu Hai's shout. Immediately, the dragon roared loudly, and the voice spread to the ears of all the people of the Dahan Empire. In the 800 cities, whether it was the newly conquered cities or the old cities of the Dahan Empire, all the people were shocked when they heard Gu Hai's voice. "People of Three Mountain City, I have already helped more than half of you to reincarnate, but I was unable to protect you. In the end, it is my fault. Today, I will toast you with this cup of wine to apologize to all the people of Three Mountain City who died in the disaster. I hope that everyone will have a safe journey." Gu Hai shouted. As he spoke, Gu Hai poured a cup of wine on the ground in an extremely solemnly manner as a toast to the people who died in the disaster. The civil and military officials immediately imitated Gu Hai and toasted Gu Hai in an extremely solemnly manner. "May you all have a good journey." The people of Dahan nodded, feeling Gu Hai's sincerity. Of course, the people who had just conquered the cities sneered. They didn't seem to care, thinking that Gu Hai was being hypocritical. This second cup is to swear to the people who died in the disaster. Your vengeance is the vengeance of the Dahan Empire. If we don't take revenge, Spiritual Mountain will never be destroyed. The Dahan will never ascend to the heavens. Gu Hai shouted. Wow! Everyone suddenly looked up at Gu Hai in shock. From the limitless celestial capital to the north of the divine continent, everyone had guessed that the Dahan Empire wanted to ascend to the Celestial Empire. But now, what did Gu Hai mean? Not taking revenge. Never ascend to the Celestial Empire? How much determination did this require? Was this the rhythm of perishing together with the holy lands of the spiritual mountain? The ordinary people in the 800 cities of the Han royal dynasty also felt stunned. This was especially so for those who said that Gu Hai was hypocritical. Their expressions immediately froze. Han royal dynasty? The current trend of the nation was clearly heading towards the Celestial Empire. His Majesty said that he would never ascend to the Celestial Empire if he didn't destroy Spiritual Mountain. This was him fighting to the death with himself. How was this hypocrisy? This was clearly a great determination. Gambling the fate of the nation for the deaths of a city? Suddenly, no one thought that Gu Hai was being hypocritical. At the same time, the people's attitude towards Gu Hai gradually changed. Solemnly, Gu Hai poured a cup of wine into the ground. All the officials also poured wine into the ground to honor the people who had died. Solemnly, Gu Hai said, "I'll keep this third cup of wine here today. I'll wait for the day of your vengeance to come again." Whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly blew around Three Mountain City. It was as though the people who had died had sensed Gu Hai's sincerity. "Fill the ground!" Gu Hai shouted. "Rumble!" The soldiers all around immediately flew into the air and began to fill up one mountain after another. That enormous crater, Three Mountain City, was slowly being filled up. At the same time, Gu Hai also formally gave a memorial speech. The Grand Dahan, the illustrious civilization. Benevolence spread far and wide, traveling the world, invading the spiritual mountain, destroying our three mountains, slaughtering Li Shu, corpses turning into life, 200 million dead, nursing grievances in Three Mountain City. The sun and moon are dim, the universe is shocked. The brutality of the beasts is unheard of. What are our compatriots? The country is in trouble. Today, Three Mountain, tomorrow I will return. If the demons are not eliminated, the world will not be at peace. Sorrowful soldiers rise, golden spears beat drums. Brothers of one heart vow to destroy the evil demons. Chapter 927. While Gu Hai was leading the civil and military officials to pay respects to the people who died in Three Mountain City, outside the limitless celestial capital, 5 stern-looking men stood in a huge layer of clouds. They were Brahma, Shiva, Vishnu, Indra, and the South Sea Dragon King. The 5 coldly watched as Gu Hai led the civil and military officials to Three Mountain City in a flying ship. They all left. Kong Xian, Shangguan Hen, Ao Shun, and Mosquito Daoren, they all went to Three Mountain City. They don't want the limitless celestial capital anymore. The South Sea Dragon King asked, feeling confused. There's still Bodhisattva Lian Sheng. Indra frowned as he looked at Bodhisattva Lian Sheng, who was at a plaza in the limitless celestial capital. Bodhisattva Lian Sheng looked into the distance curiously. Bodhisattva Lian Sheng? He can't stop the 5 of us. Say, if we make a move now, won't the limitless celestial capital be destroyed immediately? Won't the Dahan imperial dynasty lose more than half of its providence? Brahma sneered. No, I'm looking for Zhengfa Ming. Didn't the Buddha say that Zhengfa Ming appeared? The South Sea Dragon King asked. When the Buddha left that day, he left a secret technique to monitor the limitless celestial capital. Unexpectedly, Gu Hai dismantled it. Hence, no one knows what's going on in the limitless celestial capital. However, I'm guessing that since Gu Hai knows that Zhengfa Ming is the person you're looking for, he will definitely hide him. He should not be in the limitless celestial capital. Shiva said, should we make a move? Indra asked, wait for Dragon Godding to come over. This is the border between Grating and Dahan. Brahma shook his head. Everyone waited patiently. Roar! Suddenly, the Dahan imperial dynasty's golden dragon of providence roared. Following that, Gu Hai's voice instantly reached the ears of all the citizens of Dahan. If the 5 experts listened with all their might, they could still hear Gu Hai's sonorous voice in the distance. Hee, the first cup of wine is an apology, acting so hypocritically. thinking that he could buy the hearts of the people of the world. What a joke! If you have the ability, then swear a curse. Tion sneered. Everyone had a look of disdain on their faces. It wasn't until the second cup of wine, when Guhai said, "If we don't take revenge, we won't destroy the Spirit Mountain. The Dahan will stop at the imperial capital and never ascend to the heavens." Only then did the expressions of the 5 people suddenly change. "Guhai is serious?" Brahma's expression changed as he asked in surprise. "He's crazy. Does he really want to fight to the death with Spirited Mountain?" Sakra's face suddenly darkened. "This is a curse made in front of everyone in the world. He is being watched by everyone in the world. What the people want is what the heavens want. This is especially so when it comes to cultivation. As an emperor, his words are worth 1,000 gold. If he goes back on his words, the country's fate will be unstable and the dynasty will stop moving forward. Does Guhai need to make such a huge oath?" Shiva's expression changed. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. No matter what, one did not fear the opponent's cultivation being high. One only feared that the opponent would go all out and die together. Guhai was like this now, not resting until one of them died. Bodhisattva Lian Sheng, who was in the distance, gaped in shock. Unexpectedly, Guhai actually made such a huge oath. Just as everyone felt shocked, Guhai's sacrificial speech rang out. "The vast Dahan, the illustrious civilization. Benevolence spreads far and wide, traveling the world, invading the Spirited Mountain and destroying my 3 mountains, slaughtering Li Shu and turning corpses into common life." When the first 2 lines of the sacrificial speech were spoken, everyone immediately felt that something was wrong. Fortunately, the heavens had already taken away the Book Tao's laws. When the first 4 lines were spoken, a boundless atmosphere appeared. If the Book Tao's laws were still around, just these few lines would have been able to erupt with overwhelming righteous qi. Such a sacrificial speech that gathered all the people in the world to pay homage to the dead had the most power to move the heavens. With one line, the world's hearts would follow, and the people's hearts would resonate. Using the people's hearts to move the heavens was even more solemn and grand than those poems about love and hate. Although there was no law of the Book Tao, the concept that surged forward instantly infected everyone. Seeds of hatred were suddenly buried in everyone's hearts. "Oh no, I nearly forgot. That Guhai's Book Tao is also outstanding in the world." Sakra Asia's expression changed. 200 million dead died in a mountain city with grievances. The sun and moon turned gloomy, and the universe was shocked. The brutality of the beasts was unheard of. What crimes did our fellow countrymen commit? The nation is in trouble. Indeed, as Guhai shouted the 3rd and 4th lines, nearly all the Dahan people suddenly clenched their fists, showing great hatred on their faces. 200 million people died in a mountain city with grievances. That was 200 million, not 200, not 20,000, not 20 million, not 20 million, but 200 million. When the people heard the news in the past, it was just a number. However, at this moment, as Guhai spoke, solemnly, all the people seemed to see that tyrannical scene from back then. One by one, their fellow countrymen died tragically in front of them. They cried out for help, but the heavens didn't respond, the earth didn't respond, the sun and moon turned gloomy, and the universe was shocked. Those people were so innocent, but they still died in the hands of Spiritual Mountain. A great hatred flashed in the hearts of all the people. This hatred was the will of the people, the will of the heavens. It could be vaguely seen that the sky in all directions of Dahan slowly darkened. Ordinary people only thought that it was dark clouds, but the 5 experts knew that it was the will of the heavens triggered by the people's hearts. It wasn't just dark clouds. It was the anger of the people. It was the resentment of the people. It was the hatred of the people. A great hatred erupted. A sacrificial song caused the world to change color. Not good, not good. That Gu Hai is indeed an expert in bewitching the people. Where is Dragon Shennying? Shiva's expression changed. After today, this hatred of the heavens will spread everywhere in the world. The resentment of the people can even trigger the laws. If this hatred spreads to the whole world, then my spiritual mountain will be implicated. Vishnu said with an ugly expression, "No, if Dragon Shennying doesn't come, we will take action first and interrupt Gu Hai's public sacrificial ceremony." Indra stared. Boom. But at this moment, a gust of wind swept over and instantly arrived behind the 5 experts. Dragon Shennying? The 5 experts were delighted. Previously, when Gu Hai sent a message to the world through the golden dragon of luck, the Great Ing Empire also received the news. Dragon Shennying immediately shouted, "People of the Great Ing Empire, I will borrow your strength for the last time to seek a greater future for the people of the Great Ing Empire. Please raise your right hand and lend me your strength." Roar. The golden dragon of luck of the Great Ing Empire roared. Then the people of the Great Ing Empire all raised their right hand, and all their strength was lent to Dragon Shennying. The golden dragon of luck roared, and immediately pulled all the strength of the people of the Great Ing Empire into Dragon Shennying's body. Dragon Shennying's body suddenly erupted with unprecedented strength. A huge flow of energy seemed to form a golden flame that surrounded Dragon Shennying's body. Boom! Dragon Shennying's body swayed, and he shot toward the limitless celestial capital. In just a short while, he arrived outside the limitless celestial capital and saw the 5 experts who were preparing to launch a sneak attack. At the same time, on a mountain peak outside the 3-mountain city, the leaders of the 6 forces also received the news. Sect leader Dragon Shennying has already mobilized the strength of a nation. He should be here soon. A disciple reported respectfully. The leaders of the 6 forces looked at each other, and their eyes lit up. Dragon Shennying mobilized the strength of a nation, which is comparable to the Tongtian sect master, and can block Gu Hai's mobilization of the people of the Dahan. The people of the mystical mountain and us can definitely completely destroy the Dahan Empire. An emperor's eyes lit up. He should be here soon. Everyone get ready. We will attack together later. Don't make any mistakes. The leaders of the 6 forces clenched their fists in anticipation. He's here. Look, a sect leader's eyes lit up. In the south of the limitless celestial capital, a gust of wind suddenly blew away a cloud, revealing Indra and the others. Dragon Shennying had arrived. He's really here. Good, good. It's going to start soon. A sect leader said excitedly. At the entrance of the 3-mountain city, Kong Xian, Shangguan Hen, Mosquito Daoren, and Ao Shun seemed to have guessed that the people of the mystical mountain were going to attack. However, they didn't act rashly. Instead, they looked at Gu Hai together. At this moment, Gu Hai said the last 2 lines of the sacrificial speech. Today, the 3 mountains, tomorrow, I will. If the demons are not eliminated, the world will not be at peace. Soldiers in grief rise, golden spears beat drums. Brothers of one heart vow to destroy the evil demons. Gu Hai almost shouted the last 2 lines with grief and indignation. Roar! The golden dragon of luck's voice instantly spread into the ears of the people in the world. The first 2 lines had already stirred up the boundless hatred in the hearts of the people. This hatred even triggered the resentment of the heavens and caused the Dahan world to be covered in dark clouds. However, the last 2 lines seemed to have given the people a vent in their hearts. They instantly found a way to deal with their resentment. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Today, the 200 million people of the three-mountain city were in trouble. Tomorrow, it might fall on them. If the demons were not eliminated, the people of the world would not be safe. Soldiers in grief rise, golden spears beat drums. Only by working together could they kill the evil demons. Brothers of one heart vow to kill the evil demons. Someone shouted first. Suddenly, countless people in the Dahan imperial dynasty shouted together, swearing to kill the evil demons. They were absolutely irreconcilable with the mystical mountain. Boom! As if the laws of heaven and earth sensed the boiling hearts of the people, a loud thunder roared, and heavy rain poured down. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng, who was in the boundless celestial capital, showed shock in his eyes. Clearly, he had underestimated this sacrificial offering at Three Mountain City. After this public sacrificial offering, the people of the world will no longer have any desire to return to the mystical mountain. What a good sacrificial offering, cutting off the thoughts of the people of the world and rejecting the mystical mountain as an evil demon. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said in shock. On the other side, the expressions of the 5 experts changed dramatically. There's no time. Quickly attack. Quick. Indra urged anxiously. That's right. Quickly attack. I'm coming. Let's begin. Dragon Sheniying said. Good. Attack together. The South Sea Dragon King glared, wanting to charge at the boundless celestial capital. Brahma, Shiva, Vishnu, and Indra attacked together. Immediately, 5 huge manifested palm strikes flew towards the boundless celestial capital, wanting to shatter it. Oh no! Bodhisattva Lien Sheng's expression suddenly changed as he tried to make a move. Just as everyone attacked the boundless celestial capital, and the leaders of the 6 factions in the distance were waiting to make a move, something strange happened. Dragon Sheniying's eyes suddenly turned cold, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His hands turned into claws, and with a rumbling sound, he pierced through the back of Sakra and South Sea Dragon King with a rumble. How could the two have expected Dragon Sheniying to suddenly betray them? Furthermore, Dragon Sheniying used the power of Great Ing World. Its might was no weaker than the 2 immortal slaying swords. Furthermore, the 2 were caught off guard. Boom, boom. It wasn't until 2 loud sounds rang out that Sakra and the South Sea Dragon King's chests were blown into 2 huge holes. When Dragon God Ying's claws passed through them, everyone suddenly reacted. What? No. Indra and the South Sea Dragon King both vomited a mouthful of blood, revealing expressions of despair, grief, and indignation. Dragon Sheniying, what are you doing? The expressions of Brahma and the other 2 changed drastically. Unexpectedly, the change was so strange. At this moment, how could the 3 be in the mood to deal with the boundless celestial capital? Their manifested palms changed direction, instantly attacking Dragon Sheniying. Everything changed too quickly. Why did our allies suddenly turn hostile? Were we tricked? Was this Guhai's scheme? Did Guhai send those leaders of the 6 factions to trick us? The spiritual mountains people immediately felt shocked and furious. In the distance, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng, who was preparing to make a move, immediately froze in midair, revealing a shocked expression. How can it be like this? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng could not understand. The leaders of the 6 factions in the distance also could not understand. The 3 sovereigns and the 3 sect masters goggled. In that instant earlier, the 6 had already taken out their magic treasures and weapons. When the spiritual mountains people made their move, they prepared to attack together and start a massacre. Furthermore, the 6 arranged their own opponents so that they would not panic later. With the spiritual mountains, Holy Land, and Dragon Sheniying's help, the Dahan imperial dynasty would not be able to reverse the situation. However, in the next moment, the strongest spiritual mountains, Holy Land and Dragon, Sheniying, started killing each other. The two sides are killing each other. What is the meaning of this? Why can't I understand? The 6 experts suddenly froze in place. Chapter 9:28. The experts of the 6 forces were dumbfounded. The 2 helpers they had invited were now fighting each other. What should the 6 of them do next? Could they still attack? The spectators were also dumbfounded. Why was there a loud roar coming from the direction of the infinite celestial capital? They turned to look. Boom. Everyone was shocked. People from the spiritual mountain, Dragon Goding, the master of the Ying dynasty. Again, someone cried out in alarm. They're not done. But why are they fighting each other? What's going on? Even if they want to fight, they don't have to fight in the infinite celestial capital. Why did they come here? The onlookers were completely confused. The people of the Dahan, on the other hand, stared. It's the demons of the spiritual mountain. The demons of the spiritual mountain are here again. Countless people of the Dahan stared with hatred. The masters of the 6 forces, the spectators, the people of the Dahan, and even Bodhisattva Lien Sheng of the infinite celestial capital all looked at Guhai in the distance. After Guhai recited the prayer, he slowly bowed slightly toward the giant tomb that kept sinking. All the officials and generals followed Guhai and bowed slightly toward the giant tomb. The solemnity of this moment immediately silenced everyone who had been in an uproar. Kongxian, Shangguanhen, Mosquito Daoren, and Ao Shun didn't move at all. They bowed quietly as if they didn't care about the infinite celestial capital and the attack from the spiritual mountain. The surroundings were strangely quiet. The masters of the 6 forces seemed to be able to hear their own heartbeats. They were beating violently, but they were also nervous and frightened. The masters of the 6 forces didn't attack, and they didn't dare to. They didn't know what was going on. In the distance, Dragon Goding stabbed his hands into the chests of Sakra and the South Sea Dragon King. Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva immediately turned their palms toward Dragon Goding. The South Sea Dragon King and Sakra transformed into 2 giant dragons amidst their mournful cries. Their chests were split open and blood splattered everywhere. They were on the verge of death. Dragon Godying's claws were too powerful. Just as the 2 dragons were about to be torn apart, Fan Tian, and Huang Xiaolong struck out with their palms. In his haste, Dragon Sheniying could only let go and deal with these 3 people. The 2 claws blasted the 2 dragons away with a loud rumble and struck towards Brahma heaven, and the other 2, boom, a super loud sound rang out, and the 2 dragons were instantly blasted away. Blood splattered everywhere. Dragon Sheniying hastily attacked, and even tore a huge hole in their bodies, almost tearing them apart. With a loud bang, Dragon Sheniying was pushed back by Brahma's group of 3. Of course, they were only pushed back a little. Just like the Tongtian sect master in the past, the 3 of them could suppress him if they worked together. However, none of them were a match for the Tongtian sect master, nor were they a match for Dragon Sheniying. Roar. Dragon Sheniying took a step back, then roared and charged toward the 3 of them. Those 6 factions lied to us. Let's go. Shiva's expression suddenly changed. Guhai's scheme. Hurry, Vishnu exclaimed. I'll block Dragon Sheniying. Brahma immediately charged forward. Boom. Dragon Sheniying struck the enlarged Brahma with his palm. Puff. Brahma immediately vomited blood as he went flying. However, Shiva and Vishnu quickly rescued the 2 dragons who were on their last breaths. Let's go. Brahma stood in front, letting them go first. However, Dragon Sheniying quickly rushed forward and struck again. Boom! Brahma vomited another mouthful of blood, and his face turned ashen. Then he turned around and chased after Shiva's group. Whoosh! While fleeing, the group instantly fled to the horizon. Dragon Shennying's face sank, but he did not give chase. After all, once he left this place where Ing and Han intersected, his power of providence would scatter. On the other side, Bodhisattva Liansheng, Kong Xian, Shangguan Hen, Mosquito Daoren, and Ao Shun felt anxious. What a good opportunity! What a good opportunity! Today, we can keep all of them here. However, Gu Hai did not care about the battle in the distance. He continued to pay attention to the solemnly memorial ceremony. Ha! Kong Xian and the others could only sigh softly. However, Mo Yike and Sima Chongkong did not feel confused at all. The two understood what Gu Hai meant. Dragon Shennying had waited until now to make a move, not to keep the enemy here, but to intimidate them, to intimidate the people of Spirit Mountain and all the formidable people around, to let everyone know how terrifying the Dahan was. To keep Indra and the others here, how could it be that easy? In particular, Gu Hai had already raised dealing with Spirit Mountain to the level of a national war. It was impossible for him to disregard everything just for a moment's satisfaction. He had not figured out Spirit Mountain's background yet. At this moment, as long as Gu Hai made a move, the present Buddha would definitely make a move. Similarly, that clone of Rokudo Shinkuan would also make a move. It was not impossible, but it would definitely happen. For the strongest people in the world, would it take a long time to reach the infinite celestial capital? No, it would only take a short while. Gu Hai did not know what the present Buddha was planning, but he knew that the Dahan imperial dynasty was not very important to the present Buddha. At the very least, the present Buddha would not reveal all his trump cards for the Dahan imperial dynasty. However, if Gu Hai made a move with his full strength, he would force the present Buddha to reveal his trump cards. This would be extremely disadvantageous for the Dahan imperial dynasty. The Dahan could only rely on wits to break through layer by layer in fighting Spirit Mountain. Therefore, Gu Hai was still paying tribute. Only the countless civilians and spectators were left with blank expressions. The leaders of the 6 major forces were dumbfounded and did not know what to do. Why is it like this? An emperor said in despair. They saw a dragon god Ing slowly flying over from afar. The expressions of countless spectators changed. The leaders of the 6 major forces also darkened. What is Dragon Godding doing? Is he still going to make a move? If he makes a move now, what should we do? Should we still make a move? The leaders of the 6 major forces had extremely ugly expressions. If they made a move now, they had no chance of winning at all. At the same time, they looked at Dragon Godding with resentment. If you leave, that's fine too. We can pretend that nothing happened. If you don't leave, this makes us feel conflicted. Halfway up another mountain peak, Emperor Kong and Mr. Wu Xing narrowed their eyes as they watched Dragon God Ing fly over. Is Dragon God Ing going to disrupt Gu Hai's public memorial ceremony? This doesn't seem right. Emperor Kong said with a frown. Emperor Kong, did you notice that the experts of Spiritual Mountain and Dragon Shennying were attacking at the entrance of the limitless celestial capital? Such a huge battle. Yet Gu Hai didn't even bat an eyelid. None of the officials went to protect the limitless celestial capital. Mr. Wu Xing said with a frown. You're saying? Emperor Kong narrowed his eyes. It should be. All of this is within Gu Hai's calculations. Or rather, he already knew. Mr. Wu Xing said with a gloomy expression. Already knew? Did Gu Hai arrange this? That's impossible. That's Dragon God Ing, the son of Long Zhanghua, and the proudest of the Deqian crown princes. Why would he listen to Gu Hai? Emperor Kong said with disbelief. At this moment, Dragon God Ing had already arrived. He landed on the ground and suddenly bowed respectfully to Gu Hai, Han Imperial Dynasty's 8th Army Commander. Dragon God Ing greets your majesty. The enemy has retreated. Dragon God Ing shouted. Buzz. Everyone's expression changed. 8th Army Commander, greeting your majesty? That's impossible. Emperor Kong exclaimed from afar. In the distance, the leaders of the 6 factions were also shocked, as if their souls had left their bodies. 8th Army Commander, Han Imperial Dynasty's 8th Army Commander, Dragon God Ing? How is that possible? The Great Ing Imperial Dynasty's territory was not much smaller than that of the Han Imperial Dynasty. Moreover, you're an emperor. How could you suddenly submit to someone else? You can bend your knees to the faction leader, but you can't humiliate an emperor. A great emperor submitted to Gu Hai? At this moment, the heavy rain was pouring down. Three Mountain City had finished filling in the soil. However, after a short moment of commotion, the surroundings became eerily quiet, apart from the sound of the heavy rain. The surroundings were quiet as if the heavy rain had lost its sound. Everyone looked at Gu Hai and Dragon God Ing. After the ceremony, Gu Hai finally regained his senses. Dragon God Ing, Gu Hai said, solemnly, "Yes, your majesty." Dragon God Ing said, solemnly, "Enter the imperial court." Gu Hai said, solemnly, "Yes, your majesty." Dragon God Ing said, solemnly. At the same time, Dragon God Ing suddenly said, the Dragon God Ing and the people of the Great Ing Empire. From today onwards, I will renounce my position as the monarch and lead the Great Ing Empire into the Han Imperial Dynasty. Today, I announce to the people that they will enter the Han Imperial Dynasty. This is my wish and the blessing of the Great Ing Empire. Great Ing is gone, and the Han Imperial Dynasty will rise again. The glory of my father's Deqian Imperial Dynasty will be eternal. Please believe in me for the last time. I will not put the people in danger. From now on, I am the same as all of you, a citizen of the Han Imperial Dynasty. Long live Gu Hai! Roar! As Dragon God Ing shouted, the golden dragon of luck in his body suddenly soared into the sky and flew toward the sea of luck clouds of the Han Imperial Dynasty. Rumble! At the same time, the surging and boundless luck in Ingod City suddenly moved toward the south at high speed. Countless Ingod City officials were shocked. Then they knelt down one after another and asked in horror, "Your Majesty, why? Why?" The surging luck moved toward the infinite celestial capital. The Great Ing Empire's golden dragon of luck flew toward the Han Imperial Dynasty's golden dragon of luck. Roar! The Han golden dragon suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed the Great Ing Empire's golden dragon of luck. However, the Great Ing Empire's golden dragon of luck did not resist and allowed it to be swallowed. Boom! The Han golden dragon of luck expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. The surging luck of the infinite celestial capital increased in number and size. At this moment, the spectators of the Tri-Mountain City were at a loss. Countless officials of the Han Imperial Dynasty were dumbfounded, while countless officials of the Great Ing Empire were devastated. The people of the two empires were stunned. At this moment, almost everyone in the Great Ing Empire and the Han Imperial Dynasty were stunned. The change happened too quickly, and they could not accept it for a while. It was especially so for the leaders of the 6 major forces. When they saw Dragon God Ingzhun leading a nation to the Han Imperial Dynasty, they felt a myriad of emotions and were extremely shocked and furious. Fight! They did not dare to flee. Not far away, Kong Xian, Ao Shun, Shangguan Hen, Mosquito Daoran, Dragon God Ing, and even Gu Hai suddenly looked over. The 6 of them felt like crying but had no tears to shed. They dug a hole for themselves, and they ended up digging their own grave. Chapter 929. Outside Three Mountain City, a giant tomb was erected. A massive stele was erected with the words "Tomb of the 200 million undead in Three Mountain City" written on it. Next to it was Guhai's memorial speech. Solemnly, Guhai bowed 3 times, ending the public memorial ceremony. From the moment Dragon God entered the Dahan as a subject, the surroundings fell silent. Even the common people of the 2 dynasties fell silent after a moment of shock. The memorial ceremony for the dead of Three Mountain City was originally thought to be a show, and Guhai was pretending to gather the people's hearts. But in that short period of time, what happened shocked everyone. That memorial speech, that oath, everything displayed Guhai's determination. Some of the common people who were unconvinced of Guhai changed their attitude from that memorial speech. But soon, when Spirit Mountain attacked, His Majesty remained calm and collected, as if everything was under his control, making them feel more at ease. When the great Ing dynasty strangely submitted, countless common people suddenly felt a fanatical worship for Guhai. When the public memorial ceremony ended, everyone still felt like they were dreaming. In the distance, Emperor Kong and Mr. Wu Xing were silent for a long time. Guhai? His Holiness was right. This person's methods are no weaker than Longzhanggua's. Emperor Kong said with a gloomy expression. Mr. Wu Xing narrowed his eyes as he looked at Guhai in the distance, as if he was analyzing something. All right, Mr. Wu Xing, someone will report this matter to His Holiness. We should go to the heavenly demon, Holy Land in the Netherworld. Nangong Shou, I'll have to trouble you. Emperor Kong looked at a young man in black behind him. That man nodded and waved his hand. Wang. Waves of black fog emerged from the forest. Emperor Kong, Mr. Wu Xing, and a group of people stepped into the black fog and disappeared in front of everyone, as if they had never been here. No one noticed that this group had disappeared. Only the unborn man behind Guhai suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction that Emperor Kong and the others had disappeared. However, by the time the unborn man looked, everyone had already left. Guhai led his officials and suddenly turned to look at a mountain peak not far away. The people watching the ceremony were confused and followed Guhai's gaze. At the peak of the mountain stood the leaders of the 3 great sects and the 3 great imperial empires. Although the 6 of them looked calm on the surface, their hearts were on the verge of collapsing. So all their planning, all their schemes, were all in Guhai's hands. Disturbing the Dahan's public memorial ceremony was a joke. Long ago, Guhai had known everything, and the Dragon God had already defected to the Dahan imperial dynasty. They were just putting on a show. If they had known that the Dragon God had entered the Dahan imperial dynasty, how could they have started this war? How could they have pulled strings to go against the Dahan? Weren't they shooting themselves in the foot? Now, in the Dahan territory, it was dangerous for the 6 of them to escape. Turn hostile? What a joke. They did not have their own luck to protect them. If Kong Xian and Mosquito Daoran attacked, the 6 of them would die here. The 6 of you have arrived at the limitless celestial capital. Why don't you come with me to the limitless celestial capital for a while? Guhai said indifferently. The people watching the ceremony were confused. Only the 6 of them knew what was going on and were burning with anxiety. Hundreds of thoughts flashed through their minds. After a long silence, one of the emperors nodded. All right, since the ancient emperor has invited us, how can we not go? The other 5 people all looked at him, but his eyes slowly turned firm from the initial hesitation to a resolute one. Now that they could not escape, they might as well go with Guhai. After all, they were invited by Guhai. They were Gu Hai's guests. If Gu Hai suddenly killed a guest, it would be detrimental to his reputation. The other 5 thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. At this moment, the limitless celestial capital had already flown close. Gu Hai led his officials and flew to the limitless celestial capital first. The leaders of the 6 factions were silent for a while. Instead of running, they flew up as well. In a great hall, Gu Hai only had Dragon Godding accompany him as he talked with the leaders of the 6 factions in private. In the great hall, Dragon Godding looked at the 6 of them with interest. The 6 of them looked bitter. This is the best batch of tea leaves that the limitless celestial capital has collected this year. Try it. Gu Hai raised a cup of tea and said with a smile, drinking tea, no matter how good the tea was, the 6 of them found it hard to swallow. Looking at the teacups at the side, none of them touched them. At this moment, Gu Hai meeting the 6 of them alone could be considered to have given them enough face. The 6 of them also understood that Gu Hai was waiting for them to give an explanation. Ancient Emperor, our actions this time were indeed a little unethical. We offer you this tea as an apology. A sect leader raised a cup of tea and said, Ancient Emperor, we are very sorry for our lack of manners. We were lacking in manners. The 6 of them raised their teacups and toasted to Gu Hai. Gu Hai looked at the 6 of them and said, Sect leaders and great emperors, Gu Hai has been friends with all of you for a long time. However, you have indeed gone too far today. I do not wish to make things difficult for all of you. That is why I took this quiet room to discuss with all of you. The 6 of them looked at Gu Hai with a light in their eyes. However, we cannot let this matter rest. The Dahan imperial dynasty will never be bullied. The spiritual mountain's sacred ground killed the people of the Dahan. This grudge will not rest until one of us is dead. Although all of you did not cause much damage, we suspect that you will destroy the Dahan. Gu Hai said solemnly, Ancient Emperor, we dare not. The 6 of them said, How about this? How about you all propose a solution? Gu Hai looked at the 6 of them. The 6 of them looked at each other with conflicted expressions. Ancient Emperor, our sect is willing to cede 5 cities as compensation. Our empire is willing to cede 5 cities as compensation. The 6 of them spoke about ceding land as compensation. However, Gu Hai shook his head and smiled faintly. Ancient Emperor, our sect cannot be compared to the Dahan. 5 cities is already the limit, a sect leader said with a frown. All of you are mistaken. I have already reached a certain number of cities. A few more cities are nothing to me. I have no intention of asking for your cities. Gu Hai said with a smile. Oh, the 6 of them were taken aback. Today, all of you colluded with the spiritual mountain to deal with the Dahan imperial dynasty. I do not wish for there to be a next time, Gu Hai said solemnly. Of course, Ancient Emperor, don't worry. There won't be a next time, a sect leader said with a smile. It is not easy for every empire and sect to manage a city. I will not ask for anything from you. However, I cannot trust all of your promises. How about we compromise? Gu Hai said as he sipped his tea. Oh, the crown prince of the 3 dynasties and the young sect leaders of the 3 sects will enter the Dahan as hostages for 40 years. How about that? As long as none of you have any thoughts of harming the Dahan, I will ensure their safety. I will also give the Dahan Viscount a salary so that they can cultivate on their own. How about that? Gu Hai said solemnly. What? The 6 of them were shocked. Let their own sons enter the Dahan as hostages? Gu Hai was in no hurry. He waited quietly for the 6 of them. The 6 of them had mixed feelings. Indeed, as Guhai had said, this was the best solution. However, the 6 of them were reluctant to do so. One of the emperors thought for a while and finally said, "All right, ancient emperor, I will get the crown prince of my empire to come as a hostage immediately." The others looked at each other and finally nodded. "All right, ancient emperor, we promise you. Don't worry. I will allow you and your father to communicate. In the controlled area, you will be free to do as you wish." Guhai said, solemnly, "Many thanks, ancient emperor." The 6 of them bowed, slightly. "All right, the 6 of you may leave now. I hope to see your crown prince within 3 days. Guhai said, solemnly, "You want us to leave?" One of the emperors asked in surprise. Guhai lifted the cup of tea and seemed to offer a toast. He smiled faintly and drank it himself. The 6 of them looked at each other and finally bowed to Guhai. "Ancient emperor, farewell." Quang. The doors to the grand hall opened. The 6 of them turned into 6 beams of light and disappeared into the horizon. Clatter. Guhai put down his teacup. "Your Majesty, you trust them that much? You let them leave just like that. What if they don't deliver the hostages?" Dragon Shenning frowned. "Do you think they will?" Guhai smiled. Probably not. The Dahan imperial dynasty is at its peak. It's fine if they don't show any hostility. But now they must be worried that your Majesty will use them as a sacrifice. Dragon Shenning said after some thought. Guhai nodded. With the 6 of them, each of them has 5 cities. That's 30 cities, which is barely the territory of a small dynasty. It's a pity that the Dahan imperial dynasty is expanding rapidly and has taken over some scattered cities. They now have about 1,400 cities. Expanding territory is not difficult, but maintaining stability is not easy. However, the Han royal dynasty was in too much of a shortage of talents. They needed to open up a program to recruit all the talents in the world. At this moment, the Han royal dynasty did not even have enough officials. They barely managed 30 cities. Not only were their foundations unstable, but they also had to face a war with the other 6 factions. The losses outweigh the gains. The 6 major powers will not have any other thoughts in the short term after delivering the hostages. They are connected to the Dahan imperial dynasty, but they are also the natural barrier of the Dahan imperial dynasty blocking the other powers. Your Majesty has a good plan, using them to block the disturbances of the other powers for the glory of the Dahan imperial dynasty. When the Dahan imperial dynasty has a stable foundation, they will not fear any disturbances. At that time, they will be able to deal with Spiritual Mountain with all their might. Dragon God Ing praised. Guhai smiled faintly and shook his head. "No, it started a few days ago. The war against Spiritual Mountain has already started." "Oh," Dragon Godding was slightly stunned. "It has already started? How come I don't know about it? Furthermore, there are so many factions between the Dahan Imperial Dynasty and Spiritual Mountain. How are they going to fight?" "This is also why I looked for you," Guhai said with a solemn expression. "Your Majesty, please give me your orders." Dragon Godding said, solemnly, "I have already secretly arranged for Guqin to be in charge of the first battle against Spiritual Mountain. You will quickly follow Chen Tianshan and Sima Changkong to hand over the Ying Empire's territory to Dahan to prevent people with ulterior motives from causing trouble. After you are done with everything, immediately head over to protect and assist Guqin. His trip this time is not a small matter. We cannot afford to lose him." Guhai said, solemnly. "Yes, don't worry, Your Majesty. I will deal with everything as soon as possible and cooperate with the Crown Prince of Guqin." Dragon Godding said, solemnly. Chapter 930. In the Great Strength Hall of the Holy Mountain, The South Sea Dragon King, Indra, Brahma, Shiva, and Vishnu bowed respectfully to Jiang Rulai. Thank you for your help, Buddha. We have fully recovered from our injuries. Everyone said respectfully. Jiang Rulai looked at them coldly. Who asked you to go to the infinite celestial capital? Jiang Rulai asked in a deep voice. Buddha, please forgive us. We thought it was a good opportunity, so we... Indra smiled bitterly. Good opportunity? I asked you to guard the former Dayan dynasty and promote our sect, but you went to the infinite celestial capital and left the Dayan territory unguarded. Who will be responsible if something happens? Jiang Rulai said coldly. Buddha, please forgive us. We. Indra was anxious. Buddha, now that Matriarch Ji has withdrawn her troops, the Dayan territory belongs to the Holy Mountain. Buddha, you are the crown prince of the Dayan dynasty. Jiang Lianshan is dead, so you should take over the Dayan territory. You don't have to worry. Shiva said with a frown. Yes, Buddha. All the officials in the former Dayan territory cooperated with us. We have slowly turned the Dayan territory into a land of Buddhism. Nobody dares to invade. Vishnu nodded. Buddha, although we have left, the future Buddha is still in Farmer God City to preside over the overall situation. I think that nothing will happen. Brahma also said anxiously. You think? Then when will it be my turn to think? Jiang Rulai's face fell. We know our mistake. Everyone said anxiously. The South Sea Dragon King said, Buddha, please forgive us. When the 6 forces came to invite us, I advised everyone to go, because the purple bamboo forest needs that person too much. Jiang Rulai looked at the South Sea Dragon King and said, Go back and report to that person. Tell him that I will help him find the person one day, but not now. The past Buddha and future Buddha have helped you once. You still want to persuade them to go with you a second time? Buddha, please forgive us. The South Sea Dragon King smiled bitterly. Buddha, why don't you do it yourself? The Dahan imperial dynasty is no match for you. Indra said anxiously. Jiang Rulai looked at everyone coldly and said, Mystical Mountain's enemy is Guhai? Humph. Matriarch Ji has been waiting for us to go all out. He will be the fisherman who reaps the benefits. Now, the most important thing is to help me stabilize the Dayan domain. I need a lot of luck. If anything happens to the Dayan domain, you don't have to come back. Humph. Jiang Rulai said coldly. Yes. Everyone's face stiffened. Let's go back. Jiang Rulai said in a deep voice. Yes. Everyone answered. Everyone stepped out of the main hall and shot towards Dongfang. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the horizon. After everyone left, Jiang Rulai slowly walked to the square outside the main hall and looked towards the north of the divine continent. At this moment, the infinite celestial capital had slowed down. Clearly, they were not far from the north of the divine continent. Dahan Imperial Dynasty? Jiang Rulai looked into the distance and narrowed his eyes. At the same time, in the 2,000 cities controlled by the Mystical Mountain, the largest city was called Mystical Mountain City. In Lingshan City, at this moment, a shop had quietly opened. It was called Immeasurable Wealth. In Mystical Mountain City, almost all the people believed in Buddhism. However, that did not mean that they did not have the 7 emotions and 6 desires. They were still full of curiosity towards the immeasurable wealth. The immeasurable wealth was renovated very quickly and opened very quietly. No one came to congratulate, and there was no noise. It was extremely quiet. It opened just like that. It did not seem to attract much attention, but as long as they passed by the immeasurable wealth, they could not help but stop in their tracks and take a look. This was because the immeasurable wealth's renovations were too luxurious. So, luxurious that it could blind your eyes in an instant. Look at the two stone lions at the door. What material is that? Black flame golden essence. In the entire Spirit Mountain City, there was only so much of it. This was a good material for refining. Just a small amount of it could raise a magic treasure by a large level. This much of the supreme black flame gold essence was just used to make stone lions. Isn't this too wasteful? That door is an 8 treasure-glazed crystal, right? I saw it once in the North Sea Dragon Palace last time. This is a rare treasure in the world. What is this immeasurable wealth selling? The things in this shop are already so exaggerated. Could there be better things inside? Look at the ground. It's all covered with 10,000 beast carpets, which can avoid all evil winds and filth. 1 foot of this 10,000 beast carpets will be worshipped as an ancestral treasure. So much is just used to cover the ground and for people to step on. I don't dare to go in. The immeasurable wealth is too extravagant, too wasteful. But what is sold inside? There was a lot of discussion at the entrance of the immeasurable wealth. Even if people wanted to enter such a luxurious shop, they did not dare to. They were even afraid that they could not afford to dirty the carpets. However, the more it was so, the more curious people were. Finally, a man and a woman could not help it. They wiped the soles of their shoes again and again before stepping in under everyone's gaze. As soon as they entered, a shop assistant immediately came forward. "Welcome." A shop assistant came forward with a smile. The two of them looked at each other, and there was shock in their eyes. "That robe she's wearing is the 100 sets of dustless silver moon robe that Master Wuchen just launched this year, right?" Once it was launched, it was sold out instantly, and the price was terrifyingly high. "This is just a shop assistant's robe," a man said blankly. Of course. I finally saw the real thing," the woman said excitedly. "What can I do for you too?" the shop assistant asked with a smile. The man smiled embarrassedly. "We're just looking. Above their heads were 10,000 night pearls, which decorated the shop brilliantly. The two of them also clearly found that these 10,000 night pearls were exactly the same size. It was not difficult to find night pearls, but it was not easy to find night pearls of the same size, and in pairs. The more similar the appearance, the higher the price. At this moment, the two of them looked at the extravagant night pearls lamps and did not see the other luxurious furnishings around them. They were a little scared and did not even have the nerve to ask about the goods. "You two don't have to worry. Stepping into the shop of the immeasurable wealth is already our shop's customer. It doesn't matter whether you buy or not. You're our distinguished guest." The shop assistant smiled. "Then what are you selling?" the woman asked curiously. Even if she could not afford it, she could brag to her good friends when she went out in the future. Then, this trip would not be in vain. "We sell wealth management products. Come here and take a look." The shop assistant led the two of them to an extremely comfortable sofa. He made a cup of free spirit tea for the two of them. The two of them were reluctant to buy this spirit tea outside. They could drink it for free here, drinking the spirit tea. The two of them were very nervous. The shop assistant took out a small booklet. "We don't have many products now, only one for the time being. It's called Cornucopia No. 1, with a monthly interest of 5 points. Cornucopia No. 1? What does that mean? What kind of treasure is this?" The woman was puzzled. "It's not a treasure, but a wealth management product. The minimum purchase threshold is 10 high-grade spirit stones. That is to say, as long as you buy the Cornucopia No. 1 product with 10 high-grade spirit stones, a month later, the principal will be returned to you with 10 high-grade spirit stones. At the same time, you will be given an interest of 50 mid-grade spirit stones or 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, as interest. The shop assistant said, "What? 5,000 low-grade spirit stones." The woman's eyes suddenly lit up, and she exclaimed, "Yes, a monthly interest of 5 points, once a month." The shop assistant laughed. "Are you a loan shark?" "No, we're lending you a loan shark." The man was at a loss. "No, it's not a loan shark, it's a wealth management product." The shop assistant laughed. However, the man frowned and said, "Isn't it just a loan shark? We've given you the money. What are you going to do? How can this cornucopia number 1 turn money into money?" You may not know, but we, Immeasurable Wealth, actually have many industries. Do you know the number 3 spirit stone mine in Donglin Temple? The shop assistant laughed. "I know. Donglin Temple was opened by the 3rd generation of the future Buddha's disciples. They control 5 spirit stone mines, but so what? Among them, the number 3 spirit stone mine has been bought by our shop. Now, it is in full mining. In the early stage, we need to hire a large number of people with spirit stones to mine. You know, spirit stone mines can only be mined by manpower bit by bit. Otherwise, once the mine is destroyed, many spirit stones may be destroyed." The shop assistant laughed. "Wait, you mean to say that the money in cornucopia number 1 is used to hire people to mine? And the number 3 spirit stone mine in Donglin Temple has been sold to you?" The man widened his eyes in surprise. The shop assistant nodded. "I don't believe it. How could Donglin Temple sell the spirit stone mine?" The man suddenly said in disbelief. The shop assistant was not in a hurry and soon found a contract. "This is the contract signed by the abbot of Donglin Temple. The abbot's aura is on it, so it can't lie. Also, you can go to the number 3 spirit stone mine in Donglin Temple to have a look. We have taken over it. And you can also go to Donglin Temple to ask." The shop assistant laughed. "Phew." The two immediately stood up. "Okay, let's go and have a look." The two immediately rushed out of Immeasurable Wealth shop. "How is it? How is it? What is it selling?" Many people outside were anxious. "Let's go to the number 3 spirit stone mine in Donglin Temple," the man from before said. Along the way, the two were surrounded by a large number of people who understood the situation. When they heard the situation, they were all surprised. Soon, it was confirmed that the number 3 spirit stone mine in Donglin Temple was indeed bought by Immeasurable Wealth. Donglin Temple is stupid. They actually sold the spirit stone mine. A spirit stone mine that is an endless stream of spirit stones. That is money. Immeasurable Wealth is really rich and powerful. Cornucopia 1, do you think they will lie to us? How? With such a big spirit stone mine here, why would they care about your 10 top-grade spirit stones? Yes, look at that shop. The decoration of that shop is at least 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. This is at least. Would they care about your 10 top-grade spirit stones? Would they cheat you with 100,000? How is that possible? 5 points a month. 5 points a month. I want to buy it. But I'm still worried. When it came to increasing their wealth, everyone suddenly became arithmetic geniuses. One by one, they kept calculating and were jealous. Although there were many people who didn't believe it and thought that the Immeasurable Wealth was a scam, there were still many people who believed it. They were even afraid that if they were too late, this cornucopia 1 would be bought out. They could not wait to rush to Immeasurable Wealth shop. Humans were social animals, especially in a city. Soon, Lingshan City's reputation of immeasurable wealth spread in a small circle. Chapter 931. Lingshan City, Store of Immeasurable Wealth. In a large hall in the backyard, Guqin sat in the middle of the hall, drinking tea. An old man stood beside him. "Your Highness, why are you here personally? This is Lingshan City." The old man said anxiously, "Don't worry. Father once said that the most dangerous place is the safest place. The opening of the first store of immeasurable wealth is so important. How can I not be here? Guchin smiled as he sipped his tea. Yes, the old man said respectfully. Old shopkeeper, you are one of the earliest people to follow Father. Father has been hiding you all this time just for today. Please don't be offended. Guchin said solemnly, Master, no, how can this old man be offended by His Majesty's actions? He gave us all kinds of pills. Unfortunately, this old man's physique is too weak and can't break through. However, His Majesty also gave my son and grandson a respectable position. This old man is satisfied. The old man smiled bitterly. No, physique is not a problem. After this, Father said that he will help you to cleanse your body. If it really doesn't work, Father will help you change your bodies. Solemnly, Guchin said. What? The old man's eyes lit up. Father said that you are the earliest group of brothers to follow him. The Dahan imperial dynasty is flourishing day by day. Father doesn't want to be alone. Father said that if he can live for 10,000 years, he will help you extend your lives as much as possible, regardless of the cost. Solemnly, Guchin said, Thank you, Master. No, thank you, Your Majesty. The old man's nose turned sour. He knelt down and bowed in the direction of the infinite celestial capital. All right, old shopkeeper, you don't have to be like this. You should handle the management of the store. You are Father's old brother. Father trusts you the most. That's why he let you open the first case. Solemnly, Guchin said. The old man was touched. He wiped his tears and stood up with a smile. Rest assured, Your Highness, everything is going according to plan. There are no mistakes. Well, Donglin Temple's number 3 mine. Is that okay? Guchin asked. The Donglin Temple's number 3 mine has almost been emptied by the Donglin Temple. They actually asked for 5 million upper spiritual stones. However, according to the Crown Prince's request, we got it at a premium of 3 times the price. That's a total of 15 million upper spiritual stones. The group of people from the Donglin Temple almost laughed and cried. They all guaranteed our request. Oh, will they leak the information? Don't worry, Your Highness, the old man said with a smile. We didn't pay them all at once. We paid them 5 million high-grade spirit stones first, and told them that no matter how many spirit stones there were in the mine, the price had already been set. From now on, we'll pay them 1 million high-grade spirit stones every month. What they need to do is to get rid of anyone who dares to disturb us. In other words, the remaining 10 million high-grade spirit stones will be used as a protection fee. 1 million high-grade spirit stones every month. That's enough to shut their mouths. Let them stuff themselves to death. Guchin narrowed his eyes and nodded. Are there a lot of buyers? Guchin asked again. Quite a lot. The Donglin Temple charged us so much protection fee. They must have helped us advertise. We've overdrawn the Donglin Temple's reputation. Now, we're almost breaking even. The old man smiled. That's good. Remember, always use the Donglin Temple's name. After the end of the first month, when the investors get the first interest, that's the beginning of the infinite wealth. Guchin said solemnly, Yes, in the city, the other 10 branches of the infinite wealth are already in full swing. In a month, they should be able to open at the same time and take in investors from all over the city. Solemnly, the old man said, The Donglin Temples, no. 3 mine is not enough. Continue to buy more mines and kidnap more temples. Let all the investors know that we have the infinite wealth and the backing of the holy mountain. We won't go back on our word. Do it quickly and in large quantities. At the same time, keep bringing people to visit our spirit stone mines. Also, in addition to the spirit stone mines, will also sell all kinds of magic weapon refining materials. Premium 3 times the price. The protection fee we'll pay will make all the temples go crazy. Guqin said solemnly. Yes, solemnly the Guqin said. Also expand the stores. We'll definitely recruit and start a competition to select the immediate relatives of the disciples of the Holy Mountain. You should know how to select the people who can be used by us. Solemnly the old man said, Yes, Your Highness, rest assured. After a month of spreading the news of cornucopia #1 in the Holy Mountain City, half of the city already knew about it. This was a new type of financial management, an investment that would strongly arouse the investor's heart. Visible returns, visible investments, don't do anything, and take the money when it's due. Immediately, it attracted countless people. At the same time, they were also waiting for the news of the first batch of people. A month passed in a flash. On this day, there were countless people outside the infinite wealth who were looking forward to it. This is your capital, 100 high-grade spirit stones. This is your interest, 5 high-grade spirit stones. Take it well. As the first person received the interest, suddenly countless people around were excited. It's true, 5 high-grade spirit stones. That's 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. 1 month, don't do anything 1 month? Suddenly someone said, excitedly. On the other side, the money was being distributed one after another. According to the contract, all of the spirit stones were distributed. The scene of the distribution of money made countless people's hearts burn. Those who got the money to invest immediately smiled. However, many of those who did not invest were full of regret. If I invested a month ago, wouldn't I have 50,000 low-grade spirit stones? How good would that be? Suddenly someone said, anxiously. Then, can we still invest? The person who just made money asked eagerly. Yes, cornucopia #1 is not sold out yet. If you want to buy it, sign the contract quickly. Oh, yes. Now, my store provides cornucopia #2, cornucopia #3, and other financial management products. You can all take a look. A shop assistant laughed. I want to buy. I want to buy. Suddenly, more and more people rushed forward eagerly. Only a fool would not buy this product. How could they let it go? For a time, the entrance of immeasurable wealth was suddenly crowded with people. The 10 branches of Lingshan City that opened at the same time today were also crowded with people. Of course, not everyone was addicted to it. Some people still couldn't believe it. In a restaurant, a group of people was also in a discussion. Old Wang, did you buy cornucopia #1 from Immeasurable Wealth that day? I didn't buy it. I think it's a scam. Oh, how can there be such a good thing? A monthly interest of 5 points. I spent money on the financial management products. What if he doesn't return the money? Old Wang said with a look of disbelief. Don't return the money? Ha ha, Old Wang, are you stupid? Why would Immeasurable Wealth be greedy for your money? Even a single brick in his shop is more expensive than all of your assets. But where does their money come from? With so much interest paid every day, can their money bear it? Old Wang frowned. It's not like you haven't seen the Donglin Temple #3 mine, Shimen Nunnery's Emerald Stone mine, and several other large mines. How can they not have money? You've been poor for too long and don't know the life of the rich. But since they're rich, why do they still want our money? I don't understand. Why do the rich get rich? Because they know how to make money with money. There's no need to spend their own money to earn money. Why spend your own money? Moreover, how fast can you earn money? They earn money fast. You buy their financial management products with a monthly interest of 5 points. They can earn 10 or 20 points with your money. They definitely don't care about the interest. But why haven't I heard of it before? That's an old-fashioned idea. A book recently appeared in the market. Have you read it? Huh. I just happened to bring a book. I'll lend it to you. Old Wang took a closer look. If you don't manage money, money ignores you? That's right. Why do the rich get richer? Are they lucky? No, they know how to manage money and make money with money. Look, this book is so well written, I'll read it for you. The first chapter, Get Rich Early, Don't Delay Managing Money. The second chapter, Design a Financial Blueprint and Learn How to Get Rich. The third chapter, Managing Money is Simple, the 9 Great Financial Skills. The fourth chapter, Revitalize Funds and Make Money with Money. The fifth chapter, From 1 Inferior Grade Spirit Stone to 100,000 Superior Grade Spirit Stones. It's that simple. The sixth chapter, He was just a small shop assistant a year ago, but 2 years later, he owns 10 shops. Old Wang looked at the titles one by one, and after reading a few, he felt his blood boiling. In the book, countless penniless shop assistants quickly became billionaires after learning how to manage money. It was as if he was talking about himself. Look, you're still clinging to your old-fashioned ideas. You're still hiding from such a good way to make money? Ha! You don't know, but I've already invested half of my net worth, and I'm going to make a lot of money soon. Old Wang swallowed his saliva. Can it really be that profitable? Not lying. Why would I lie to you? Do you think the immeasurable financial shop is short of your money? Look, the nephew of the Donglin Temple's abbot is now working in the shop. What are you worried about? Even if there's a problem with the shop, there's still the Donglin Temple, right? You don't even trust the Donglin Temple. The Donglin Temple represents the holy land of Mount Lingshan, and they're just trying to cheat you of your money? Even if there's a problem, there's still the Spirit Stone mine, right? The few night luminescent pearls in the shop are worth more than you, and you're still complaining? The narration of the people beside him made Old Wang want to go home immediately and invest all his savings. Brother, thank you. I'll go home immediately. I want to go to immeasurable wealth. Old Wang said excitedly. This book, if you don't manage money, money ignores you. I'll lend it to you. The person handed the book over. Huh, lend it to me? Then why did you? This book is now sold in all the shops in Mount Lingshan City, and it's not that you can't do without it. I've read all of them. I heard that a book about success recently came out, and it's a book that allows people to reach the pinnacle of wealth. I want to buy another book. The person shook his head. Reach the pinnacle of wealth? What's that? I'm not sure either. I think it's called Carnegie or something. Anyway, I don't care. I'll buy it and take a look. You go to Immeasurable Wealth Management first. If you're late, you might not be able to buy Cornucopia number 1. Oh, right. I won't say any more. Thank you, brother. Old Wang hugged the book and ran back impatiently. When it came to wealth, there was no need to advertise. Soon, the 10 branches of Immeasurable Wealth Management were surrounded by a sea of people. It was a phenomenal sales state. In a small courtyard, Guqin was drinking tea, and the old shopkeeper of Immeasurable Wealth Management was standing beside him. The old shopkeeper was so excited that his face was flushed. Your Highness, you didn't see it. You didn't see it. This is the first time I've seen it. There are no goods, only a few pieces of paper. Give it to them, and the money will rush in like a flood. It's too fast. This is robbery. No, the speed of earning money is too fast. Your Highness is a god. Your Highness is a god. The old shopkeeper said excitedly. 10 branches? That's not enough. This is clearly the rhythm of expanding the shop. How's the printing of those books? Guqin took a sip of tea. If you don't manage your finances, money ignores you. There seems to be a magical power that works especially well with the appearance of our wealth management shop. It quickly sold out, and a large number of pirated books have already appeared everywhere. Moreover, His Highness also brought Carnegie. This book is also very profound and profound. When it comes to money, no one would care about the money to buy books. I heard that there are also many pirated books. However, why is the knowledge in this book sold? I can't bear to throw it away after reading it. The old shopkeeper held out a copy of Carnegie and asked doubtfully. Guchin sneered. Carnegie? How can you believe such lies? Ah, the old shopkeeper was stunned. These books I gave you are the knowledge that my father taught us back then. They are all great principles that are clear and logical, but they are useless. If anyone can become a millionaire just by reading these books, then everyone in the world will be a millionaire. These books are just to help us advertise immeasurable wealth. Guchin said calmly. All right. The old shopkeeper smiled bitterly. He was still excited about the contents of the books, but he did not expect the crown prince to say that they were all lies. You should know that all the books we print are for the benefit of our wealth management shops. We want to brainwash everyone so that they will willingly help us persuade more people to buy our wealth management products. This is just a form of publicity. In addition to printing books, we also want to hire storytellers to instill this idea into everyone. Remember, everyone. Guchin said solemnly. Yes. By the way, Your Highness, there's something that I forgot to tell you. It's good news. Oh, didn't we buy the Donglin Temple's spirit stone mine and give them 5 million high-grade spirit stones? The abbot of the Donglin Temple saw that the interest rate is high, so he wants to invest in our shop and buy our wealth management products. The old shopkeeper said with a smile. Oh, that's good news. Ha! The money we spent is back. Guchin laughed. That's right. I'll take all of them. All right, don't sell them Cornucopia 1. Sell them Cornucopia 2, 3, and 4. The more they buy, the more they will protect us. Our relationship will become closer and closer. Guchin said with a glint in his eyes. That's right. Nowadays, we pay a premium no matter where we buy property. All the temples in the city keep inviting us to visit them, the old shopkeeper said with a smile. That's right. However, a tall tree attracts the wind. It's about time. The immeasurable wealth branch in the city can't expand anymore. We have to expand to other cities. Guchin said solemnly. Yes. However, immeasurable wealth's reputation has spread. More and more people are coming to invest. I'm worried that the shop won't be able to handle it, the old shopkeeper said with a frown. Don't worry. In 3 days, other than immeasurable wealth, there will be 20 different shops, including Bodhi Wealth, Honest Wealth, and Arhut Wealth. They're all wealth management shops. They're not the same as yours, but they're all wealth management shops. They'll attract more customers. Guchin said with a smile. Oh, 20 shops. Competitors? The old shopkeeper frowned. Their shopkeepers are all here. Why don't you meet them? Guchin clapped his hands. Suddenly, 20 shopkeepers walked out from the side room. Ah, ha ha, old Li, old Zhang, old Mao, His Majesty sent you here too? The old shopkeeper said excitedly. This involves 2,000 cities. He was worried that you couldn't handle it alone, so His Majesty sent us here. Each of us is in charge of a brand. Everyone laughed. Chapter 932, Limitless Celestial Capital. Rumble. After a series of loud booms, the limitless celestial capital finally stopped flying and quietly stopped at the north of the divine continent. A large number of Dahan troops were already stationed around the limitless celestial capital to prevent any changes. On this day, the limitless celestial capital's civil and military officials were already dressed and standing on the soaring palace square to witness this historic moment. Guhai was wearing a black dragon robe with golden threads and a flat imperial crown. He stood on the soaring palace square and looked at the rolling fate in the sky. He saw that from the moment the limitless celestial capital officially landed at the north of the divine continent, it was as though a gust of strong wind had blown in, blowing away the fate of the limitless celestial capital. The golden dragon of fate roared. As it roared, its ferocious aura shot out and blocked the evil wind from all directions. The sea of fate clouds churned for almost 2 hours before gradually stabilizing. The evil wind was still there, but nearly 1/10 of the fate had dissipated before everything calmed down. The unborn man stood at the side and said in a low voice, "This evil wind should be the result of the various factions in the divine continent being unconvinced of the Dahan imperial dynasty. It triggered the laws of heaven and earth and formed a rejection of fate." Guhai said in a low voice, "No wonder. Ordinary small empires wouldn't be able to withstand the rejection of the various factions in the world when they landed here. They didn't even need to send out troops to have their fate blown away by this evil wind." The unborn man exclaimed, "Yes, the Dahan imperial dynasty has officially stabilized its footing. It sits in the north and looks south, overlooking the divine continent." It had only been 20 years. The unborn man couldn't have imagined that the Sciention realm, Brett, that he had looked down on back then had already established such a vast foundation. A dragon's roar came from the ground below. It was the Dahan imperial dynasty's dragon vein. As the Dahan's territory expanded, the dragon vein became stronger and stronger. Numerous gigantic mountain peaks rose from the ground below, as if forming a myriad of mountains worshipping the monarch as they bowed towards the infinite celestial capital. For a time, countless trees could be seen growing on the ground of the mountains. They were verdant and full of life. "Your Majesty, all of Great Ying's territory has joined the Dahan imperial dynasty. The people have calmed down and recognized the Dahan." Dragon God Ing said respectfully, "Reporting to Your Majesty, the former Dao Empire has joined the Dahan Empire. The people have calmed down and recognized the Dahan Empire." Mo Yike said respectfully, "Reporting to Your Majesty, the Dahan imperial dynasty has a territory of 1,400 cities. It is the first dynasty in the north of the divine continent." Chun Tianshan also shouted excitedly, "North of the divine continent, the first dynasty?" Just the sound of this name made one's blood boil. The civil and military officials were all excited. "Congratulations to the Dahan imperial dynasty. Long live the Dahan Empire." "Congratulations to the Dahan imperial dynasty. Long live 10,000 years." The roar spread to all corners of the infinite celestial capital. At the same time, the golden dragon of destiny transmitted its voice to the ears of all citizens of the Dahan Empire. In an instant, 1,400 cities spread the news of the infinite celestial capital's grand occasion. 1,400 cities was almost as big as the former Dahan Qian celestial empire. Such a big country was proud of them. Long live the Dahan imperial dynasty. Long live 10,000 years. The cheers of the citizens came from the sea of destiny clouds. Following this exciting moment, countless citizens' recognition of the Dahan imperial dynasty also increased rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the luck that had been scattered by the evil wind was quickly replenished due to the acknowledgement of the people of the Han imperial dynasty. Surging luck that could be seen with the naked eye gathered from all directions, gradually expanding the sea of luck, causing it to reach an unprecedented height. The golden dragon of destiny was 30,000 miles long. It was incomparably vast. It raised its head and roared. Roar! The dragon's roar soared into the sky. Within billions of miles, the sky suddenly became clear. All the clouds hid, and the Dahan flourished. At this moment, the destiny of the infinite celestial capital could even attack the celestial empire. However, Guhai didn't. Although the civil and military officials were looking forward to it, no one dared to say anything. This was because Guhai had once sworn that he would never ascend until he destroyed the spiritual mountain. Even so, at this moment, the stability of the northern divine continent gave countless officials unprecedented confidence in the Dahan Empire. Everything was just a matter of time. The Dahan's prosperity was just around the corner, announced to all citizens. Guhai said, "The golden dragon of destiny immediately transmitted its voice to all the cities of the Dahan Empire. Each of the 1,400 cities of the Dahan imperial dynasty has an examination site. Those who are knowledgeable and want to become officials of the Dahan imperial dynasty can enter any examination site and participate in the examination. Those who pass the examination will be fully escorted to the infinite celestial capital to participate in the examination once a month. There are 12 subjects in a year. The chief examiner will be Sima Changkong. I hereby invite all the talents in the world to join the Dahan Empire and contribute to the development of the Dahan Empire." Guhai suddenly bowed. Boom! When Guhai's news spread, countless citizens were excited. What? It used to be once a year. Now it's once a month? The Dahan imperial dynasty is obviously going to advance to the celestial empire. I want to take the examination. How can I miss such a good opportunity? Countless people who knew what was good for them suddenly felt excited. At this moment, Kong Xian, Shangguan Hen, Mosquito Daoren, Ao Shun, and Dragon God Ing all looked around warily. Would the spiritual mountain send people to attack at this time? Kong Xian and the others were all on high alert. However, there was no sign of the spiritual mountain attack for a long time. Everyone frowned. The spiritual mountain is so quiet this time. Kong Xian frowned in confusion. Guhai was also slightly confused. They seemed to be waiting, but there was no news. Report. A guard quickly entered the square of the soaring palace hall. Guhai looked at the guard in confusion. "Your Majesty, there is an urgent report from the Divine Farmer City," the guard said respectfully. Divine Farmer City? The surrounding officials showed confused expressions. Divine Farming City was the capital of the Great Yen Celestial Dynasty. Unfortunately, after Jiang Lianshan's death, the Great Yen Celestial Dynasty was on the brink of collapse. It was only when the Crown Prince, Jiang Rulai, regained his power and sent the heroes of Mount Numinous to guard Divine Farming City. Originally, everything was peaceful. However, what happened to the Divine Farmer City? Guhai's face sank. Not long ago in the Divine Farmer City, Lin Wanner was possessed by the elite guards. Then she went to the Eastern Sea and met Chiyu and the others. He sent the elite hall's people, Gaochen, Ziwei, and Changsheng, to escort the elite guards to find her sister, Jiang Yan. At that time, everything in the Divine Farmer City was still vivid in his mind. He had sent people to keep an eye on it. Unless it was a major national change, a normal guard would not report at this time. What happened? Guhai asked seriously. Outside the Divine Farmer City, the gates of the netherworld opened. A group of drought demon soldiers led a group of ghost soldiers out of the netherworld and rushed into the Divine Farmer City. The drought demon soldiers led the way. Wherever the drought demon soldiers went, the Red Emperor would be 10,000 miles away. The ghost army raised a flag with the word Yen written on it, the guard said respectfully. Yen. Guhai suddenly raised his eyebrows. Yen. Guhai was no longer as ignorant as he was in the past. From many historical books, he naturally knew the meaning of the word Yen. This was the name of the Ho dynasty 3,000 years ago. The drought demon ancestor was the name of Jiang Yan in the past. Later, when Jiang Yan was sealed, he personally witnessed her being released from the seal. At the same time, she gave up the surname Jiang and only kept the name Ho. When she was released from the seal, she fought against the three masters of the Tongtian sect, Master, Donghuang Tai, and Shiyu the Great by herself. She easily defeated the female zombie. The next time she appeared was when His Holiness led 5 million soldiers to besiege Guhai. Ho appeared and swallowed His Holiness and 5 million soldiers in one gulp. That was His Holiness. Even if there was only a soul left, it was not comparable to an ordinary person. However, in front of Ho, it was swallowed in one gulp. Although Gu Hai did not walk much in the world, he still remembered this woman deeply. Jing Wei's sister. Jing Wei went to the netherworld to find her and bring her back for revenge. Yen, Jiang Yen, the fire zombie ancestor of the 4 great zombies of the Wu tribe. The unborn man's face darkened. Dragon Godding frowned and said, when Jiang Chun commanded the entire Wu tribe, Jiang Chun cultivated the earth zombie, one of the 4 great zombies. This fire zombie is as famous as him. Is Jiang Yen another Jiang Chun? While everyone was surprised, Gu Hai suddenly looked into the distance. After locating a direction, he suddenly opened his third eye. Buzz! A third eye appeared between Gu Hai's eyebrows. When the third eye opened, it emitted a majestic aura. Everyone's expression changed immediately. However, Gu Hai was standing at the front, and no one dared to take a step forward to look at Gu Hai's face. When the third eye opened, it immediately released an extremely powerful eyesight. Whoosh! As if the clouds were pushed aside, Gu Hai instantly saw Shenong City in the distance. He could see everything in Shenong City in an instant. In fact, through his heaven eyes, Gu Hai could even sense the general shape of the voice. Hung! With a super loud sound, the defensive barrier of Shenong City was opened with a loud bang. At the entrance of the Flame God Hall, the future Buddha, Indra, Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva's expressions changed, revealing anxious expressions. Quick, quick, send a message to the Gautama Buddha. Invite the Gautama Buddha, the future Buddha said anxiously. The Bodhisattvas and Arhats at the entrance of the Flame God Hall hurriedly sent a message. Outside the city, a huge black hole with a diameter of 10,000 feet appeared. Surging yin qi spewed out from within. Woo, 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 woo. What sounded like a long bugle horn sounded, accompanied by the sound of war drums. Dong, 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 dong. Platoons of armored soldiers slowly stepped out from within. A portion of these soldiers were humans, while a portion of them were ghost soldiers. These ghost soldiers were all riding on flaming war horses. Their armor was filled with flames, making it impossible to see the shape of the ghosts. However, just like that, they stood proudly under the sun without any damage. From this, one could see how tyrannical these ghost soldiers were. The strongest ones were the flaming, ferocious beast-like drought demons. There were more than 1 million of them. The shortest of the 1,000,000 drought demons was 1 meter tall, while the taller ones were more than 10 feet tall. All of them were covered in flames. Wherever they stepped, the ground would suddenly burn, and surging heat waves would surge. Just now, the 10 drought demons had shattered the defensive barrier of the Divine Farmer City with a loud bang. When the 1,000,000-strong drought demon army, the 1,000,000-strong fire demon army, and the 1,000,000-strong human army stepped out, a ferocious aura immediately swept through the entire Shenong City. Huge flags were erected around the army with the word Yen written on them. These 3 million soldiers were escorting a group of people in palatial attire. At the center, 100 huge fire phoenixes pulled a carriage. The huge fire phoenix carriage was extremely luxurious. It was even bigger and more beautiful than Gu Hai's flying boats. A carriage pulled by 100 fire phoenixes. Gu Hai's face sank. However, he saw an agitated elite guard standing at the front of the fire phoenix carriage. The elite guard was looking in the direction of Shenong City with hatred. Elder sister, it's them. It's them. They nearly forced me to my death. Elder sister, I want them dead, the elite guard said with bloodshot eyes and a ferocious expression. Chapter 933. At the entrance of Shenong City, the army from the netherworld broke through the enchantment of Shenong City in an instant. Numerous monks came forward, and a large number of soldiers came forward to stop them. They looked at the 100 Phoenix giant chariot in the distance that was surrounded by the human army, the ghost army, and the drought demon army. All of them revealed shocked expressions. Many old officials of Shenong City opened their eyes wide. That's Princess Jingwei. That's right, it's Princess Jingwei. His Holiness asked the princess to supervise the country, but the crown prince came back and seized all the power. An official with sharp eyes saw the resentful Princess Jingwei. I heard that the Phoenix Sovereign and Fire Emperor are both dead. These phoenixes are pulling the carriage? Who's that? How dare Princess Jingwei come back? She's not afraid. While the officials were shocked, one of them opened his eyes wide and revealed a look of ecstasy. Princess Royal is back. Princess Royal is back. Suddenly, the officials shouted excitedly. Suddenly, some old officials couldn't wait to rush out of the city. Princess Royal, I've been waiting for you. Princess Royal. Some of the officials said excitedly. Princess Royal? Suddenly, countless officials raised their eyelids and recalled. Yen, I remember now. I think I've heard my great-grandfather mention before that the eldest princess established an empire as a woman. The name of the empire is Yen, which is one more flame than Yen. This is because she's angry with the emperor. One more flame than Great Yen. That's right. Princess Royal, Jiang Yen. Suddenly, someone recalled. Princess Royal? Theoretically, Crown Prince Jiang Rulai is Princess Royal's brother. So? For a moment, countless officials were shocked. Some were ecstasy, some were frightened, some were shocked, and some were ignorant. For a moment, the soldiers who rushed out of the city were divided into different camps. Welcome back, Princess Royal. If they dare to take another step forward, shoot the arrows. Suddenly, the soldiers of Shenong City were in chaos. In the city, future Buddha, Sakra, Brahma, Shiva, and Vishnu all revealed anxious expressions. What should we do? Buddha hasn't sent a letter yet. Sakra looked at the future Buddha anxiously. The future Buddha's face was gloomy. No matter what, we can't lose Shenong City. There's an immeasurable amount of luck above, which is what the Gautama Buddha needs. We can't let anything go wrong. Right, we must warn her not to enter the city. Di Shi Tian said with a gloomy expression. In the distance, the 3 million soldiers bowed respectfully to the 100 Phoenix giant chariot. However, the 100 Phoenix giant chariot slowly flew to the front of the 3 million soldiers. Nay, nay. The cries of the 100 phoenixes did not carry the grievance of being enslaved. Instead, there was pride in their cries, as if pulling this carriage was an extremely glorious matter. Slowly, the 100 Phoenix giant chariot arrived at the front. General, should we release the arrows? A city guard asked. A general frowned. Protect the eldest princess. Old Zhang, if you dare to shoot at the eldest princess, don't blame us for being impolite. Another general shouted. All of a sudden, the city guards fell into chaos. The 100 Phoenix giant chariot flew slowly. On the giant chariot, the elite guards stared at them. Sister, it's them. The future Buddha, Di Shi Tian, Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva are all there. Ha ha! They are Jiang Rulai's right-hand men. The elite guards said with hatred. In the distance, the faces of the people of Shenong City sunk. Although they were anxious about Hui's return, it did not mean that they were afraid of Hui. They had never seen Hui before. After all, Hui had been sealed for 3,000 years. As for Jiang Rulai, it was only 1,000 years ago that he took over Spiritual Mountain. Everyone felt that Hui was just an emperor. So what if the emperor of an imperial dynasty was strong? He was even sealed for 3,000 years. We can't let her enter the city. The elite guards have the ability to control the luck in the city. She has the country supervisor order that Jiang Lianshan left behind. The future Buddha said anxiously, "Let me deal with her." Humph. Di Tian scoffed coldly. While taking a step, Di Tian's figure swayed and flew out of the city. When he flew out, a strong aura was emitted and rushed towards the 100 Phoenix giant chariot. Once the strong aura was emitted, the elite guard's expression changed. "Sister, Di Tian is here." The elite guard said worriedly. Screech. The 100 Phoenix giant chariot roared angrily. "Jiang Yen, didn't you stay in the netherworld? Why did you come to the world of the living?" Di Tian blocked in front of the Phoenix chariot and shouted, "Walala!" The sound wave was so strong that it caused the bead curtains on the Phoenix chariot to tremble. "A little wild dragon dares to talk nonsense in front of me?" An extremely heroic female voice came from behind the bead curtains. The voice did not have a strong aura, but it made Di Tian's heart tremble. It was as if the voice came from above the 9 heavens, bringing with it a high and mighty aura. Wild dragon, Jiang Yan you." Di Tian glared and shouted, but halfway through, he was interrupted by the voice from behind the bead curtains. "Get out of Shinnong City immediately, otherwise you don't have to leave anymore." The female voice came from behind the bead curtains again. The female voice carried a sense of determination, and an aura of disdain for the world came rushing over. Di Tian's heart sank. He had never felt such a majestic aura from a woman. That was an aura that could not be disobeyed and could not be resisted. But at this moment, how could Di Tian retreat? Humph, women and children should find a husband and marry. Helping the husband and teaching the children at home, yet a hen takes charge of the morning. I don't know. Di Tian shouted, "Presumptuous." Suddenly, on the giant chariot, a general wearing bronze armor stepped forward. He held a bronze square shield in his left hand and a battle axe in his right hand. Boom! The moment the battle axe came out, one could only see a burst of piercing light. A burst of dazzling green light instantly made everyone unable to open their eyes. "What?" Di Tian's expression changed as he exclaimed. But this axe came too ferociously and instantly drowned Di Tian. "Not good." Boom! Di Tian exclaimed. Along with the sound of an explosion, the green light instantly exploded. The void where Di Tian was at suddenly tore open a black hole. A burst of violent space wave blew a gust of wind in all directions. Huff! When the black hole disappeared, everyone stared. What? The future Buddha, Vishnu, Shiva, and Brahma's expression all changed. Even the pupils of Guhai's heavenly eye in the distant, limitless celestial capital shrunk. But he saw that outside Shinnong City, the black hole disappeared. Di Tian, who insulted Sister Jingwei, the head of the 8th Division Heavenly Dragon, was slashed vertically from the right side of his neck by the bronze armored general's axe. Half of his internal organs came out and blood splattered in all directions. His head and half of his body instantly burst open and countless blood sputtered out. The power of one axe. With just one axe, Di Tian was slashed alive. His head was full of blood. Until his death, he could not believe that he was slashed by one of Jiang Ye's subordinates just like that, and he was powerless to resist. This is impossible. Save me. half of Di Shirtion's shattered body let out a cry for help with difficulty. Not good. Brahma and the rest's expression changed, and wanted to rush up. Dead, but not stiff? Humph! That green-armored general used the square shield in his other hand and slammed it down. Stop! Brahma and the rest attacked in shock and anger. But everything was too late. The square shield speed was too fast. Like the axe just now, it slammed on half of the dragon's body. Boom! Half of the dragon's body instantly exploded into millions of pieces. You dare! The three of them attacked at the same time. Dang! The green-armored general's shield slammed down. Boom! The three of them were instantly sent flying. They revealed a look of shock and horror as they looked at the green-armored general. No, impossible! Brahma shouted in shock. Who are you? Shiva also shouted in shock and horror. At this moment, a few maids pulled open the beaded curtain of the main hall. From inside, a lady wearing a fiery red dragon robe slowly walked out. She was wearing a flat imperial crown. Although she was incomparably beautiful, there was a domineering aura in her beauty. As though she was standing there, everyone in the world was a head lower than her. Your Majesty! When the green-armored general saw Chi stepping out of the main hall, his expression instantly turned solemn. Not only the green-armored general, there was also a group of generals and officials standing on the Phoenix carriage. At this moment, they all bowed respectfully. Your Majesty! Chi didn't care about the crowd. Instead, he looked coldly at the three of them and the future Buddha. I gave you a chance just now. Since you don't want it, then forget it. She said coldly. Gave a chance. What chance? In an instant, everyone suddenly recalled Chi's words. Get out of Shinong City immediately. Otherwise, you don't have to leave. Chi said, so previously asking them to get out. But Di Shirtion didn't know what was good for him. If it was before, everyone still doubted Chi's words. But just now, one of Chi's officials instantly killed Di Shirtion, which made everyone's heart tremble. The future Buddha felt his whole body tremble as a great threat descended on him. Future Buddha, what should we do? A group of bodhisattvas and arhats asked anxiously. Brahma and the other two also looked at the future Buddha. The future Buddha was anxious for a moment. Before he could speak, Chi suddenly spoke again. Xing Tian, Chi said lightly. Yes, Your Majesty. The green-armored general who held the square shield and axe immediately responded. Clean them up. Don't leave a single one alive. Chi's eyes were very calm, as if he had said something insignificant. Yes, Xing Tian shouted loudly. Boom. Xing Tian immediately rushed to the sky and pounced toward Brahma and the other two. Xing Tian? He is Lord Xing Tian. Suddenly, a Shinong City official exclaimed, Lord Xing Tian? My great-grandfather said that in the past, the war god marquis of the Dayan dynasty followed the first princess. Wasn't he beheaded by the Yellow Emperor? No, Lord Xing Tian is still alive? An official exclaimed in surprise. In the distant, endless celestial capital, Guhai also narrowed his eyes. Xing Tian? Xing Tian danced, and was beheaded by the Yellow Emperor, with breasts as eyes and navel as mouth. The war god, not only on the divine continent, but also on earth, Guhai also knew this war god's name. Was this also the counterpart of the two immortal heavens? Roar! Xing Tian, the war god, suddenly slashed his axe at Brahma. Axe light rushed into the sky. As the axe slashed out, it was as if countless war spirits had appeared in the void. Following the axe, they whistled toward Brahma. Not good. Help me. Brahma's expression changed. Chapter 934. Under Bai's command, the battle god Xing Tian danced in the air and rushed out. He swung his axe with enough force to shatter the heavens and rend the earth. Billions of souls followed the axe and rushed towards Brahma. Not good. Help me. Brahma's expression changed. Shiva and Vishnu's expressions changed as they rushed over. The three of them acted almost at the same time. They immediately swung their fists. Their fists suddenly enlarged and collided with Xing Tian's axe. Boom! After a loud explosion, a giant black hole appeared where the four of them were fighting. Xing Tian held his axe and did not move, while Brahma, Shiva, and Vishnu were blown away. Their bodies were covered in blood, and they were shocked. Impossible! Impossible! Even the Tongtian sect leader was no match for the three of us. How could you? Lord Brahma exclaimed. The countless civilians and soldiers of Shinong City opened their eyes wide. Not long ago, the three of them had defeated the Tongtian sect master. However, they were not Xing Tian's match. Humph! Xing Tian stared and stepped forward again. The giant axe in his hand chopped down again. Combined attack, combined attack. Shiva shouted in shock. The three of them knew that if they split up, they would be killed by Xing Tian's axe one by one, so they charged forward. Boom! Another huge collision occurred. Poof, poof, poof. The three of them spat out blood at the same time and were blown away. Their clothes were torn and blood spurted everywhere. Impossible, impossible. The three of them felt their fists go numb. Fear appeared on their faces. In the distance, the future Buddha was also anxious. Where is the Buddha? Did he send a letter? The Bodhisattvas, Arhats, and Buddhas were all terrified and shook their heads. Seeing that god of war Xing Tian alone was able to suppress Brahma, and the other two to the point that they couldn't fight back, countless monks were horrified, and the commoners gasped in shock. Kill him! Kill him! The Jingwei said with a face full of hatred. Xing Tian chopped down with his axe again. Boom! The three of them were blown away again. Zhao stood at the entrance of the Phoenix carriage and watched coldly, without saying a word. Off to the side, a purple-robed general with a longbow strapped to his back and 10 arrows in his quiver narrowed his eyes. Xing Tian, are you sure you can do it? What are you waiting for? You need my help? Shua. Everyone turned their heads to look, revealing a look of horror. One had to know that Xing Tian had already displayed his monstrous might when he made his move. That was the Brahma trio that had defeated the Tongtian sect master. Under Xing Tian's suppression, they kept spitting out mouthfuls of blood. It seemed that they would not be able to hold on for much longer, as expected of the war god title. However, who would have thought that someone would find him slow? Saying that he was dawdling? Only someone whose strength was on par with Xing Tian would have the qualifications to say such words. Ho-ee, don't talk too much. His Majesty punishes you to reflect on your mistakes. You won't have the chance to attack. Xing Tian shouted coldly as he slashed at Brahma and the other two. Ho-ee. Suddenly, the eyes of some of the old officials in the city lit up, and there was an uproar. I remember now. My grandfather mentioned that the archer god of the Dian dynasty, Ho-ee, followed the eldest princess later. It's the archer god, Ho-ee. An official's eyes lit up and said in surprise, Ho-ee. The future Buddha's expression changed. Future Buddha, what should we do now? The Bodhisattva was asked anxiously. On the other side, Brahma and the other two could not hold on any longer. Zhao has not attacked yet. What should we do? Amateus Buddha. Suddenly, a Buddhist chant came from the void. Is that Jiang Rulai's voice? The elite guard's expression changed, and hatred welled up in his heart. At that moment, not far from the west of the city, a golden light suddenly shone brightly, and a gigantic Dharma form that was 10,000 feet tall suddenly appeared. It shone with golden light like a 10,000 feet tall golden Buddha. Buddha? Buddha is here. Brahma and the other two were overjoyed. Greetings, Buddha. The future Buddha and the other bodhisattvas were also overjoyed and bowed respectfully to the Dharma form. Jiang Rulai's Dharma form had arrived. Greetings, Emperor Dian. Jiang Rulai's Dharma form put his palms together. Jiang Rulai, how dare you show yourself in front of me? Zhao said coldly. On the other side, when Zhao spoke, Xing Tian sensibly stopped attacking and looked coldly at Jiang Rulai's Dharma form. Emperor Dian, my subordinates are immature and have offended you. Please forgive them. Solemnly, the Dharma form of the present Buddha said, they have to pay the price for offending me. I gave them a chance, but they still acted recklessly. They can't blame anyone. You too, I'll give you one more chance. Get lost now. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving. Zhao said coldly, Emperor Dian, you are wrong. Jiang Rulai's Dharma form still wanted to argue. However, Zhao did not have the patience to waste his breath. He snorted and extended his slender hand. Humph! As he snorted, Zhao suddenly extended his hand and slapped in the direction of Fan Tian and the other two. Jiang Rulai's Dharma form's expression changed. How dare you? Jiang Rulai roared and extended his palm. Golden light shone from his palm, as if he was going to stop Jiang Yen. However, Jiang Rulai's palm could not stop it in time. Zhao slapped down, and a huge flaming palm appeared in the void and pressed down on Fan Tian and the other two. No, the three of them screamed in horror. Hong! There was a loud sound. Strangely, there was no tear in the void. All around Shinnom City, the entire earth shook violently. Then, the flaming palm disappeared. Fan Tian and the other two were instantly smashed into meat paste. Meat paste? Hiss! Countless soldiers, civilians, and officials in the city all sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Gu Hai, who was in the north of the divine continent, narrowed his eyes. That was Fan Tian and the other two. They were the experts who had defeated the Tongtian sect master in the past. However, in front of Zhao, they were all smashed into meat paste with just one palm. This is what happens when you don't listen to me. Humph! Zhao snorted coldly. In the city, countless Buddhists were horrified. Zhao killed Fan Tian, and the other two in front of the Buddha. This domineering aura was enough to make everyone cower. Stay! What a joke! The bodhisattvas and arhats turned around and left in horror. Isn't it a little too late to leave now? Xing Tian snorted and slashed with the axe in his hand. An axe astral rushed out with a loud bang, bringing along a great destructive intent. In an instant, it arrived at the place where the group of fleeing Buddhist disciples were. No, the Buddhists were horrified. They were about to be killed by Xing Tian. How dare you? Jiang Rulai's Dharma form was also furious. He was already angry that he couldn't save Fan Tian, and the other two just now. Now, you want to take a mile after taking an inch? Jiang Rulai's Dharma form used all his strength. This time, he had to save this group of Buddhists. At this moment, Zhao sneered. Did I give you face? Amidst the cold voice, Qi once again extended her slender, jade-like hand towards Jiang Rulai's Dharma form. Jiang Rulai's Dharma form's face darkened as if it felt threatened. The giant hand turned and grabbed at Zhao. However, as Zhao waved her hand, a fiery red giant hand appeared in the void again. It was too big, even bigger than Jiang Rulai's Dharma form. Boom! With a loud bang, thousands of flames appeared in the surrounding void. Jiang Rulai's Dharma form was instantly grasped by Zhao's flaming hand. What? Jiang Rulai's Dharma form's face changed. Zhao sneered. I said, if you don't want to leave, then don't leave. Humph! She clenched her fist. Hung! Jiang Rulai's Dharma form exploded with a loud boom. It exploded. It exploded. Countless commoners and officials were aghast. Crown Prince Jiang Rulai was already powerful enough, but now they realized that he was so weak in front of the eldest princess. She crushed him with one palm. That was Jiang Rulai's Dharma form. No! The Buddhists who were running away in the distance suddenly looked desperate. How could the Buddha's Dharma form be so weak in front of Jiang Zhao? Hong! Xing Tian's axe also arrived, and in an instant all the Buddhists were blown to pieces. At the entrance of the Flame God Temple, the Buddhists who didn't manage to escape in time all opened their mouths in shock, and their faces were full of horror. Zhao's appearance was as if she was invincible. Who could stop her? She was invincible, and the feeling of being invincible in the world rushed to their faces. Even the Buddha's Dharma form was useless. Useless? Now what? Why didn't I just scram when you asked me to? The group of Buddhist disciples were horrified. The future Buddha was even more horrified. He had never seen Zhao's strength before, and he thought that he could stop her. Now, it seemed like a joke. The Buddha isn't coming. A bodhisattva's expression changed drastically. Jiang Rulai already knew about what happened here. If he could come, he would have arrived in an instant. However, Jiang Rulai didn't come. Could it be that even the Buddha has to retreat in front of Zhao? Another Arhat said in horror. Jiang Rulai really didn't come to save them. The Buddha has abandoned us in front of Zhao. A bodhisattva said in horror. Abandoned? Abandoned by the Buddha? A great fear lingered in their hearts. Emperor Dian, we have offended you previously. We are willing to apologize. The future Buddha immediately shouted, Kill them! Zhao said indifferently, Yes. Xing Tian replied. The future Buddha and the others' expressions changed drastically. They weren't given a chance at all. Kill them? Moreover, Zhao was so calm that he didn't even allow them to beg for mercy. In an instant, everyone felt that Zhao meant what he said. If he said that he wanted them dead, they would die. Even if they didn't die, they had to die. Xing Tian was about to step forward. The future Buddha suddenly shouted, Stop! Zhao looked at the future Buddha coldly. The future Buddha was also at his wit's end. He could either be killed or resist. Jiang Rulai didn't care about his life or death. He could only resist. Zhao, I want to leave. Don't force me to die with you. I have the eyes closing world cleansing Zen. Don't force me to open my eyes. The future Buddha said coldly. Zhao sneered. Kill. Yes. Xing Tian replied, and was about to pounce over. The future Buddha's expression changed drastically. Zhao didn't care about this at all. He even wanted to kill him. You forced me to do this. Since I'm going to die anyway, I'll drag you down with me. The future Buddha said with a ferocious expression. As he spoke, he put his palms together and slowly opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, a destructive aura instantly emerged from his eyes. For a moment, the void fluctuated. As soon as the destructive aura appeared, it seemed to tear the void apart and destroy everything in front of it, including Shenong City. The eyes-closing world cleansing Zen was one of the 3 secret methods of the sacred ground of Mount Spirited. When the eyes were opened, the world would be purified and everything would be destroyed. As the great destruction struck, countless people showed a look of horror. Eyes closing world cleansing Zen? Zhao sneered disdainfully. However, Zhao stretched out his right hand again and gently poked at the future Buddha. Buzz! 2 flaming fingers seemed to appear in the void. Wherever the fingers passed, the destructive aura of the eyes closing world cleansing Zen seemed to be squeezed back by the 2 fingers, and the torn void was instantly restored. The two fingers squeezed, and the powerful squeezing force instantly squeezed the destructive aura back into the future Buddha's eyes. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two fingers pierced into the future Buddha's eyes. Time seemed to be frozen, and everyone looked at the future Buddha in horror. The eyes closing world, cleansing. Zen was pushed back by Zhao's two fingers and blinded the future Buddha's eyes. That was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the destructive power was being squeezed back into the future Buddha's body. Hung! With a super loud sound, the future Buddha suddenly exploded into millions of pieces and exploded in all directions. The group of Buddhist disciples next to him were instantly blown up into pieces. The future Buddha, he was destroyed by the power of the eyes closing world, cleansing Zen. The flaming fingers disappeared, and Zhao looked at Shenong City coldly. Surround Shenong City. Kill all Buddhist disciples of Mount Fanling. Zhao said in a calm tone. However, this calm tone was filled with boundless killing intent in everyone's ears. Yes, the 3 million soldiers shouted in unison. Chapter 935. Surround Shenong City. Kill all the Buddhist disciples of Mount Fanling. Ho said calmly. However, this calm tone was filled with boundless killing intent in everyone's ears. Yes, sir. The 3 million troops shouted in unison. The 3 million troops charged into the city. All of a sudden, all the Buddhist disciples of Spirited Mountain in the city were horrified. They fled in all directions. However, no one could escape from the Hui army. The ghost army stood guard outside, while the drought demon army and the human army rushed in. There were also countless civilians and officials who were loyal to the eldest princess and the Princess Jingwei. Over there, him, the one with the hat, is a monk. He captured my brother yesterday and stole his Dharma treasure. Over there is an evil monk. Ha ha ha. Evil is retribution. The first princess is back. None of you can escape. All of a sudden, the people kept pointing out the whereabouts of the monks and were killed. The giant phoenix chariot continued to fly toward the city. At the front of the giant chariot, Jingwei said with relief, "Sister, you are still the best." However, you looked around indifferently. There seemed to be a nostalgic look in his eyes. At this moment, what happened in Shenong City was spread all over the world, and countless forces were paying attention to it, especially at the sacred ground of Mount Numinous. At this moment, Jiang Wulai stood at the entrance of the great Buddha's hall with the past Buddha behind him. They looked at Dongfang together. Gautama Buddha, Jiang Yao is back. The past Buddha said with a sullen expression. Yes, she is back. Jiang Lianshan left a good move. Jiang Rulai said with a sullen expression. Jiang Rulai looked coldly at Jiang Yao, who was in Shenong City in the distance. Even though there was a great distance between them, he could still see her clearly. He saw that the Phoenix chariot had slowly arrived at the square of the Flame God Hall. Greetings, First Princess. Greetings, Princess Jingwei. I have been waiting for this for so long. Countless officials ran to the square of the Flame God Hall. At this moment, all the Buddhist disciples in the square of the Flame God Hall had been cleared. Chu stepped off the Phoenix chariot and landed on the square. He raised his head and looked around. The fate of the Dayan dynasty. Jingwei, will govern the country on behalf of my father. With this seal as the proof, today I will pass down the country to my eldest sister. Jingwei, thousands of fate, listen to my command. We will worship Jingwei as our master. Jingwei took out a huge seal and shouted towards the sky. Ang! The golden dragon of luck seemed to be struggling. As it struggled, it slowly split apart. It was as if a part of it was willing to obey while a part of it was unwilling to obey. Humph! Zhao snorted coldly. Ang! An illusory figure of a golden dragon suddenly soared into the sky from within Huey's body. As soon as the golden dragon appeared, it emitted millions of rays of golden light. It flew into the Sea of Providence and opened its mouth. Roar! The golden dragon opened its mouth and devoured the destiny of the Dayan dynasty like a whale swallowing water. Rumble! The surging fate energy was swallowed by the golden dragon of Clam. The golden dragon instantly released a dazzling radiance, becoming more and more corporeal. Furthermore, it was as if the fate energy had been refined before. Ang! The Dayan golden dragon roared as it split apart. In the blink of an eye, it turned into two golden dragons. The smaller one instantly rushed into the mouth of the golden dragon of Clam. Rumble! In an instant, it was swallowed by the golden dragon of Clam. The golden dragon of Clam expanded rapidly, reaching a length of 20,000 miles in the blink of an eye. It was still absorbing the surging fate energy. Ang! After splitting apart, the larger Dayan golden dragon of Luck seemed to be resisting. However, the golden dragon of Clam instantly rushed forward. Roar! It bit down on the Dayan golden dragon. The two dragons instantly tore at each other, churning in the Sea of Providence high in the sky. Hui was forcefully subduing the Dayan dynasty's destiny energy. In the distance, Jiang Rulai's face darkened. Jiang Hui, that destiny energy is mine. A cold shout echoed outside Shenong City. Immediately, the world was filled with Jiang Rulai's cold shout. Your Highness! Immediately, the expressions of countless officials changed. Yu abruptly turned his head to look. When he looked over, his eyesight seemed to be able to travel through time and space. He directly saw the sacred ground of Mount Ling. Listen carefully. Everything here is mine. If you are not convinced, come and take it yourself. Humph! Hui snorted coldly. Rumble! A murderous intent rushed straight to the sacred ground of Mount Ling. Across the entire divine continent, Huey's voice instantly appeared in the sacred ground of Mount Ling. That domineering tone contained a murderous intent. Immediately, the expressions of countless gods and Buddhas in the sacred ground of Mount Ling changed drastically. Jiang Rulai's face darkened. Ang! It was Shenong City. The Dayan golden dragon was completely swallowed by the golden dragon of Clam. Rumble! The surging fate energy in the sky immediately surged into the golden dragon of Clam's mouth. Rise, rise, rise. It only stopped when it was 50,000 miles long. The golden dragon expanded, and a large amount of fate energy emerged from its body. The sea of fate energy seemed to emerge from the golden dragon's pores again. Buzz! The 50,000-foot-long golden dragon suddenly transformed into a human form. It transformed into the image of Hui that was 1,000 feet tall. It was the divine image of Hui, wearing a dragon robe and a flat imperial crown. The appearance of the divine image and the establishment of the celestial empire. This is impossible. Suddenly, exclamations came from all directions. In addition to the divine image of Hui formed by the golden dragon of fate energy, the images of various officials were also formed above the sea of fate energy. Among them, the divine images of Xing Tian, the divine image of Ho Yi, and the divine image of Ho Yi were all formed. However, their sizes were much smaller than Huey's divine image. Once the divine images of countless officials appeared, they immediately bowed to Huey's divine image. Rumble! The sea of fate energy shook. A vast and majestic aura was emitted. From today onwards, I, Hui, will take over the 1,800 cities of the Dayan dynasty. I, the Great Yan Imperial Dynasty, will officially be promoted to the Celestial Empire. I will change Shinnong City to Primeval City and the Flame God Palace to Flame God Palace. I hereby announce this to the world so that they can take it seriously. We shouted coldly. Roar! The golden dragon of fate roared loudly. Instantly, the roar spread across the world. Everyone in the 1,800 cities heard Huey's voice. Great Yen Imperial Dynasty? Could it be the eldest princess? The eldest princess is back. Great Yen Imperial Dynasty? Then what about the crown prince? The people were shocked. Rumble. Immediately, some of the drought demons in the surroundings quickly changed the words at the entrance of Shinnong City to Primeval City. The plaque on the Flame God Hall changed to Flame God Hall. In the distance, Jiang Rulai said with a gloomy face, you really don't want the Jiang family name anymore. If that's the case, do you still want to avenge Jiang Lianshan? His voice instantly spread to Primeval City. At the entrance of Flame God Palace in Primeval City, Hui said coldly, Avenge? You think too much. I'm just taking back what belongs to me. Jiang Rulai, you'd better not provoke me. Otherwise, I'll build a spiritual mountain and crush it. In the distance, Jiang Rulai's face froze. I'll give you 1 month to evacuate all the disciples of Great Yen Imperial Dynasty. Otherwise, anyone who stays will die. We said coldly, at the entrance of the Great Strength Palace in the distance. Jiang Rulai's eyelids twitched, but he did not say anything. Ignoring Jiang Rulai, Ji turned his head and suddenly looked towards the southwest of the divine continent. Matriarch Ji, I'm back. Next, we'll settle our grudge slowly. Humph. Hui snorted. Before the voice of the great Yellow Dynasty could be heard, Hui turned around and walked into Flame God Palace. Sister. The elite guards followed her anxiously. At the same time, the officials that Hui brought from the Netherworld quickly followed her into Flame God Palace. Outside the city, the entrance to the Netherworld became smaller, but it was still open. At this moment, a large number of troops were stationed there, and people and ghosts kept walking out. When Great Yen appeared, the world was shocked. There were spies from countless factions in Primeval Desolation City. They were not optimistic about spiritual, mountain-dominating Dongfang. After all, one was in the east and one was in the west. They were too far away. Originally, they were waiting for an opportunity to divide up the Dayan dynasty. However, the opportunity did not come. Instead, the eldest princess of the Dayan dynasty came. Hui, a person who looked even more powerful than Jiang Lianshan. In an instant, all the factions fell silent. Boundless celestial capital. Guhai also saw how domineering Hui was. With a wave of his hand, he could destroy gods and Buddhas. Guhai was shocked. He forcefully devoured fate, seized the entire territory of the Dayan dynasty, threatened Jiang Rulai, provoked Matriarch Ji, and looked down on the divine continent alone. Guhai's eyelids twitched. Great Yen Imperial Dynasty, Primeval Desolation City. Hui? How impressive! Guhai's face darkened. At some point, Mahavarakana walked out of his hall and to Guhai's side. Kong Xian and the rest frowned slightly at Mahavarakana's arrival. However, they did not stop him. This was because Guhai had previously instructed that this person was Guhai's close friend. Unless it was a matter of national importance, they were not to stop him. Another long zhanghua. Mahavarakana put his palms together and exclaimed, Wang. Guhai's eye of heaven retracted and disappeared. What did you say? Guhai looked at Mahavarakana in confusion. This we should be the same as Long Zhanghua back then. He has cultivated to the great circle of Heavenly Palace. What a powerful Hui. Xing, Tian, and Ho Yi are his subjects. He is much stronger than our counterparts. Mahavarakana exclaimed. Oh, what happened to them over there? Guhai asked in confusion. They are already dead. However, they are not that powerful. Perhaps it is because of Jiang Lianshan. Mahavarakana said in a low voice. Jiang Lianshan? Guhai asked in confusion. That's right. I have never seen Jiang Lianshan before. However, his counterpart should be Shenong. It is a pity that our Shenong is not as powerful as Jiang Lianshan. Although this Jiang Lianshan is dead because of his death, his past methods are slowly being exposed. He is really powerful, Mahavarakana said in a low voice. Is he powerful? Guhai frowned slightly. The spiritual mountain is his subordinate. This Hui is his daughter. The great yellow imperial dynasty also listens to Jiang Lianshan. There is also the Qiyu that you mentioned before. Ha! When Jiang Lianshan was around, who dared to act rashly. After Jiang Lianshan died, they surfaced. The power that surfaced is much stronger than Longzhang was. Mahavarakana said in a low voice. Guhai nodded. That's right. Let's take children, for example. Longzhang was son, Dragon Goding, Takashi Ryushin, Jiang Lianshan's children, Jiang Rulai and Hui. Ha! If not for Jiang Lianshan being trapped by love, this would be his era. Mahavarakana exclaimed. Guhai narrowed his eyes and nodded. Indeed, in terms of children, although Dragon God Ing and Takashi Ryushin were strong compared to Hui and Jiang Rulai, they were slightly weaker. Moreover, Empress Ji seemed to be Jiang Lianshan's spy. In that case, Jiang Lianshan's concealment was the most terrifying. Chapter 936. Limitless Celestial Capital, Soaring Temple Square. Mahavarakana and Guhai were discussing the appearance of Hui. Both of them were frowning as they spoke. Clearly, Hui's strength had far exceeded everyone's expectations. In Mahavarakana's eyes, it was actually comparable to Longzhang. This showed how deep Jiang Lianshan had hidden his strength back then. The ancient emperor is also skilled. Even at the third tier of Heavenly Palace, he could see the faraway primordial city. Clearly, Mahavarakana looked at Guhai thoughtfully. When Guhai discovered Mahavarakana, he had already retracted his heaven's eye. Insignificant skill, not worth mentioning. Guhai said lightly. Mahavarakana looked at Guhai, smiled slightly, and did not ask further. How did you discover the abnormality in Primordial City? Guhai looked at Mahavarakana doubtfully. In the limitless celestial capital, others could only understand the situation through the Qin figurines. Only he could see Primordial City. How could Mahavarakana know? Wasn't he in seclusion in his Mahavira hall? I just happened to be out of seclusion by chance. Mahavarakana said solemnly. Oh. Guhai looked at Mahavarakana with bright eyes, as if he had guessed what Mahavarakana was going to say. Mahavarakana nodded and smiled. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. I found it. Please. Guhai waved and invited Mahavarakana to the soaring temple. Mahavarakana nodded. This was a serious matter, so he did not explain it in front of all the officials. The two stepped into the soaring temple. Quang. The doors of the temple closed with a loud bang. You found my son, Guhan? Guhai asked expectantly. Mahavarakana nodded. According to the 6 words Great Bright Mantra, I have already sensed his location. At the sacred ground of Spirited Mountain. Guhai asked expectantly. Mahavarakana shook his head. In the netherworld, underworld. Guhai narrowed his eyes. Yes, but I don't know the exact location yet. However, I have already refined this mantra ball. It will follow the direction of the 6 words Great Bright Mantra and lead you there, Mahavarakana solemnly said. As he spoke, he flipped his hand, and a small, gold-plated ball appeared in his palm. Within the ball, there seemed to be a small Buddha statue. On the body of the small Buddha, there were 6 Sanskrit mantras that emitted a faint golden light. The right hand of the small Buddha statue pointed to the ground. It was as if the little Buddha's figure was changing its position as the person shook the small golden ball. Is this a curse-seeking orb? Guhai carefully took it. That's right. I've channeled my mana into it. It's effective for a year and can help you find Guhan. Do you want me to help you? Mahavairakana asked. Guhai gently shook his head. Not for the time being. Thank you for your trouble. It's all right. Mahavairakana nodded. Guhai carefully put away the curse-seeking orb. Thank you. Guhai bowed solemnly to Mahavairakana. Mr. Good, you're too kind. It's nothing. Mahavairakana smiled. It's nothing, but it's extremely important to me. Guhai shook his head. When do you plan to go? Mahavairakana asked. Wait for a while. There are a few things at hand that I need to take care of. I'll go once I've settled them. Guhai solemnly said. Mahavairakana nodded. On a drill ground in the infinite celestial capital, a large number of dragons were lying on the ground. A large number of Dahan's guards were tied up with ropes. Roar. A giant dragon roared in pain. The unborn man stood in front of the giant dragon's head. It was as if his withered right hand had pierced into the giant dragon's head. He grabbed it fiercely, and the giant dragon was in great pain. Rumble. Slowly, he grabbed a purplish-black shadow from the dragon's head. The shadow was also in the shape of a dragon and seemed to be struggling in pain. Huff! The unborn man squeezed, and the dragon-shaped shadow immediately shrunk to the size of a mud ball. The unborn man put it away. The giant dragon just now was drenched in sweat and fell to the ground. How is it, Elder Lin? Elder Lin? Ao Shun asked anxiously. Crown Prince, no. Supreme One, don't worry. The ancient soul has been completely extracted. Thank you, Supreme One. Thank you, unborn man. The giant dragon said gratefully. Thank you, unborn man. Ao Shun also looked gratefully at the unborn man. After soaking in the Een water liquid for so long, it should be able to be extracted. You don't have to thank me now. There are still other dragons. It won't be too late to thank them after everything is over. The unborn man said calmly. Okay, Ao Shun said gratefully. The unborn man quickly extracted the ancient souls of the dragons. For a time, the drill ground was filled with continuous dragon cries and roars of pain. After the pain, the dragons kept thanking the unborn man and Ao Shun. The ancient soul in the body could indeed increase one's strength for a short period of time. However, it was not under one's control at that time. As the ancient soul entered the bone marrow, all the dragons felt that their souls were being assimilated and they were no longer themselves. Now, the ancient soul was finally extracted. Thank you, unborn man. All the dragons bowed to the unborn man gratefully after their ancient souls were extracted. There's no need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank His Majesty. The unborn man shook his head and walked away without paying attention to them. Ao Shun bowed 3 times to the unborn man. Everyone, since the ancient soul has been extracted, you should rest well and recover from your injuries and cultivation. Ao Shun instructed. Yes, Supreme Being. The 1,000 dragons answered in unison. Ao Shun nodded. Just as he was nodding, Ao Shun's expression suddenly changed. Supreme Being, what's wrong? Elder Lin asked in confusion. Ao Shun frowned and said, Ao Shun and I shared a drop of the ancestral dragon's blood. Sometimes we can sense each other through this drop of blood. Something might have happened to Ao Shun. The dragons were slightly stunned. Ao Shun closed his eyes and tried to sense the drop of blood. Ah, I'm in the purple bamboo forest. Save me, save me. Through the blood, Ao Shun vaguely heard Ao Shung's voice. Ao Shung screams. He's dying? Ao Shun's expression darkened. Supreme Being, it's better that he's dead. He colluded with outsiders to frame you many times, and almost— Yes, Supreme Being, don't care about him. Supreme Being, don't care about him. The dragons were filled with righteous indignation. Elder Lin, on the other hand, frowned slightly and did not say anything. All right, shut up. Elder Jen, who was on the other side, also shouted. The dragons were embarrassed and did not say anything. Elder Lin? Ao Shun looked at Elder Lin. Elder Lin smiled bitterly and shook his head. Although we were harmed by Ao Shung, we watched the two of you grow up. The things that Ao Shung has done these past few years are indeed too excessive. Digging up ancestral graves, controlling our souls, harming you, Supreme Venerable, attacking the boundless celestial capital. There are too many evil deeds to count. However, this is Supreme Venerable's family matter in the end. Ao Shun looked at Elder Lin and finally nodded. After explaining the cultivation of the dragon tribe, Ao Shun could not wait to go to Guhai's upper study room. In the upper study room, Guhai stopped reading the memorials and looked at Ao Shun. You said that Ao Shun was tricked by the South Sea Dragon King into going to the South Sea Purple Bamboo Forest and is dying? Guhai frowned. Yes, I want to save him. Ao Shun said solemnly. Save him? Ao Shun? Guhai looked at Ao Shun seriously. Ao Shun smiled bitterly. Your Majesty, I know that Ao Shun has done many wrong things in the past few years. He has harmed the Dahan Empire many times and wants me dead. However, he's still my younger brother. Guhai's expression turned solemn. Before my father died, he told me to take care of Ao Shun as much as possible. His reckless behavior earlier was also because I didn't lead him onto the right path. I'm also responsible for it, Ao Shun said with a bitter smile. You don't blame him? In the past, he was planning to kill you. Guhai said in a low voice. When my father isn't around, my elder brother is my father. He has indeed done many wrong things, but he's still my younger brother. My mother died early, and he's the only family I have left in this world. I watched him grow up. Others might think that I'm stupid for wanting to save him, but he's still my younger brother. Ao Shun pleaded. Guhai looked at Ao Shun and nodded after a moment of silence. All right, I'll allow you to save Ao Shun. Really? Ao Shun's eyes lit up as he exclaimed in surprise. Ao Shun has indeed done many things to harm the Dahan Empire. However, he serves his own master. If I can tolerate Sima Chongkong, how can I not tolerate Ao Shun? Go and bring him back if you can. Discipline him strictly in the future, Guhai said in a low voice. Yes, Your Majesty. Don't worry. I'll definitely teach him well, Ao Shun said gratefully. However, Guhai frowned. Your Majesty, why? That Southern Sea Purple Bamboo Forest is too mysterious. Even Jiang Rulai is friendly towards it. It's not as simple as we think, Guhai said in a low voice. I'll be careful, Ao Shun promised. However, Guhai was still worried. Guards, here. A guard stepped into the study respectfully. Summon Shangguan Hen to see me, Guhai ordered. Yes, the guard left. Not long after, Shangguan Hen was summoned into the study. Your Majesty, you're looking for me? Shangguan Hen asked in confusion. How's the gathering of the Xuanwu clan? Guhai asked with a smile. Your Majesty, don't worry. The elders of the Xuanwu clan are busy gathering. Everything is on track. 2,000 Xuanwu clan members have already come to join us. There should be more to come. Shangguan said with a smile. Since everything is on track, I have something for you to do, Gu Hai said, solemnly. Your Majesty, please give me your orders, Shangguan said solemnly. Accompany Ao Shun to the Southern Sea Purple Bamboo Forest to rescue Ao Shun, Gu Hai said solemnly. Oh, Shangguan was slightly surprised. Ao Shun didn't expect that not only would Gu Hai let him go, but he would also ask for Shangguan help. Yes, Shangguan immediately replied. Shangguan and Ao Shun could be considered to have a tacit understanding. No matter what the purpose was, Shangguan immediately agreed. Many thanks, Your Majesty, Ao Shun said gratefully. Both of you must be careful when you go. Also, Bai has been searching in the Southern Sea Purple Bamboo Forest, but there has been no news. This shows how mysterious the Southern Sea Purple Bamboo Forest is. Both of you might not be able to find Ao Shun. What I need you to do is to not take too many risks. Protect yourselves first, Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, both of them were touched. When the time is right, if you see Bai, you can ask Bai for help. I will write a letter for both of you. Gu Hai quickly wrote a letter. Ao Shun looked at it, and his eyes were filled with gratitude. It was enough to send Shangguan. Now that he had written a letter for Bai, it was obvious that he wanted to owe Bai another favor. Ao Shun clenched his fists and felt absolute loyalty towards Gu Hai. Gu Hai folded the letter and passed it to Shangguan. Remember, be careful. Yes, both of them said solemnly. Then, both of them stepped out of the study room. Instantly, they shot towards the Southern Sea. Gu Hai was about to continue reading the memorials. Suddenly, a guard came forward again. Your Majesty, the Great Yen Dynasty has sent an envoy. The Great Yen Dynasty? Have you registered? Gu Hai suddenly narrowed his eyes. Yes, the Great Yen Dynasty's war god marquis, Xing Tian. The guard said respectfully. Chapter 937. Xing Tian, clad in battle armor, landed on a huge square outside the Dahan Imperial Palace and looked coldly at the majestic palace in front of him. Solemnly, an official from the Dahan Imperial Palace's Ministry of Rites said to Xing Tian, "Please wait a moment. We have already sent someone to report to His Majesty. Your Majesty, we will have news soon." Xing Tian ignored him. If His Holiness hadn't told him to be polite, Xing Tian would have landed on the square of the soaring palace hall. This was because Xing Tian looked down on the Dahan Imperial Palace from the bottom of his heart. Xing Tian had just arrived in the world of the living and had a certain understanding of the Dahan Imperial Palace. In just 20 years, it had developed rapidly and became the #1 empire in the north of the Divine Continent. #1 empire? Xing Tian couldn't help but smile coldly. If Gu Hai's cultivation was top-notch like Ho, Xing Tian would have a higher opinion of him. However, he heard from the guards that Gu Hai had just broken through to the Heavenly Palace Hall. What was a person who had just broken through to the Heavenly Palace Hall? Although he had a group of powerful subordinates, they were nothing in Xing Tian's eyes. It would be easy for him to destroy the Dahan Imperial Palace. How could he defeat the Tongtian sect master by mobilizing the entire empire? However, that was only in the endless celestial capital. Would Gu Hai dare to leave the capital? Xing Tian, revered strength, after all. In front of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks were useless. Xing Tian smiled coldly and looked at the palace. At the same time, his will flashed, and an invisible, transparent film of light surged toward the palace and covered the entire area. This was Xing Tian's will. It was so strong that ordinary soldiers wouldn't be able to detect it. Xing Tian was confident that it was impossible for anyone to discover his thoughts. Kong Xian might be able to detect it, But he was just a subject. How could he stay in the palace? As for the others in the palace, his will was a special technique that he had cultivated. It was a special will of the god of war. Wang Xingtian's will spread toward the palace like a huge net. Everywhere it passed, he knew it like the back of his hand. The deeper he went, the colder Xingtian smiled, as expected of a bunch of country bumpkins. I don't know why His Holiness wants me to be well-mannered. Xingtian sneered. Seeing that he had already covered half of the palace without anyone noticing, Xingtian immediately picked up his pace and sent his will toward the remaining half, intending to cover the entire palace as quickly as possible. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, his consciousness reached the entrance of the Great Strength Hall. In the Hall of Great Strength, Mahavarakana was flipping through the countless scriptures that Guhai had sent to this world. Suddenly, a thought surged forth as if to investigate him. Mahavarakana laughed coldly. Suddenly, a light wheel of merit appeared behind his head, like a blazing sun. Boom! As soon as the great solar wheel appeared, it instantly incinerated the surrounding wills of the war gods. In the outside world, Xingtian's expression sank. Someone had actually discovered him and even retaliated. Did the Dahan imperial dynasty still have experts? So what if he was an expert? Humph! Rumble! The rolling wills of the war gods surged toward the Great Strength Hall like raging waves in the sea, rolling toward Mahavarakana. The attack of the war gods was invisible, but it was extremely dangerous. Mahavarakana frowned slightly. He had already given a warning just now, but someone still came to test him? Mahavarakana knew that this was definitely not one of Guhai's people, because Guhai had made arrangements to ensure that no one would disturb him. Since he was an outsider, there was no need to be polite. The great solar wheel appeared again. The powerful light of the great solar wheel was like the flames of the blazing sun, specifically targeting the war gods. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, it was as if the blazing sun was boiling the sea, instantly incinerating everything. Xingtian's expression changed. How is that possible? How can someone block my war god intent? Xingtian's expression immediately became ferocious. He no longer scattered his wills, but gathered them together and rushed toward Mahavarakana. Go! Xingtian roared. Mahavarakana was also slightly angry. This person didn't know what was good for him and offended him again and again. Since that was the case, he could forget about getting his wills. Mahavarakana's expression darkened. The great solar wheel behind his head suddenly darkened and turned into the shape of a solar eclipse. It opened its mouth and swallowed like a black hole. Huff! Following a dull thud, the overwhelming divine sense of the divine god of battle was swallowed whole. Crack! The war god intent was swallowed in an instant, and he lost contact with it. Xingtian's face turned pale, and he almost vomited blood. This wasn't battle power, but will. The control of will. Is there someone in the palace who is stronger than me? Who is it? Xingtian's eyes widened. He took a few deep breaths with disbelief. Envoy of Great Yen, His Majesty invites you in. Please come in. An official came out and reported. Xingtian's eyelids twitched. He suppressed the shock in his heart and nodded. Just a moment ago, he looked down on the Dahan imperial dynasty. Now he suffered a huge loss. Xingtian no longer dared to underestimate the Dahan imperial dynasty. At the very least, the Dahan imperial dynasty had dangers that he didn't know about. Perhaps he could win if they fought. However, he was representing the Great Yen imperial dynasty this time. Xingtian didn't dare to be presumptuous. He only followed the official into the palace with shock and caution. Palace soaring palace square. Gu Hai turned his head and looked at the small courtyard where Mahavarakana was. However, Gu Hai had clearly seen the shockwave that had appeared in the small courtyard earlier. Mahavarakana didn't say much, and Gu Hai didn't ask. However, Gu Hai guessed that Xing Tian must have been testing Mahavarakana earlier and suffered a loss at the hands of Mahavarakana. Gu Hai smiled faintly and didn't intend to expose him. Soon, Xing Tian arrived at the soaring palace square under the lead of an official. When he saw Gu Hai, Xing Tian's expression changed. He no longer looked down on him. Great Yan Imperial Dynasty, Battle God Marquis. Xing Tian greets the ancient emperor. Xing Tian bowed slightly. General Xing Tian, there's no need for formalities. Gu Hai smiled. Only then did Xing Tian stop bowing and stand up straight. I was just preparing to send an envoy to the Great Yan Imperial Dynasty. Who would have thought that you would come first? Gu Hai smiled. Ancient Emperor, you are here for Princess Jing Wei's body. Xing Tian asked. That's right. Jing Wei promised me that she would return Jing Wei to me after she returned. Gu Hai said solemnly, I am also here for this. His Holiness asked me to pass the message to the ancient emperor. Xing Tian said solemnly, Oh, His Holiness said to thank the ancient emperor for saving Jing Wei's life. His Holiness will remember this favor. Lin won, or will definitely return your favor. However, Xing Tian frowned. However what? However, something happened when Jing Wei possessed Lin Wan. Jing Wei cannot leave Lin Wan Er's body easily. Otherwise, her life will be in danger. I am here to ask the ancient emperor for more time. Xing Tian said solemnly, Oh, let's set a year as the limit. Within a year, His Holiness will find a new fire cauldron body and let Jing Wei transfer her soul. After a year, if a new fire cauldron body cannot be found, His Holiness will personally help Jing Wei refine a new body with fire. However, a fire cauldron body is ultimately inferior to a fire cauldron body. Hence, Ancient Emperor, please give me a year. After a year, His Holiness will return to you. Lin Wan, Xing Tian said solemnly. Gu Hai frowned slightly and stared at Xing Tian. If it was before, Xing Tian would have looked at Gu Hai with disdain. However, at this moment, he was serious and did not offend Gu Hai. A year? All right, I will give her a year. No matter what the result is. I want to bring Lin Wan back in 1 year. Gu Hai said solemnly. I will pass the message to His Holiness. Xing Tian nodded. Also, the elite hall disciples Gaochen, Ziwei, and Changsheng have escorted Jing Wei to the netherworld. You know where they are? Gu Hai frowned and asked. Them? Princess Jing Wei wants me to tell you that they left with a cat. I think it is called Mao Tianyun. Xing Tian said solemnly. Oh, Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Finally, he nodded. Since I have passed the message, I will take my leave. Xing Tian said solemnly. Go ahead. Gu Hai nodded. Boom. Xing Tian instantly turned into a ray of light and shot into the sky, heading towards Great Yen Sky Court. While flying out of the limitless celestial capital, Xing Tian glanced at the small courtyard where Mahavarakana was. After all, someone had just devoured countless of his battle god wills in that courtyard. Those were wills that would require at least 10 days to recover. In the small courtyard, Mahavarakana put his palms together and smiled as he looked at Xing Tian, who was leaving. Whoosh! Xing Tian disappeared into the horizon. However, as he flew away, he remembered Mahavarakana's appearance. When he returned, he would definitely ask someone to investigate this person's information. Of course, everything would be in vain. Other than Gu Hai, no one would know Mahavairocana's identity. Xingtian left. Gu Hai also slowly stepped into Mahavairocana's small courtyard. Mahavairocana, how was Xingtian just now? Gu Hai asked with a smile. 9th level of Heavenly Palace. Peak. He is only one step away from great perfection. There is almost no one in your limitless celestial capital who can match him. Don't underestimate the 9th level. Dragon God Ing and Mosquito Dauren can only be said to have just entered the 9th level. Kong Xian is only in the middle of the 9th level, Mahavairocana said solemnly. Oh, Gu Hai looked at the horizon. The Dayan dynasty was full of talents in the past. Mahavairocana exclaimed. Gu Hai nodded and changed the topic. I'm preparing to leave the limitless celestial capital for a period of time. During this time, I might need to trouble you to look after it for me. If a powerful enemy attacks, I'll have to trouble you to take care of it. Oh, you are going to the netherworld to look for Guhan? Mahavairocana's expression changed. Gu Hai nodded. That's right. I was worried about Lin Wanner previously, so I delayed it. Now, it seems that Qi is still trustworthy. Lin Wanner can wait for a while. All right, be careful, Mahavairocana said solemnly. Gu Hai nodded. In the upper study, Gu Hai gathered a group of important officials. Dragon God Eng, Mosquito Dauren, Kong Xian, Mo Yike, Chen Tianshan, Sima Chongkong, and Montez. Your Majesty, are you leaving again? Chen Tianshan asked worriedly. Gu Hai nodded. I am going to save Guhan. I should be back soon. Yes. Everyone nodded. During my absence, everything will continue as usual. Chen Tianshan will be in charge of the country, and Mo Yike and Sima Chongkong will assist, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes, Dragon God Ing, I told you last time that you should immediately go to Guqin and meet up with him. Gu Hai looked at Dragon God Ing. Guqin was carrying out the luck extermination plan near the holy land of Mount Ling. Gu Hai was still worried, so he had to send a powerful expert there. Yes, Your Majesty. Dragon Godding frowned and nodded. Oh, Dragon Godding, is there something wrong? Gu Hai asked in confusion when he saw Dragon God Ying's expression. Yes, the Long San Qian exchanged my body and sent my son to the border. However, there has been no news of my son in the past few months. I sent many people to investigate, but I only heard that he left with one person. As for that person's appearance, if I remember correctly, it should be Jiang Chun. Dragon Godding frowned. Oh, Long Outyen was taken away by Jiang Chun? Gu Hai was stunned. Yes, Dragon Godding smiled bitterly. Montez, mobilize all the embroidered uniform guards and keep an eye out for Long Outyen's whereabouts. Gu Hai ordered. Yes, Montez replied. Thank you, Your Majesty. Dragon Godding said gratefully. Don't worry too much. Whether or not Jiang Chun is using him, at least it proves that Long Outyen is still alive. We will find him in the future, Gu Hai advised. Yes, Your Majesty, rest assured. Your Majesty, I will go to the Crown Prince's place first and slowly look for him in the future. Dragon God Ing said solemnly. Gu Hai nodded. Kong Xian, Mosquito Dauren, follow me to the netherworld. Gu Hai solemnly said, Yes, Your Majesty. The two replied. Chapter 938. After giving some instructions, Gu Hai gathered the people heading to the netherworld. Gu Hai, Kong Xian, Mosquito Dauren, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng, and the unborn man gathered in the upper study. Gu Hai, you found Guhan? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng asked expectantly. Gu Hai nodded. I'm not sure about the exact location. We will know when we reach the netherworld. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng nodded and did not ask further. It was fine, as long as they found Guhan. Unborn man, we are in trouble. Guhai looked at the unborn man. The unborn man stretched out his hand and swiped in the air. Buzz. A tear immediately appeared in space. Surging energy immediately surged out. Let's go. The unborn man stepped into the netherworld. The other four followed closely behind. In the blink of an eye, they all entered the netherworld. Buzz. The crack in the void suddenly disappeared. Guhai's group suddenly stepped onto the netherworld's land. This was Guhai's second trip to the netherworld. When he looked up, the vast silver moon was still there, illuminating the land. The surroundings were gloomy. However, as the group stepped on the ground, it looked like countless withered bones. As far as the eye could see, it looked like a plain made of bones. Where are we? Guhai asked with a frown. Near the 10,000 bone Inshan mountain, the unborn man explained. Oh, 10,000 bone Inshan mountain? I remember that you previously mentioned that the bone soldiers you summoned came from the 10,000 bone Inshan mountain? Guhai asked, feeling puzzled. That's right. Us life masters establish a contract with the netherworld's departed spirits. They are responsible for helping us resolve some dangers, and we help them obtain lifespan. We help each other. The unborn man explained. Guhai nodded. This netherworld is really empty. Kong Xian said with a frown. At the side, the mosquito Darren narrowed his eyes. Faint black flames seemed to appear in his eyes. Empty? Huh, how is that possible? Mosquito Doran's body shook violently. Then he waved his hand at Guhai's surroundings. Bam, bam, bam. A series of explosions rang out around Guhai. This is... Kong Xian was puzzled. His Majesty was surrounded by a large number of small ghosts. The mosquito Darren just cleaned them up. The unborn man looked at the mosquito Darren in surprise. Guhai looked at mosquito Darren. Mosquito Darren didn't say anything. Indeed, there are many ghosts. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng frowned slightly as his figure trembled. Bang! The surface of his body suddenly trembled slightly, emitting a burst of wind explosion. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng can also see these little ghosts, the unborn man said in surprise. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng nodded. My Nalanda temple has a secret technique that targets the netherworld. I have a certain understanding of it. That's good. The unborn man nodded. Your Majesty, humans and ghosts are different. In the end, there are some differences between the netherworld and the netherworld. If one wants to see ghosts in the netherworld, there are two ways. First, one can cultivate the heavenly eye. By maintaining one's extreme young body, one can see ghosts, the unborn man explained. The heavenly eye, Guhai frowned slightly. Guhai had the heavenly eye. However, it consumed a lot of energy, so he did not use it often. Previously, when this subject applied some medicine to your Majesty's eyes and ears, I was able to see ghosts. However, that did not last long. The second method is to let Yin energy enter the body and conceal one's extreme young body. This is equivalent to colluding with the netherworld, the unborn man explained. How do we do that? Kong Xian asked. Breathe in Yin energy and circulate it in the body's limbs and bones. Don't use dermic energy to resist. A little Yin energy will not harm the body. I believe that Bodhisattva Lien Sheng and Mosquito Darren used this method as well. This is the most common method, the unborn man explained. Breathe in. Kong Xian and Guhai both took deep breaths. Large amounts of Yin energy immediately poured into their limbs and bones. The Yin energy contained a piercing chill. If it were in the past, once the cold Yin energy entered the body, the deities in the body would be able to expel it with a little struggle. However, this time, no one resisted. They allowed their entire bodies to turn cold. Buzz. Gu Hai and Kong Xian shivered from the cold. In an instant, Gu Hai heard a cacophony of noises. When he looked over, he saw that the sea of bones that had stretched as far as the eye could see had undergone a shocking change. Ghosts. Countless ghosts were wandering in all directions. There were babies covered in blood, old men with wrinkles, young men covered in blood, and many more. These ghosts roamed the surroundings. When they saw the group of living people, they immediately charged over in excitement. The scene of 10,000 ghosts charging over was rather horrifying. However, the auras of the unborn man, Mosquito Daoran, and Bodhisattva Lien shook off the ghosts. With the Mosquito Daoran around Gu Hai, no ghosts approached. Only Kong Xian was surrounded by countless ghosts. The ghosts lay on Kong Xian's body, hugged Kong Xian, wrapped around Kong Xian, and opened their mouths to suck at Kong Xian's body. The ghosts sucked out strands of yang energy. After the ghosts sucked out the yang energy from Kong Xian's body, they seemed very satisfied. "Get out of my way." Kong Xian's eyes widened in shock. However, this shake could not shake off the ghosts. In fact, it did not even touch the ghosts. Kong Xian, humans and ghosts are different. Your struggle will only cause more yang energy to leak out for these ghosts, giving them a fuller meal. If you want to break free from them, you need to mix in some yin energy, the unborn man explained. Mix in yin energy? Kong Xian followed the unborn man's method and mixed in some yin energy. Boom. Ah. No, my yang energy. All of a sudden, all of the little ghosts on Kong Xian's body exploded in all directions due to the struggle. It is indeed useful. Kong Xian's eyes lit up. Gu Hai also mixed a trace of yin qi into his power and waved his hand. Boom. A large number of ghosts were sent flying. As expected, this method is not difficult to explain, but it is very difficult to understand without saying it. Gu Hai nodded. "Yes, Your Majesty." The unborn man nodded. Squeak, squeak. Suddenly, a large number of bats flew over from afar. Bang! The countless bats suddenly merged into one and turned into Changming's appearance. "This subject, Changming, greets Your Majesty." Changming said respectfully. When Mosquito Daoran saw Changming, his expression changed. After all, the chaos element pearl that he wanted the most was in Changming's hands. How are the blood-robed guards getting used to life in the underworld? Gu Hai asked. "Your Majesty, rest assured. We are very used to it. Moreover, the blood race can devour evil ghosts in addition to drinking blood. This is a good place for the blood race to develop." Changming said with a smile. "That's good." Gu Hai nodded. "Your Majesty is here. Is there anything this subject needs to do?" Changming asked. "Just follow. You, the blood race, have a special advantage. Perhaps it will be useful." Gu Hai nodded. "Yes." Changming nodded. "Buzz." Gu Hai extended his hand and took out the curse-seeking sphere. The small Buddha in the sphere pointed to the southwest. "Let's go." Gu Hai shouted. Then he led the group in the direction the curse-seeking sphere pointed to. As Gu Hai flew, his body suddenly buzzed. Buzz. The life ender saber suddenly trembled. As it trembled, it seemed to point to the north with overwhelming resentment. Gu Hai's face suddenly sank. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the life ender saber's resentment. After all, Xiao Chun had already refined the life ender saber and no longer had its previous consciousness. The only possibility was that bone-deep hatred, an instinctive hatred. Hatred? Gu Hai looked into the distance. In that endless world of bones, one could vaguely see skeletons wandering everywhere, as if they were looking for something. The skeletons were also divided into 3, 6, and 9 classes. There were animal skeletons, human skeletons, and even skeletons riding skeletons and walking everywhere. 10,000 Bone Shadow Mountain? Guhai said with a frown. The unborn man followed Guhai's gaze and looked into the distance. That's right, Your Majesty. Look in that direction. That is the 10,000 Bone Shadow Mountain. The true skeleton experts are there. They even established a skeleton civilization there, worshipping the bone, divine hall. It seems that the bone ancestor used to rule this 10,000 Bone Shadow Mountain, commanding all the skeletons in the world. However, something happened several decades ago, and the bone ancestor fell. Oh, several decades ago, the bone ancestor? Guhai's expression changed. Guhai vaguely remembered when he first obtained the life ender saber. At that time, Montez's master had mentioned that when Guhai was imprisoned at the Dragon Vein, he tore a hole in space. At that time, the life ender saber was stabbed into the Dragon Vein, riddled with cracks. At that time, a voice said, "The bone ancestor has already turned to dust. This world is mine." Ha 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 ha. I am not sure about the details. Only the skeleton experts know about this. They never tell outsiders. They only say that the current king is called the Bone God, guarding the Bone Divine Hall. All the skeletons in the world listen to his orders. The unborn man explained. Buzz. The life ender saber in Guhai's body seemed to hear the words Bone God, which made it hum with increasing resentment. Guhai's face sank as he immediately suppressed the life ender saber's restlessness. 10,000 Bone Shadow Mountain? We will investigate in the future. Right now, let's look for Guhan first, Guhai said seriously. As Xiao Chen spoke, he led the group to the southwest. As the life ender saber trembled, a majestic palace stood at the peak of a mountain in the north, made of countless skeletons. This palace was called the Bone Divine Hall. A large number of skeleton soldiers stood guard outside the palace. The interior of the palace was dark, lit only by wisps of ghostly flames. One could vaguely make out a huge black throne with golden edges. At this moment, a figure wearing black robes sat on the throne. That figure was shrouded in black robes, revealing only the face under the hood, the face of a skeleton. It was originally pitch black, but all of a sudden, two flames appeared in the skeleton's eyes. Boom! A strong aura instantly spread out. Bone Ancestor, you have not been destroyed in body and soul. That black-robed skeleton suddenly said in a cold voice. All bone generals, come forward and heed my orders, the black-robed skeleton said coldly. Buzz. With the black-robed skeleton as the center, a strange voice spread out in all directions. The countless skeletons around the 10,000 Bone Mountain were stunned. Then, the many strong skeletons quickly rushed to the 10,000 Bone Mountain. Chapter 939. Guhai led the group to a region shrouded in black fog. Many cities were outside the black fog. Large numbers of fiendish demons, ghosts, humans, and even skeletons wandered about. It looked like a hodgepodge of all sorts of races. The various races here seemed to form new civilizations that coexisted with one another. Guhai pointed at the region shrouded in black fog with the curse-seeking sphere in his hand. The heavenly demon Holy Land. Guhai narrowed his eyes as he looked at the black fog before him. All the surrounding cities are part of the heavenly demon Holy Land's territory. Your Majesty, are you sure? Mosquito Dowran asked with an unsightly expression. That's right. It is in this black fog. Guhai nodded solemnly. Mosquito Doran's expression changed as his expression turned incredibly unsightly. However, Chong Ming, Kong Xian, and Bodhisattva Lien Sheng did not show any expression. After all, they did not understand this place well. Only the unborn man said after some thought, Your Majesty, since that is the case, let's go in as soon as possible. Guhai nodded. Wait. Mosquito Darren called out again. Huh. Guhai looked at Mosquito Darren in confusion. This was not the first time. Earlier, Guhai had noticed Mosquito Darren's abnormality. Why is he making things difficult for me again and again? Mosquito Darren's expression changed. Then he looked at Changming. Finally, he said bitterly, Your Majesty, you asked me before about the Chaos Essence Pearl. This subject has been hiding it from you all this while. Huh. I hope Your Majesty does not mind. I do not blame you. Everyone has their own secrets. The Dahan dynasty is a place where everyone creates dreams together. It is not a place where I plunder you all. If you do not want to talk about it, you don't have to, Guhai said solemnly. Mosquito Darren shook his head and smiled bitterly. It is not that I don't have to talk about it, but that I have to. Huh, how can there be such a coincidence? Oh, everyone looked at Mosquito Darren in confusion. Chaos Origin Bead. Lord Chang, can you lend it to me? Mosquito Darren said with a bitter smile. Chang Ming was slightly stunned and looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai was slightly puzzled, but finally nodded. Chang Ming took out a black, transparent ball and handed it to Mosquito Darren. Mosquito Darren took it. His eyes changed intensely. There was greed, expectation, regret, and bitterness. The primordial chaos pearl is finally in my hands. Your Majesty, you don't know how many years I've worked for this primordial chaos pearl. Haha, but Mosquito Darren was slightly bitter. The primordial chaos pearl is ranked 16th among the 16 great magic treasures of ancient times, which is the last one. The 7 fairy slaying swords are ranked higher than the primordial chaos pearl, but that's all. No matter how strong a magic treasure is, it is still a person who uses it. If a person is strong, even a plant can be used as a divine weapon. If a person is weak, even the sky-splitting axe can be used as a weapon. Why do you care so much about the primordial chaos pearl? Gu Hai was puzzled. Actually, very few people know about it. This primordial chaos pearl is not a magic treasure. It is actually just a key. Mosquito Darren said in a low voice. Key. Everyone was slightly stunned. Chang Ming, in particular, had a look of disbelief. Have you ever seen such an awesome key? Last time, it protected the entire imperial palace. Where is the key? Gu Hai was puzzled. It's this black fog area in front of us, Mosquito Darren said solemnly. Oh, everyone was slightly stunned. You are very familiar with the black fog area. Gu Hai's expression changed, and his eyes lit up. After all, Mosquito Darren's tone seemed to be very familiar with this place. More than familiar. I was born in this black fog area. This is my hometown. Mosquito Darren said with a wry smile. Your home? Kong Xian was surprised. Mosquito Darren nodded. Yes, I have never mentioned it to anyone. In fact, this black fog is my home. Everyone looked at each other. Indeed, this was too much of a coincidence. As for this primordial chaos pearl, I found it together with Taoist Fly. I fought with him for so many years, but in the end, it fell into Chang Ming's hands. Mosquito Darren said with a wry smile, Taoist Fly. Chang Ming was puzzled. He is the one who passed the primordial chaos pearl to you. Mosquito Darren said solemnly, that master of mine, he said that he was a spirit-assimilated person, a person spirit-assimilated by a spirit beast. Later, like me, he destroyed the primogenitor spirit beast, and Chang Ming said with a frown, TSK, a spirit-assimilated person? What a joke. That is just an excuse. Do you think I don't understand him? He and I were born in this black fog area together. After fighting for so many years, we found this primordial chaos pearl. Originally, we agreed to share this primordial chaos pearl. However, he kept it for himself. I chased him for a long time before chasing him to the Yang realm. That is, the vicinity of the endless celestial capital. Mosquito Dauren said. And then, Guhai asked, then I won. I forced him to hand over the primordial chaos pearl. He said that he did not have it and stubbornly resisted. I searched him but could not find it. He then said that he placed the primordial chaos pearl in this black fog area, forcing me to come back and look for it for so many years. Mosquito Dauren said with an unsightly expression, You imprisoned my master in that valley? Mosquito Dauren asked. That's right. That's right. Yes, he must have been very weak at that time. It has been nearly 1,000 years. Humph, he was too weak to keep the chaos element bead. But you are a member of the blood clan, and your body is full of evil Inchi. Not only can you nourish the chaos element bead, but you can also completely hide its aura. He took advantage of the situation and passed it to you. He just entrusted it to you for safekeeping temporarily. When he can't keep it, he will come to you to get it back. However, isn't that too much of a coincidence? Changming said with a frown. Coincidence? Ha! It's not a coincidence at all. You are lucky. 1,000 years, 1,000 years. Do you really think that no one could enter that valley to save him for 1,000 years? That place is not far from an ordinary city. Even if no one passed by, there must be many demonic beasts. Why did he not look for other demonic beasts to inherit? Why did he have to wait for 1,000 years? You don't know, right? I went to investigate later. There were countless skeletons at the bottom of that valley, which means that the others have already died there. Mosquito Dauren said, My physique just happened to be able to hide the primordial chaos pearl. Changming's eyelids twitched. That's right. That's why he used you to hide it. Mosquito Dauren said calmly. But can't he reincarnate? Why did he have to wait for me? Changming did not understand. Reincarnate. Bullsh *T reincarnation. He should have returned. Only here can he recover his cultivation. Why did he wait for 1,000 years? Because the chains I used to lock him up had restrictions. If he escaped, I would know immediately and return immediately. Moreover, in the end, he leaked a trace of the primordial chaos pearl's aura. He let me know that he gave the primordial chaos pearl to someone else, which was you. He wanted me to find trouble with you. Mosquito Dauren said in a low voice. He couldn't find him after 1,000 years. When he suddenly realized that he was tricked, he must be burning with anger. No wonder you went to the infinite celestial capital and wanted to destroy it. Kong Xian said with a frown. That's right. Taoist Fly also used the primordial chaos pearl to lure me to give up on pursuing him. I could sense that the primordial chaos pearl was in the infinite celestial capital. However, I didn't know who Changming's physique could hide the primordial chaos pearl's aura. Hence, I pestered His Majesty later. Mosquito Dauren said with a frown. In that case, that Taoist Fly did not have good intentions toward Changming. He gave him the primordial chaos pearl just to get Changming to help him block the calamity? Guhai asked with a frown. Yes, Mosquito Taoist said in a low voice. Since you said that this primordial chaos pearl is the key to this black fog, why did you stop us from entering? With the key, what are you worried about? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng asked, feeling confused. Mosquito Dauren smiled bitterly and said, You all know that this is the heavenly demon Holy Land's territory. Do you know who is in charge of this place? Oh, everyone's expressions changed as they looked at Mosquito Dauren. After all, Mosquito Dauren grew up here. He should be the most familiar with this place. I dared to go to Wansho Taoism and eat the turtle spirit, Holy Mother. I dared to go to the Spirit Mountain Holy Land and eat Jiang Rulai's third of 12 golden lotuses. However, I did not dare to go to the heavenly demon Holy Land's main altar. It was just like facing the Longjangwa. I did not dare to go there and be impudent, Mosquito Darren said with a frown. The heavenly demon Holy Land is comparable to the former De Qian Celestial Empire? Kong Xian asked. The heavenly demon Holy Land has one main peak and 12 subpeaks. I never dared to go to the main peak because the heavenly demon Holy Land's master, the vast freedom heavenly demon, is there. Each of the 12 subpeaks has a small peak master. All of them are powerful experts. Do you see that? In fact, there is only one peak in this black fog called the Corpse Tomb Peak. To be precise, the 800 ghost cities around here and this black fog area are all under the influence of the Corpse Tomb Peak Master. The 800 ghost cities surround this black fog area. This black fog area is called the Corpse Tomb Boundary. Mosquito Darren explained. Corpse Tomb Boundary? The name sounds familiar, Guhai said with a frown. Your Majesty, not long ago, the Spirit Mountain Holy Land sent Chun Shinsho and Baiming Shou to set up a corpse tomb longevity array with corpse worms. Unborn Man explained. Yes, it's the corpse tomb. Does it have anything to do with it? Guhai's expression changed. Kong Xian's expression immediately turned solemn. Kong Xian still remembered how terrifying the corpse mound longevity array was. It had refined all the commoners into corpse demons and trapped him. He had not been able to escape. Of course it has something to do with it. I was in the limitless celestial capital, resisting the experts of the Spirit Mountain. Otherwise, I would know what the corpse tomb longevity array was. Mosquito Darren said, Oh, the corpse worm that His Majesty bestowed upon the unborn man came from this corpse tomb world. Moreover, there is more than one corpse worm here. There are many more. Moreover, the corpse worm in the Three Mountain City was just a mediocre corpse worm. Mosquito Darren explained. Mediocre? Unborn Man was surprised. The corpse worm was the biggest one the unborn man had ever seen. Of course, I grew up in the corpse tomb boundary. How could I not know the situation here? Just now, the heavenly demon Holy Land had 13 peaks. The corpse tomb peak master was a corpse worm demon called the corpse worm heavenly demon. He was an extremely powerful monster king. I was no match for him. Mosquito Darren said bitterly, Corpse tomb peak master? Corpse worm heavenly demon, Guhai said solemnly. Yes, every time we came back, we were hiding from the corpse worm heavenly demon. What is the corpse tomb boundary? Unborn Man was puzzled. Mosquito Darren was silent for a while. Solemnly, he said, Have you heard of the war of the witches and demons in the ancient times? Of course, it was the war of the divine practitioners. The witch tribe was led by Jiang Chen, and the demon tribe was led by the 4 mythical beasts. In the end, they fought in the netherworld, and both sides suffered great losses. No, they almost perished together. Kong Xian said, Yes, that war was earth-shattering. There were countless casualties, and they almost perished together. However, the heavens took pity on them and gathered all the corpses of the witch tribe and the demon tribe in one place and buried them. Mosquito Darren explained. Buried here? The corpse tomb boundary? Unborn Man's expression changed. Yes, it's here. That's why evil demons like us were born here. And that Taoist fly, he was a fly demon. There were also countless corpse worms that ate corpses, but soon the heavenly demon Holy Land was born. The master of this place, the corpse worm king, became one of the 13 peak masters of the heavenly demon Holy Land. Mosquito Darren explained. The corpse tomb boundary? Guhai frowned slightly. It's too dangerous inside, so I'm worried, Mosquito Darren said with a wry smile. However, my son Guhan is in there, Guhai said with a frown. Chapter 940. According to Mosquito Darren's description, The corpse tomb realm was full of dangers. However, for Guhai could not stop. Corpse tomb realm? This black fog area? The unborn man asked in a deep voice. That's right. The corpse tomb realm is bigger than it looks. Once you enter the black fog area, you will know. This is a realm created by the heavens in the past. Moreover, what I just said is not the most dangerous. In fact, the most dangerous thing inside is the countless resentful spirits. Mosquito Darren said with a wry smile. Resentful spirits, everyone asked in confusion. Yes, the resentful spirits of the sorcerer tribe and monster beasts who died in the war of the sorcerer tribe. Ha, Your Majesty, don't underestimate those resentful spirits. In the corpse tomb realm, resentful spirits can't reincarnate. It's as if they can live forever. Their strength is not to be underestimated. Of course, these resentful spirits don't have much rationality and will attack anyone they see. They should be the strongest, resentful spirits in the world. Mosquito, Darren said with a frown. Resentful spirits are that powerful? The unborn man asked in surprise. Yes, I can deal with ordinary vengeful spirits. However, once they reach a certain level, they will appear in groups. Even I can only avoid them. In the center of the corpse mound world, there is a central corpse pit. There are the most corpses there, and the most vengeful spirits are there. Moreover, they are the most powerful, resentful spirits. Taoist fly, and I can't get close. Only the corpse bug heavenly demon can get close, Mosquito Darren explained. What key is this chaos element bead? Chongming asked with a frown. The chaos element bead is the key to the corpse tomb realm. Because of the chaos element bead, all resentful spirits can't get close. Therefore, after Taoist fly, and I found out about this treasure, we fought for it with all our might. Mosquito Darren explained. Why did you fight for it? Guhai asked in confusion. To subdue the resentful spirits. Mosquito Darren said with a wry smile. The resentful spirits are fused with various monster gods from ancient times. You want to devour their god. Kong Xian frowned. Mosquito Darren was silent for a moment, then nodded. Kong Xian, don't underestimate these fey gods. In the ancient times, during the War of the Witches and Demons, there were countless fey gods stronger than you. At that time, the human race was insignificant. If not for the War of the Witches and Demons, the human race wouldn't have risen. Compared to the ancient times, the fey kings of today are nothing. Kong Xian nodded. Since the primordial bead can prevent the vengeful spirits from getting close, then we should immediately go and save Guhan as soon as possible. Guhai said in a deep voice. Mosquito Darren opened and closed his mouth a few times before finally nodding with a bitter smile. Guhai would never give up because of this danger. The others were even more ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth, and were actually eager to give it a try. Mosquito Darren felt that he had wasted half a day's worth of words. The group of 6 stepped into the black fog. The moment they entered, they felt the space around them shake. We've entered the corpse tomb world. Everyone be careful. Mosquito Darren said solemnly. Everyone nodded and followed Mosquito Darren into the interior. The interior was extremely dark and gloomy, and they could vaguely see towering mountains and lofty ridges. Guhai held the curse-seeking ball in his hand, guiding the way. Chongming held the primordial bead in his hand in case of any accidents. Everyone was on high alert. After all, Mosquito Darren had repeatedly warned them about the dangers inside, so they had to be cautious. After flying for a short while, they began to see skeletons spread out across the ground. There were large amounts of skeletons in the surroundings, both human and fey gods. These are all experts who trespassed here. Over the past tens of thousands of years, many experts who came in have all died here. Mosquito Taoist explained. Kong Xian flew over to a red-crowned crane skeleton, and his face sank. Based on the shape of the skeleton, this red-crowned crane skeleton might be from Heavenly Palace. Kong Xian said solemnly, "Which one of those who dared to enter the corpse tomb world isn't a tyrant? The experts from before have all turned into skeletons, and those who entered in recent years are only rotting corpses," Mosquito Darren said with a bitter smile. Everyone's heart sank. At a glance, there were tens of thousands of skeletons, and that was only what they saw. There were countless more that they could not see. As everyone flew into the interior, they suddenly felt a chill in their hearts, as if they were being watched by something. Over there, Kong Xian's face sank as he looked at the peak of a mountain in the distance. At the peak of the mountain, there was a giant blood-colored wolf. The wolf's body was slightly transparent, and there was a scarlet aura around it. It had a ferocious expression as it stared at everyone. "A vengeful spirit?" the unborn man asked. "A wolf demon vengeful spirit? Let's leave quickly," Mosquito Darren said with a sullen face. "Mosquito Darren, aren't you exaggerating? This vengeful spirit is not bad. However, judging from its aura, it is at most a middle-tier Heavenly Palace. How can that count? I can swallow it in one gulp," Kong Xian said with disdain. However, the blood-colored wolf suddenly raised its head and howled. "A wolf! Let's go quickly. This wolf is very troublesome," Mosquito Darren shouted. "Let's go," Gu Hai said solemnly. After all, this was Mosquito Darren's hometown. Gu Hai chose to believe in Mosquito Darren. Everyone nodded, but Kong Xian was not convinced. He opened his mouth and sucked. Boom! Instantly, the blood-colored wolf in the distance was sucked in. It looked like it would be swallowed in one gulp. "That's all you got?" Kong Xian sneered. Boom! The blood wolf's body emitted thousands of rays of red light. As soon as the red light appeared, it rushed in all directions, forming a red transparent chain that pulled the blood wolf, preventing Kong Xian from swallowing it. Kong Xian's face darkened. Ah, 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 ah. But at this moment, the howls of countless wolves came from all directions. A large number of blood wolves emerged from the peaks of the various mountains. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of them appeared. Each one of them had a ferocious expression as they looked at Gu Hai's group. A red light chain emerged from all the blood wolves and rushed towards the blood wolf that Kong Xian was about to swallow. It seemed to be pulling it, preventing it from being swallowed by Kong Xian. Humph! Kong Xian snorted. He exerted more force in his mouth. Boom! Even though he was being pulled by thousands of blood wolves, Kong Xian still swallowed the blood wolf in one gulp. Woo, 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 woo. Countless demon wolves in the distance were enraged. The place where the blood wolf had just been swallowed was emitting a red light. Within the red light, the blood wolf was reborn. Roar! The blood wolf bared its teeth and roared at Kong Xian. Impossible! It was already destroyed in my stomach. How could it be reborn? Kong Xian's face darkened. The god of the wolf clan merged into the bodies of all the resentful spirits of the demon wolves. The god of the wolf clan has records of the resentful spirits of the wolf clan. They are unkillable. The more you kill, the stronger their resentment. With resentment, they can be reborn. Unless you could instantly exterminate all the blood wolves, they would not be able to be killed. Moreover, they will chase after you endlessly. They are not powerful, but they are extremely difficult to deal with, Mosquito Darren said with a wry smile. Then let's kill them all. Kong Xian's face turned cold. Roar! He opened his mouth and took a deep breath, causing a black wind to blow from all directions. Immediately, the tens of thousands of demon wolves in the surroundings were swept over. In the blink of an eye, they were all swallowed into his stomach. "I will eat as many as they come," Kong Xian said coldly. Rumble! Suddenly, countless red lights appeared in all directions. The red lights soared into the sky. The blood wolves that were swallowed by Kong Xian were reborn. They bared their teeth and roared at Kong Xian. Reborn again. Kong Xian's face darkened. "I told you, as long as there is one resentful spirit of the wolf clan, they can be reborn in the corpse tomb realm. They are not very powerful, but they are very troublesome," Mosquito Darren said with a wry smile. Chongming took out the Chaos Pearl. The pack of wolves pounced, but could not get close. Kong Xian's face darkened. This was the first time he found the resentful spirits troublesome. "Let me try." Gu Hai pulled out the life-extinguishing saber. "Your Majesty, it's useless." Mosquito Darren was still worried. Boom! Gu Hai slashed down with his saber. Immediately, billions of saber auras appeared and slashed at the blood wolves. All the blood wolves exploded in an instant. The resentful spirits entered the Death Eyes transformation pool. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, the blood wolves turned into surging energy. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. Gu Hai's surroundings were filled with sizzling sounds. Clouds of blood mist appeared, but the blood wolves did not revive. How could this be? Mosquito Darren was confused. Ah woo! Suddenly, a pained howl of a wolf came from the distant horizon. That howl contained a monstrous amount of resentment. However, the resentful spirits that Gu Hai killed could no longer be revived. Mosquito Darren and Kong Xian looked at Gu Hai in surprise. "Let's go. We can't stay here for long. We'll attract more resentful spirits," Gu Hai said in a low voice. "That's right. The bigger the commotion, the stronger the resentful spirits will be attracted. Even the corpse worm demon will know," Mosquito Darren said anxiously. The group quickly passed through the forest and headed for the depths of the corpse tomb world. Not long after they left. Roar, roar, roar. A series of blood wolves pounced, but the group had already left. Ah woo! The blood wolves were furious. They searched everywhere for Gu Hai and the others. The blood wolves left and went to a place where the corpses were rotting in the forest. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a swarm of flies flew up. In the eyes of the flies, the images of Gu Hai and the others were eerily left behind. Whoosh! The flies flew quickly toward the depths of the corpse tomb world. Not long after, the flies flew to a huge valley. There were nearly 1,000 corpses in the valley. There were humans and monsters. As the corpses rotted, countless flies flew around. White maggots kept crawling out of the corpses. It was extremely disgusting. The corpses seemed to be for the maggots and flies to eat. A man in green was sitting cross-legged next to them. His body was also covered with maggots and flies. However, his eyes were shining with green light. He looked at the corpses being eaten by the flies and maggots with satisfaction. Eat, eat. When this batch is finished, I'll go to a small town and bring back some humans and monsters for you to eat. The man in green sneered. If Chong Ming were here, he would recognize him at a glance. This was the master who gave him the Chaos Essence Bead. Taoist fly. The swarm of flies that had flown in from the outside suddenly rushed into Taoist fly's head and disappeared. Taoist fly narrowed his eyes. Oh, Mosquito Darren is back. And that kid, so the Chaos Essence Bead is back too? Chapter 941. Corpse Mound World. In a mountain forest. Lifespan array activate. Boom. As the unborn man activated the array, countless centipede resentful spirits were trapped in a blue lifespan array. The centipede resentful spirits are more troublesome than the wolf resentful spirits. With the chaos orb, the centipedes can't get close, but they can spit out poisonous fog mixed with divinity, which is extremely dangerous. Moreover, they can burrow into the ground and fly into the sky. Fortunately, the unborn man's lifespan array trapped them. Mosquito Darren said with lingering fear, "Resentful spirits, how troublesome. As long as one of them is alive, they can be reborn. And the more resentful spirits there are, the more resentful they are. Why didn't the heavens deal with this place?" Kong Xian said with a frown, "The liches were originally the main characters of the world. After that shocking battle, they were nearly wiped out. Only resentful spirits remained. It is truly miserable. The heavens took pity on them and allowed them to continue existing in this world," the unborn man said sullenly. Kong Xian frowned slightly, but he did not refute. "Your Majesty, we can't go forward. There's a great witch resentful spirit there. We have to go around it." Unborn man said with a frown, "Go around it?" Gu Hai asked in confusion. "That's a blood witch resentful spirit, one of the most powerful resentful spirits in the corpse mound world. Although its mind is muddled, its strength is incomparable to the previous ones. It has devoured countless resentful spirits and has reached a monstrous strength. Even the corpse bug heavenly demon couldn't subdue it. So," Mosquito Darren said with a frown, "A blood witch resentful spirit, it's that strong?" Kong Xian said in surprise. In the world of the living, there were very few people who had reached the level of Mosquito Darren. How come there were so many in the netherworld? It's probably in the corpse mound world. It's best to avoid it. This blood witch resentful spirit is really strong. I once encountered it and was injured by it. It took me 100 years to recover." Mosquito Darren said with a bitter smile, "Blood, witch resentful spirit." Everyone's face fell. "All right, let's go around." Gu Hai nodded. Gu Hai didn't try to be brave. He bypassed the area that Mosquito Darren pointed at. The group no longer had the confidence they had when they first entered. Different vengeful spirits appeared one after another, letting everyone know how terrifying the corpse mound world was. The undying vengeful spirits were endless. This was not the most dangerous part. There was also the power of the corpse mound peak. "Your Majesty, we've been circling around for a long time. I might know the direction your spell ball is pointing at." Mosquito Darren said with a slightly unpleasant expression, "Oh, the central corpse pit." Mosquito Darren said with an ugly expression, "Central corpse pit. That's right. Why would Jiang Rulai place Crown Prince Guhan there? That is where most of the witch and fiend corpses are buried. The vengeful spirits there are the most horrifying. Furthermore, the overwhelming resentment there can change a person's temperament. No, at least 60% of the entire corpse mound world's vengeful spirits are there. Only the corpse bug skyfiends can barely enter that place. No one else can," Mosquito Darren said in shock. "The corpse pit of witch and fiend corpses?" Bodhisattva Lien Sheng felt stunned. "Is Crown Prince Guhan still alive?" Changming asked worriedly. "Jiang Rulai and Guhan coexist. It is impossible for him to kill Guhan. He must still be alive," Gu Hai said seriously. "Then we?" Everyone asked worriedly. "Let's give it a try. Continue forward," Gu Hai said seriously. Everyone nodded. With the location and Mosquito Darren as a guide, the group circled around the many strong, vengeful spirit territories and slowly headed for the central corpse pit. All kinds of vengeful spirits appeared along the way. There were demon-type vengeful spirits and humanoid vengeful spirits. The vengeful spirits attacked anyone who trespassed on their territory. However, Changming had the Chaos Elemental Pearl, Guhai had the Slaughter Spirit Annihilator, and the Unborn Man's Longevity Array could also trap vengeful spirits. The group ventured deeper and deeper. At this moment, screech. Suddenly, a super loud screech sounded. Peacock cry? Kong Xian's face darkened. As the peacock cry sounded, the void suddenly trembled. For a moment, the surroundings were filled with rolling green light. Is this the peacock demon's vengeful spirit? How powerful! Is the phoenix cry void tremor? Kong Xian's face changed. Guhai's face turned solemn. A vengeful spirit that could make Kong Xian's face change was naturally an extraordinary existence. Impossible. It shouldn't be here. Is this the Bird King vengeful spirit? It is one of the strongest vengeful spirits, like the Blood Witch vengeful spirit. Mosquito Doran's face darkened. Boom. However, all of a sudden, birds appeared from all directions. There were sparrows, eagles, cranes, and vultures. All kinds of vengeful spirits seemed to be filled with anger as they charged toward the group. At the head of the countless vengeful spirits was a gigantic peacock vengeful spirit that was 3,000 feet tall. The peacock was blood red. The Bird King vengeful spirit. Kong Xian's face darkened. How is this possible? Why would the Bird King come here? This is not its territory. Mosquito Darren was anxious. Screech. The Bird King saw the group and immediately let out an angry roar. Boom. Thousands of vengeful spirits charged toward them. Oh no, the Corpse Mound Longevity Array. The Unborn Man took out a small box. Inside the box was the corpse bug that Guhai had given to the Unborn Man not long ago. The corpse bug could not resist the Unborn Man at all. The Unborn Man reached out and pressed it against the ground. The Unborn Man activated a secret technique. With the corpse bug as the center, waves of black fog emerged and enveloped the group. Screech! Screech! The bird vengeful spirits charged toward them and entered the corpse mound longevity array. Whoosh! The vengeful spirits flew into the corpse mound longevity array and lost their sense of direction. Only the Bird King vengeful spirit seemed to be able to see everything clearly with its pair of eyes. It instantly charged toward the group. Oh no, the corpse mound longevity array cannot stop it. The Unborn Man said anxiously. The Bird King vengeful spirit and the Blood Shaman vengeful spirit from before. At their level, even the Chaos Elemental Bead cannot stop them once they go berserk. Mosquito Doran's expression changed. I'll do it. Kong Xian stepped forward. He instantly charged toward the vengeful spirit. Screech! The Bird King roared and instantly threw out 10 rays of 5-color divine light. 5-color divine light. Good one, come on. Kong Xian shouted. In an instant, Kong Xian also threw out 10 rays of 5-color divine light, which collided with Yang Kai. Whoosh! Hung! Kong Xian and the Bird King's 5-color divine light collided in the void and tore the void apart. The powerful impact even stunned Kong Xian. So powerful! You are not weaker than me? Kong Xian's expression changed. Screech! Kong Xian instantly transformed into a giant peacock that was 3,000 feet long. You are an ancient senior and can use 5-color divine light. Unfortunately, you are only a vengeful spirit and do not have a physical body. I don't believe that you can be stronger than me with just your soul body, Kong Xian said coldly. Screech! Kong Xian flapped his wings. Boom! Nearly 100 beams of 5-color divine light shot toward the Bird King from all directions. Screech! The Bird King seemed to be filled with anger. However, it did not have any intelligence and was filled with resentment. It flapped its wings and sent out 50 rays of 5-color divine light. Boom! With a loud sound, the bird king retreated. Ha 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 ha. A vengeful spirit is only a vengeful spirit after all. Kong Xian said coldly. He sneered and threw out another 100 rays of 5-colored divine light. The divine light of 5 colors shot out in all directions. It was as if victory had been secured, and the bird king was completely suppressed. Screech! The bird king's expression turned sinister. Suddenly, it flapped its wings at the same time. Boom! A huge ray of 5-colored divine light was thrown out. This ray of 5-colored divine light was 10 times thicker than the previous one. However, there was only one ray of 5-colored divine light. While Kong Xian was puzzled, his expression changed. No, it is not 5-colored. It is 6-colored. This ray of divine light has 6 colors. 6-colored divine light? Kong Xian's expression changed drastically. This was because the moment the 6-colored divine light was thrown out by the bird king, a terrifying aura rushed toward him. 100 rays of 5-colored divine light. Not enough, definitely not enough. Kong Xian did not have time to think. He flapped his wings and sent out another 200 rays of 5-colored divine light. 1 ray of 6-colored divine light versus 300 rays of 5-colored divine light. Hung! There was a huge collision in the void. A destructive force rushed in all directions and created a black hole that drowned Kong Xian and the bird king. The shock wave was so powerful that it rushed toward everyone. Oh no! Mosquito Darren waved his hand and protected everyone. The shock wave from the black hole even drowned everyone. The ground exploded, and the corpse worm that the unborn man had activated suddenly emerged. Damn! The corpse worm exploded instantly. The corpse mound longevity array immediately collapsed. Screech! Screech! Thousands of vengeful spirits saw the group and rushed toward them ferociously. Kong Xian? Gu Hai called out worriedly. Cough, cough. I'm not dead yet, Your Majesty. Kong Xian coughed in the distance. The void slowly returned to normal, revealing the furious bird king and Kong Xian, who was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. If Kong Xian had not dodged the 6-colored divine light in time, he would have been split in half. 6-colored divine light. Is this the 6-colored divine light? No, that was a weakened version of the 6-colored divine light. This vengeful spirit does not have a physical body and cannot use its full power. The 6-colored divine light. If I can master the 6-colored divine light, not even the prime of Tong Tian would be a match for me. Kong Xian looked at the bird king excitedly despite his injuries. At this moment, the vengeful spirits surrounded Gu Hai. Chaos Essence Pearl. Chong Ming quickly activated it. Screech! Screech! The vengeful spirits were instantly infuriated, but they were blocked by the white light and could not get close. Fortunately, we have the Chaos Essence Pearl. Mosquito Darren sighed. Why are these vengeful spirits chasing us so relentlessly? Gu Hai frowned slightly. However, Bodhisattva Lian Sheng suddenly formed hand seals and closed his eyes. The will of the past connects karma. Where does the vengeful spirit's resentment come from? Buzz. Bodhisattva Lian Sheng's hand seals suddenly shot towards a pile of rubble in the distance. Hung! That pile of rubble instantly exploded, revealing a large number of flies inside. Buzz! Buzz! The flies quickly fled into the distance. Is it Taoist fly? Did you attract these vengeful spirits? Bastard, you still want to run? Mosquito Darren roared furiously as his expression changed. As he roared, he flung his sleeve. Boom! Immediately, the black mosquitoes that blotted out the sky and covered the earth surrounded the group of fleeing flies in the distance. Buzz! 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 The number of flies in the surroundings also increased rapidly. They flew everywhere, covering the sky in an instant. There were many black mosquitoes and flies. The two types of insects clashed everywhere. Mosquito Darren jumped out of the Chaos Essence Pearl's protection. His figure flashed, and he appeared in the center of the large number of black mosquitoes. Then he threw a palm strike. Boom! The palm strike collided with another palm strike. A huge shock wave immediately blasted away the mosquitoes and flies. In the blink of an eye, an azure-robed man appeared not far from Mosquito Darren. "Indeed, it is you, Taoist Fly," Mosquito Darren said coldly as he glared. Chapter 942. "It's you, Taoist Fly." Mosquito Darren said coldly as he glared at Taoist Fly. Taoist Fly glared at Bodhisattva Lien Sheng in the distance. Nalanda Temple? Humph! In his anger, Taoist Fly slapped at Mosquito Darren again. Boom! Their palms collided in the air, creating a majestic shockwave. "Taoist Fly, you've become much stronger?" Mosquito Darren said in surprise. They were familiar with each other. Taoist Fly had been imprisoned by Mosquito Darren in the past, which showed how powerful Mosquito Darren was. However, they were evenly matched this time. "Chongming, you brat, I taught you a cultivation technique, detoxified your poison, and even gave you a Chaos Essence Pearl. Are you just going to stand there and watch? Are you not going to help me?" Taoist Fly glared at Chongming in the distance. Chongming's expression froze. He looked at Gu Hai. Mosquito Darren said that Taoist Fly was using Chongming, but it was true that Taoist Fly had saved him. Chongming was in a difficult position. Boom! On the other side, Mosquito Darren was entangled with Taoist Fly again. Taoist Fly's body emitted a dark aura. "What's that?" The unborn man's expression darkened. "Corpseworm aura? I was wondering why your strength suddenly increased. Taoist Fly, you finally joined Corpse Mound Peak?" Mosquito Darren said angrily. "So what?" "Mosquito Darren, aren't you embarrassed now? Imperial Dynasty? My fly clone heard you call that person Your Majesty. Have you joined Imperial Dynasty as a subject? Ha ha ha." Taoist Fly sneered. "What do you know about my business?" Mosquito Darren said coldly. Boom! The two were entangled. "Fly baby, go!" Taoist Fly shouted coldly. Buzz! Buzz! The flies swarmed towards Gu Hai. Creak, creak, creak. Chongming waved his sleeve, and countless bats appeared to block the flies. "Chongming, you brat, do you know what you're doing?" In the distance, Taoist Fly, who was entangled by Mosquito Darren, was furious. Although Chongming didn't want to be enemies with Taoist Fly, he was a subject of the Dahan and had to protect the emperor. Woo-woo! In the distance, a series of wolf howls suddenly sounded. Evidently, the countless bird-type resentful spirits had attracted countless other resentful spirits. "Your Majesty, if this continues, the Corpse Mound Peak will be alerted," the unborn man said worriedly. Gu Hai frowned slightly as he looked at Kong Xian, who was fighting in the sky. The vengeful spirit of the Bird King possessed the six-colored divine light. Even though it was only a vengeful spirit left, it was still able to force Kong Xian back. "Kong Xian!" Gu Hai shouted. In the sky, Kong Xian spat out a mouthful of witch blood and looked at Gu Hai in confusion. "Don't stop the Bird King. Let it come down." Gu Hai shouted. "Huh!" Kong Xian was slightly stunned. Let the Bird King come down. Even the Chaos Pearl couldn't stop it. However, since Gu Hai had given the order, Kong Xian could only transform into his human form and charge towards Gu Hai. Whoosh! In an instant, he arrived at Gu Hai. "Your Majesty? Why?" Kong Xian was confused. The Bird King swooped down from the sky. The vengeful spirit of the Bird King doesn't have much intelligence. It only acts on instinct. Taoist Fly couldn't have persuaded it. He must have taken something from the Bird King or destroyed it. The Bird King must have come after Taoist Fly. Otherwise, Taoist Fly wouldn't have been hiding in the ruins. Guhai said in a low voice. Shriek. As expected, the Bird King suddenly changed its direction and dove toward Taoist Fly after letting out a crazed shriek. Oh no! Taoist Fly's expression changed. Mosquito Darren, come back quickly. Let them fight. Guhai shouted. Mosquito Darren moved. Buzz. Mosquito Darren dodged Taoist Fly and charged towards Guhai. Shriek. The Bird King looked ferocious as it swooped down towards Taoist Fly. The vengeful spirits that were surrounding Guhai suddenly changed their direction and charged towards Taoist Fly. In an instant, Taoist Fly became the target of all vengeful spirits. It was as if thousands of arrows had been fired at the same time. Mosquito Darren, just you wait. Taoist Fly roared in frustration. Boom. Taoist Fly instantly fled into the distance. Shriek. The Bird King looked ferocious as it chased after him. Taoist Fly was powerful, but the Bird King was even more powerful. The vengeful spirits of the corpse mound realm were alerted. Taoist Fly was like a stray dog, fleeing in all directions. Your Majesty, let's leave immediately. Such a big commotion must have alerted countless vengeful spirits. Mosquito, Darren said with a frown. Guhai nodded. In an instant, everyone left the place. They returned to a mountain forest. After confirming that there were no more vengeful spirits chasing them, the group stopped. This is bad. Taoist Fly has sided with Corpse Mound Peak and is lingering around. We are in trouble now. Mosquito Darren said worriedly. Furthermore, I have a bad feeling. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said with a frown. Huh. Everyone looked at Bodhisattva Lien Sheng. Do you still remember how I found Taoist Fly's technique? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng asked with a frown. It was all thanks to Bodhisattva Lien Sheng. Otherwise, we would not have known that Taoist Fly was behind this. It would have been very troublesome if we kept pestering the Bird King. Guhai nodded. That is called tracing the past. It is a secret technique of Nalanda Temple. Not many people in the world know about it, but that Taoist Fly mentioned it. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said worriedly. Oh, everyone felt confused. You should know that the Spirit Mountain's holy land was just a branch of Nalanda Temple in the past. Before the current Buddha established the Spirit Mountain's holy land, he was the first senior brother of Nalanda Temple. In my previous life, I was just the most insignificant junior brother of Nalanda Temple. He was the first senior brother. At that time, Master, the Withered Lamp Buddha, died. Although first senior brother was very talented and ranked first in the Buddhist Tao, before Master passed away, he instructed not to pass on the position of sect master to him. So he established his own sect and became the Spirit Mountain's holy land, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng recalled. The current Buddha's master is called the Withered Lamp Buddha. Why did he not pass on the position to him? Guhai asked, feeling confused. I am not sure. However, the strongest secret technique of my Nalanda Temple is called the 3 lifetime Buddha intent. 3 lifetime Buddhas. You know about the past Buddha, the present Buddha, and the future Buddha. Jiang Rulai's Spirit Mountain's holy land was established based on the 3 lifetime Buddha intent. The 3 lifetime Buddhas have their own secret techniques. Among them, the past Buddha knew the past meaning secret technique. I also cultivated the past meaning secret technique. The root-seeking past meaning secret technique is one of the past meaning secret techniques. Based on the present and the past, There should be no more than 3 people in the world who know this secret technique. Me, Jiang Rulai, and the Spirit Mountains past Buddha, I guess. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said. Only the 3 of you know. How did that Taoist fly recognize it? The mosquito Darren asked in surprise. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng shook his head, showing some worry on his face. Perhaps Jiang Rulai said it. All right, there's no need to worry. Let's continue on our way. Be careful from now on. Gu Hai consoled. Yes, everyone answered. 2 hours later, at a large mountain peak in the corpse grave realm, there was a large hall on the mountain peak called the Corpse Grave Hall. Inside the Corpse Grave Hall, cough, cough, cough. Taoist fly coughed, his entire body covered in wounds. Clearly, he did not gain an advantage against the Bird King earlier. Buzz. A black aura came from the throne in the north of the hall. The throne in the north was shrouded in black fog, making it impossible to see who was inside. The black aura surged out of the black fog and entered Taoist Fly's body. Taoist Fly's injuries healed at a visible rate. Soon, the black aura stopped, and Taoist Fly's injuries were all healed. Many thanks for the treatment, Peak Master, Taoist Fly said gratefully. Before the Peak Master on the throne, the corpse bug sky fiend, who was shrouded in black fog, could speak. A cold laugh came from the other side of the hall. "Huh, Taoist Fly, I didn't expect you to be so capable. You went to provoke the Bird King's resentful spirit." Taoist Fly's face twitched. "Chun Shinsho, what do you know? I did it for the corpse grave realm." Taoist Fly said with a glare. If the unborn man were here, he would recognize the black-robed Chun Shinsho, who had set up the corpse grave longevity array with Baiming Shou in Three Mountain City not long ago. Apart from Chun Shinsho, there was a group of other experts in the hall, standing in 2 rows. However, these 2 rows of people did not move at all, as if they were statues. Taoist Fly, why did you provoke the Bird King? A dignified voice came from the throne in the black fog. Peak Master, Mosquito Darren came back with a group of experts. I didn't know what they were going to do, so I wanted to stop them. After all, this is the Peak Master's territory. Taoist Fly said immediately. Oh, what group? The Peak Master in the black fog said coldly. Taoist Fly was already one of the few experts in the world. The group of people that Taoist Fly used to deal with had to be extraordinary, and they even made Taoist Fly suffer a great loss. Taoist Fly waved his hand. Buzz. He condensed the appearance of Gu Hai and the others with a spell. Oh, it's Gu Hai? Chun Shinsho suddenly exclaimed in shock. You know him? Taoist Fly asked in surprise. Nonsense. You didn't go out, so of course you wouldn't know. Not long ago, we dealt with this Gu Hai in the world of the living. I know him even if he turns into ashes. Gu Hai, Kong Xian, unborn man, Mosquito Darren, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng, and this, Chun Shinsho said in surprise. This is Chong Ming. Does that mean you know all of them? Taoist Fly asked in surprise. Chun Shinsho nodded and told him what happened in the world of the living. Peak Master, this group of people is not to be trifled with. Although we don't know why they are here, we can't let them continue like this. We must capture them. Chun Shinsho said solemnly. Yes, capture them. Taoist Fly immediately shouted. Well, as you said, they are indeed extraordinary. They entered without notice and didn't take me seriously. The Peak Master said coldly. Peak Master, you don't have to do it yourself. We can do it. Don't worry. With everyone's help, we will definitely be able to take them down. Taoist Fly immediately shouted. Taoist Fly also had his own thoughts. He didn't want the Peak Master to take action. After all, there was still the Chaos Essence bead. If the Peak Master took action, he would definitely obtain the chaos essence bead. Well, in that case, Daoist Fly, you organize it. Who do you want? The Peak Master said indifferently. They have a master show. Chun Shin Show will go with me. Daoist Fly shouted. Okay, the Peak Master said indifferently. They have Kong Xian, Gu Hai, and Bodhisattva Lien Sheng. So, I want 2 more people, the 2 at the front of the 2 groups in the hall. Daoist Fly said with some anticipation. Daoist Fly, you really dare to ask for the 2 strongest subordinates of the Peak Master? Chun Shinsho smiled. Daoist Fly looked at the black fog on the throne expectantly. Approved. The Peak Master in the black fog answered. Many thanks, Peak Master. However, Chun Shinsho exaggerated them. I was worried about accidents, so I asked for the 2 strongest subordinates. Daoist Fly immediately said. In the black fog, the Peak Master shot 2 streams of black energy at the 2 people at the front. Previously, the 2 stood there like statues, motionless. Now that the black energy entered their bodies, they trembled and moved. Yes, Peak Master, the 2 said respectfully. Then they slowly walked over to Daoist Fly. 6 paths of the Sword God. Withered Lamp Buddha, I will have to trouble you next. Daoist Fly said with a smile. Chapter 943. The Corpse Grave Realm. With the Mosquito Daoran leading the way, the group managed to avoid most of the resentful spirits. I feel that we have returned. We only advanced a short distance, Kong Xian said with a frown. Yes, we have returned. However, we went around the Blood Shaman resentful spirit area. Now, we just need to continue forward. We should reach it soon. The central corpse grave is right before us. The Mosquito Daoran said confidently. In that case, let's go. Anticipation flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. Although Xiao Chen still felt somewhat worried about Daoist Fly, the most important thing now was to rescue Gu Han. The curse-seeking ball in Xiao Chen's hand showed that they should not be far away. With the Mosquito Daoran leading the way, the group quickly headed for the central corpse grave. As they flew, something's wrong. Gu Hai's expression suddenly changed. His figure paused. Everyone also stopped abruptly. Where are they? Where are Kong Xian and the unborn man? The Mosquito Daoran exclaimed. Earlier, those 2 were still around. Why did they suddenly disappear while flying? Only Gu Hai, the Mosquito Daoran, Chong Ming, and Bodhisattva Lien Sheng remained. Everyone's face sank. Standing where they were, the group looked around. However, they could not find anything. The Mosquito Daoran stretched out his hand and waved. Immediately, countless black mosquitoes covered the surroundings. The black mosquitoes searched, but the surroundings were silent. There were no resentful spirits. There were no resentful spirits either. Your Majesty, something is wrong. They really disappeared. The Mosquito Daoran said worriedly. Gu Hai's face sank. Kong Xian and the unborn man disappeared right before his eyes. Yet they disappeared just like that. This was too strange. What should we do now? Chong Ming also showed a worried expression. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. In this world, it's impossible for anyone to kill Kong Xian and the unborn man without alerting anyone. It can only be a spirit array. They were moved to another place by the spirit array. They're still alive? Chong Ming's expression changed. Although I don't know what happened, I believe in their strength. Once they have a chance to breathe, they will definitely think of a way to save themselves. Either they leave the corpse grave world, or they go straight to the central pit. Since we can't find them, we will continue to go to the central pit. Gu Hai gravely said. Yes, everyone answered. At this moment, the 4 of them were extremely cautious. After all, the disappearance of Kong Xian and the unborn man was too strange. A ray formation? No one noticed it at all. While flying. Who? Guhai suddenly paused. He finally heard a strange sound. In the next instant, Changming and the mosquito Daoran vanished. Only Bodhisattva Lien Sheng remained by Guhai's side. They disappeared again. Guhai's face sank. I think I know. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng's expression suddenly changed. Do you know where they went? Guhai asked anxiously. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng nodded, frowning deeply. What's going on? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng, can you find them? Guhai asked worriedly. I can't do anything. However, I think I know why they disappeared. This is the triple-layered past intent. That's impossible. The past Buddha of the Spirit Mountain's holy land could not achieve this triple-layered past intent. Even I can't do it. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said anxiously. Triple-layered past intent. What do you mean? Guhai asked seriously. Actually, Changming, Mosquito Daoran Kong Xian, and the unborn man are still with us. Perhaps they are. However, we can't see them, and they can't see us. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said with an unsightly expression. Why can't we see them? Is it because they are trapped in a small space, like my immortal dome of the ancients? Guhai frowned. Different spaces? No, they are at different times. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said with a frown. Different times? Guhai asked, feeling confused. Yes, the triple-layered past intent squeezes the time of a certain place into 3 layers of time. To be more precise, the time here is slightly chaotic. Mosquito Daoran is still here, but he might be here tomorrow. Kong Xian is still here, but he might be here yesterday. We are looking at the same place, but we are at different times. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said worriedly. We are in the same space, but we are at 3 different times. Guhai raised his eyebrows slightly. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng nodded. Guhai gave Bodhisattva Lien Sheng a deep look. That Nalanda temple lived up to being a temple with a long history. Initially, as the Dahan temple grew stronger, Guhai felt that Nalanda temple was nothing much. After all, even the strongest Bodhisattva, Lien Sheng, was not that strong. However, Nalanda temple's methods were horrifying. Is this the ability to control time? Guhai asked seriously. It is different from old man Guanxi's time laws. The triple-layered past intent can only fold the time in a certain area into 3 layers of time, 1 or 2 days at most. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said bitterly. A layer of time? In that case, this is indeed like a ritual array, a region. We just need to step out of this region? Guhai asked. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng nodded. Since that is the case, let's leave this place immediately. Let's go. Guhai said seriously. Ancient Emperor, we might not make it in time. Look. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said bitterly. Roar, roar, roar. However, Guhai saw countless resentful spirits charging over from all directions. There were birds, beasts, and even humanoid resentful spirits. All of them seemed to carry overwhelming hatred as they charged at Guhai and Bodhisattva Lien Sheng, wanting to tear the two apart. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng's expression changed. He pressed his palms together and started chanting scriptures. Xing. Guhai took out the life-punishing saber, showing a ferocious expression as though he was about to attack. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng, follow me later. I'll bring you out. Guhai said seriously. The resentful spirits that Guhai killed could not be revived. Hence, Guhai's destructive power was even greater. He had to protect Bodhisattva Lien Sheng and quickly leave this area. However, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng continued chanting. As Bodhisattva Lien Sheng chanted, he heard chanting in the distance. To his surprise, Gu Hai discovered that the chanting in the distance was identical to Bodhisattva Lien Sheng's. Furthermore, as the chanting grew louder, it seemed like a blazing sun rose in the distance. Soon, Xiaoqin saw an extremely old monk sitting cross-legged in that blazing sun. The old monk chanted, and his voice entered the ears of the countless resentful spirits. The countless resentful spirits seemed to be under his control as they charged at Gu Hai. That old monk is guiding these resentful spirits. Gu Hai's face sank. Master. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng's expression changed. What? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. That is my master, the withered lamp Buddha. Didn't he pass away? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng exclaimed in shock. Withered lamp Buddha, Jiang Rulai's master? Gu Hai's eyelids raised. What kind of place is this corpse grave realm? It even has a withered lamp Buddha. Roar. The few tiger and leopard resentful spirits at the front immediately charged over. Boom. Under the life-slaying saber. The group of resentful spirits immediately vanished. The 3 layers of past intent were created by my master. It must be him. However, why? Why? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng exclaimed in shock. Let's go. I'll bring you to confront him. Gu Hai immediately led the way while holding the life-slaying saber. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng nodded, feeling confused. Boom, boom, boom. Although there were many resentful spirits, they were not as powerful as the Bird King's resentful spirit from earlier. With Gu Hai's saber, he could already sweep through everything before him. However, there were too many resentful spirits charging forward, slowing down Gu Hai significantly. When Xiaoqin approached, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng pressed his palms together and said respectfully, Disciple Lien Sheng greets Master. However, the withered lamp Buddha ignored Bodhisattva Lien Sheng. He still looked at Bodhisattva Lien Sheng like a stranger. Master, do you not recognize this disciple? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng asked anxiously. Of course, this Buddha recognizes you. However, the Peak Master said that if you surrender, this Buddha can spare your lives and wait for the Peak Master to deal with you. The withered lamp Buddha said expressionlessly as he pressed his palms together. You, Master, why are you following the corpse bug sky demon? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng exclaimed in shock. At the side, Gu Hai's expression changed. He is not the withered lamp Buddha. He should be a clone of the withered lamp Buddha. What clone? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng asked, feeling confused. Kong Xian and the unborn man flew with Gu Hai's group. As they flew, Gu Hai's group suddenly vanished. Where did they go? The unborn man exclaimed in shock. That's not right. Why did His Majesty suddenly disappear? Kong Xian's expression changed as well. Perhaps it's some kind of ritual array. Be careful, the unborn man warned. Ha 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 ha. Ritual array? Unborn man, to think that you dare to barge into the corpse grave realm? Why are you here? Suddenly, a voice came from the nearby forest. Huh. The two looked over. Then they saw a skinny, black-robed figure standing in the nearby forest. Chun Shinsho, the unborn man asked, How long has it been? Don't you recognize him? Chun Shinsho sneered. Where's His Majesty? Where did you take His Majesty? Is this a lifespan ritual array? Kong Xian demanded, with a ferocious expression. Gu Hai, and the others? Huh, you can't even protect yourself, yet you are still thinking about Gu Hai? Chun Shinsho sneered. This is not a lifespan ritual array. The unborn man countered. Who cares if it is a lifespan ritual array? Humph. Let's take down Chun Shinsho first. Then we can resolve everything, Kong Xian said coldly. As Kong Xian spoke, he instantly launched himself at Chun Shinsho. Kong Xian's speed was extremely horrifying. He arrived before Chun Shinsho in an instant, looking like he would capture him. Xing. Suddenly, a sword radiance appeared behind Chun Shinsho. The sword radiance circled around Chun Shinsho's shoulder and arrived before Kong Xian's face in an instant. The sword radiance was ferocious and was about to cut Kong Xian in half in an instant. What? Kong Xian's expression changed. He immediately threw out 2 rays of 5-colored divine light from his hands. Boom! With a loud sound, the 5-colored divine light exploded. Kong Xian was instantly sent flying by the powerful force of the sword radiance. He crashed into several huge mountains. There's someone else. The unborn man's expression darkened. Then he saw a man slowly walking out from behind Chun Shinsho. Rokudo Shinkuan. Kong Xian crawled out from the ruins and shouted in surprise. That sword-wielding man was actually Rokudo Shinkuan. Moreover, it was the extremely destructive Rokudo Shinkuan gold god body. 800,000 years ago, Rokudo Shinkuan was an existence that caused Kong Xian to despair. Rokudo Shinkuan's clone, the sword god Six Dao who fought against Hui in the infinite celestial capital, the unborn man said in astonishment. Chapter 944. Six Dao of Sword God. When Kong Xian and the unborn man saw the man holding the sword, their expressions changed drastically. How powerful is Six Dao of Sword God? In the past, Kong Xian had seen Rokudo Shinkuan's water god body. 2 Tongtian sect master, Taishang sect master, Gu Hai, and 4 old man Guanxi were barely able to deal with the water god body. This is the metal god body, which is even more powerful than the water god body. Duplicate, even if it is a duplicate, it is still extremely powerful. Six Dao of Sword God, leave the unborn man to me. Why don't you focus on Kong Xian? TSK, Kong Xian? Great Myojin. I have heard of your great name before. Ha 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 ha. Chun Shinsho laughed loudly. Okay. Six Dao of Sword God replied. Swish. In an instant, Six Dao of Sword God appeared not far away from Kong Xian and slashed down with the sacred sword in his hand. Holy light of 5 colors. Kong Xian shouted in shock. He stretched out his hand, and 300 rays of holy light of 5 colors were shot out. A series of black holes tore open in the void and charged towards the 6 paths of the sword god. At this moment, Kong Xian did not dare to stay behind. Humph! Six Dao of Sword God snorted. The sacred sword in his hand slashed down and seemed to be able to cut the heavens and earth in half. It collided with the 300 rays of holy light of 5 colors. Boom! With one slash, all skills were destroyed. With a loud bang, the 300 rays of holy light of 5 colors exploded and were completely destroyed by the slash of the heavenly sword. A huge black hole appeared in the void, and the sword did not stop there. It arrived in front of Kong Xian in an instant. Boom! Puff! In the black hole, Kong Xian turned into a ray of light and was shot away. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he flew backwards. The sword god of the 6 paths looked on coldly, only to see that Kong Xian had been smashed into a huge crater below. Cough, cough, cough. Coughing up blood, Kong Xian crawled out of the hole. However, at this moment, Kong Xian's body was covered in blood. There were sword wounds all over his body, as if half of his skin had been torn apart. Ha ha ha, Kong Xian, you are actually not a match for one of the 6 paths of the sword god. Ha ha ha. Chun Shinsho laughed loudly. Cough, cough, cough. There is indeed something different. Six Dao of Sword God. Rokudo Shinkuan's golden god body clone. No, a replica is just a replica. It's still lacking a little. Kong Xian said coldly as he coughed up blood. Lacking a little. Chun Shinsho said solemnly, Rokudo Shinkuin's golden god body is the 10th level of the heavenly palace, the great perfection stage of the heavenly palace. Your replica is not at the great perfection stage. It's still lacking a little. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been injured, but killed by your sword. Kong Xian said coldly, even if it's not at the great perfection stage of the heavenly palace, you are still not a match for it. It's just a little bit weaker. You will still die. Chun Shinsho said coldly, no, just a little bit, just a little bit. Even if the difference is like heaven and earth, the great perfection stage of the heavenly palace is flawless. Just a little bit more, and there will be a flaw. I will find it. Humph. Again. Kong Xian said coldly. Kong Xian suddenly let out a long roar. Not only did he not run away, he charged towards the 6 paths of the sword god. You overestimate yourself. The 6 paths of the sword god snorted coldly. Shing! A sword ray pierced through heaven and earth. Boom! In an instant, Kong Xian was slashed into the ground again. Although it was not enough to kill Kong Xian, the power of the 6 paths of the sword god was too strong. Kong Xian could only barely struggle. The second slash did not kill Kong Xian. The 6 paths of the sword god immediately rushed over. Boom! Kong Xian suddenly emerged from the ground. His hands formed into claws and instantly appeared in front of the 6 paths of the sword god. Die! Kong Xian revealed a ferocious expression as he tore out a claw. The 6 paths of the sword god glared at him and spun his sacred sword again. Shing! Boom! Kong Xian was instantly blasted into the distance by the sword ray. He crashed into a bunch of mountains and stopped. At this moment, Kong Xian was covered in blood. His face was filled with unwillingness. He looked at the 6 paths of the sword god ferociously. Even though he was severely injured, he still stared at the 6 paths of the sword god with all his might. The 6 paths of the sword god gently touched his face with his hand. There was a bloody wound on his face. Although it was shallow and was only a superficial wound, it meant that Kong Xian had injured the 6 paths of the sword god. Looking at the blood on his fingertip, the 6 paths of the sword god's eyes flashed with a chilling, murderous intent. You have angered me. Humph! With a cold snort, the 6 paths of the sword god seemed to have traveled through time and space. His speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he appeared in front of Kong Xian and slashed his sword at Kong Xian again. Rainbow divine light. Boom! Kong Xian was blasted away again. He barely managed to stay alive, but his injuries were getting worse. The unborn man wanted to help, but Chun Shinsho instantly blocked the unborn man. Ha! Unborn man, with your cultivation, you won't be able to help even if you go. It's better for you to stay. Chun Shinsho said coldly. Chun Shinsho, you want to stop me too? The unborn man waved his hand, and a large amount of black gas appeared in the void. Shoushio, life is life, death is death. Ha! You are really courting death by combining life and death. Don't think that you are more powerful just because you have both. On the contrary, if you divide your attention between 2 Daos, you will only achieve nothing in both. Chun Shinsho waved his hand, and 10 jade boxes appeared. Achieve nothing in both Daos. Hee. I remember that the previous generations of Chun Shinsho had researched on combining life and death. Why? Didn't you look down on having 2 Daos? The unborn man released more and more black gas, forming a huge vortex. I am interested because I want to know how you are courting death. Humph, Shoujen, you can't do it. Chun Shinsho said coldly. As he spoke, the 10 jade boxes in front of him opened up. Squeak, squeak, squeak. 10 corpse bugs appeared from the jade boxes. and each of them looked at the unborn man ferociously. "Corpse bugs?" The unborn man suddenly said in a deep voice. "Yes, I am now following the corpse bug, heavenly demon. He provides me with an endless supply of corpse bugs." That day in the 3-mountain city, it was only the small corpse mound longevity array. This time, you will have a taste of the 10 longevity arrays. "Rise!" Shinsho shouted. "Rise!" The unborn man also shouted. Boom! The two of them were instantly shrouded in black gas. Rumble! Within the black gas, there was a series of loud noises. It was obvious that the two longevity masters were fighting fiercely inside. Half an hour later, Kong Xian was already covered in blood, and the six-pad sword god had 2 more bloody scars on his face. There were a total of 3 scars, but they were only superficial wounds. However, Kong Xian's combat strength was getting weaker and weaker. Large pieces of flesh were cut off from his body, revealing the white bones on his arms and legs. "I am not willing to accept this. My peacock tribe has yet to rise. My peacock tribe has yet to be revived in my hands. How can I die here?" "No," Kong Xian said unwillingly. Although he had already injured the 6-path sword god, he was still far from being able to do so, especially when it was Rokudo Shinkuan. "You have no way out. Die." The sword god's 6 paths once again slashed out with a ferocious aura. Boom! The sword was vast and seemed to have surpassed everything that had happened before. It brought out a sword aura that could destroy the heavens and earth. Hundreds of millions of sword chi blocked all of Kong Xian's escape routes, forcing Kong Xian into the sword aura and killing him in one strike. "No, 5-color divine light, kill!" Kong Xian roared, unwilling to give up. Swoosh! Close to 400 rays of 5-colored holy light clashed with the vast sword aura. Kong Xian gave it his all, almost hysterically exerting all of his strength. What's the use of having so many rays of 5-colored holy light? If your quality is not good enough, don't even think about blocking my sacred sword. Die! The 6 paths sword god's eyes turned cold. Boom! The sacred sword clashed with the 5-colored holy light. Just like what the 6 paths sword god said, what's the use of having so many rays of light? Wherever the sword aura passed, all the rays of light were torn apart like rags. They could not withstand a single blow and exploded in all directions. Kong Xian's hysterical attack had no effect at all. "No, I can't lose. I can't lose. The peacock tribe can't be exterminated." Kong Xian roared with despair. At this moment, Kong Xian's eyes were filled with tears of blood. Kong Xian understood that the peacock tribe would soon be exterminated after losing his protection. 800,000 years ago, he had promised the old Peacock Supreme to revive the peacock tribe. However, he had not done so. He had a great mission to fulfill and could not die here. Even though Kong Xian was in despair, the sacred sword was still merciless. It tore apart all the 5-colored holy light and was about to cut Kong Xian in half. Screech! At this moment, the cry of a peacock could be heard behind Kong Xian. Huff! Before the sacred sword arrived, a huge mouth appeared and swallowed Kong Xian whole. At the same time, a ray of 5-colored holy light clashed with the sacred sword. Boom! With a loud bang, the 5-colored holy light exploded, and the sacred sword was knocked back for the first time. The 6 paths sword god's face turned cold. At this moment, the resentful spirit of the bird king arrived and swallowed Kong Xian whole. "Resentful spirit, you ate the person I wanted to kill. Spit him out." The 6 paths sword god said coldly. Screech! The resentful spirit of the bird king stared at him and screeched. "You have a grudge against him, and you want to eat him? Hee. I don't care whether you have a grudge against him or not. I promised the Peak Master that I want to see Kong Xian dead or alive. If you don't spit him out, I will cut open your stomach and dig him out before killing him." Humph! The 6 paths, sword god, slashed at him again. Screech! The resentful spirit of the bird king let out a cry and threw out a ray of 5-colored holy light to meet the 6 paths sword god's attack. Boom! The 6 paths sword god's opponent was the resentful spirit of the bird king. In a daze, Kong Xian was swallowed into the stomach of the bird king. It was as if there was a force digesting Kong Xian. Kong Xian's injuries were getting worse and worse. In order to prevent himself from fainting, Kong Xian forcefully broke 3 fingers on his right hand. Crack, crack, crack. Ah! With a painful cry, Kong Xian became much more awake. Is this the stomach of a peacock? This is the stomach of the resentful spirit of the bird king. He wants to kill me? Kong Xian quivered as he realized what was going on. However, Kong Xian's injuries were too severe, and he couldn't save himself. The digestive force of the stomach was like a corrosive liquid that was melting him. It wouldn't be long before he was completely melted. Kong Xian, however, suddenly felt sorrow in his heart. "Senior from 800,000 years ago, I promised you that I would revive the peacock race, but I can't do it. Kong Xian is unwilling. Kong Xian is unwilling. I can die, but the peacock race can't be exterminated. The peacock race can't be exterminated. I am unwilling if I die. What will happen to the peacock race? The peacock race can't be exterminated." Kong Xian cried out in grief. His eyes were filled with tears of blood. A sense of unwillingness and resentment surged out along with Kong Xian's shout. Kong Xian's resentment soared to the sky. Buzz! The vengeful spirit of the bird king, vengeful spirit, shuddered violently, especially where Kong Xian was. The shuddering felt as if the vengeful spirit of the bird king, vengeful spirit's stomach was cramping. The corrosive power suddenly weakened, and a deep voice was heard. "I am unwilling. If I die, what will happen to the peacock race? The peacock race can't be exterminated." The resentful voice was almost identical to Kong Xian's. That despair and unwillingness seemed to come from the depths of the bird king's soul. Kong Xian's resentment resonated with the resentment of the bird king. It was a resonance of grief and despair. Chapter 945. Kong Xian's resentment resonated with the bird king's resentment. It was a resonance of grief and despair. 1. The corrosive force around Kong Xian gradually weakened. To be more precise, as the resentment resonated, the corrosive force slowly acknowledged Kong Xian and merged with Kong Xian. The corrosive force disappeared, and a 5-colored radiance surged into Kong Xian's body as though it was repairing Kong Xian's body. 1. In front of Kong Xian, the phantom of a huge blood-colored peacock appeared. Ancient peacock god. Kong Xian was stunned. Huff! The ancient peacock god drilled into Kong Xian's glabella in an instant. Kong Xian also had a green peacock god in his glabella, but it was only 1/10 the size of this blood-colored peacock god. "You woke me up. You are also a peacock god, but you are too weak," the blood-colored peacock said solemnly. 1. Kong Xian's consciousness entered his own peacock god. "Ancient senior, you've awakened. You can communicate." Kong Xian was pleasantly surprised. Was it the bird king's resentful spirit that swallowed you? How many years has it been? He has completely lost his mind. Sigh, if not for the resonance between you and his resentment, I wouldn't have woken up. How is the peacock race now? The blood-colored peacock asked anxiously. "I am the only one holding the fort. As for the others, there is no one in the upper and middle celestial palaces. There are only a few in the lower celestial palaces. If not for me, the peacock race would have been exterminated. We can't even be called a race anymore." Kong Xian said sorrowfully. You are the only one holding the fort. You are the only one in the upper celestial palaces. The blood-colored peacock was shocked. Yes, Senior. This time, I came to the corpse tomb world to handle some matters. I encountered a powerful expert and was almost killed. If not for the Bird King's resentful spirit, Kong Xian said bitterly, "What is your cultivation?" The blood-colored peacock asked. "The 9th level of the upper celestial palaces. However, I am still not a match for the Bird King's resentful spirit. His 6-colored radiance is too strong." Kong Xian said bitterly, "The 9th level of the upper celestial palaces. You can't beat the resentful spirit of the Bird King? That's absurd. His strength can't possibly be your opponent. How can you be so weak?" The blood-colored peacock said in astonishment, You don't even know the 6-colored divine light? At the 7th level of the celestial palace, all peacocks must know how to do it. You're already at the 9th level, and you still don't know how to do it?" The blood-colored peacock was confused. "No, I'm not." 6-colored holy light, super godly peacock. It's very difficult to be born. Kong Xian explained in frustration. "Let me see your memories. Don't resist." The blood-colored peacock said in a low voice. As he spoke, the blood-colored peacock had bumped into the head of the peacock god that Kong Xian possessed. Buzz. Immediately, layers of halos appeared at the point of contact between their heads. The weak human race had become the main character of the world. Ha! Ha ha ha! So this is the result. If I had known this would happen, I would have had the Bird King devour the entire human race. The blood-colored peacock said furiously. The annihilation of the peacock race didn't seem to have much to do with the human race. Kong Xian smiled bitterly. "Humph, what do you know? The human race is extremely weak. How can they compare to the peacock race? However, the Bird King and the rest have fallen. The peacock race's heritage has also been cut off. Even Firmament is dead. This world is truly a mess." The blood-colored peacock said in a low voice. "I've always wanted to revive the peacock race, but..." Kong Xian smiled bitterly. "Have you gone back in time 800,000 years? Super godly peacock? It's just the 6-colored divine light. In our era, when we were at our peak, there were 20 super godly peacocks. What a joke. Our peacock race has fallen to such a state. In your memories, there was the birth of a super godly peacock 800,000 years ago. That was the 6th color created by the supreme peacock of each generation using the faith of the peacock race. At that time, the peacock race was still rather prosperous. Now, The blood-colored peacock said bitterly, "I've tried my best, but..." Kong Xian said bitterly, "It's not your fault. You were able to reach the 9th level of Heavenly Palace with your normal cultivation. It's a pity that the peacock race's heritage has been cut off. You don't know how to use your own strength. You're already at the 9th level of Heavenly Palace. No matter if it's the early, middle, or late stages of Heavenly Palace, no one in this world can stop you unless they have reached the peak of Heavenly Palace." The blood-colored peacock said in a low voice. Kong Xian was puzzled. Fortunately, the peacock race's bloodline hasn't been cut off. Good. The blood-colored peacock said excitedly, "But there are too few peacocks in this world. With such a small number, if not for me, the race would have been wiped out in a matter of days." Kong Xian sighed. "That's because the peacock race has lost its heritage. It's all right. You don't have a heritage. Use your god to swallow me and receive my heritage. I'll show you the power of the peacock race." The vengeful spirit of the Bird King fought against the sword god of 6 paths, Replica. He's only at the 8th level of Heavenly Palace. So what if his sword aura is ferocious? Humph, if you receive my heritage, he won't be a match for you. Quick! The blood-colored peacock said in a low voice, "But if I swallow you, what will happen to the Bird King?" Kong Xian asked with a frown. "If you swallow me, he'll be able to rest in peace. As long as the peacock race can rise again, everything will be worth it." Solemnly, the blood-colored peacock said to him, "Me? Yes." Kong Xian answered. He opened his mouth and swallowed the blood-colored peacock. "Remember, be careful of Jiang Chun." The blood-colored peacock added at the end. Whoosh! Immediately, the blood-colored peacock entered the mouth of Kong Xian's peacock god. At the same time, blood-colored peacocks rushed out of the Bird King vengeful spirit's stomach and entered the mouth of Kong Xian's peacock god. For the sake of his race, the ancient peacock god did not have any complaints and chose to help Kong Xian without hesitation. Solemnly, Kong Xian said, "Kong Xian will remember the righteousness of the elder. For the sake of the peacock race, Kong Xian is willing to fight to the death." Kong Xian said solemnly, "Screech, screech." Inside the Bird King vengeful spirit's body, waves of energy flowed rapidly into Kong Xian's body, following the righteousness of the ancient peacock god. They repaired Kong Xian's body and healed Kong Xian's injuries. Kong Xian suddenly sat down cross-legged. With the sacrifice of the ancient peacock god, countless secret techniques of the peacock race suddenly appeared in his mind. So many inheritances? Kong Xian was overjoyed. Whoosh! Suddenly, a ray of 5-colored divine light appeared on each of Kong Xian's palms. Kong Xian merged the 2 rays of 5-colored divine light together. The 2 rays of light merged into one, and gradually a 6th ray of light appeared. 1. A 6-colored divine light appeared in Kong Xian's palm. As soon as the 6-colored divine light appeared, it immediately emitted a piercing light. The light was boundless and carried a strange aura. If the 6-colored divine light released by the Bird King vengeful spirit was lifeless, then Kong Xian's 6-colored divine light was full of vitality. This blinding light seemed to be many times stronger than the 6-colored divine light released by the Bird King vengeful spirit. In the outside world, Hung, sword god dominator of the 6 paths, sent the Bird King vengeful spirit flying. "Humph, you are getting weaker and weaker. Just now, you were able to block my attack. Now, you are just like Kong Xian. The peacock race is nothing more than this. You deserve to be exterminated." Sword god dominator of the 6 paths sneered. His last sentence seemed to have provoked the Bird King. In an instant, the Bird King was enraged. Screech! Boom! The Bird King's 6-colored divine light was getting dimmer and dimmer as it charged towards sword god dominator of the 6 paths. Boom! 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 An hour later, the Bird King was covered in wounds after a series of sword attacks. "You are getting weaker and weaker. Humph, you are nothing more than this. Watch me cut open your stomach and find Kong Xian." Sword god dominator of the 6 paths' eyes turned cold as he slashed with his sword. Boom! The speed was so fast that the weakened vengeful spirit could not block it. In an instant, it was cut in half by sword god dominator of the 6 paths. Humph! Sword god dominator of the 6 paths sneered. He turned his head. Boom! A resounding boom rang out as the powerful vengeful spirit of the bird monarch exploded. At the moment of the explosion, the Bird King let out a cheerful cry of a peacock. Screech! One of the strongest vengeful spirits in the corpse mound world. "You are nothing more than this. Ha 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 ha." Sword god dominator of the 6 paths laughed disdainfully. Halfway through his laughter, sword god dominator of the 6 paths' face froze. "Wait, didn't I kill it with more resentment?" and unwillingness? Is its resentment gone? That's impossible. Why does it feel like it is free? How can it be free? Because the Bird King knows that I will avenge it. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the center of the explosion. Kongxian, sword god dominator of the Six Paths, face darkened. Rumble. The aftermath of the explosion dissipated, and the void slowly returned to normal. The Bird King vengeful spirit had been blown to pieces and disappeared. However, there was a Kongxian in the void. Kongxian was still the same Kongxian. The wounds on his body had disappeared, but his clothes were still in tatters. However, the current Kongxian seemed to have retracted all his aura. If one did not look closely, they would not be able to sense any aura from him. It was as though he had become one with heaven and earth. Kongxian, you are not dead yet? Sword god dominator of the Six Paths' eyes turned cold. Kongxian was no longer afraid of sword god dominator of the Six Paths. In fact, he even had his back facing him. Kongxian bowed respectfully to the void after the explosion. Bird King, Kongxian will help you fulfill your last wish. It is also my lifelong wish. Kongxian bowed. Thank you, Senior, for imparting to me the esoteric talent of the Peacock tribe. I was so stupid in the past to not know how to use such a great talent. Although I have only comprehended 10% of it, it is enough. Kongxian bowed again. Stop pretending. Sword god dominator of the Six Paths sneered. Xing, sword god dominator of the Six Paths, slashed towards Kongxian's back. Even 400 rays of the five-colored divine light could not block the previous slash. Now, it was slashing towards Kongxian's back. Kongxian was about to be cut down by the sword. Sword god dominator of the Six Paths, do you know the esoteric of the six-colored divine light? Kongxian said calmly with his back facing the sword. Wang. The peacock's body seemed to have blurred and turned into a ray of six-colored divine light. Boom! The sword slashed across, tearing the void apart and shattering the ground in the distance. However, the sword went through Kongxian's body. He was still standing there as though he did not touch the sword at all. It was as though he was standing in another void. What? Sword god dominator of the Six Paths' face changed. How could the sacred sword not hit Kongxian? However, he saw Kongxian's illusory image in the distance slowly solidify as he slowly turned his head. Kongxian said coldly, Sword god dominator of the Six Paths, it is my turn now. Chapter 946. The Corpse Grave Realm. Mosquito Dowren and Chongming paused, and their expressions suddenly changed. Where are they? Mosquito Dowren glared. His Majesty and Bodhisattva Lian Sheng disappeared as well. Chongming said with a sullen expression, earlier, when Kongxian and the unborn man disappeared, the two already felt nervous. Unexpectedly, only the two of them remained. The two exchanged glances. Something is wrong with the situation. Let's immediately head to the central corpse pit. His Majesty will definitely be able to avert the danger. We will meet up with him there, Chongming said seriously. Mosquito Dowren raised his eyebrows. Clearly, he still felt some lingering fear from the central corpse pit. However, at this moment, Mosquito Dowren could only nod. Just as the two were about to speed up, wong 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 wong. Suddenly, the buzzing of flies filled the air. Taoist fly again. Mosquito Dowren's expression sank. Oh no! Look, Chongming's expression changed. However, he saw that in the distant horizon, there were flies flying in from all directions. The flying flies covered the sky and the sun, making people feel numb in their hearts. Of course, it would be fine if it were just flies. After all, both Chongming and Mosquito Dowren could summon swarms of bats and mosquitoes. More importantly, Nearly 1 million resentful spirits followed behind these flies. Roar, shriek, awoo. The swarms of resentful spirits seemed like they were at a gathering, attracted by the flies. Bastard, Taoist fly, come out! Mosquito Darren roared, his expression changing. Whoosh! Xiao Chun waved his hand, and the swarms of mosquitoes immediately charged forward, blocking the swarms of flies. Rumble! Even though the mosquitoes blocked countless flies, many still charged at Chongming and Mosquito Darren. The countless resentful spirits seemed enraged. At this moment, they would not rest until they tore the two apart. Chaos Essence Bead! Chongming immediately took out the Chaos Elemental Pearl. Immediately, a white light enveloped the surroundings, preventing the vengeful spirits from approaching. Roar! Roar! A ferocious expression appeared on the faces of the resentful spirits. What a bunch of troublemakers! Fly Taoist, come out! The Mosquito Darren shouted angrily. This was because Taoist Fly had attracted too many resentful spirits this time. There were actually more than 1 million of them, although it was blocked outside by the Chaos Essence Bead. It blocked the two's path. The two of them were unable to leave. Taoist Fly, you know that we have the Chaos Pearl. These wraiths can't get close to us. You're harming others without benefiting yourself. What can you do? Mosquito Darren roared. Suddenly, black smoke appeared around Chongming and Mosquito Darren. The two of them were puzzled. Buzz! The light of the Chaos Essence Bead suddenly dimmed. At this moment, the Mosquito Darren and Chongming suddenly fell into a trance as if they were about to enter a dream. Who said that I'm harming others without benefiting myself? Ha ha ha! I asked Chun Shinsho to set up a corpse mound longevity array here. Taoist Fly's sneer came from a forest not far away. Squeak! 2 corpse bugs suddenly appeared in the black smoke beside the two of them, and they were about to drill into their bodies. At this moment, the two of them were in a dream and couldn't resist at all. Unlike Gu Hai, who could resist with his strong sense of logic, the two of them would be controlled by the Brain Eater as long as they were hit. More importantly, the Chaos Essence Bead had dimmed, and the nearly 1 million resentful spirits would definitely tear the two of them apart. Taoist Fly's plan was perfect. Chongming and Mosquito Darren were about to die. However, at this moment, Chongming and Mosquito Darren woke up almost at the same time. They stretched out their fingers and stabbed at the 2 corpse bugs. Stab! Stab! The 2 corpse bugs were instantly pierced through. Squeak! Squeak! The 2 corpse bugs screamed in pain. At the same time, they each took out a jade box with a restriction. Pa! The 2 severely injured corpse bugs were stored in the jade boxes. What? Why are you awake? Taoist Fly, who was not far away, exclaimed, Buzz! Chongming took out the Chaos Essence Bead again. As soon as the light came out, some resentful spirits that were pouncing at him quickly escaped with screams. Chun Shinsho helped you set up the Corpse Mound Longevity Array. Do you think the Corpse Mound Longevity Array is only for Chun Shinsho? His Majesty has already experienced it once. How could he not be prepared? In order to prevent accidents, His Majesty asked the unborn man for some longevity talismans for us to guard against the Corpse Mound Longevity Array. Mosquito Darren looked coldly at the forest in the distance. Impossible. Be asterisk starred. Be asterisk starred. Taoist Fly's gloomy voice came from the forest in the distance. Taoist Fly had everything planned out. The withered lamp Buddha would deal with Gu Hai and Bodhisattva Liansheng. The sword god Six Dao would deal with Kong Xian, and Chun Shinsho would deal with the unborn man. In this way, he could deal with Mosquito Darren and Chongming alone. Together with his plan, he could easily get the chaos essence bead. However, who would have thought that they were prepared? Roar! At this moment, a group of resentful spirits pounced on the forest where Taoist Fly was. Get lost! Boom! Taoist Fly immediately punched the resentful spirits away. He was obviously very angry, but punching a group of resentful spirits away would only attract more resentful spirits. You've trapped yourself in a trap of your own making. Humph! Mosquito Darren snorted. Where are they, His Majesty? Chongming shouted. However, in the forest in the distance, Taoist Fly ignored the two of them. Rumble! After a series of heavy blows, some resentful spirits were eliminated. However, resentful spirits could be reborn and were undying. In the blink of an eye, Taoist Fly was in a difficult situation. Taoist Fly, you and I have been fighting for so many years. We can be considered old acquaintances. Now, I'll give you a chance. Follow me to the Dahan Imperial Dynasty, and we'll save you. Mosquito Darren shouted. Rumble! More and more resentful spirits appeared around Taoist Fly. However, Taoist Fly's strength was also extraordinary. He sent the resentful spirits flying again and again, but it was difficult for him to move. Humph! Enter the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Mosquito Darren, don't drag me down with you. Besides, you and I have been fighting for so many years. Do you think I'm on the same side as you? Taoist Fly refused angrily. You don't know what's good for you. If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't have imprisoned you in the world of the living. I would have killed you directly. Mosquito, Darren said coldly. Humph! Apart from the Chaos Pearl. You also want my heart of the fly, just like how I want your heart of the mosquito. If it weren't for the fact that you can only get my power if I'm willing, you would have done it long ago. Taoist Fly sneered at the resentful spirits around him. Yes, I used to have such thoughts, but I don't need them now. You and I can join forces, but we don't have to be as one. Wouldn't our combined strength be the same? As long as you're willing to enter the Dahan Imperial Dynasty, I will tell His Majesty your importance, and you and I will share the position of commander of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Mosquito, Darren persuaded. Bah, you? Taoist Fly said coldly. Humph, so what? It's better than harming others without benefiting yourself. No, you're harming yourself too. Mosquito Darren said coldly. Harming others without benefiting myself. Humph, I just made a mistake. Just you wait. When the dominator of the six paths finishes off the others, none of you will be able to escape. Taoist Fly said coldly. Just as Mosquito Darren was about to retort, whoosh! Suddenly, countless bloody lights appeared in all directions. As soon as the bloody lights appeared, they seemed to have covered the entire world. Blood was everywhere. The ground was also covered in blood. Blood seemed to have appeared out of thin air. It rained blood from the sky, and there were fountains of blood on the ground. A bloody wind blew in all directions, and endless blood rolled in. In just an instant, everyone seemed to be in a sea of blood. Countless resentful spirits seemed to have sensed the arrival of their natural enemy. They were all terrified, and they were no longer in the mood to deal with Taoist Fly. With a cry, they scattered in all directions. In the blink of an eye, they were all gone. The millions of resentful spirits no longer cared about Chongming, Mosquito Darren, and Taoist Fly. Run, run, run. They only had one thought, and that was to leave this place immediately. The sea of blood had turned into a stormy sea in the blink of an eye. In the midst of the surging tide, the three of them were like a lonely boat in the middle of the sea that could capsize at any time. Mosquito Darren's eyelids twitched violently. What's going on? Chongming asked blankly. Taoist Fly was also shocked. Isn't this harming others without benefiting yourself? You even attracted the blood shaman resentful spirits to deal with us. Do you know how many detours we took to avoid them? You, you actually lured them here to deal with us. If anything happens to us, you won't be any better. Mosquito Darren shouted hysterically. I don't know. I didn't lure them here. They came by themselves. Taoist Fly exclaimed. Then what do we do now? How do we leave? Where are His Majesty and the others? Mosquito Darren asked angrily. Withered Lamp Buddha, let me out. Withered Lamp Buddha. Taoist Fly roared in horror. Whoosh. The sound of waves crashing against the sea of blood couldn't be heard. Taoist Fly's cry for help was useless. You're already at the 9th level of the Heaven Palace. Why are you so afraid of the blood shaman resentful spirits? Chongming asked with a frown. However, Mosquito Darren and Taoist Fly didn't explain at all. Mosquito Darren pulled Chongming and immediately flew in one direction. Taoist Fly also instantly flew in another direction. I died so unjustly. A mournful voice came from the sea of blood. While Mosquito Darren and Chongming were fleeing, they suddenly stopped and saw an old man in a blood-red robe walking over from the sea in the distance. The old man leaned on a crutch and was covered in blood. The robe covered his body, making it impossible to see his features clearly. He seemed to be walking over slowly like an old man, but his speed was strangely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the two. When the countless resentful spirits in the surroundings saw the old man in blood-red robes, they immediately turned around and ran. Let's go. Mosquito Darren pulled Chongming and instantly turned around and fled in another direction. However, as soon as they flew, they retreated. This time, another blood-red old man suddenly appeared in that direction. It was exactly the same as the previous one. The two changed directions, but another one appeared in that direction. For a moment, it seemed like 60 blood-red old men appeared in all directions. No matter which direction they ran in, they were forced back. Taoist Fly was the same. In the blink of an eye, the three were forced together again. The blood shaman, resentful spirit. It's really him. Taoist Fly cried out in horror. Are these the clones of the blood shaman, resentful spirits? They don't seem to be as strong as you. Why are you so afraid? Chongming said in confusion. However, before he could finish his sentence, the 60 blood shaman, resentful spirits suddenly raised their heads. I died so unjustly. They said in unison, suck. The mouths in the blood-red robes had made a sucking sound. Shriek. Ah. Woo. The 1 million resentful spirits that were fleeing in all directions were suddenly sucked back by an extremely strong suction force. They struggled desperately, but they couldn't break free at all. In just a moment, they were all sucked into the mouths of the blood shaman, resentful spirits. They couldn't escape. Like a whale sucking in water, they kept sucking in. In just 5 breaths of time, whoosh, the sucking sound stopped. The 1 million resentful spirits were all sucked into the mouths of the 60 blood shaman, resentful spirits. The 60 blood shaman, resentful spirits swayed and merged into one. It swallowed the 1 million resentful spirits that caused trouble for them in one gulp. The 3 of them gasped almost at the same time. The blood shaman, resentful spirit, suddenly faced the 3 of them, as if a pair of eyes were staring at them from under the blood-red robe. Chapter 947. In the blood sea, the blood which vengeful spirits stared at Mosquito Darren, Taoist Fly, and Chongming. Although they couldn't see what was under the blood-red robe, the 3 of them shuddered, as if they were being stared at by a poisonous snake. We are being stared at. Mosquito Darren's expression changed. In the corpse mound realm, The blood which vengeful spirit has eaten all the flesh and blood that it has targeted, except for the corpse worm, heavenly demon. Taoist Fly said, but you are at the 9th level of the heavenly palace. Why do you? Chang Ming said anxiously. As the blood which vengeful spirit stared at them, Chang Ming felt very uneasy. However, he still couldn't understand how the blood which vengeful spirit could be so powerful. What do you know? The blood which vengeful spirit is the culmination of the divine path. What we have is just brute force and divine power. This one has the true power of the divine path. Apart from the peak master, no one can do anything to it. Taoist Fly said anxiously, but it is already interested in us and is about to open its mouth. No, let's do something. Mosquito Darren exclaimed, because the blood which vengeful spirit suddenly opened its mouth. It looked like a human's face was in the hat, but its mouth suddenly enlarged dozens of times. There seemed to be only 2 rows of huge, saw-like bloody teeth left in the hat. When it opened its mouth, it immediately produced a suction force that was about to swallow them. Do something. Taoist Fly also shouted anxiously. Boom, boom. The 2 of them each struck with their palms. For a moment, the blood sea below them surged with waves of blood. However, the 2 palms seemed to have passed through the blood, which vengeful spirit, and didn't touch it at all. Be careful. The 3 of them quickly dodged at the same time. That huge mouth bit the place where the 3 of them were standing again and again. Boom. Suddenly, the void was torn apart by the bite, and the 3 of their clothes were torn apart by the teeth. Mosquito Darren and Taoist Fly both had small pieces of flesh torn off their bodies. Only Chang Ming didn't get hurt because of the Chaos Essence Pearl. Divine Tao domain. We can't even touch his blood sea domain and can only let him attack us. Mosquito Darren's expression changed drastically. Swish. Taoist Fly, however, didn't care about the 2 of them. His figure flickered and shot into the distance, disappearing in an instant. Soon, a scream was heard from the distance. Taoist Fly, who had just run far away, returned in the blink of an eye. In the distance, another blood shaman's clone appeared and tore off a piece of flesh from Taoist Fly's chest. I died for nothing. The 2 blood shamans charged at Taoist Fly, and Mosquito Darren again. Boom, boom. The 2 of them attacked at the same time. Their palm power was extraordinary, and they even tore black holes in the void. However, they couldn't touch the blood shaman's body at all. The black holes were instantly filled by the sea of blood, and another piece of flesh was torn off their bodies. Run! Let's split up and escape. Taoist Fly shouted. Boom! Taoist Fly suddenly transformed into 1,000,000 flies and fled into the distance. I died so unjustly. The blood shaman wailed. Huff, 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 huff. 1,000,000 shadows of the blood shamans suddenly appeared above the sea of blood. One by one, they appeared and covered the sky. Each of them was dealing with a fly, as if they were going to devour Taoist Fly in one bite. No, Taoist Fly quickly transformed back into one in horror, and the 1,000,000 blood shamans also turned into 2 in an instant. We can't touch him, but he can touch us. How are we going to fight? Taoist Fly fled in panic. The 2 blood shamans, one rushing toward Taoist Fly, and the other toward Mosquito Darren, could only flee in horror. Divine Tao domain? Chang Ming's eyelids twitched violently. Previously, he didn't understand what was going on from Mosquito Darren and Taoist Fly, but now he understood. No wonder they were afraid of the blood shamans. This was a one-sided slaughter. Under the divine Tao domain, they couldn't even touch the opponent. So what was the point of fighting? After a series of explosions, Mosquito Darren and Taoist Fly could only be hunted down. They could only rely on their high cultivation to escape quickly. However, the blood shamans were too powerful. This was his domain, and there was nowhere to run. Soon, Taoist Fly and Mosquito Darren were covered in wounds. Why isn't Chongming attacked? Taoist Fly asked in shock and anger. Sure enough, except for when Chongming was forced to flee by the blood shamans, as long as he didn't run, the blood shamans wouldn't attack him. Otherwise, with Chongming's strength, he would have been killed by the blood shamans. Chaos Element Bead. I understand. Although the blood shamans aren't afraid of the Chaos Element Bead. They hate it after all. That's why they didn't attack Chongming. Mosquito Darren shouted immediately, Chaos Element Bead. Taoist Fly's eyes lit up, and he seemed to be about to pounce. I died so unjustly. Boom. Suddenly, one of the blood shamans hit Taoist Fly's back with his crutch. Ah! Taoist Fly screamed in pain. He staggered from the hit. Slap! The blood shamans immediately grabbed Taoist Fly's arms from behind. They caught Taoist Fly. No! Taoist Fly screamed. He had been dodging all this time. Although he was covered in wounds, he wasn't caught in the end, because once he was caught, he wouldn't be far from death. Fly. Taoist Fly's expression changed drastically as he shouted in shock. Buzz. Taoist Fly's body suddenly split apart, as if he had turned into millions of flies, trying to escape in all directions. I died so unjustly. The blood shamans let out a sorrowful cry, and a blood-red light appeared in their palms. Immediately, all the flies were trapped. Taoist Fly immediately returned to his original form, unable to escape. What? You sealed my divine ability? Taoist Fly desperately kicked his feet. However, apart from grabbing Taoist Fly's hand, the blood shaman's entire body was empty, and he couldn't touch anything. Taoist Fly was caught and couldn't escape. He was horrified because the blood shamans opened their sawtooth-like mouth again and tried to bite Taoist Fly. Taoist Fly knew that this time he would definitely be bitten in half. He would definitely be eaten. Save me! Save me! Quick, save me! Taoist Fly shouted in a sobbing voice. Although he had killed countless people before, when it was his turn, Taoist Fly finally understood the fear of being killed. Moreover, those who were killed by the blood shaman's resentful spirits would never be reincarnated. On the other side, Mosquito Darren's expression changed, and he immediately pounced over. Whoosh! In an instant, Mosquito Darren arrived in front of Taoist Fly, intending to save him. Seeing Mosquito Darren pouncing over, Taoist Fly's heart suddenly trembled, and a great sense of gratitude filled his heart. Although he had fought with Mosquito Darren for many years, neither of them actually wanted to see the other die. Mosquito Darren had indeed come to save him. I died so unjustly. Boom. It was another clone of the blood shamans that hit Mosquito Darren with a loud bang. Poof! Mosquito Darren spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He couldn't save Taoist Fly in time. No! Taoist Fly shouted in despair. Boom! With a loud bang, the blood shamans that were about to bite Taoist Fly to death were suddenly hit by a strong force and staggered. With this stagger, Taoist Fly risked tearing off the flesh on his arm and rushed out of the blood shaman's clutches. He turned his head in shock, only to see that, at the critical moment, it was Chongming who had hit the blood shaman's head with the Chaos Essence bead. The blood shamans staggered. I died so unjustly. The blood shaman staggered and turned his hand over. Boom! Chongming was shot into the distance like a cannonball. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was pale. Chongming, why did you save me? Taoist Fly cried out in shock. Ahem, although I know that you are using me, you are still my master, and you saved my life. Chongming said, as he spat out blood. Taoist Fly's heart trembled, and for a moment, his thoughts were extremely complicated. However, he was instantly attracted by the chaos essence bead. This was because no one could touch the blood shamans, but this chaos essence bead could. I died so miserably. The blood shamans shouted gloomily. Hum, 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 hum. Above the blood sea, 10,000 blood shamans suddenly appeared, forcing Chongming, Taoist Fly, and Mosquito Darren to the center. This time, the blood shamans not only had to deal with Taoist Fly and Mosquito Darren, but also with Chongming. What should we do now? Mosquito Darren, why don't you use my Chaos Essence Bead to defeat the blood shaman's vengeful spirits? Chongming said anxiously. Mosquito Darren's eyelids twitched violently. No, this is the blood shaman's divine path realm. He has countless clones, and you only have one Chaos Essence Bead. Even if we can deal with one, there are still 10,000 of them. Moreover, my strength is still not enough. Unless I can shatter the entire realm in an instant, I won't be able to kill the blood shaman's vengeful spirits. Mosquito Darren, we still have a chance. Taoist Fly gritted his teeth. Huh, you're willing to work with me? Mosquito Darren stared at him. That's right, we'll work together to form the Dark Realm. Taoist Fly said solemnly. Dark Realm? Chongming was puzzled. Mosquito Darren didn't have time to explain. Instead, he looked at Taoist Fly with a deep frown. There's no other way. If we don't work together, we'll die in the hands of the blood shamans. I'll leave the heart of darkness to you, for the time being. What do you think? Taoist Fly said solemnly. Mosquito Darren's eyes flickered, and he finally nodded. Okay, Taoist Fly, don't worry. After we deal with the blood shaman's vengeful spirits, I'll return your favor. I won't go back on my word. Otherwise, I'll be struck by lightning. Okay. Taoist Fly nodded. What do you mean by work together? Chongming was puzzled. He saw that Taoist Fly and Mosquito Darren were suddenly back to back. All of a sudden, the flesh on their backs melted and merged with each other, back to back. Hum. In the blink of an eye, the two of them became one person. No, they shared the same torso. They became a freak with 2 heads, 4 arms, and 4 legs. Black flames suddenly emerged from the freak's body. As soon as the flames appeared, they instantly filled the entire blood sea. Not far away, the first blood shaman's vengeful spirit struck with its palm. The freak's arm was burning with black flames, and it met the attack head-on. Boom! With a loud sound, huge waves appeared in the blood sea around them. You touch them? You too can touch the blood shaman's vengeful spirits without using the Chaos Essence Pearl? Chongming was surprised. I died so unjustly. 10,000 blood shamans' vengeful spirits cried out. Bang! The Mosquito Fly Taoist's body suddenly shook, and 10,000 Mosquito Fly Taoists appeared in the surrounding area of black flames. 10,000 blood shamans' vengeful spirits versus 10,000 Mosquito Fly Taoists. Blood Sea Realm versus Dark Realm. Chapter 948. Mosquito Darren's and Taoist Fly's torsos merged, and they were able to form a dark domain. As soon as the dark domain was formed, the black fire merged with the blood sea. Half of it was black, and the other half was red. 10,000 blood shamans and 10,000 Mosquito Fly Taoists attacked at the same time. When the blood shamans waved their hands, there was a trace of blood-red light on their bodies. When the Mosquito Fly Taoists attacked, there was also a layer of black fire on their bodies. Hung! There was a loud noise. Mosquito Darren's palm collided with the blood shaman's. The entire blood sea domain shook violently, almost collapsing into pieces. Hum! The 10,000 colliding figures suddenly converged and turned into a pair of figures that were in the middle of attacking each other. Rumble! The blood sea surged, and the black fire soared into the sky. The two domains clashed, and for a moment, the entire void seemed to tremble. Mosquito Darren controlled the heart of the mosquito fly, so it was Mosquito Darren who attacked with all his might. The blood sea was about to explode. "Can you do it?" Taoist Fly's head said, anxiously. Mosquito Darren looked ferocious as he fought the blood shamans with all his might. "Just a little bit more." Mosquito Darren looked anxious. "I lent you my heart of the mosquito fly and all my power. Now that I can use my domain to eliminate his domain power, why can't I suppress him? He's just a vengeful spirit. Even if he had perfected heavenly palace cultivation, he's no match for you now that he doesn't have a physical body." Taoist Fly said, anxiously, "How would I know? This blood shaman's vengeful spirit has such power. I can only tie with him. No, I think I'm a little weaker than him." Mosquito Darren roared gloomily, "Chang Ming, attack the blood shaman's vengeful spirit." Taoist Fly shouted. Chang Ming looked and immediately rushed forward. Taoist Fly had given all his power to Mosquito Darren, so he was the only one who could attack. Moreover, he had the Chaos Pearl, so he could use it to touch the blood shamans. "Let me do it." Chaos Elemental Bead. Out. Chang Ming raised the Chaos Elemental Bead and immediately slammed it towards the blood shaman vengeful spirit. "I died so unjustly." The blood shaman vengeful spirit wailed. Thousands of rays of blood-red light suddenly appeared around his body. Hung. Chang Ming was instantly sent flying by the thousands of bloody rays. Pooh! Mosquito Darren also spat out a mouthful of blood. Every time the blood shaman vengeful spirit cried out, the resentment on its body would increase by another level. The surrounding sea of blood also surged. After all, Chang Ming had just entered Heavenly Palace not long ago. His strength was still lacking. Even if he had the Chaos Bead, he was instantly sent flying by the aftermath. "No, I can't even get close." Chang Ming said bitterly, "Then give me the Chaos Origin Bead." "I'll do it." Taoist Fly shouted. Chang Ming frowned and remained silent. "Taoist Fly, you've given me all your power. What use do you have for the Chaos Origin Bead?" Mosquito Darren said coldly, "You're in a stalemate with the blood shaman vengeful spirit, and you can't use it. Why don't I do it? The Chaos Origin Bead is so annoying. It means that when the heavens refined it in the past, it had the effect of restraining the vengeful spirits. When I activate the Chaos Origin Bead, I'll be stronger than Chang Ming." Taoist Fly shouted, "But all your power is with me. How much power can you activate it?" Mosquito Darren said coldly, "Mosquito's heart, if you let me control it for a while, I can destroy the blood shaman vengeful spirit when it's unprepared." Taoist Fly shouted, "Let you control it." Mosquito Darren's face turned cold. "Don't worry, I won't let it kill you. Now that you and I are of one mind, it's a symbiotic relationship. If it kills you, I'll die too. This is the only way. Otherwise, the blood shaman vengeful spirit will become stronger and stronger, and we'll all be exhausted to death." Taoist Fly shouted, "I died for nothing." The blood shaman vengeful spirit wailed again. Boom! The blood sea around them surged again, and the blood shaman vengeful spirit's power rose again. Uffed! Mosquito Darren spat out a mouthful of blood again. Obviously, it was very difficult for him to hold on. "Quick, do as I say," Taoist Fly said anxiously. "No, I don't trust you." Cough, cough, cough. Mosquito Darren was unwilling. "There's no other way," Taoist Fly said anxiously. "No, I can wait for His Majesty. His Majesty will definitely come." Mosquito Darren cried out in pain. "You don't trust me? Humph, Guhai, do you know where Guhai is now? Otherwise, we're all going to die. This is the only way." Taoist Fly roared with a ferocious expression. However, Mosquito Darren was still unwilling to let Taoist Fly control the heart of the mosquito. "Master, I trust you," Changming suddenly said. "Huh." The two were stunned. Now, only Master can do it. Changming's life was saved by Master, so this disciple has repaid Master once. Although, logically speaking, this chaos element bead can't be given to Master, this disciple has been taught by His Majesty, and I will definitely repay the favor. This chaos element bead was given to me by Master, so this disciple is willing to trust Master and return this chaos element bead to Master. Changming solemnly handed over the chaos element bead. Taoist Fly looked at Changming, but his expression froze. Disciple? From the beginning, Taoist Fly had never considered Changming as a disciple. He was just using his relationship with him. However, this disciple's trust and respect surprised Taoist Fly. It was a very strange feeling. Taoist Fly looked deeply at Changming, but didn't say anything. He took the chaos element bead. Buzz. The chaos element bead glowed slightly in Taoist Fly's hand. "Changming, what's wrong with you?" Mosquito Darren asked anxiously. "All right, Mosquito Darren, Changming has given me the chaos element bead. Hurry up and give me the heart of the mosquito. Otherwise, we're all going to die here. Hurry up." Taoist Fly shouted. "I'm going to die so unjustly." Boom. The resentful wail sounded again. The sea of blood roared again and soared into the sky. Puff. Mosquito Darren struggled to hold on and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. "Hurry up, Mosquito Darren," Taoist Fly yelled. "Taoist Fly, remember our agreement. When this battle is over, we'll go our separate ways." Mosquito Darren cried out in pain. Buzz. The black flames attached to Mosquito Darren's body suddenly surged into Taoist Fly's body. The heart of the mosquito was instantly transferred to Taoist Fly, and the boundless power was transferred to him. At the same time, the boundless power of the blood wizard acted on Mosquito Darren, and Mosquito Darren's body suddenly seemed to explode. "Ah!" Mosquito Darren cried out in pain as blood splattered everywhere. At this moment, Taoist Fly injected the boundless black flames into the chaos element bead and suddenly activated it. Break! Hung! The black flames soared into the sky. The super huge explosion suddenly tore a hole in the sea of blood. No, in just an instant, the entire sea of blood was torn into pieces. The huge explosion occurred, and the boundless power rushed toward the blood wizard resentful spirit. "I died so unjustly." Boom. Even though the blood wizard resentful spirit screamed, it was useless. Most of its power was used on Mosquito Darren, and it couldn't stop Taoist Fly's attack at all. Moreover, Taoist Fly also activated the chaos element bead with the power of the domain, which increased the power by several times. This was the magical effect of the chaos element bead that only Taoist Fly knew. Ah! The blood wizard resentful spirit screamed. As if it was being washed by endless power, its entire body was instantly torn apart. The moment it was torn apart, a red humanoid light appeared. The moment the humanoid light appeared, it was covered by the chaos element bead, and then merged with it. The chaos element bead turned blood red. The void quickly returned to normal. As for the aftermath just now, it blasted Changming until his entire body was covered in blood as he was sent flying. Buzz, buzz. In the blink of an eye, the void returned to normal. Mosquito Darren was dying at this moment, but there was still a worried look in his eyes. Taoist Fly, the blood wizard resentful spirit is destroyed, and the god of the blood wizard was taken by you? I don't want the god of the blood wizard anymore. Give me back my mosquito heart, and we will separate. Mosquito Darren said weakly. Ha, ha 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 ha. Your mosquito heart? Do you think I'm stupid? You want your mosquito heart back when it's in my hands? At most, I will separate you. Taoist Fly laughed sinisterly. Rip. He suddenly tore his body, and the two of them were instantly torn in half. Taoist Fly returned to his original state, but there were traces of black flames around him. Mosquito Darren was thrown far away, and his entire body went limp without a trace of strength. Looking carefully, there was a big hole in his chest, and there was no heart in the hole. Mosquito Darren! Chong Ming rushed over and hugged Mosquito Darren weakly. Cough, 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 I misjudged you. Chong Ming, go quickly and let His Majesty take revenge for me. Cough, cough. Mosquito Darren was aging. No, His Majesty will definitely save you. This is the sky replenishing power. His Majesty's sky replenishing power. Chong Ming quickly took out the small bottle that Gu Hai had given him and poured it into Mosquito Darren's heart. Mosquito Darren's heart was slowly healing, but Mosquito Darren was still aging. It's useless. You don't know that Taoist Fly and I, the body of darkness, rely on the guidance of the heart. The heart is the source of our power. This bottle of sky replenishing power can only heal injuries, but it's not enough to create a heart. Without a heart, you'll just be a corpse. Mosquito Darren sighed weakly. I'm the one who harmed you. Chong Ming said guiltily. Taoist Fly's eyelids twitched, as if he was regretting it, but the next moment, he was overwhelmed by his long-held wish. Mosquito Darren, don't blame me. Our hearts are not complete, and only by merging can we achieve the heart of darkness of the mosquito fly. So either you die, or I die. This is predestined. Taoist Fly sneered. Taoist Fly, I shouldn't have trusted you. Chong Ming looked at Taoist Fly with grief and indignation. He shouldn't have trusted Taoist Fly. Taoist Fly looked at Chong Ming and sneered. My good disciple. Ha ha, you're really my good disciple. Originally, I couldn't have gotten the heart of the mosquito, but you helped me get it, and the god of blood sorcerer. Did you know that I didn't want to leave the corpse tomb realm because of the god of blood sorcerer? With this god, I can use it to reach the peak of the heavenly palace. At that time, I won't even have to worry about the corpse bug, heavenly demon. As expected of my good disciple. While speaking, Taoist Fly opened his mouth and swallowed the chaos element bead that contained the god of blood sorcerer. Buzz. As soon as it entered his mouth, traces of bloody light appeared on his body. I'll have the power of the blood sea realm and the dark realm. Ha 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 ha. Taoist Fly laughed excitedly. As he laughed, Taoist Fly exuded an aura that made the void tremble. The void trembled as Taoist Fly's power climbed to the extreme, even stronger than the blood sorcerer's vengeful spirit. Just as Taoist Fly was feeling smug, crack! Suddenly, a small hole appeared in between Taoist Fly's eyebrows. Traces of black gas came out of the hole, and a worm could be vaguely seen swimming inside. Taoist Fly's body stiffened, and he couldn't move. What happened? Taoist Fly was shocked. That's right, Taoist Fly. You fused with the god of blood sorcerer that even I couldn't get, and with the heart of darkness, you'll be my first subject. A deep voice came from between his eyebrows. Worm corpse demon. No, peak master. What did you do? Why can't I move? Ah, there's a worm in my head. It's eating my head and trying to control my body. No, it's a worm in my head. Why is it in my head? Taoist Fly roared in shock. Have you forgotten? When you entered my peak, you ate the loyalty pill. The worm corpse demon's voice slowly came. Loyalty pill? I've already expelled it from my body. Could it be that there's a worm in it? You've already buried a worm in my head. No. Taoist Fly exclaimed. You're smart. The worm corpse demon's voice came again. Peak Master, please spare me. Peak Master, please spare me. I'll be loyal to you forever. Please don't destroy my consciousness. No, I'll be loyal to you. Taoist Fly begged in horror. No need. Compared to you, I trust my corpse worm doppelganger more. So, as you can see, in the corpse tomb palace, all my subordinates are controlled by the corpse worm. You and Chun Shinsho are special because I need to use your memories. It seems that I was right. Chaos Essence Bead, Blood, Sorcerer Vengeful Spirit. You were looking forward to it. Now you've gotten it. You're strong now. It's time for you to be controlled by me. The worm corpse demon's indifferent voice came. It was as if everything had been planned. Taoist Fly was happy about his cleverness and luck, but he didn't expect that he was already a dead man. All of a sudden, Taoist Fly realized how sad everything was. The enemy who had fought with him for so many years had just risked his life to save him. In the end, the enemy trusted him unconditionally and put his life in his hands. The person he was loyal to had already sentenced him to death. Ha! Ha ha! Worm corpse demon, I was really blind. Taoist Fly roared in despair. Buzz buzz. In his mind, the worm kept gnawing at him. Taoist Fly's resistance was getting weaker and weaker. He felt that his consciousness was blurring. The heart of darkness in my name is given to Mosquito Dowran. Please return to the body of Mosquito Dowran. Taoist Fly cried out softly. Buzz. A black light suddenly emerged from Taoist Fly's chest and tore it apart. It immediately rushed to the chest of Mosquito Dowran, who was withered not far away. Buzz. The heart of darkness entered Mosquito Doran's body. Mosquito Doran's weak body seemed to be injected with infinite vitality and quickly recovered. How dare you? The worm corpse demon suddenly roared. Taoist Fly's body trembled violently and withered quickly. Ha ha ha! Worm corpse demon, you want to make me a puppet? Even if I die, I won't give you everything I have. Taoist Fly said with a ferocious expression, Chongming, I'll return the chaos element bead to you. And the god of blood sorcerer, refine it well. Taoist Fly spat out the chaos element bead weakly and immediately shot it to Chongming. Buzz. In an instant, it drilled into Chongming's forehead. Chongming trembled and felt that his body was suddenly filled with a strange power. In between his eyebrows, the god of blood sorcerer emitted bloody power and poured into Chongming's body. Chongming felt that his whole body was greatly nourished. Taoist Fly, you're crazy. The worm corpse demon's furious voice sounded. Taoist Fly had given all his power to Chongming and Mosquito Dowran. The most correct thing I've done in my life was to take in a disciple. Chongming, I've failed to teach you well, so I can only give you the god of blood sorcerer. There are some secrets that even Mosquito Dowran doesn't know. The chaos element bead has purified the god of blood sorcerer and made it a god without a master. Whoever fuses with it can refine it and become their own god. God is the seventh soul of a human. Only with the seventh soul can one reach the peak of the heavenly palace. Chongming, solemnly. Taoist Fly said weakly. A bloody light emerged from Chongming's body. With a wave of his hand, a sea of blood appeared around him. Suddenly, a large amount of blood sea enveloped Taoist Fly. My master! Chongming's face stiffened. He wanted to force the corpse bug out of Taoist Fly's forehead, but it had already disappeared. Only the furious voice of the corpse bug heavenly demon was left in his head. At this moment, Mosquito Dowran slowly recovered, and traces of black flames appeared around his body. Taoist Fly, you gave me the heart of darkness? Mosquito Dowran looked at Taoist Fly in surprise. After all, Taoist Fly was just like him. Without the heart of flies, he would die too. Mosquito Dowren, after so many years, I've finally won against you. Ha 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 ha. Taoist Fly laughed weakly. You can still laugh at this time? I'll give you back the heart of flies. Mosquito Dowren said anxiously. The weakened Taoist Fly grabbed Mosquito Doran's hand. Come, it's too late. My lifelong opponent. Take care. Boom. However, Taoist Fly's head exploded with a deafening boom. No. Chongming and Mosquito Dowren immediately screamed. Chapter 949. Come, it's too late. My lifelong rival. Take care. Boom. However, Taoist Fly's head exploded with a deafening boom. No. Chongming and Mosquito Dowren immediately screamed. Chongming and Mosquito Dowren wanted to stop it, but they couldn't. The huge explosion even pushed the two of them back. Taoist Fly's head exploded, and billowing black fog came out from half of his head. In the black fog, a corpse bug seemed to have been blown apart, and it let out a monstrous roar. Taoist Fly, you piece of trash, how dare you blow yourself up? Do you think that I can't get the god of blood sorcerer if you die? And your heart of darkness, it's all mine. Both of them are mine. I'll kill them right away. A roar came from the corpse bug. Slap. Mosquito Dowren slapped it with his palm. Boom. The corpse bug exploded. Taoist Fly's body was left with a headless body, lying in a pool of blood. It looked very miserable. You'd rather die than let your 3 souls be eaten by the corpse bug? Ha! You and I are indeed the same kind of people. Mosquito Doran's eyes flashed with malevolence. At the side, Chongming's body was emitting a red light. Obviously, the god of blood sorcerer was slowly showing its effect. Chongming looked at the headless body and suddenly knelt down. Master, although there was a time when I doubted you, a master for a day is a father for life. I, Chongming, swear that I will avenge you. Chongming gritted his teeth and said with a ferocious expression. With that, Chongming kowtowed 3 times to Taoist Fly's body. Mosquito Dowren, however, took out a coffin and carefully placed Taoist Fly's headless body inside. Old bastard, even though I've fought with you for so many years, I'm still not used to losing you all of a sudden. Since you'd rather die than let the corpse worm eat your 3 souls, even though they've been destroyed, I'll find a way to revive you. Maybe I don't have the ability now, but that doesn't mean I won't in the future. You will always be Mosquito Doran's opponent. Mosquito Dowren clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination. Mosquito Dowren, Chongming, come and die! A loud shout came from afar. Mosquito Dowren and Chongming's faces darkened. Not good. The corpse bug heavenly demon is really here. Chongming's expression changed. Pa! Closing the coffin lid, Mosquito Dowren quickly put away Taoist Fly's body. Let's go now, quickly, to the center of the corpse pit to meet His Majesty. Mosquito Dowren shouted. Whoosh! The two immediately shot toward the center of the corpse pit. You want to leave? No one can escape from me. The corpse bug heavenly demon's angry voice came from the horizon. Kong Xian was in the first layer of the past, Will area. Previously, Kong Xian had been defeated by the 6 paths of the Sword God. Kong Xian was in the middle of the 9th layer of the Heavenly Palace, which was more powerful than Mosquito Dowren. However, he was defeated by the 6 paths of the Sword God, who was in the 8th layer of the Heavenly Palace. Those with higher cultivation were inferior to those with lower cultivation. This was not normal at all, but it was happening right in front of them. Because the 6 paths of the Sword God's swordsmanship was too powerful, no matter how many 5-colored divine lights there were, they were like rags under the 6 paths sacred sword and were instantly cut into pieces. Kong Xian used to be very powerful, but he could only continue to be injured by the 6 paths of the Sword God. Just as he was about to be killed by the 6 paths of the sword god, he was suddenly swallowed by the bird king, resentful spirit. The bird king, resentful spirit, and the 6 paths of the sword god were evenly matched. However, the ancient peacock god inside the resentful spirit was awakened by Kong Xian's resentment. Knowing that the peacock clan was about to be wiped out, he did not hesitate to help Kong Xian and passed down the ancient peacock clan's inheritance to him. After the ancient peacock god disappeared, the bird king resentful spirit was weakened and killed by the 6 paths of the sword god. Kong Xian's injuries were healed by the ancient peacock god. More importantly, he had obtained the ancient inheritance and become a super peacock god. He had the 6-colored divine light, which was even more powerful than the bird king resentful spirit. In the past, Kong Xian seemed to have a lot of power, but he did not know how to use it. Now that he had obtained the ancient inheritance, he instantly knew how to use it. His power did not increase by much, but the power brought about by the ancient inheritance was incomparable. Kong Xian's eyes turned cold. The 6 paths of the sword god. It's my turn now. Your turn? Humph, a loser. You overestimate yourself. The 6 paths of the sword god's eyes turned cold. Screech. A sword radiance rushed towards Kong Xian again. Boom. The sword radiance passed through Kong Xian's body, but it did not touch him at all. The 6 paths of the sword god's face darkened. Kong Xian's body suddenly emitted endless green light. As soon as the green light appeared, it covered the sky and covered the earth. There was rolling green light in all directions. Within the green light, there were countless illusory images of peacock plumes. A vast world of peacock feathers was born. The figure of Kong Xian suddenly turned from 1 to hundreds and thousands of Kong Xian. What is this? The 6 paths of the sword god's face changed. This is the divine path territory of the peacock tribe. Kong Xian's eyes turned cold. Screech. Suddenly, a peacock's cry soared into the sky. Vaguely, a huge illusory figure of a peacock appeared in the sky above the world of peacock feathers. The illusory figure looked down and carried with it the power of heaven and earth. God of peacock. The 6 paths of the sword god's face darkened. That's right. In my peacock territory, I am the god. You, who are only at the 8th level of the heaven palace, want to kill me? You are courting death. Kong Xian snorted coldly. The thousands of Kong Xian waved their hands at the same time. Boom! Each of them shot out a 6-colored divine light towards the 6 paths of the sword god. The 6 paths of the sword god could barely block the bird king's vengeful spirit with one 6-colored divine light. Now, the thousands of divine lights made the 6 paths of the sword god see destruction. This is not real. The 6 paths of the sword god's face changed as he slashed at one of the 6-colored divine lights. Boom! With a loud sound, the void trembled. The 6-colored divine lights were real. Bastard, how is this possible? The 6 paths of the sword god turned around and fled in fear. Whoosh! In an instant, the 6 paths of the sword god dodged the attack, and the thousands of 6-colored divine lights collided. Rumble! A huge black hole tore open in the void. If not for the fact that most of the terrifying power was cancelled out, anyone who entered it would have been reduced to ashes. Kong Xian's eyes lit up. He had just obtained the divine path inheritance of the peacock tribe and wanted to test it out. He did not expect the power to be so terrifying. Ha! Ha ha ha! This is the power of the divine path. This is the inheritance of the peacock tribe. So powerful, so powerful. Kong Xian's eyes widened in ecstasy. I don't believe that you are all real. The 6 paths of the sword god was also very anxious. Whoosh, whoosh. The 6 paths of the sword god's speed had reached the maximum. He was so fast that the naked I could not see him. Hiss, hiss. In an instant, the entire peacock territory was filled with the 6 paths of the sword god's sword radiance. The sword radiance slashed through Kong Xian's body one after another. However, he could not hit any of them. It was as if they were all illusions. He could not touch them at all. He could not touch them? How could he fight? Your cultivation is not even as high as mine. You want to fight me in my divine path domain. What a joke! Kong Xian sneered. While sneering, Kong Xian's body shrunk and turned into one. Obviously, he was not interested in bullying the 6 paths of the sword god. Divine path domain, there must be a flaw. There must be. The 6 paths of the sword god slashed again with a ferocious expression. One of them tore through the void and was about to cut down Kong Xian in an instant. Flaw. There is nothing in this world that is flawless. However, the divine path domain is not something you can touch. You are just Rokudo Shinkuan's golden god body and a clone. You want to know my flaw? I can only tell you that in my domain, I am God. Kong Xian's eyes turned cold. He ignored the sword slash and his body swayed. Whoosh! It was as if he had traversed through space and time. He appeared in front of the 6 paths of the sword god in an instant. The 6 paths of the sword god's expression changed drastically, and he quickly pulled back his sword. However, it was too late. Kong Xian placed his hand on the 6 paths of the sword god's chest. Suddenly, a colorful light appeared from his palm. The 6-colored divine light rushed towards the 6 paths of the sword god's chest. No! The 6 paths of the sword god screamed in despair. Boom! The 6 paths of the sword god's body was swept by the 6-colored divine light and exploded. Although the 6 paths of the sword god was no longer controlling the sacred sword, it still slashed towards Kong Xian. Whoosh! It passed through his body, and strangely did not touch Kong Xian at all. It was as if Kong Xian was standing in another space and time. The sacred sword was thrown away. The 6 paths of the sword god widened his eyes and looked at the unharmed Kong Xian and his remaining head in disbelief. His eyes were filled with despair. Divine Tao, lifespan divine literature spirit. So the divine Tao was actually so powerful, most of the monster deities in the world have taken the wrong path. No wonder the human race was so weak in the ancient era. There were very few humans who could cultivate the 7th soul. However, almost all of the monster deities could cultivate the 7th soul. Divine Tao is the greatest power, Kong Xian said in surprise. Boom! With one palm, Kong Xian crushed the 6 paths of the sword god's head. Speaking of the 6 paths of the sword god's sacred sword, Kong Xian's eyes changed. The powerful 6 paths of the sword god was defeated by him so easily. The divine path, so the inheritance of the ancient times, is so powerful. Kong Xian's face was filled with excitement and joy. With a twist of his body, Kong Xian kept the peacock domain and looked at the black fog in the distance. Unborn man, let me help you. Kong Xian's body flashed and appeared in the black fog. In the black fog, the unborn man was fighting with Chun Shinsho. During the battle, they heard the sound of the outside world. Both of them looked up at the same time and saw Kong Xian in the air holding the 6 paths of the sword god's sacred sword. What? Impossible. You killed the 6 paths of the sword god. Chun Shinsho exclaimed. Even the unborn man was shocked. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Chun Shinsho tore at the void, and a huge crack appeared in the void. Want to run? Stop right there. The unborn man reached out his hand. Rip! Just by tearing off Chun Shinsho's clothes, Chun Shinsho had already escaped. Boom! As Chun Shinsho escaped, the black fog disappeared, and the unborn man was exposed. Chun Shinsho escaped. Kong Xian said coldly. The unborn man looked at Kong Xian in surprise. You killed the 6 paths of the sword god. Yes, what should we do now? Should we find his majesty first, or chase after Chun Shinshou? Kong Xian frowned. Chun Shinshou is too slippery. He must have escaped. We can't catch him. The unborn man shook his head. Then let's go to the center of the corpse pit. Kong Xian said solemnly. Okay. The unborn man nodded. The two stepped forward and rushed towards the center of the corpse pit. Chapter 950, Corpse Grave Realm. Gu Hai wielded the life-punishing saber, killing countless resentful spirits along the way. There were many resentful spirits, 1 million of them. They could even revive. However, before Gu Hai, they were destroyed as soon as they were killed. Boom! With one saber strike, 10,000 ghosts were destroyed. Gu Hai led Bodhisattva Lien Sheng towards the dry lamp Buddha, sweeping through everything before him. Although there were many resentful spirits, they were much weaker than the Bird King resentful spirits and the Blood Shaman resentful spirits. These resentful spirits were not a match for Gu Hai at all. However, these resentful spirits did not have any consciousness. They did not fear Gu Hai's saber at all, charging at Gu Hai one after another. Kill! 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 By the time Gu Hai's group arrived near the dry lamp Buddha, Gu Hai killed all 1 million resentful spirits. Master's clone? How can that be? Master's flesh has never been damaged in his entire life. No, there was one time. There was one time when he bled to save first senior brother. Could it be Jiang Ruai? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng's expression changed. The two of you, are you still going to insist? The peak master already knows everything about you. You can't run, the dry lamp Buddha said. As he looked at the two, Gu Hai stared at the dry lamp Buddha, feeling a sense of danger. Let's go around and head for the central corpse pit immediately, Gu Hai said to Bodhisattva Lien Sheng. However, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng's expression suddenly changed. Oh no, there's no time. Huh, Gu Hai said, feeling confused. The sinful hell domain, the ultimate world of the past. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng exclaimed in shock. The dry lamp Buddha held his palms together as he sat on a blazing sun. The surrounding space suddenly turned dark. Suddenly, millions of crying ghosts appeared everywhere, all of them suffering great torment. Some had their heads cut off, some had their tongues pulled out, and some were thrown into a frying pan. It was an incredibly miserable scene, one tragedy after another. A horrifying atmosphere surged into the two's hearts. This horrifying atmosphere seemed to affect the two's minds, making them recall the mistakes they had made in the past. He magnified the impact of the wrong thing on his heart, continuously magnifying it. This made the two of them feel a great sense of guilt. Mess with my temperament? It's still lacking. Gu Hai's expression sank. As he spoke, he slashed his saber at withered lamp Buddha. Boom! A ferocious saber aura slashed at withered lamp Buddha's body. When it slashed, it strangely passed through his body as if it did not touch him at all. What? Gu Hai's expression darkened. Ancient Emperor, this is a domain, a God Tao domain, a world of the past. Here, he is a god. This is one of the strongest profundities of the 3 generations of Buddha in Nalanda Temple. No one can touch him. Withered lamp Buddha said anxiously. Can't touch it? Gu Hai's face darkened. If they couldn't even touch each other, how could they continue fighting? However, Gu Hai did not give up. Gu Hai had many tricks up his sleeves, and not all of them would fail to touch withered lamp Buddha. Gu Hai reached out and pulled out his life-slayer saber, intending to test withered lamp Buddha again. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound rang out in front of Bodhisattva Lien Sheng. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng had opened a void exit. Ancient Emperor, I used my entire life's past intent to open this exit. You go first. Leave this to me, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said, solemnly. Leave it to you? Guhai frowned slightly. Time is of the essence. Earlier, Master said that the corpse bug sky demon already discovered our tracks. What if it went to deal with Guhan earlier? We cannot remain here for long. We need to find Guhan immediately. We cannot waste any time here, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said anxiously. Guhai narrowed his eyes as he nodded. Guhai did not fear dealing with withered lamp Buddha. However, it would be bad if something happened to Guhan. In that case, let's go together. Guhai nodded. No, I used my own past intent to open this exit. I can only open it because I merged my body with this domain. I cannot leave. Quickly leave. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng shook his head. Guhai's face sank. If I leave, you will be in danger. How about we end this quickly? After I kill withered lamp Buddha's clone, we will leave together. No. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng immediately shouted. Huh, Guhai said seriously. Ancient Emperor, you go first. Actually, I have some selfish motives. Although he is Master's clone, he has Master's memories. I have some things that I need to verify with Master. Don't worry about me. Quickly find Guhan. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng requested. Guhai looked at Bodhisattva Lien Sheng. Finally, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng nodded. With one step, Guhai stepped into that exit. Buzz. The entrance instantly vanished. Lien Sheng, you have cultivated your past intent pretty well. Withered Lamp Buddha said coldly. As Withered Lamp Buddha spoke coldly, a vast black energy surged towards Bodhisattva Lien Sheng and drowned him. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng's shout came from the vast black energy. Master, the Hell of Sin domain is a technique that you use to reflect your true heart. Every evil spirit and energy inside is a sin that you committed in the past. This disciple was fortunate enough to enter Master's domain in the past. At that time, the domain was bright without any energy. Why are there so many evil spirits and energy now? Master, how many evil deeds has this clone of yours committed? How many people has it helped the corpse bug sky demon kill? The black energy surged, drowning Bodhisattva Lien Sheng. Withered Lamp Buddha pressed his palms together, his gaze cold. Since you know that I am a clone, you should also understand that I only listen to the Peak Master's orders. No, Master, you said before that all lives are equal and all lives are miserable. We Buddhist cultivators live only to save all lives, to resolve the sins of the world. Have you forgotten? This disciple's Dharmic name is Lien Sheng. My compassion for all lives comes from Master. Master, have you forgotten your true heart? Don't you want your Buddhist Tao anymore? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng's sorrowful cry came from the black energy. Withered Lamp Buddha trembled slightly, showing a conflicted expression. You said before that your greatest demonic obstacle is first senior brother. You want to use your entire life to guide first senior brother to do good. If one life is not enough, then 10 lives. Have you forgotten? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said anxiously in the black energy. Gautama? Withered Lamp Buddha's figure trembled slightly. Guhai exited the Hell of Sin domain. The moment he did, he returned to the corpse grave realm. Everyone in the surroundings was gone. Guhai frowned slightly, his heart heavy. Then he walked towards the center of the corpse pit. The center of the corpse pit was not far away. Guhai moved at his fastest speed. Along the way, the number of resentful spirits increased. All the resentful spirits charged at Guhai. However, wherever Guhai's life-killing saber passed, all the resentful spirits turned to dust. Rumble. Everywhere Xiao Chun passed, rumbling rang out. A large number of resentful spirits were forcefully killed. The curse-seeking sphere guided Xiao Chun closer. Along the way, Gu Hai's luck was pretty good. He did not run into any strong resentful spirits like the Bird King's resentful spirit or the Blood Shaman's resentful spirit. The strongest resentful spirit he ran into along the way was just the sixth layer, Heavenly Palace's rat resentful spirit. When Xiao Chun arrived near the corpse pit, the surroundings were filled with resentful spirits. There were many, boundless, and endless. At one glance, there were millions, tens of millions, or even billions of resentful spirits. At this point, Gu Hai's eyelids twitched. He no longer massacred the resentful spirits. Instead, he moved quickly. Before some of the resentful spirits could react, he passed by them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a series of shuttling sounds, Gu Hai already arrived at the center of the corpse pit. Billions of resentful spirits surrounded the circular pit that looked like a super canyon. Countless resentful spirits roared as they looked at the figure in the center. Gu Hai suddenly showed joy on his face. At this moment, Xiao Chun saw two chains on Gu Han's back, one golden and one black. One end held Gu Han's shoulder blade, while the other end extended into the void and disappeared, as though it led to another space and time. Gu Han sat cross-legged in the void, his body giving off a bright golden light. Om Mani Padme Hum. Xiao Chun chanted the six-syllable mantra in the void. The resentful spirits that approached clutched their heads in extreme pain as though they were being burned and purified by this mantra. There were even two resentful spirits that had been completely purified. They knelt behind Gu Han with their palms pressed together, chanting along with him. Gu Hai shouted. This caused Gu Han's figure in the distance to tremble. He stopped chanting and looked at Gu Hai. Roar! The instant Gu Han stopped chanting, the golden light around him receded. Then, countless resentful spirits suddenly charged at Gu Han. Immediately, surging resentful energy rushed at Gu Han. You are seeking death. Gu Hai glared. Rumble! Xiao Chun drew the life-punishing saber, and billions of saber chi immediately killed all the approaching resentful spirits. Father! Gu Han exclaimed in shock, slightly stunned. Roar! Countless resentful spirits continued to charge forward. Gu Hai immediately shielded Gu Han by his side, continuously killing the resentful spirits. However, there seemed to be no end to the vengeful spirits here. There were even billions of vengeful spirits rushing out from the huge crater below. Gu Hai's face sank as he tried to bring Gu Han away. Father, I cannot leave. I am already locked in this void. Gu Han said bitterly, Don't worry. Your father is here today to save you. I will definitely bring you away. Gu Hai said seriously. At the same time, he did his best to kill the surrounding resentful spirits. Gu Han felt slightly moved. Father, this child heard about your deeds at Nalanda Temple. Actually, this corpse grave realm is different from the outside world. It is a small world that the previous heavens set up. The 6 paths, Immortal did not take away the laws of this world. Oh, Gu Hai felt stunned. As Xiao Chun chopped down the resentful spirits, he raised his hand and drew a line in the void. Buzz. Gu Hai pulled up what seemed like a purple energy thread in the void. There really isn't. There are Go Dao laws here. Gu Hai immediately showed joy on his face. Zither Dao laws. Aside from the already dead old man Guanxi, no one in the world was a match for Xiao Chun. As long as there were Zither Dao laws, Xiao Chun could use them. Gu Hai did not even need to use the heavenly ghost stone. He moved his hand in the void. Rumble. Countless energy threads immediately appeared in the void. Then, a surging fog in case Guhai and Guhan. The Godao ritual array activated in the fog. A huge ritual array immediately enveloped the surroundings. Countless resentful spirits charged in and lost their bearings. The scene before Guhai and Guhan instantly turned quiet. Godao laws. Father's Godao is indeed unparalleled in the world. Guhan praised. Han, Father finally found you. Let me see the chains on your body. Father will bring you away, Guhai immediately said. However, Guhan shook his head. Father, this child does not want to leave yet. Oh, Guhai felt slightly stunned. Jiang Rulai placed me here to use countless resentful spirits to stir up the demonic nature of the past in my heart. However, under the influence of my previous life's master, the withered lamp Buddha, my demonic nature has already been eliminated. No, it has already been suppressed. Jiang Rulai wants to stir up my demonic nature again. However, the resentful spirits here are the best place for me to temper my heart. I want to use this to purify all the resentful spirits and accumulate great beneficence to wash away my past sins, Guhan said solemnly. Past sins? Father does not understand. Guhai said with a frown. Father, you know about my previous life, right? Guhan smiled. In your previous life, you were the Spirit Mountain Holy Land's good Rulai. Jiang Rulai was the Spirit Mountain Holy Land's evil Rulai. The two of you were originally one. Guhai said with a frown. Yes, in fact, when I was one with Jiang Rulai, there was another name. Father, have you heard of it? Solemnly Guhan said. Tathagata Heavenly Demon? Guhai's expression suddenly changed. Guhai had heard of this name in the past, but he only thought that it meant good as Tathagata, evil as Heavenly Demon. However, now that Guhan asked, Guhai suddenly thought of a shocking possibility. Yes, this child used to be the Spirit Mountain Peak Master of the Heavenly Demon Holy Land. Later, I was sent by the vast freedom Heavenly Demon to Nalanda Temple to become Withered Lamp Buddha's disciple. I wanted to inherit this ancient temple and open up the Heavenly Demon Holy Land's territory in the world of the living. Unfortunately, Withered Lamp Buddha discovered my purpose and did not let my plan succeed. After that, I established the Spirit Mountain sect, which later became the Spirit Mountain Holy Land. Tathagata, Heavenly Demon? Corpse Bug, Heavenly Demon? You are the Tathagata Heavenly Demon? In that case, the Spirit Mountain Holy Land is actually just a branch of the Heavenly Demon Holy Land, Guhai said in shock. Yes, this child was the Spirit Mountain Peak Master of the Heavenly Demon Holy Land in my previous life. The Tathagata Heavenly Demon. He created a monstrous sin. In this life, this child wants to resolve this sin. Guhan nodded. Heavenly Demon, Holy Land. Guhai's face sank. This was the most terrifying foundation. One main peak had 12 subpeaks. The Tathagata Heavenly Demon was only the peak master of one of the subpeaks. Didn't that mean that there were 11 Tathagata Heavenly Demons of the same level? Then, wouldn't the vast freedom Heavenly Demon of the main peak be even stronger?